In the primordial expanse of the cosmos, a vast darkness prevailed. In the year 001 of the universe, alongside its birth, a divine being emerged nurtured and sustained by the cosmos itself. After a profound slumber lasting 99 years, this entity finally awakened. In later generations, he would be revered as Pangu. Legend has it that upon Pangu's awakening, the dark void of the universe erupted with tumultuous thunderclouds, resonating with an endless roar that echoed through the heavens and the earth. As Pangu opened his eyes, two beams of golden light, akin to lasers, pierced through the pervasive chaos, dispersing the ominous thunderclouds. Immediately following, a series of crisp cracks echoed as Pangu's colossal form began to sway, and gradually, he rose to his full height. Towering at 81 feet, his body was forged from the quintessence of the cosmic chaos, impervious to fire and water, invulnerable to blades and bullets. With a mighty roar, as Pangu stood upright, his thunderous voice reverberated throughout the universe, shaking the very foundations of existence. Surveying his surroundings, Pangu perceived the enveloping darkness and found it distasteful. He lifted his right hand, and a beam of light surged along his arm, extending to the tip of his finger. With a resounding shout, he declared, "Open before me." With this exclamation, his right arm traced a sweeping arc, and the golden laser at his fingertip, sharp as a blade, cleaved the universe into two distinct realms. Thus were created the heavens and the earth. After this division, Pangu wandered between the two realms, traversing every corner of the temporal and spatial cosmos. In the 199th year since his awakening, a full century had passed. On this day, Pangu sat upon the ground. Feeling a profound sense of ennui, he resolved to seek something enjoyable. Yet all around him lay an abyss of darkness, devoid of any playthings. How delightful it would be if there were a glimmer of light amidst the vast expanse of heaven and earth. After pondering aloud, Pangu observed a radiant orb of fire swiftly coalescing at one end of the universe, emanating a searing warmth. After 3 years of consolidation, the diameter of this spherical fireball had grown to an unimaginable scale, occupying 1% of the entire cosmos. Pangu nodded in satisfaction and contemplated for a time before declaring, "I shall establish the fundamental rules of existence with my very life. Time shall be measured in seconds, minutes, hours, days, weeks, months, and years. A minute consists of 60 seconds. An hour comprises 60 minutes. A day is composed of 24 hours. A week contains 7 days. A month encompasses 30 days, and a year consists of 12 months. All living beings on earth must adhere to my decrees." With that, Pangu closed his eyes once more, and after another 3 years, he slowly reopened them. A brilliant light emanated from his gaze, and he spoke again. "Command, let another luminous body coalesce, radiating a gentle light devoid of heat, arise." As the words left his lips, a sphere emitting a soft, white glow rapidly formed at the opposite end of the universe, and Pangu nodded in satisfaction once again. He continued, "The fiery orb shall be named the sun, while the white sphere shall be known as the moon. The two shall alternate in their appearances." After a prolonged silence, Pangu's body began to emit small white specks, and suddenly, with a resounding thud, his form shattered into countless fragments, merging into every corner of the chaotic universe on the brink of his demise. Pangu proclaimed, "My flesh and blood shall transform into mountains, and rivers my mind shall be preserved, and when the time is ripe, I shall return once more." In the year 205 of the universe, Pangu met his end. By the year 299, the brain preserved by Pangu erupted in a brilliant explosion, fragmenting into 9 solid entities that dispersed throughout the cosmos. These entities would later be known to posterity as the fruits of extraordinary powers. At the moment of this cataclysmic explosion, a faint sigh and a voice echoed through every corner of the universe. "Alas, Have I truly miscalculated my fate? In the year 399, Pangus' remains had indeed transformed into mountains and rivers as foretold, yet his spine remained unchanged. On that fateful day, amidst thunder and lightning, the entire cosmos reverberated with a tremendous roar as Pangus' spine was struck by lightning, igniting a dazzling display of electric brilliance. The spine then shattered into 14 distinct segments. Each segment of the spine appeared to possess a certain wisdom, scattering and drifting away to various corners of the universe. These segments were regarded as the finest materials for forging unparalleled divine weapons. Moreover, it was said that if all 14 segments were gathered and reassembled, they could form the 7-7 bone. At that moment, the very fabric of heaven and earth would be altered, and the might of the 7-7 bone would be capable of summoning gods and terrifying demons. He who wielded it would possess the power to command the cosmos. In the year 999, the myriad beings of the world had been operating in orderly fashion for 8 centuries, with Pangus' established rules functioning with the precision of ironclad law, unwavering and exact. In the span of these 8 centuries, among the myriad beings birthed by Pangu, a creature known as humanity emerged. The habitat of humanity, merely a minute corner of the vast cosmos, is called the celestial sphere continent. Humans possess the highest intellect and the most exquisite form among all living entities. However, an irreparable flaw persists. The human lifespan, a mere few decades, pales in comparison to that of other beings. Consequently, a legend arose within humanity, suggesting that should one acquire the 9 fragments, the fruits of extraordinary abilities derived from Pangus' intellect, one could attain unfathomable powers, transcending the natural order. Most crucially, it promised the gift of longevity, enabling individuals to live far longer. Yet, to date, none have succeeded in their quest. The brilliance of humanity had reached its zenith, and in light of the unattainability of the extraordinary fruits, alternative methods had to be sought. One day, a novel practice emerged among humans, a form of cultivation that not only fortified the individual and harnessed the forces of nature, but also extended the lifespan of the practitioner. As this revelation spread rapidly, a fervor for cultivation swept through humanity. The majority sought to cultivate for the sake of longevity, dedicating themselves to research and refinement. Ultimately, through the relentless efforts of human ingenuity, a comprehensive system of cultivation was established, akin to the rules set forth by Pangu, which would be adhered to by future generations. This process of refinement persisted for a millennium, and to this day, the cultivation system has become deeply ingrained within the very souls of humankind. In this process, numerous legendary figures emerged, such as the founder of cultivation, the primordial heavenly sovereign, the diamond heavenly sovereign, and the worldly heavenly sovereign. They had perfected the art of cultivation to an exquisite degree. Naturally, their prowess reached its zenith, allowing them to attain a form of immortality with a mere flick of their hands. The cosmos would shift in hue. Thus, they embarked on a quest to trace the footsteps left by Pangu. From that moment on, the primordial heavenly sovereign ascended to become the paramount leader of the universe, issuing a decree to adjust the hierarchy of cultivation strength, which all were forbidden to contravene. Subsequently, the primordial sovereign seemed to evaporate into thin air, leaving no trace behind, while the other sovereigns too faded into obscurity, devoid of any sign of life. Speculation arose that the cultivation system was incomplete, leading to the demise of the sovereigns. Through madness, others posited that they had violated Pangus' edicts, resulting in their annihilation. Yet, a greater number believed that the sovereigns were simply in seclusion, immersed in their own contemplations of cultivation. Amidst the myriad of theories, none possessed any credible evidence. By the year 2030 in the cosmos, 30 years had elapsed with the sovereigns remaining utterly silent. In the absence of leadership, the cultivation community was engulfed in waves of panic. With no one at the helm, some exceptionally powerful practitioners began to instigate turmoil, transforming the realm of humanity into a battleground where the weak were preyed upon by the strong. Thus, numerous sects and factions emerged, plunging the human world into utter chaos. The weak would be eradicated by society, subjugated and marginalized by the strong. Various factions have established academies and institutions to impart methods of cultivation and nurture practitioners to serve their respective powers. Additionally, there exist solitary cultivators, with some factions offering rewards, thereby forming numerous organizations. These organizations range from benevolent to malevolent, mirroring the dichotomy of good and evil among individuals. Malevolent organizations and factions are notorious for committing heinous acts, such as arson and the oppression of the weak. Conversely, there exists a relatively just faction that specializes in eliminating those who act immorally. Yet, there's a saying, good people do not live long, while evildoers may endure for 1,000 years. As a result, the malevolent cannot be entirely eradicated for every one that falls. Another rises. The majority of factions can be categorized into these two types, and this division of power has persisted for 30 years since the disappearance of the esteemed celestial beings. An atmosphere of unrest pervades, rendering most individuals unable to find solace even in sleep, often necessitating the presence of weapons by their side, as the threat of conflict looms ever present. Chapter 2. The Celestial Continent in the year 2031 of the Cosmos. On the Celestial Continent, in Huaijiang City, within Dawntown, resided the fifth family. "Father, where is Mother? I miss her," a young boy implored, gently tugging at the arm of a middle-aged man, his tone imbued with childlike whimsy. The man lifted his gaze, letting out a long sigh, and replied, "You mustn't rush me to cultivate." "But father, with my elder brother cultivating to protect me, that suffices. I do not enjoy cultivation." The boy pouted, his expression reflecting his discontent. Hearing this, the middle-aged man furrowed his brow, adopting a stern demeanor as he proclaimed, "How old are you this year?" "I am 10 years old," the child replied. "Look at 5th Kayun. He is of the same age as you, yet observe his formidable prowess. If you neglect your training any longer, when the time for adulthood arrives, not even I will be able to assist you," the man admonished with an air of authority. The boy lowered his head, not daring to utter a word, yet internally he murmured, "I simply do not like cultivation, I just do not like it." At that moment, an elderly man entered, his expression tinged with urgency. Upon entering, he immediately spoke, "Patriarch, I have an urgent matter to report." The middle-aged man set aside his authoritative demeanor, turning his attention to the newcomer with a hint of displeasure flitting across his features. He inquired, "What has caused the grand elder to appear so flustered?" "Chen Yu has grown up. She resembles my disappointing Songzi," he remarked. The middle-aged man beside me twitched the corner of his mouth, a wave of displeasure rising in his heart, only to be suppressed once more. He spoke again, saying, "Elder, let us discuss the matter at hand. What has transpired that necessitates your personal visit?" The elder chuckled, tapping his forehead, and replied, "Look at me. Seeing Tianyu made me so joyful that I forgot to address the urgent matter. I have come to report to the family head an important piece of news. According to reports from our external sources, a mysterious and peculiar location has been discovered in Teeling Mountain. This place has also drawn the attention of 3 other prominent families. In my opinion, it is likely that a treasure is about to reveal itself. Thus, I felt compelled to inform the family head for a decisive course of action." After listening, the middle-aged man hesitated for a moment before saying, "It seems we may indeed be on the brink of a treasure revelation, since the other 3 families are involved. Our 5th family cannot afford to be left behind. Elder, please summon the other elders so we may convene in the council hall." The elder nodded in affirmation and leisurely exited. A glimmer sparkled in the middle-aged man's eyes as he murmured to himself, "If there truly is a treasure to be unveiled, those 2 individuals will likely join forces against me, which could be quite troublesome. Father, what do you think the treasure might be? Quickly return to your training and do not be lazy, or else you shall go without dinner tonight." The young boy, named Fifth Chen Yu, was the son of the middle-aged man, who was also the head of the fifth family, known as Fifth Jipping. The elder who had just entered was the grand elder of the fifth family, Fifth Xianlin. After the fifth season had concluded, only the fifth Tian Yu remained in the room. Observing the surroundings, Tian Yu sighed dramatically, resembling an adult, and murmured to himself, "Alas, the treasure has manifested, and I yearn to join in the excitement. I must devise a plan." A smile spread across the little boy's face, and at that moment, a voice echoed from outside, "Tian Yu, where are you? Come out." Upon hearing the voice, the smile on Tian Yu's lips widened as he responded and stepped out of the room. "Elder brother, I am here. What brings you?" "Tian Yu, I have news that will undoubtedly pique your interest. Do you wish to hear it?" The newcomer was a youth approximately 1.7 meters tall, handsome in appearance, standing in the courtyard and winking mysteriously at the exiting Tian Yu. "I already know what you are referring to," the boy replied, raising an eyebrow. "You do? Pray tell." The youth prompted. "The treasure has appeared." "Impudent brat, where did you hear that? You seem quite well informed. I only just learned of it myself." "I heard it from father." "Elder brother, do you wish to see the treasure? What scheme are you concocting this time? However, I cannot take you along. It is exceedingly perilous. I absolutely cannot bring you. You have yet to gather even the most fundamental spiritual energy. If I were to take you, father would surely confine me to my quarters." Upon hearing the discouraging news, on the fifth day, you felt a tinge of disappointment. She softly remarked, "Brother, I..." "Do not say any more," he interrupted. "Usually, I would take you along, but this time it is truly unfeasible. It is likely that the heads of the other three families will be present, which signifies the gravity of the situation. My decision to prevent you from attending is for your own good. Do you understand, Tian Yu?" After speaking, the youth smacked his lips and continued, "Throughout my life, I have indulged your whims. Yet I wish to offer you a piece of advice that I hope you will contemplate earnestly. Who are we to each other? Speak freely, brother. Do you wish for me to assist you in deciphering those tedious spiritual techniques? Not at all. I wish for you to devote yourself to proper cultivation. Father has mentioned that you possess an innate spiritual physique, granting you unparalleled advantages in your training compared to others. Therefore, brother, please do not continue. You know I truly dislike cultivation." With a sigh, the youth chose not to dwell on the topic any further. "I shall take my leave now. I need to prepare. It seems we will be departing for Teeling Mountain in the coming days." Having said that, he cast a lingering glance at his mischievous younger sibling before turning to depart. At that moment, in the courtyard, you had already resolved within herself that she would indeed journey to Teeling Mountain. Knowing the location, she planned to stealthily make her way there alone. The following day, Yu arose early, keeping a vigilant eye on her father's movements. It appeared he was preparing to set out, personally leading the expedition, accompanied by the second elder and nearly 100 guards. On the fifth day, Tian Yu adjusted her mood and stealthily stepped out. Although her purpose aligned with that of her father, the path she chose was distinctly different. As she hurried along, she encountered numerous individuals. With a satisfied touch to her face, she admired the effect of her makeup, even if her elder brother stood before her. He might not recognize her. A subtle smile graced her lips as she continued onward. For an ordinary person without cultivation, her physical endurance and attributes paled in comparison to those of cultivators. Thus her pace was somewhat slow. By afternoon, she arrived at the base of a towering mountain, its peak shrouded in clouds. The mountain was adorned with lush shrubs, and prominently displayed on its face were the bold characters, Teeling Mountain. At this moment, a throng of people had gathered at the foot of the mountain, their figures bustling about. It was apparent that they were divided into 4 distinct factions, intentionally or not encircling the front of Teeling Mountain. These 4 factions represented the 4 prominent families of Liming Town. To the left of the center, one faction was led by a man in a red robe. Tian Yu instantly recognized him as her father, thus identifying her own family's group. To the right of the center, another faction was commanded by a middle-aged woman in a purple gown, her alluring beauty accentuated by her enchanting peach blossom eyes, accompanied by a retinue of over 100 followers. Most striking were the four exceptionally handsome young men standing beside her, known to those in the know as her playthings. The middle-aged woman, named Ji Xueqing, is the head of the Ji family, possessing formidable strength. To her right stands a middle-aged man, unremarkable in appearance, save for his piercing eyes that seem capable of perceiving all truths. He is Jin Hu, the head of the Jin family. On the left side of the fifth season's camp, the leader is an elderly man. Despite his advanced age, he exudes an aura of considerable power. This elder is Lu Xingtian, the grand elder of the Lu family, who leads in the absence of the family head, currently in seclusion. Chapter 3. The barrier. It is uncertain when these individuals arrived, but now. The heads of the four noble families direct their anxious gazes toward a peculiar location at the foot of Teeling Mountain. This spot, initially unremarkable, has revealed an object resembling a mirror. Fifth Chen Yu navigates through the crowd, striving to reach the enigmatic mirror. Upon arriving within 10 meters, he stands among the onlookers, examining this extraordinary reflection. Its surface, akin to a tranquil water body, occasionally ripples in concentric circles, recalling the descriptions from his readings. Fifth Chen Yu quickly deduces that this is not a mere water surface, but rather the so-called barrier. According to the texts, after Pangu created the heavens and the earth, his essence transformed into myriad beings and landscapes, and thus, certain places, through years of evolution, manifest as extraordinary realms. In these extraordinary lands, a barrier is said to emerge, and when it shatters, it may reveal invaluable treasures. These treasures could be the coveted fruits of extraordinary abilities sought after by all practitioners, or perhaps the elusive 7-7 bones, along with other rare artifacts. Naturally, both possibilities exist, albeit with minuscule odds. Throughout the vast expanse of history, aside from the primordial celestial master discovering a single fruit of extraordinary ability, there have been no records of the other 8. This indicates that such fruits do not appear casually. Most critically, these barriers may also serve as abyssal traps, devoid of treasures and potentially claiming lives. Contemplating this, the heart of Fifth Chen Yu began to stir with excitement. If an extraordinary fruit were to materialize, it would be a meteoric rise to prominence. It is likely that he is not the only one in the vicinity harboring such aspirations. As he indulged in his delightful fantasies, a stir rippled through the crowd, followed by whispers that buzzed like a swarm of bees. Fifth Chen Yu snapped back from his reverie, directing his gaze once more toward the barrier, where the previously tranquil surface was now exhibiting increasingly larger ripples, surging wildly outward from the center. At the core, a white point of light flickered brilliantly before vanishing, while the barrier began to rotate, forming a vortex. Someone shouted, "The treasure has appeared." Instantly, the atmosphere erupted into a frenzy, with the leaders of the four prominent families, undeterred by the surrounding commotion, gazing intently at the sight of the barrier with grave expressions. At that moment, a shadow clad in black leaped forth from the crowd, brandishing a sword and exclaiming, "The treasure belongs to me." With an eager urgency, he darted towards the barrier. Beside the family head of the fifth clan, the second elder, Fifth SUSI, narrowed his eyes at the figure rushing towards the barrier and raised his right hand. However, Fifth Jipping interjected, "Someone must test the waters first. There is no need to stop him." Fifth SUSI acquiesced with a slight nod, lowering his hand, his gaze now fixed on the shadowy figure. It seemed that other families shared a similar mindset to Fifth Jipping's, as they did not intervene, allowing the cloaked man to approach the barrier unimpeded. The onlookers stood approximately 10 meters away from the barrier, and at that moment, the black-clad individual had drawn his sword, now merely 5 meters from the barrier. Gasps of astonishment from the crowd had ceased, giving way to an eerie silence as all eyes were riveted upon the figure. At 4 meters, suddenly, the whirling barrier emitted a powerful force of attraction. The black-clad man was taken aback, hastily channeling his spiritual energy to resist, but before he could retreat even a step, he was engulfed by the spinning barrier and vanished from sight. The stunned crowd erupted into a fresh wave of gasps. Had this one individual truly just disappeared? Following the absorption of the cloaked figure, the barrier released an even greater pull than before. A voice rang out amidst the chaos. "Everyone, step back, step back." As the words echoed, the surrounding populace turned and fled in a frenzy. A tide of panic ensued, punctuated by screams and shouts of indignation. At this moment, Fifth Chen Yu felt as though an unseen force was pulling him from behind. With all his might, he gritted his teeth and walked in the opposite direction of the barrier. Yet he could not take a single step forward. A wave of fear surged within him as he glanced at the members of the four great families and the onlookers, all of whom had retreated 20 meters away, intensifying his anxiety. His gaze drifted to the figure of a man in a red robe in the distance, and he longed to cry out, "Father, save me." However, when he opened his mouth, no sound emerged. Regret flooded his heart. If only he had heeded his father's advice and diligently trained, he would not be ensnared by this wretched force, unable to move. Gradually, Fifth Chen Yu sensed his body being drawn backward, towards the barrier, and despair enveloped him. He closed his eyes, relinquished his resistance, and awaited the judgment of fate. When Fifth Jipping had retreated 20 meters, feeling the pull weaken, he halted and turned to face the swirling barrier. At that moment, a small boy, approximately 1.60 meters in height, was being violently tugged towards the barrier by the overwhelming force. It was evident that the boy was gritting his teeth and enduring, while the crowd merely watched with cold indifference, none stepping forward to lend aid. Fifth SUSI furrowed his brow and said, "Patriarch, I have something to say, though I am uncertain if it is appropriate." "Speak, Elder SUSI. There is no need for such formality in my presence." "Ha ha. Indeed, indeed. I cannot help but feel that the child bears a striking resemblance to the third young master." Upon hearing this, Fifth Jipping frowned and scrutinized the boy ensnared by the barrier. He then closed his eyes, and a subtle aura emanated from his mind, extending toward the boy. Suddenly, he opened his eyes wide, a look of anxiety etched upon his face, and raised his hand toward the direction of the young boy, grasping at the air. At that moment, the boy, who had been valiantly enduring, ceased his struggles, closed his eyes, and was instantly engulfed by a powerful force, disappearing without a trace. The expression on the face of the fifth season's Ping was filled with unwillingness and guilt, his features nearly contorted. As he shut his eyes and let out a thunderous cry to the heavens, "You are." In his palm, a crimson sphere began to take shape, heedless of the gazes of those around him, and it was hurled violently toward the barrier. Witnessing the frenzied actions of the fifth season's Ping, the heads of the other families refrained from intervening, recognizing the peril of the situation. The red sphere rolled and struck the barrier with the force of a meteor. With a resounding explosion, rocks flew in every direction. At the moment the fifth season's Ping shouted, the second elder realized his suspicions were correct, and in a surge of urgency, placed a hand on Ping's shoulder, fearful that the family head might act rashly, for Chen Yu was the one he cherished most. However, the second elder's efforts to restrain him proved ineffective, as the fifth season's Ping unleashed his most formidable attack, while secretly astonished at the head's advancing prowess. At this juncture, the fifth season's Ping had tears of rage in his eyes, yet he fell silent, his countenance frighteningly pale, fixated on the barrier with unwavering intensity. As the gray stones dispersed, the barrier became invisible, leaving only a deep pit that signified it had been subjected to an attack. With the barrier's disappearance, turmoil erupted around, and all gazes converged upon fifth season Ping, as if they were eager to devour him. The head of the Ji family, Ji Xueqing, her eyes glimmering with allure and a smile gracing her lips, softly uttered, "Master of the fifth family, you have destroyed the barrier, and the treasure is lost. It seems everyone is eager to settle accounts with you." With that, she swayed her voluptuous figure and let out a light laugh. Jin Hu, the head of the Jin family, narrowed his keen eyes and spoke, "Fifth season Ping, you have destroyed the barrier this time. You must provide an explanation to everyone. Otherwise, he." Fifth season Ping's expression darkened further as he shot a disdainful glance at Ji Xueqing, then turned his gaze to Jin Hu. Their eyes locked, seemingly igniting sparks as he challenged, "Jin Hu, Do you wish to hold me accountable? Just you? With these words, red spiritual energy surged from his hand. Chen Yu squinted his eyes again, his face clouded with gloom, and replied, I admit, I cannot match you, 5th season Ping. However, today, I am not the only one seeking trouble with you. At this point, he shifted his gaze to the elder of the Lu family, Lu Xingtian, who had remained silent, and continued, I wonder what Elder Lu thinks of this matter? Will you remain neutral? Lu Xingtian smiled and shook his head, causing Chen Yu's expression to darken further. Lu Xingtian then declared, My Lu family has always refrained from meddling in your disputes, and today shall be no different. After all, no one has obtained the treasure. Chapter 4. A clash of experts. Upon hearing this, Chen Yu's expression softened slightly as he addressed Ji Xueqing, head of the Ji family. Let us join forces. Today, Di Wuqiping must provide us with an explanation. What do you say? Ji Xueqing smiled gently, her alluring gaze flitting over Di Wuqiping. Naturally, I, Ji Xueqing, am resolute in my pursuit of treasures. However, as they are currently absent, the head of the Di family certainly owes us an account. Chen Yu smirked ominously, nodding with a sense of satisfaction as he exchanged glances with Di Wuqiping. The tensions between the Di family and the Jin family had escalated over the years, and it appeared that a confrontation was imminent. It was likely that Di Wuqiping would find himself at a disadvantage today, especially with Chen Yu and Ji Xueqing allied. Although Ji Xueqing's reputation was somewhat dubious, her prowess was undeniably formidable. If only I could spend a night with her, I would have no regrets in this life. Keep your voice down. If she hears you, you may very well lose your life, whispered the onlookers. Among the 4 prominent families, only the Lu family refrained from involvement, while the Jin and Ji families were clearly poised to confront the Di family. Thus, the heads of the 3 families remained silent, merely exchanging glances. At the urging of the second elder, Di Wuqiping regained his composure, the crimson hue in his eyes fading significantly. With a deep sigh, he declared, You are resorting to numbers to intimidate me, yet do you truly believe that I, Di Wuqiping, would fear you? 5th season Ping, I know you are unafraid. Yet if you are so fearless, why not take action? I, Chen Yu, truly wish to experience the extent of your growth over the years. You 2 grown men bickering here is quite tedious, far less interesting than my own presence as a mere woman. Ji Xueqing, with a leisurely tone, finished speaking and reached to touch her hair. Upon noticing this, 5th season Ping summoned a mighty surge of spiritual energy, for Ji Xueqing wielded hairpins of remarkable power, warranting utmost caution. The onlookers, sensing the imminent spectacle, instinctively cleared a space to witness the duel between these 2 formidable masters, even without treasures to be gained. The experience was still worthwhile. Ji Xueqing removed 2 fiery red hairpins from her head, each about an inch long and identical in appearance, with wisps of pale white spiritual energy swirling around them, exuding an intimidating aura. After taking down the hairpins, Ji Xueqing chose not to engage in further banter, instead leaping forward with great agility, covering a distance of 10 meters in a single bound. With a flick of her left hand, the hairpins soared forth like a flash of crimson light, hurtling toward 5th season Ping. 5th season Ping furrowed his brow, emitting a soft hum, as he refrained from drawing his sword, instead opting to strike at the approaching white light with his bare hand. A surge of red spiritual energy burst forth, colliding fiercely with the white light hairpins. Ji Xueqing's previously cheerful expression darkened instantly. How could he regard her as no more than a non-threat? The refusal to draw his sword was an affront to her dignity. Resolving not to hold back any longer, she unleashed her spiritual energy with fervor, channeling it into her right-hand hairpin, which she then hurled with precision towards 5th season Ping. Once again, a beam of white light streaked through the air, forming a graceful line as both hands were raised, fingertips dancing in control of 2 hairpins, engaging in combat with the formidable 5th Ji Ping. The onlookers erupted into a chorus of exclamations. Some deemed 5th Ji Ping arrogant and overconfident, while others admired his commanding presence, a testament to his strength. Chen Yu stood aside, refraining from intervening, calculating his strategy to allow these two to exhaust each other before stepping in to claim the aftermath, which seemed the most impeccable resolution. The red energy, forged from Ji Ping's spirit, clashed with the white hairpins in the air. With a resounding thud, a ripple of elemental waves surged outward, expanding in all directions. The stark contrast of red and white swirled above the battleground, as the red hairpin engaged two white ones, neither side yielding an inch, entangled in a fierce exchange. At that moment, Ji Xueqing felt a bead of sweat form on her brow, her heart racing with astonishment. Her hairpins were crafted from a millennium of mysterious iron, granting her a significant advantage over the energy-forged hairpins. Yet, despite her utmost efforts, she sensed an unsettling hint of inferiority, exclaiming, "Jin Hu, you scoundrel! How long do you intend to watch this spectacle? If this continues, I shall withdraw." Jin Hu was equally astonished. Both he and Ji Xueqing were of minor sect status, yet now she seemed to falter against 5th Ji Ping. Could it be that 5th Ji Ping had ascended to a higher rank? Just 3 years ago, he had still been of medium sect standing. What tremendous pace in his cultivation! Upon contemplating this, Jin Hu resolved firmly in his heart that today he would certainly make the 5th season, Ping, suffer a severe setback. Otherwise, he knew he would never be able to escape retribution from the formidable strength of the great sect. Without daring to delay any further, he shouted, "5th season Ping, receive my sword." Summoning his white spiritual energy, he unsheathed his treasured sword and lunged directly toward Ping's body. The second elder, Wu Shisi, noticing the impending 2-on-1 confrontation, took a step forward to intervene, but was halted by Ping's calm voice, which resonated, "These two cannot do anything to me." Wu Shisi's heart sank as he confirmed his suspicions. The clan leader possessed such confidence, indicating he had indeed entered the realm of the great sect or was exceedingly close to it. Observing Ping's other hand, which grasped a long sword, he was astounded to see it seemingly take flight on its own, soaring toward Jin Hu's treasured sword. Clang! A crisp sound echoed as the two swords clashed. Ji Xueqing immediately felt a significant reduction in pressure and quietly exhaled, saying, "Jin Hu, do not hold back your strength. Otherwise, I shall truly cease to care. You should go all out as well. Unleash your stormy ascendancy, and I shall employ my clear water sword flow to show 5th season Ping a thing or two." 5th season Ping's eyes widened in astonishment, realizing that these two intended to unleash their ultimate techniques. It seemed they were genuinely determined to leave a mark on him. However, would they succeed? Bending slightly, he murmured, "Thunderous light soldiers, advance." In an instant, 24 luminous swords circled around 5th season Ping, before hurtling toward Jin Hu and Ji Xueqing with ferocious speed. Ji Xueqing let out a delicate cry, "Storm in the sky." Instantly, 2 hairpins, pale yet tinged with crimson, transformed into countless silver-white darts that soared forth. Jin Hu declared, "Clear water sword style." His silver-gray sword began to spin, forming a circular barrier of light, as tranquil as a placid lake. The 3 formidable strikes collided midair with a thunderous roar. In an instant, a tremendous wave of spiritual energy surged outward, sending rocks flying and stirring a cloud of dust, prompting the onlookers to retreat 50 meters away. Some admired the trio's prowess, others were envious, while some merely wished to witness Ji Xueqing's graceful figure, each harboring their own thoughts as they observed the clash of 3 of Dawn Town's most powerful warriors. As the mightiest techniques collided, Ji Xueqing was the first to stagger back a few steps, but managed to steady herself. A trace of blood seeping from the corner of her mouth, her gaze fixed intently on the indistinct figure of Di Wu Ping amidst the swirling dust. Jin Hu, outwardly unscathed, took a few steps back before regaining his stance, though parts of his garments had been torn by the force of the spiritual wave. His eyes, too, were trained anxiously on the nebulous adversary. Di Wu Ping felt a tumult within his heart, a mouthful of blood rising to his lips, which he forcefully swallowed. Once the dust settled, the forms of the 3 became clear. Jin Hu and Ji Xueqing's eyes were filled with disbelief and astonishment, both grappling with the same thought. How could Di Wu Ping withstand their full-force assault unscathed? How strong could he possibly be? The surroundings were enveloped in silence as Chen Yu furrowed his brow, his mind racing with calculations. The formidable prowess of Di Wu Qiping had advanced significantly, and it seemed that their combined strength was insufficient to contend with him. Casting a glance at Ji Xueqing, who was already injured and weakened, he noted that although there were still over 100 guards, their abilities paled in comparison. Before Di Wu Qiping, they were as fragile as a single finger. Moreover, the second elder of the Di Wu family, Di Wu Shisi, was also present. With this realization, a grim expression settled on Chen Yu's face. And exchanging a glance with Ji Xueqing, both felt the inclination to retreat, yet neither dared to voice it. Thus, the three formidable figures remained in an oddly tense silence. Di Wu Qiping discreetly concealed his trembling left hand behind him, disregarding his injuries as he forcefully summoned his spiritual energy, proclaiming, "What's wrong? Have you two made no progress over the years? Why are you so weak?" Ji Xueqing maintained a relatively composed demeanor, neither pleased nor angered, standing resolutely. In stark contrast, Chen Yu's visage turned the color of liver, his eyes widening in exasperation as he retorted, "You, Di Wu Qiping, are not so impressive either. If you possess any skill, come at me with 2 more moves." At that moment, Ji Xueqing spoke softly, "I have no interest in fighting and killing. Di Wu family head, having offended me today, the Ji family shall no longer engage with you." Chen Yu added, "Di Wu Qiping, I shall remember this debt. It will be repaid in due time." With that, he flicked his sleeve, sheathed his sword, and turned to leave. Di Wu Qiping silently exhaled with relief, watching Chen Yu depart as his spiritual energy receded like a tide, raising the concealed hand before him. At this moment, my hands were stained with blood, and a wave of bitterness surged within my heart. In truth, I was the one most grievously injured among the three. To vent the frustration within me, I refrained from seeking assistance from the second elder, a decision that bore the cost of my own bravado. Just moments ago, I had strained to channel my spiritual energy with the intention of startling Ji Xueqing, a goal I achieved, yet the toll on my body had intensified, potentially leaving me with lingering repercussions. Fifth Shisi approached Fifth Jiping, observing the latter's pallid expression as he remained transfixed on the barrier, now marred by a gaping hole. Understanding the gravity of the situation, he spoke. "Patriarch, I have heard that certain barriers possess the capability of teleportation. It is possible that the third young master has been transported to another location. We cannot afford to linger here. We must scour the entirety of Huaijiang City in search of him. Perhaps we may still find him." As Fifth Shisi contemplated his own words, he realized the disbelief that underpinned them, yet still, he uttered them. Fifth Jiping, upon hearing this, nodded vigorously and declared, "Indeed, there is a glimmer of hope. I, Fifth Jiping, shall never surrender." With that, he was seized by a violent fit of coughing, expelling a clot of blood that fell to the ground. The second elder, taken aback, soon deduced the implications and, with a gasp, inquired, "Patriarch, are you injured?" Fifth Shisi had never anticipated that the patriarch would entrust such a monumental responsibility to him rather than the first elder. While he understood the reasoning, it became increasingly evident that the relationship between the first elder and the patriarch was fraught with discord. Furthermore, from the perspective of seclusion, there are 3 reasons. First, the head of the family is gravely injured. Second, he is unable to confront the anguish of losing a child. And third, he may be using seclusion as a pretext, perhaps to search for his son or secretly investigate the Grand Elder. It is possible that all 3 scenarios are true. In any case, the 5th family is on the verge of transformation. Rest assured, esteemed head of the family, I shall devote myself wholeheartedly to the search for the 3rd young master. However, as for the matters concerning the temporary governance of the family, I have made my decision, so do not evade responsibility. Elder C, I hope you will not disappoint my expectations." Fifth Ji Ping nodded in acknowledgement, casting a lingering glance at the sizable pit in the barrier before turning to join the family's ranks. Elder Air followed behind, also glancing at the barrier's gaping hole, and sighed quietly as he trailed along. Fifth Tian Yu, in a state of despair, shut her eyes tightly, only to feel her body collide with something. Subsequently, it seemed as if she were floating in the air, or perhaps submerged in water, experiencing an overwhelming sensation of compression that made it somewhat difficult to breathe. This feeling was strikingly vivid, yet her body bore no pain. Could it be that I am not dead? Driven by intense curiosity, Fifth Chen Yu opened her eyes, only to be met with a shroud of darkness, rendering everything invisible. Her body moved erratically, beyond her control, and when she extended her hand, it was as if she were reaching into the air, unable to grasp anything. Where am I? Why am I still alive? The sound of rushing wind filled her ears, likely a result of the speed at which she was moving, and within her heart, relief at still being alive mingled with a tinge of fear for the unknown. At this moment, I find myself at a loss, torn between joy and sorrow. I strive to exert control over my body, yet my efforts yield no results. I possess no anchor, and my limbs flail in vain. After several futile attempts, I resign myself to the currents that carry me, relinquishing the struggle. Upon opening my eyes, I am met with the sight of a grotesquely beautiful crimson flower, its bizarre appearance startling at first glance. However, as clarity settles in, I pay it little mind and survey my surroundings. This place is enveloped in an eerie silence, presumably a cavern shrouded in darkness. The only source of illumination emanates from a distant orb, lying quietly, casting a faint glow that subtly reveals the contours of my environment. On the fifth day, I rub my eyes, now certain that I am still alive, drawn here by the allure of a barrier. The path I traversed may very well be the spatial tunnel described in the texts. The realization that I lingered within that tunnel for such an extended period strikes me with a pang of grief. I have surely strayed far from home, from my father, and from my elder siblings. A wave of melancholy washes over me as I silently reflect on my situation. Tears well up in the corners of my eyes. Having grown up in a large family where servants attended to my every need, indulged by my father's affection, I had always wanted for nothing. Yet now, I find myself in an alien environment, utterly alone. I cannot discern whether my survival is a stroke of fortune or the onset of misfortune. My fragile spirit is besieged by sorrow, and I choose to remain sprawled on the ground, weeping softly. After a considerable time, on the fifth day, you ceased her weeping, gently wiped her eyes, and cautiously rose to her feet, making her way towards the luminous orb. This 20-meter distance felt akin to traversing over 200 meters. She deliberately took small, measured steps to avoid making any sound. At last, she found herself approximately 2 meters away from the source of light, the radiant orb. This proximity allowed her to discern that it was indeed a bead. With a few decisive strides, she arrived at its side. Before her stood a stone platform, roughly 2 meters in size, featuring a small depression at its center. The pit, less than an inch in diameter, cradled a glowing bead within it. The surface of the bead was coated in a layer of dust, along with fragments of stone debris. The thickness of the dust suggested years of accumulation. Contemplating this, you extended her right hand, intent on brushing away the dust from the orb. However, realizing the folly of touching the bead, she resolved to search for an exit instead, prioritizing her escape. The oppressive silence of the cavern was unsettling, particularly for one as timid as she. This eerie stillness posed a grave threat. With this thought in mind, she turned to survey her surroundings. The cave's height was approximately 3 meters, and its width about 2 meters. The walls were smooth, devoid of any protruding stones, while both ends were shrouded in darkness, rendering the depths invisible. Which direction should she take? You stood hesitantly, paralyzed by indecision. Regardless of the path, both were engulfed in darkness, a prospect she found unappealing. To be precise, she was filled with trepidation, uncertain of what might await her on the shadowy trail. Chapter 6. The two fairies to die here meant never to see family again. As this thought raced through my mind, anxiety surged within me. The solitary glowing orb was too precious to disturb, and the dark path was too daunting to traverse. Was I truly destined to perish in this forsaken place? Yet, without exploration, hope was but a fleeting whisper. Death awaited regardless. What was there to fear? Resolute in my decision, I approached the orb, disregarding the potential dangers, and brushed aside the dust that cloaked it. With the dust removed, the orb radiated an even more intense brilliance, illuminating the cavern in an instant. I instinctively shielded my eyes as I gradually adjusted to the brightness, then gazed back at the orb. The revealed portion was a milky hue, entwined with crimson threads that danced within its depths. At the very center, a small black orb floated silently, resembling a smaller bead ensconced within the larger white one, strangely reminiscent of an eye. How peculiar, I mused to myself, momentarily distracted by the thought. Dismissing my apprehensions, I reached forth and extracted the orb from its hollow resting place. In my hand, its entire form became visible. The side that had been nestled in the recess was devoid of luminescence. In stark contrast to the polished, glowing surface, it appeared rather coarse, suggesting it was the reverse side. Despite my extensive reading, I found myself unable to identify its nature. Holding the orb firmly, I took a deep breath and turned my gaze toward the pitch-black cavern to my left. Having made my decision, I felt no desire to linger. Illuminating the path with the orb, I took my first step forward. However, after wandering for so long, I still find myself within the cave. On the 5th day, I am unaware of the extent of this cavern, resembling a twisting, endless conduit. There were moments when I contemplated surrender and questioned the validity of my path, yet ultimately, I resolutely trusted my intuition. My journey has led me to this point, where the unseen destination has weighed heavily on my spirit. Famished and parched, what should I do? I sat down, leaning against the cave wall, my arms limp at my sides, utterly exhausted. A path without an end is the most arduous to traverse. At this moment, memories of books I have read flooded my mind. Some texts recount that within the celestial sphere, there exist peculiar places embodying two possibilities, one being a grand opportunity for ascension, and the other, a summons from the Grim Reaper, heralding imminent doom. A bitter smile crossed my lips as I reflected on my misfortune. Given the current circumstances, it appears that I am far from any opportunity, leaning instead towards the latter possibility. A deep sigh escaped me as I faced the specter of death. Images of my family and countless books I have perused over the years danced before my eyes, encompassing a myriad of subjects. Yet, at this moment, it feels as though my father's words ring truest. In an era where strength speaks volumes, no amount of reading can rival the might of a powerful fist. If only I had cultivated even a modicum of spiritual energy and become a practitioner, perhaps I would find a glimmer of hope in this dire situation. However, at this moment, I find myself devoid of strength, the primary reason being the absence of hope. My spirit has already succumbed. On the 5th day, a myriad of emotions surged within me: regret, unwillingness, powerlessness, fear, and an unwillingness to embrace death, among others. These feelings overwhelmed this once cherished child, rendering me helpless against the whims of fate. Resigned to my fate, I leaned against the cave wall, closed my eyes, and soon fell into a deep slumber. In this dream, I was transported to a realm reminiscent of paradise, where wisps of white clouds floated about, and I found myself walking upon the very clouds. Not far ahead stood a resplendent palace, lavish and adorned in gold, its summit enveloped in mist, shimmering with radiant golden light, exuding tranquility and comfort, a sanctuary for the weary soul. To my left lay a vast pool, hundreds of meters wide, where a small serpent with 2 horns glided gracefully through the water. Lotus flowers bloomed abundantly, and a gentle mist hovered above the surface. Could it be that the water was warm? To my right, an expanse of peach blossom trees flourished, their pink petals vibrant yet not overwhelming, creating an ambience that felt just right. The orchard stretched beyond the horizon, where a kaleidoscopic butterfly flitted from branch to branch. Turning around, I gazed into a vast expanse of white, obscured by clouds that hindered any further sight. How beautiful this place is! Yet, where is everyone? Who might inhabit this land? Could it be that I have ascended to the realm of immortals after my demise? With these thoughts in mind, I took a step forward. Walking steadily upon the clouds, making my way toward the magnificent palace. As I approached, the palace came into clearer view. Above the main entrance, 3 ancient characters, as if etched with iron and painted with silver, stood proud upon the plaque. Having immersed myself in literature, I recognized the script. It read Dragon Abyss Gate. I murmured the words softly, only to furrow my brow in confusion. Despite my extensive knowledge acquired over the years, the term Dragon Abyss Gate was utterly foreign to me, a phrase I had never encountered before. Flanking the palace entrance, there was a stark absence of adornment. The bare facade, when juxtaposed with the opulence of the palace, struck a discordant note, presenting an incongruous sight. Conventionally, one would expect various symbolic mythical beasts or statues to grace either side of the entrance, showcasing the identity, status, and preferences of the palace's owner. However, I dismissed such thoughts and resolved to step inside. A figure emerged, clad in a flowing white robe. Her 3,000 strands of hair cascaded naturally, swaying gently as if borne by water, evoking the image of a pristine lotus, untouched by the mundane world. Her ethereal elegance radiated a transcendent aura, yet a faint trace of sorrow lingered between her brows, an indelible mark of her emotions. I was taken aback. Just moments ago, I had lamented the absence of company, and now, before me stood this breathtakingly otherworldly beauty, more enchanting than any fairy from the tomes I had read. She gazed at me, her expression one of astonishment. Beside her, a small girl exuded an intangible air of nobility. Her braids swayed playfully, adding to her undeniable charm. The girl resembled a blank canvas, radiating an extraordinary purity that left me feeling woefully inadequate in her presence. At this moment, with wide, sparkling eyes, she gazed at the young man before her and inquired of the celestial maiden beside her, "Mother, who is this young gentleman? When did you bring him home? You never told me." Upon uttering these words, she puffed up her adorable little lips in a huff. The celestial maiden bent down, affectionately caressing the girl's small braid, and with a gentle smile, replied, "This young gentleman did not come with me. He arrived of his own accord." As she spoke, her gaze shifted back to the young man, fifth Chen Yu, every movement exuding an effortless grace. Her smile added an enchanting beauty to her visage, and her voice, melodious and ethereal, was so captivating that even the well-read fifth Chen Yu found himself at a loss for words to adequately describe it. After a thorough appraisal, a flicker of unease settled within him. It dawned on him that he had inadvertently intruded upon someone else's abode. He wondered how this celestial maiden would treat him next. However, since he had not actually entered her home, he reassured himself that he would likely be fine. He also considered himself not unattractive, straightened his posture, and boldly met the celestial maiden's gaze. A moment of surprise flitted across the maiden's face. Perhaps she had seen through fifth Chen Yu's subtle movements. With a warm smile, she gently shook her head and asked, "What is your name, and from whence do you come?" There was an innate authority in her voice, which made fifth Chen Yu feel as though many eyes were upon him, compelling him to express his innermost thoughts. Chapter 7. The Transformation of Divine Beasts. Simultaneously, he felt a wave of astonishment. Should she not be inquiring about his purpose for being there instead of asking for his name? Could it be that my somewhat handsome appearance has drawn attention? My name is Di Wu Tianyu. I did not intend to offend in coming here. I kindly ask the 2 celestial maidens not to take offense, and I shall take my leave. The maiden clad in white smirked with a hint of self-mockery, seemingly speaking to herself. Heh, a celestial maiden? At that moment, a little girl beside her tugged at the white maiden's sleeve and cried out, "We can't let the young gentleman leave, mother. If he goes, I will be all alone again. I want him to play with me." The white maiden replied. The little girl pouted, becoming increasingly reluctant and stammering in discontent. A wave of anxiety washed over her, and her mind was in disarray when a melodious voice echoed once more. "How did you arrive at my Longyuan Quay? I do not know. I was dead, and then, without realizing it, I found myself here." The white maiden furrowed her brow and asked, "Where is your physical body?" "Body? What body? I am right here." "You are currently in a primordial spirit state, not in your physical form." "I mean, where is your physical form?" "Primordial spirit? An influx of information surged through Di Wu Tianyu's mind. According to the texts, powerful cultivators can achieve separation of the primordial spirit from the body. However, I have never practiced cultivation, let alone been deemed powerful. How could I possibly separate my primordial spirit? After much contemplation, I could not comprehend and replied, I died in a cave. The white maiden's brow furrowed even tighter. In a cave? Which cave? On the 5th day, you transmitted the barrier. Recounting in detail all that transpired within the cave, including the luminous orbs and the descriptions of the cavern itself. The white-clad celestial maiden nodded in understanding, her brow initially unfurling, only to furrow once more as she muttered to herself, Pangu's intestines? Could this be the heavenly secret? Yet, he possesses no spiritual power whatsoever. After a brief pause, she instructed, follow me. With a light and ethereal tone, the white-clad maiden grasped the young girl's hand and proceeded towards the palace door, appearing to take steps, yet seemingly gliding effortlessly. You, having encountered numerous peculiarities, had grown accustomed to such oddities. Regardless, it was evident that the maiden's power was formidable. Pondering this, he stepped inside after her. Upon entering the palace, a realm of wonder unfolded before him. A peculiar little tree stood serenely, barely a meter tall. Though its form was strange, it emanated an air of normalcy. The celestial maiden stood before the tree, offering a gentle smile as her porcelain hand waved delicately. In that instant, you felt as though he could perceive nothing. His body involuntarily ascended into the air. Suddenly, his vision brightened and clarity returned. He found himself still above the clouds, though the surroundings had transformed. Before him lay a panorama of rolling mountains, dense forests, and the clear sounds of birds and insects. This was indeed a semblance of normality, a stark contrast to the previous ethereal haze. The place he had inhabited before felt like the realm of the immortals. Before he could ponder further, the celestial maiden waved her sleeve once more, plunging him into darkness again. In the blink of an eye, his vision returned to normal. In this chamber, which is rather modest in size, upon entering, the 5th day of you felt an overwhelming pressure that rendered her legs somewhat numb. The ethereal maiden in white gracefully traced a circle in the air, and the oppressive sensation instantly dissipated. The room was dimly lit, with a round table positioned directly ahead. The surface of the table bore an intricate taiji formation, with 2 dots, one white and one black, flickering intermittently. At the center of the table lay a lamp, its flame no larger than a fingernail, swaying precariously as if it were on the verge of extinguishing. Come here, young sir, a child's voice called out. As you turned to observe, she saw the white-clad maiden and a little girl both gazing at her, the girl beckoning her to approach. Complying obediently, she moved closer, and behind them stood a bed crafted from ice jade, translucent and milky white. Upon it lay a strikingly handsome young man, peacefully resting with his eyes closed. His hair resembling flames, 2 prominent horns adorning his head, and a fiery symbol etched between his brows. You was convinced that this man was certainly not human, but rather a transformed divine beast. At that moment, a melodious voice resonated. I have brought you here for a simple purpose, to save a life. If you possess the means to awaken him, whatever reward you desire, I shall ensure it is granted. Upon hearing this, on the 5th day, you let out a sigh, just as she was about to express her lack of any cultivation. The melodious voice resonated once more. I am aware that you possess no spiritual power, nor any cultivation. As for the reason I have sought you, I shall reveal it after you have rescued the individual in question. The method you employ to effectuate this rescue is entirely your own concern. You have 2 years at your disposal. Having spoken, the ethereal maiden in white cast a lingering, affectionate glance at the man lying on the bed, then took the hand of the little girl and turned to leave. The mischievous child had remained silent since entering the room, now gazing wistfully at the man, yet refraining from uttering a word. Now left alone in the room, you exhaled deeply. After the departure of the celestial maiden, she felt a profound sense of relief. The tension that had gripped her was suddenly released, akin to experiencing a rebirth. However, the notion of being tasked with saving someone, What could this possibly entail? Knowing well her lack of spiritual power, why would she be entrusted with such a responsibility? Yu closed her eyes, mentally sifting through all that had transpired. After a brief moment, she opened her eyes and turned her gaze towards the lamp on the round table. This lamp must be connected to the man on the bed, referred to in the text as the life lamp. When it glows, the person lives. When it extinguishes, the person perishes. Thus, it follows that this man is alive, yet unable to awaken. Moreover, the Taiji symbol depicted here appears to represent the legendary yin-yang formation. Upon closer inspection, within this circle, two fish, one black and one white, are entwined. The black fish possesses white eyes, while the white fish has black eyes, creating an illusion of both rotation and stillness, a sight most enigmatic. The origins of Tai Chi remain elusive, shrouded in legend. It is regarded as the source of all things, suggesting a connection to Pangu. Yet no historical records substantiate this link. Thoughts of Tai Chi spring forth in my mind. From the limitless emerges the ultimate. From the ultimate arises movement. From movement comes stillness, and from stillness emerges the opposing force. The interplay of movement and stillness embodies Tai Chi, as well as the duality of yin and yang. On the fifth day, Yu furrowed her brow in deep contemplation. Suddenly, a spark of clarity ignited in her eyes. She turned and hastened to the bedside. After a brief moment of hesitation, she extended her hand and pressed it against the man's forehead. A chill coursed through her fingers. Moments later, a subtle smile graced Yu's lips. Indeed, she was correct. Within this body, there resided only yin, a deficiency of yang. All things exist in accordance with the balance of yin and yang. With an excess of yin and a deficit of yang, how could one possibly thrive? Yet, the one who arranged this formation clearly possessed an understanding of it, having retained the primordial spirit and recognized the lack of yang. Why then had they not sought to replenish it? To restore the yang would be to restore life. With these thoughts swirling, Yu approached the round table once more, examining it meticulously. Since the primordial spirit had been preserved, it ought to be returned to its corporeal vessel. However, judging by the circumstances, it seemed the spirit remained ensconced within the lamp. Though it sounds simple in theory, the execution proves daunting. Yu was acutely aware of her own lack of spiritual energy, rendering this endeavor exceedingly challenging. In Chapter 8, the Yin and Yang formation, she recalled having merely glimpsed these disparate concepts within ancient texts, never having applied them in practice. In other words, the notions she entertained were mere conjectures, lacking any foundation of reliable experimentation. To ensure success, she resolved to delve into the principles of Tai Chi and conduct some experiments. Contemplating, on the fifth day, Yu made a resolute decision. She picked up a small stone and, without uttering a word, directly seated herself upon the ground, using the stone in lieu of a pen, delicately sketching upon the earth. Each stroke was executed with utmost care. Upon the emergence of the white-clad fairy, she could no longer suppress the excitement bubbling within her heart, and she addressed the little girl. "Qingyi, do you wish to converse with your father?" The little girl obediently replied, "Yes, but father has never seen me." "Mother, why must you ask the young man to rescue him? He possesses no spiritual power. This is a matter of celestial secrets. I have expended half of my cultivation to perceive but a fragment of it. Let us hope it does not lead us to disappointment," sighed the white-clad fairy, her gaze drifting towards the horizon. The little girl, following suit, sighed as well, her face adorned with a look of worry as she remarked with an air of premature maturity, "I am quite concerned." The white-clad fairy chuckled softly, extending her delicate finger to affectionately tap the little girl's nose, saying, "Where did you learn to sigh like that?" "From mother. She has always been sighing," the little girl replied. The white-clad fairy paused, then said, "Mother sighs out of concern for your father. Do not imitate me, for you are still young. Pray tell, what troubles your heart?" "I fear the young man may not be able to save father. Even grandfather Tiger could not manage it. And the young man possesses not a shred of spiritual power, not even a hint of it." As Qingyi concluded her lament, her lips quivered, and tears were on the verge of spilling. The white-clad fairy swiftly embraced the little girl, offering her solace. "It is my fault. I am the root of this calamity. Were it not for me, your father would not have clashed with your grandfather Jin Gang, nor would we find ourselves in this predicament." On the 5th day, time slipped by quietly beneath the small stone, tirelessly weaving the seemingly simple yet profoundly intricate patterns of Tai Chi, a mere precursor to the formation of the yin-yang array. Half a year had swiftly elapsed, during which the young girl frequently visited, but the ethereal maiden clad in white had yet to make an appearance. Throughout this period, the 5th days you had gleaned an abundance of knowledge previously unknown to him. Having grown familiar with the girl, he learned that her name was Long Qingyi, and the white-clad fairy was her mother, while the man resting upon the bed was her father. To his astonishment, he discovered that Qingyi's cultivation was already at the minor sect level, eliciting within him an urge to spit blood. How could one so seemingly small possess such formidable prowess? It was a source of envy and bitterness. Naturally, he inquired about their whereabouts, yet Qingyi, adamant, refused to divulge, claiming her mother forbade it. After several attempts yielded no answers, he relinquished his questioning. Eventually, Qingyi introduced paper and brush, substituting them for the small stone and the earth. During these 6 months, the companionship of such a powerful young woman rendered the days of the 5th days you far from dull. The two had grown exceedingly close, fostering a harmonious bond. On this day, as he gazed upon the paper, completing the final stroke of Tai Chi, he nodded to himself in satisfaction. After months of relentless experimentation, his efforts had not been in vain. Now, the task at hand was to complete the final step, the crucial act of igniting the essence. The essence lies in the interplay of two contrasting dots, one black and one white. Prior to the emergence of these dots, the entirety of Tai Chi appeared lifeless and devoid of anything extraordinary. This was due to the absence of the dots, which had yet to breathe life into the composition. The significance of these dots is akin to the vital stroke that brings a dragon to life in a painting. This step is of paramount importance, yet fraught with difficulty. A misplacement or a slight deviation could result in a profound transformation of the Tai Chi, for even the minutest error can lead to a vast divergence in outcome. As the 5th day arrived, Yu closed his eyes, inhaled deeply, and upon opening them, his gaze was resolute. He grasped the brush with care and began to dot. 1, 2. The instant the 2 dots manifested, the entire Tai Chi underwent a dramatic metamorphosis. At that moment, the composition sprang to life. The black and white fish appeared to embrace one another, seemingly in motion, yet simultaneously at rest. Success! A knowing smile graced Yu's face, a testament to the fruit of 6 months of diligent effort. He exhaled in relief, meticulously comparing his rendition of Tai Chi with that on the table. Both exuded an enigmatic charm, yet he could not shake the feeling that his version lacked something essential. But what could that elusive element be? Yu murmured to himself, furrowing his brow in contemplation. After a prolonged period of pondering, he yielded no answers and decided to set aside his thoughts. Since he had successfully painted the Tai Chi, his next endeavor should be to study the principles of yin and yang formations, as they are intrinsically linked to the essence of Tai Chi in comparison. The Tai Chi symbol merely serves as an image, devoid of any intrinsic substance, while the intricate yin-yang formation before me is imbued with numerous minor formations. Among these, the 2 most crucial formations are the soul-gathering array, utilized for consolidating souls, and the spatial array, employed for storage. My lack of comprehension regarding these mechanisms presents a breakthrough opportunity, resting upon the Tai Chi symbol on the table. Indeed, it is a matter of learning on the spot. Seizing the moment, with that thought, I resolved not to delay further, fixing my gaze upon the enigmatic yin-yang formation laid out before me. Time flowed like a gentle stream, quietly shedding its leaves. By the 5th day, my thoughts had become entirely absorbed in the intricacies of the yin-yang formation, which captivated me to the point of obsession. This period of contemplation spanned half a year. As time slipped away once more, through repeated observation and meticulous sketching, I found myself brimming with confidence. The celestial maiden in white had granted me a 2-year time frame, and now a year had elapsed. This indicated that much remained to be accomplished. for I had only mastered the yin-yang formation thus far. I decided to set aside my worries for the moment and focus on reintegrating my consciousness into my physical form. As for the subsequent task of replenishing my yang energy, I would delve into that once my spirit was successfully anchored. With clarity of thought, I proceeded methodically. Approaching the bedside, I was once again struck by the striking visage of the man before me, marveling at the existence of such extraordinary handsomeness in the world. Perhaps only the beauty of the celestial maiden could match the rugged allure of his countenance. Shaking my head to dispel unnecessary musings, I resolved to hasten the return of my spirit. The inkwell was not a reflection of my style. Without further hesitation, I ascended the bed, positioning myself upon the man's chest. My eyes, filled with gravity, focused intently as I began to write upon his handsome face. On the 5th day, Chen Yu remained oblivious to the fact that each of his movements was meticulously observed by the woman clad in white. His diligent efforts had greatly pleased her, and her anticipation grew. If only she could awaken her husband, she would acquiesce to any condition he proposed. However, upon witnessing Chen Yu seated atop her husband's chest, a wave of indignation surged through her. How audacious! If her husband were aware that an ordinary mortal was perched upon him, he would likely be infuriated beyond measure. Delicately drawing the Tai Chi symbol, she intricately inscribed the soul-gathering formation and the spatial formation into its folds, each element interlocking with exquisite precision. Yet, in her current state, devoid of any spiritual energy, she would need to enlist the assistance of the woman in green to infuse the formation with power. Though the concept seemed straightforward, the execution proved formidable. Chen Yu, resolute in his determination not to falter, steeled himself, pouring every ounce of energy into his endeavor. After 3 relentless days and nights of toil, he finally completed the formation. By this point, Chen Yu was utterly drained. Even in a spiritual state, he felt the toll of exhaustion. Having reached this critical juncture, only one final step remained before he could return his spirit to his body. Encouraged by the prospect of rest that awaited him, he summoned his waning strength, rose from the bed, and approached the round table. He swiftly lifted the lamp from its surface and dashed back to the bedside, placing the lamp atop the yin-yang formation on the man's face. With a sigh of relief, he felt he had succeeded halfway, but just as he began to relax, an unexpected turn of events unfolded. Chapter 9. The Return of the Soul Before the Man. A lantern flickered, its white flame twisting and dancing in an enigmatic display, alternately brightening and dimming, teetering on the brink of extinguishment only to rekindle time and again in a relentless cycle. As this thought crossed his mind, a shiver ran through him. He dared not dwell further and resolved to seek a solution. What had gone awry? Suddenly, a realization struck him. There had been no infusion of spiritual energy into the formation. 5th Chen Yu, momentarily dazed by fatigue, had completely overlooked the necessity of channeling energy into the array. This was dire. Without the infusion of spiritual energy, the 2 formations remained dormant, rendering the yin-yang formation inert and utterly ineffective. Was this not akin to courting disaster? 5th Chen Yu felt a wave of frustration swell within him. With Qingyi and the celestial maiden absent, he found himself devoid of spiritual power. What was to be done? As he pondered desperately, a sudden surge of formidable energy erupted from the lantern. 5th Chen Yu felt his chest tighten, and before he knew it, he expelled a mouthful of blood, which fortuitously splattered across the array inscribed upon the man's face. The yin-yang formation emitted a resonant hum as the black and white fish began to whirl with astonishing velocity, spinning faster and faster. In that moment, 5th Chen Yu was overwhelmed by dizziness, his eyes closed, and he collapsed onto the bed. Time passed unnoticed, and 5th Chen Yu soon became aware of a gentle warmth enveloping him. He felt as though he were a solitary leaf adrift in the vast cosmos, aimlessly wandering, cradled securely by this soothing warmth that surrounded and steadied him. The sensation was akin to a struggle, as if one were attempting to journey to a destination while being held back by another, both parties entwined in a relentless contest. This state of impasse endured for an extended period, until suddenly, a voice pierced through the silence. "Tian Yu, brother, awaken, awaken, Tian Yu." Upon hearing this voice, the fifth Tian Yu was enveloped by an inexplicable feeling. Was it calling to him? How could he awaken? He was merely floating here, unable to rouse himself. As he pondered this, a glimmer of light appeared in the dark expanse of the universe, growing brighter and drawing nearer. Before long, the light reached him, and its form became clear. It was a figure holding a circular mirror that radiated brilliant illumination. This person seemed vaguely familiar to the fifth Tian Yu, with hair as fiery as flames. The individual possessed a handsome visage and was adorned in resplendent golden robes, exuding an aura of nobility and authority. Even with a smile gracing his lips, his imposing presence remained unblemished. The voice of the man in gold thundered like a clap of thunder. After his booming declaration, he parted his lips and uttered a series of incomprehensible incantations. The fifth Tian Yu felt a surge of intricate and bewildering information flood his mind, leaving him dizzy and disoriented. The thunderous resonance returned. "The knowledge within your mind is a small collection bestowed upon you by this celestial sovereign, a gift of transformation. It is a minor recompense related to the dragon's spine, which you may utilize to reconstruct your corporeal form. I trust it will prove an enhancement over your previous state." With a chuckle, the man in gold waved his sleeve, and in an instant, he vanished from sight. On the fifth day, after Tian Yu spat out a mouthful of fresh blood, he fell into a state of unconsciousness. Shortly thereafter, Qingyi arrived to play as usual, only to discover that her elder brother Tian Yu was unexpectedly bleeding from his mouth, his complexion turning a deep shade of purple, lying unconscious on the bed. To her astonishment, the light of her father's life lamp was shining more intensely than usual, causing her heart to race in panic and uncertainty, prompting her to summon her mother. Without a moment's hesitation, her mother appeared in her husband's room, and the sight that greeted her brought tears streaming down the face of this ethereal fairy. There, the man on the bed was seated upright, a finger pressed against the center of Tian Yu's brow, his eyes tightly shut, emanating a powerful wave of energy from his being. The white-clad fairy spoke softly, her voice trembling slightly, fearful that any louder sound might disturb the golden-robed man. "Outyin, have you awakened?" Her tone was laced with excitement, panic, and disbelief. Upon hearing her, the man in golden robes swiftly opened his eyes, gazing at the graceful figure in the doorway, a sweet smile spreading across his lips. "Susu, you have suffered. Please wait for me." With that, he closed his eyes once more, his hands swiftly forming intricate seals. Approaching the white-clad fairy, he opened his strong arms and embraced her tightly, softly saying, "Susu, these years have been hard on you. It is all my fault for being so competitive back then." At that moment, the heart of the white-clad fairy melted, as did the icy exterior she had maintained. Her tenderness now blossomed solely for the man before her. Unable to contain herself any longer, tears flowed from her eyes like a raging river, soaking the shoulders of the man in golden robes. "Father, father." At that moment, a delicate voice, timid yet cautious, emerged. A flicker of astonishment crossed the face of the man in the golden robe, which was soon replaced by unrestrained joy. He released the fairy clad in white and turned to the little girl at the doorway, her head bowed. "Susu, this is our daughter." The fairy in white smiled gently, nodding with a face full of happiness. The man in the golden robe burst into hearty laughter, stooping down to the little girl. "Come here, my dear, give your father a hug." The little girl appeared somewhat frightened, hesitating repeatedly before finally stepping forward to stand before the man in the golden robe. Calling out again in her clear voice, "Father." The man's smile blossomed even brighter in response. He replied with a joyful affirmation, lifting the girl high into the air with outstretched arms. "Susu, has our daughter been named?" "Father, I am called Qingyi." The smile on the man's lips instantly froze as he turned to look at his smiling wife beside him. He opened his mouth to speak, but fell silent. The fairy in white gently parted her lips. "Upon our first meeting, you donned a robe of green. Even with your golden crown, you remain but my Qingyi." The man in the golden robe sighed deeply, and the three of them embraced tightly. After a while, The fairy in white seemed to recall something. She broke free from the embrace and asked, "Outyin, what has happened? Why did you transfer your cultivation to that boy?" The man gently shook his head and remarked, "He is my savior, the one who has granted me the opportunity to meet you and your daughter. This kindness surpasses all else for me. Thus, I have imparted upon him a modicum of fortune, though I have not bequeathed my cultivation, for he is currently incapable of bearing the weight of my power." Observing her husband's composed demeanor, devoid of his former arrogance, the ethereal maiden in white smiled gracefully and teased, "I never imagined that the proud dragon immortal would one day temper his haughty nature." The man fell silent, acknowledging, "It is my arrogance that has caused you so many years of suffering. This lesson weighs heavily upon me." Chapter 10. The Extraordinary Fruit. After a brief pause, he continued, "This child possesses remarkable potential. His innate qualities are exceptional, and he is destined to become a formidable force." However, the husband sighed, prompting the white-clad maiden to interject, "I understand your thoughts. You wish to see Chen Yu wed to him, do you not? I have a fondness for this child as well. As for his humanity, I see no great issue. After all, I am human too. Yet, I believe it is premature to discuss such matters, considering the countless prodigies who have perished on the path of cultivation." The man nodded in agreement. Perhaps. Alas, I intended to express that my time is limited. I may only have 9 more years to dwell in this world." To him, 9 years is but a fleeting moment, far too brief. However, contemplating the sorrow this revelation may inflict upon my wife, I chose to remain silent. "When did you start speaking so hesitantly? Is there anything between us that cannot be shared?" "It is nothing of great concern. The child is currently in a primordial spirit state." Before the words were fully uttered, the white-clad fairy gasped in astonishment, exclaiming. The man in golden robes chuckled and replied, "I was just about to mention this matter. I had already foreseen it, and thus granted him the dragon's spine, intended for the reconstruction of his corporeal form." The white-clad fairy opened her mouth in surprise and said, "The dragon's spine? Indeed, it is the very spine of our ancestor. It serves little purpose now, and I hold a great admiration for that child. So I decided to take it out. You are truly generous. How about this? Having rescued you and having promised to assist him with a task, let us reconstruct his corporeal form as a form of recompense." Agreed. Upon hearing her husband's affirmative response, the white-clad fairy murmured to herself, "What a fortunate lad. What do you intend to do with the 7 bones?" The enchanting voice of the white-clad fairy rang out in surprise once more. Before her, 5 translucent jade stones floated serenely. The man chuckled and said, "For the reconstruction of his corporeal form." The white-clad fairy gasped, "You truly regard him as your own." "Something akin to that. He saved me with his essence, and now, within my primordial spirit, I carry a trace of his essence, a feeling of bloodline connection." Upon finishing his words, a strawberry materialized before the man. "Su, do not overthink it. I have an even better gift for our daughter. Behold, the extraordinary fruit." The white-clad fairy's eyes sparkled, her smile blossoming anew as she inquired, "You have a kind heart. By the way, where did you acquire this extraordinary fruit?" "After the battle of yesteryear, I was grievously wounded and fled to a primordial forest within the realm of humanity. There, I encountered an extraordinary fruit. Had it not been for my formidable cultivation and acute perception of its fluctuations, an ordinary person would have likely mistaken it for a common fruit and overlooked its significance. Thus, it could be deemed that misfortune bore unexpected fortune. Subsequently, I fell into a coma, rendering me unable to present the fruit to you." Pausing for a moment, I continued, "Now, having bestowed the fruit upon my daughter, I find myself without any remarkable offerings for you. As long as you remain by my side, all else is mere ephemeral distraction." The two exchanged a knowing smile, their eyes brimming with happiness. "Chen Yu, come here. Father has a special fruit for you. Swiftly refine it, for it will greatly enhance your prowess." "Thank you, father." Chen Yu bounded over, accepting the extraordinary fruit, before turning to retreat, presumably to enter seclusion. The white-clad fairy beamed with delight. "Outyin, What abilities do you suppose this fruit will bestow? I cannot say. Its true potential will only be revealed after refinement. Nonetheless, I am certain it will not disappoint. Consider the primordial celestial sovereign, who acquired a similar fruit and subsequently transcended all other sovereigns. This attests to the fruit's remarkable nature. Indeed, with this extraordinary fruit, our daughter may one day rival the primordial celestial sovereign, the white-clad fairy mused, her gaze drifting towards the horizon. On a particular day, 3 years later, the 5th day, you groggily opened her eyes, still enveloped in a haze of dizziness. Shaking her head vigorously, she beheld that she was lying on a bed of translucent white jade, which emanated a gentle warmth, providing her with immense comfort. Upon this realization, a sudden tremor surged through him. The man in the golden robe was none other than the one he had sought to save. Yet, at this moment, that individual was absent, leaving him sprawled upon the very bed of his concern. What had transpired? As he pondered this, 2 figures entered the room, a man and a woman. Remarkably, the red-haired man in the golden robe and the celestial maiden in white. "Ah, you are awake," the warm, resonant voice of the man in the golden robe echoed through the air. 5th Chen Yu remained momentarily dazed, merely gazing vacantly at the duo. Unperturbed, the golden-robed man and the celestial maiden approached with smiles. The celestial maiden fixed her gaze upon 5th Chen Yu and remarked, "If you continue to daze, everything will come to naught. You have been in a coma for 3 years. 3 years. A jolt of surprise surged through 5th Chen Yu. How could time have passed so swiftly while he felt utterly oblivious? Curiosity sparked within him, and he turned his eyes toward the golden-robed man, recalling distinctly how, in a realm of darkness, this man had claimed his time was limited. Why, then, did he still stand here after 3 years? Furrowing his brow, he inquired, "Pardon me, esteemed handsome elder, did you not mention that your time was short?" At the mention of handsome elder, the celestial maiden couldn't help but stifle a laugh, murmuring the phrase before furrowing her brow in confusion. "What do you mean by time being short?" The golden-robed man's facial muscles twitched slightly, his demeanor becoming somewhat awkward as he glanced at his wife, who was looking at him with puzzled eyes. Realizing that the truth could no longer be concealed, he spoke candidly. "In truth, my awakening this time was entirely reliant on the essence of blood from little Chen Yu here. However, my vitality has suffered severe depletion, and it will not be easily replenished. Perhaps I have but 6 more years to live." The pallor of the woman in white abruptly intensified, tears welling up in her eyes as she realized her husband could not remain by her side for long. Reflecting on the joy they had shared during the 3 years since his awakening, she wept anew, burying her face in the embrace of the man clad in golden robes. Nearby, the 5th Chen Yu twitched the corners of his mouth in disbelief, pondering the impropriety of their actions. Did they not recognize his presence? While he felt a sense of resignation, he was also perplexed. According to the texts, if the dashing elder lacked vital energy, it could simply be replenished. Even if the elder possessed formidable strength, the process might prove somewhat challenging. However, solutions certainly existed. Yet, these remedies were beyond his current capabilities due to insufficient cultivation and unmet conditions. Contemplating this, and observing the sorrow on their faces, he spoke. "Lacking vital energy can be replenished, and once restored, all shall be well. Do you have a solution?" she inquired. "I do, but my current powers are too feeble to enact it. Once my strength increases, replenishing vital energy should not be overly difficult." As he uttered these words, the 5th Chen Yu felt a surge of confidence, stemming from his extensive study of the yin-yang formation. The more he delved into it, the more he recognized its profound potency, and he sensed that the concept of Taiji was far from simplistic. The woman in white's face lit up with joy, though it gradually dimmed as she listened further. The man in golden robes chuckled softly and said, "Dear child, your intentions are commendable. That alone suffices. As for whether it can be achieved, it matters little. There are still 6 years ahead, ample time." Regardless of how the man in the golden robe feigned nonchalance, 5th Chen Yu could discern the reluctance in his tone. Yet, he was also captivated by the man's formidable spirit. To face death with such composure is not a feat achievable by everyone. It signifies a profound understanding of life and death, reflecting on the blessings bestowed upon him by the man in the golden robe. Fifth Chen Yu felt a surge of gratitude and was deeply moved by the man's detachment. He blurted out, "I, Fifth Chen Yu, vow to diligently seek materials to replenish the vitality of the handsome uncle over the next 6 years and to explore methods to repay his kindness." Upon hearing this, the white-clad fairy gazed at the youth with astonishment, as if she had only just come to know him. And a thought blossomed in her mind. Outyan's judgment is indeed commendable. The man in the golden robe, listening to Fifth Chen Yu's words, smiled and nodded. Once he finished speaking, he said, "I believe in you, young one. I look forward to that day. However, for now, behold the gift I have prepared for you." Chapter 11. Rebirth of the Flesh. With that, the man in golden attire turned his palm, and a body materialized before them out of thin air. Fifth Chen Yu's mouth fell agape. His eyes widened in disbelief. He was utterly at a loss. This is your gift, a reborn body. Step inside and give it a try. It will be no less than what you had before. A reborn body. Fifth Chen Yu was even more astonished. From his understanding, only those who have reached the minor divine level possess the ability to reshape their flesh. This implies that the handsome uncle's cultivation is at least above the minor divine level. What about the spine he gifted me? The man in the golden robe chuckled softly and remarked, "The dragon spine has been infused into your new body, becoming your very own backbone. In due time, you shall come to appreciate its significance." However, upon reflection, he realized that 4 years had elapsed since his arrival here, during which he had made no progress in cultivation. His physical form must have long since decayed. At this moment, he was in dire need of a corporeal vessel, and the handsome elder had already prepared one for him. This act of kindness felt akin to a rebirth. Silently etching this gratitude in his heart, he approached the bed without hesitation. The man in the golden robe nodded approvingly and raised his palm, surrounding him with resplendent golden spiritual energy. On the 5th day, he felt an immense force guiding him as he entered the body. Initially, his hands, feet, bones, and muscles resisted the transition, but soon after, a powerful energy surged forth, silencing all opposition from his limbs. Strangely, he felt an overwhelming familiarity with this body, as if the compatibility had reached a perfect 100%. While marveling at this sensation, he felt a wave of gratitude towards the handsome elder, realizing the considerable effort that must have gone into reconstructing his physical form. Moreover, there was another realization. Upon merging with the flesh, he sensed his existence as tangible, contrasting starkly with the ethereal state of his previous spirit form. This newfound awareness illuminated his previous condition. Filled with excitement, he could hardly contain himself and eagerly opened his eyes. Before him stood the smiling visage of the handsome elder, both gazing at him intently. "How do you feel? Is it comfortable?" "It is simply exquisite. I am grateful that on the 5th day, you suddenly realized." She did not even know the name of the handsome uncle. She had intended to express her gratitude in a grand manner, but found herself at a loss for words due to her inability to address him by name, leading to an awkward silence. The gentleman in the golden robe seemed to have seen through her thoughts, smiling as he remarked, "I think it quite delightful if you call me the handsome uncle." You nodded vigorously, understanding that he was jesting. Then, a thought crossed her mind. Since he was the father of Chen Yu, he must bear the surname Long, and so she would refer to him as Uncle Long. Expressing her thanks to Uncle Long left you feeling embarrassed once more, as she scratched her forehead, pondering how she could not possibly say, "Thank you, white-clad fairy." The fairy in white smiled gently and said, "You may simply call me Aunt Sue." Determined to formally express her gratitude anew, Yu was interrupted by Uncle Long, who stated, "There is no need for further thanks. This body is a gift from your Aunt Sue. If you must express gratitude, let it be directed towards her." Aunt Sue playfully rolled her eyes and quipped, "Endless thanks and gratitude can be rather tedious. It feels rather cliché." "Aunt Sue, Uncle Long, I have been away from home for 4 years. My family must be terribly worried. I think it is time for me to depart." As if anticipating her words, Aunt Sue replied, Indeed, I shall see you off when you leave. I wish to leave now, but before I go, I hope to see Qingyi. On the 5th day, Yu was uncertain why she longed to see Qingyi. It was merely an instinctive feeling that this departure might herald years before they would meet again. At that moment, the image of a delicate little girl appeared vividly in her mind, a memory etched deeply from a year of companionship. Upon hearing this, Aunt Sue exchanged a knowing glance with Uncle Long, who nodded thoughtfully and chuckled softly. Aunt Sue inquired, "How long must we wait?" "Uncertain. It could be as brief as 3 to 5 months, or as extended as 3 to 5 years. Alas, let us plan for our next meeting. By then, I shall strive to cultivate my strength, to catch up with Qingyi, and to repay Uncle Long for his kindness. Then we shall await that day," Aunt Sue replied. "Where is your home?" "In the Dell Empire, Huaijiang City, Liming Town." Uncle Long and Aunt Sue exchanged glances, with Aunt Sue commenting, "The Dell Empire? A familiar place indeed." Uncle Long chuckled and nodded. "There is no time to waste. Let us depart. With your pace, accompanied by little Chen Yu. We shall arrive within 3 days." Aunt Sue affirmed, "Chen Yu, close your eyes. I shall transport you to Huaijiang City." By now, on the 5th day, Chen Yu had grasped the situation. Aunt Sue was preparing for a spatial jump. This form of travel disregards the constraints of distance, and it is said that those who have attained the celestial realm can traverse vast expanses of 100,000 miles in a single leap. Time flowed like water, and 3 days slipped by silently. Upon feeling the clamor around her, Chen Yu opened her eyes to behold the breathtaking figure of Aunt Sue standing before her. A melodious voice resonated, "Chen Yu, I will escort you no further. This is the western part of Huaijiang City. The remaining distance is not far, and you must rely on yourself. I cannot linger, for there are formidable individuals in Huaijiang City who can sense my presence. I must take my leave." With that, without awaiting a response from 5th Chen Yu, the figure vanished into thin air. 5th Chen Yu let out a bittersweet smile, raising his head to bask in the warm sunlight that enveloped him. It felt utterly delightful to be alive. Contemplating, he began to survey his surroundings. This place was an uninhabited alleyway, and the cacophony from the bustling street outside was quite pronounced, filled with the cries of vendors, the neighing of horses, and the chatter of people, all mingled together, creating a lively atmosphere. Gathering his thoughts, he stepped out of the alley, only to be met by the blinding sunlight, compelling him to close his eyes momentarily. When the Du family conducts business, the idol should steer clear. When the Du family conducts business, the idol should steer clear. At that moment, a voice echoed, followed by the sound of galloping hooves, a gust of wind sweeping past him. 5th Chen Yu opened his eyes, having nearly stumbled due to the throng of people caused by the horse's passage. Standing upright, he gazed ahead, where 3 red steeds had already galloped several dozen meters away, raising clouds of dust in their wake. A surge of anger boiled within him, but he suppressed it, fully aware that the Du family was not to be trifled with. They were one of the 4 major powers in Huaijiang City. Just then, a whisper reached his ears, piquing his curiosity as he leaned in to listen. "The Du family is becoming increasingly domineering. If it weren't for my quick reflexes, I would have surely been trampled." "Speak less. They possess the strength to act with tyranny. What can we do? A little loss is acceptable, but one must never risk life itself. I simply cannot abide by that Du family. So what? Can they send someone to take my life?" The coarse voice suddenly grew louder, attracting the attention of those around. At that moment, 5th Chen Yu scrutinized the speaker, a robust man with a hefty build and a bushy beard, wielding a formidable axe that appeared both heavy and powerful. Beside him stood a relatively slender man, tugging at the stout man's arm, signaling him to cease his words. 5th Chen Yu felt an urge to laugh, but stifled it. Judging by the man's size, even 10 of him would hardly suffice to fill the gaps between the brute's teeth. Chapter 12. An unexpected encounter. The changes here are immense. I recall accompanying my father here on errands during my childhood. Back then, the western part of the city was still embroiled in a struggle for dominance among landlords. Though the Du family was powerful, I did not anticipate that within just a few years, they would become the local tyrants. Reflecting on my journey, I realized I had been away from home for 4 years. In essence, I have now reached adulthood, To be precise, I am 14 years old. I sighed towards the sky. Time is unrelenting, fleeting by in an instant. Contemplating my cultivation, I thought, since walking is rather dull, why not delve into the principles imparted by Uncle Long? As soon as the thought crossed my mind, a slew of intricate and perplexing information flooded my consciousness. Appearing as incomprehensible as celestial scripture, utterly bewildering. Fifth Chen Yu managed a wry smile. It seemed he would have to proceed slowly and methodically. Oh, what is this? Comprehensive understanding of cultivators? Is this what fate bestows? Fifth Chen Yu felt a wave of frustration. Is not fate merely the opportunity to ascend to the heavens? Why does it still seem so ordinary, this complete guide to cultivation? This book is readily available everywhere. Perhaps I should consider it a way to save some money on purchases. With that thought, I ceased to dwell on my reservations and began to delve into its contents. Complete Guide to Cultivation is a narrative constructed by the esteemed figures such as the Primordial Celestial Master, the Diamond Celestial Master, and the Worldly Celestial Master, outlining the hierarchy of human cultivation that every individual is mandated to adhere to. The ink flows from the hand of the Primordial Celestial Master. Reflecting on this figure, I previously felt little, but now, in my pursuit of cultivation, I suddenly recognize the immense authority he wields in formulating the rules of human practice. Rules that none dare defy. It requires tremendous fortitude and formidable power. Shaking off my reverie, I turn my attention to the main text. Every human possesses the potential for cultivation. However, individuals exhibit varying physical constitutions. Some possess unique traits that facilitate their cultivation, yielding remarkable results, while others may experience conflicts with the spiritual energy, causing their cultivation speed to lag behind that of ordinary individuals. Regardless of which category one belongs to, both types are relatively rare. The extraordinary constitution is particularly elusive, appearing only once in a century, while the majority of people possess an average constitution. Among those newly embarking on their cultivation journey, they cultivate the spiritual elixir crystal within their dantian, transforming it into a spiritual dantian. Subsequently, they accumulate and condense spiritual energy within this dantian, which becomes increasingly robust. The potency of this spiritual energy directly influences one's strength or cultivation level, with each degree of spiritual energy being meticulously categorized. Upon successfully condensing the spiritual elixir crystal, one transitions from an ordinary individual to a practitioner, commonly referred to as a cultivator. All newly initiated cultivators are uniformly classified according to their cultivation levels. As they accumulate and condense spiritual energy, their spiritual dantians will reach a state of saturation. At this juncture, it becomes necessary to once again expand the spiritual dantian, allowing it to accommodate a greater volume of spiritual energy. This process is referred to as a breakthrough, which entails the opening of the dantian. However, this endeavor carries a considerable risk of failure. When one's cultivation level is low, breakthroughs are relatively easier, but as cultivation progresses, the challenge intensifies. Upon reflecting on this, Chen Yu suddenly experienced a moment of enlightenment, realizing the complexities involved. Previously disinterested in cultivation, he had little understanding of its intricacies. Now, however, he found it quite intriguing. A wave of self-reflection washed over him. How naive he had been. The disparity between himself and Chen Yu was vast, and he wondered where he had found the audacity to express to Uncle Long his ambition to catch up with Chen Yu's prowess. In hindsight, it seemed rather absurd. His father had toiled for 30 years to attain his current standing, while he himself could scarcely hope to achieve such a feat in just 6 years. Moreover, it was certain that during this time, Chen Yu would also progress, only widening the gap between them. Contemplating his own promise, he deemed it utterly foolish. Yet, foolish thoughts do not equate to a foolish heart. One cannot ascertain the possibility of catching up without an attempt. He resolved that he would not easily concede defeat. He still owed a debt of gratitude to Uncle Long. Thus, regardless of the dangers that lay ahead, he was determined to fulfill this promise. With this thought, he chose to dismiss further distractions and focused on his journey. As he approached the city gates, He lifted his gaze to behold the imposing soldiers of the empire standing resolutely atop the tall city walls, while guards at the entrance diligently monitored the flow of incoming and outgoing individuals. Upon observing individuals exhibiting suspicious behavior or resembling nefarious characters, they are invariably stopped for questioning. This scenario has long since become commonplace. Without hesitation, I strode towards the city gates. Just as I had taken a few steps, a commotion erupted nearby. Turning my head, I discovered a disturbance that appeared to be a brawl. As I approached the city gate, a piercing voice rang out. "Jin Shenwei, do not be overly presumptuous. Are the defeated foes of yesteryears now daring to confront me?" A sinister voice retorted, "Fifth Tianya, brother?" Fifth Tianyu furrowed his brow, halting his steps, and quickened his pace towards the crowd, eager to ascertain whether it was indeed his elder brother. The voice was unrecognizable after 4 years of separation, a span during which much could change. After considerable effort, I finally pushed through the throng, and my gaze fell upon a remarkably handsome youth wielding a precious sword, currently at a disadvantage against another youth brandishing twin blades. To make matters worse, the latter was flanked by 2 imposing figures, their muscular frames exuding an air of intimidation. Fifth Tianyu was taken aback. He recognized both youths. The one with the sword was indeed his elder brother, although he now appeared somewhat disheveled, hardly resembling the esteemed scion of the fifth family. The other youth, known as Jin Shenwei, was the sole heir of Jin Hu. In the past, the fifth family and the Jin family had engaged in relentless rivalry. With his superior cultivation, elder brother had always left Jin Shenwei in a state of utter disarray during their encounters. It was astonishing to witness such audacity from him now. Something was amiss. An unforeseen event must have transpired. With this thought in mind, Fifth Tianyu restrained himself from rushing to acknowledge his brother and opted instead to assess the situation. The confrontation between the 2 youths had escalated to a tense standoff. The onlookers erupted with various cheers. Emboldened by his advantage, Jin Shenwei grew increasingly arrogant, hurling a barrage of insults. "To be honest, you, Diwu Tianya, now resemble a stray dog, unworthy of being my opponent. Out of pity, kneel before me. Bow 3 times, call me Master Jin, and admit your mistake. Only then will I spare you today. What do you say?" With a grin plastered across his face, Jin Shenwei gazed at Diwu Tianya, who had fallen into a profound silence, his expression one of bitterness and a hint of despair. Witnessing her elder brother's distress and the flicker of despondency in his eyes, Diwu Tianyu felt as though her heart were being rent asunder. Her brother, once her protector, had always appeared so imposing and brimming with confidence. What had caused this desolation? Jin Shenwei's voice rang out once more. "So, have you made up your mind? I have no time to waste." Diwu Tianya lifted his gaze, locking eyes with the provocatively grinning Jin Shenwei, a wave of helplessness washing over him. Indeed, he felt like a stray dog, and while death itself seemed inconsequential, the intelligence he had gathered must be reported to the second elder. With this thought, he lowered his head, bent his knees, and prepared to kneel. At that moment, a frenzied glint ignited in Jin Shenwei's eyes, and he broke into a sinister laugh. Chapter 13. Family turmoil. Witnessing his elder brother actually kneeling sent a jolt through the heart of Fifth Tianyu. "For all these years, you have shielded me from harm. Now, let me be the one to protect you, dear brother." As he knelt halfway, a hand seized his arm, preventing him from descending further. In astonishment, he looked up to find a face that was achingly familiar. The once innocent little brother had shed his childishness, now adorned with an air of maturity and a hint of resoluteness. Fifth Tianyu could scarcely believe his eyes. He gasped, "Third brother? Is it truly you?" Third brother. Without a thought for the gazes of those around him or the perilous situation they found themselves in, Fifth Tianyu rose and enveloped his younger brother, whom he had not seen for 4 years, in a tight embrace. "Brother, hand me your sword. You must leave first. Third brother, he possesses the cultivation of a grandmaster. You are no match for him. Do not worry, brother. You go ahead, and I shall handle this. No, we must leave together." Fifth Tianyu felt a wave of exasperation. He had intended for his elder brother to escape first while he confronted Jin Shenwei and the others, Yet he had overlooked his brother's concern. That little brother. Forever the little brother. While touched, now was not the time for sentiment. They first needed to resolve the immediate predicament. At that moment, a figure pushed through the crowd, whispering something into Jin Shengwei's ear. Jin Shengwei's countenance darkened, and he grimly declared, "Humph, I shall spare you 2 wretched strays today. Should we cross paths again, your luck will not be so favorable." After speaking, he pushed through the crowd and hurried away. Watching Jin Shengwei depart brought a sense of safety to Fifth Tianya, who finally relaxed his tense nerves. He grasped Fifth Tianyu's hand and inquired, "Third brother, where have you been all these years? We have searched for you tirelessly." A self-deprecating smile flickered across Fifth Tianya's face as he replied. Fifth Tianyu felt a sense of foreboding rise within him from his elder brother's words. It became evident that something serious had transpired at home. Sighing inwardly, he followed in his brother's footsteps as they made their way out of the city, during which Fifth Tianya recounted the events of the past 4 years. On that fateful day, father had gone to Teeling Mountain accompanied by the second elder and over 100 family guards. Just as you were about to be drawn into the vortex of the barrier, father detected your presence with his divine sense and rushed to save you. But ultimately, he was too late. In his despair at failing to rescue you, father went mad and destroyed the barrier. Subsequently, he engaged in a fierce battle against Jin Hu and Ji Xueqing, sustaining grave injuries. He entrusted the family affairs to the second elder and then entered seclusion. Upon hearing this, the image of the second elder surfaced in Fifth Tianyu's mind. "Brother," he said, "you mentioned that father entrusted the family's responsibilities to the second elder?" The second elder had previously violated clan rules, and father did not show him leniency. It seems unlikely that father would bestow such an important matter upon him, especially considering the resentment he must harbor. 2 years? Indeed, for the past 2 years, my father has remained elusive, and those led by the elder have grown increasingly restless. Initially, they were deterred by my father's formidable power, but with his absence for 3 years, they have become brazen. From covertly challenging the position of the family head to the audacious act a year ago, when the elder, that wretched old rogue, colluded with the Jin family to besiege the family estate. At this point, a surge of anger welled up within Fifth Tianyu. Realizing that the betrayal had come from within the family, Fifth Tianya continued, "Subsequently, the second elder and my father's loyal 30 guards fought valiantly to break through the encirclement, suffering the loss of 21 guards in the process. The remaining 11 of us embarked on a desperate flight, eventually reaching Qingqing town under the leadership of the second elder, who was acquainted with Lu Hong, the head of the Lu family. Lu Hong graciously took us in, and for now, we are temporarily residing in his household. What of my sister? Speaking of the second sister, she has been rather fortunate. A year ago, when Huaijiang Academy was recruiting students, she enrolled there, thus narrowly escaping calamity. Yet, with you and our father missing for 4 years, I have endured much alone, dear third brother." Upon hearing this, Fifth Tianyu comprehended the events of the past 4 years, and the hatred in his heart for the Jin family and the elder reached a boiling point. He longed to exact revenge, to flay them alive, yet felt powerless, contemplating the anguish his elder brother must endure, having faced the devastation of family separation. He felt a profound sorrow and offered quiet consolation. He recounted everything that had transpired without reservation or concealment regarding his elder brother. Upon listening, Fifth Tianya was astonished to encounter a shape-shifting divine beast. It was truly remarkable. As they conversed, they had traversed a considerable distance and now arrived at a town. In contrast to the childhood Dawn Town, Qingqing Town was bustling with merchants, while Dawn Town was predominantly inhabited by cultivators. According to his knowledge, the most prominent family in Qingqing Town was the Lu family, whose head was said to possess strength comparable to that of the Golden Tiger. It was unexpected that the second elder could forge connections with merchants, particularly those from the most influential family in Qingqing Town. "Third brother, follow me," he instructed. After entering the town and walking for several minutes, they arrived before an opulently decorated mansion. Flanking the grand entrance were a pair of azure stone dragon tortoises. standing majestically and exuding an air of distinction. Due to his extensive reading, fifth Chen Yu immediately recognized the significance of these figures. The dragon tortoise, a mythical hybrid of a dragon and a tortoise, symbolized auspiciousness and longevity, respectively. Their combination radiated a profound spiritual aura. It appeared that although Lu Hong's outward strength seemed ordinary, his ability to dominate Qingxing town suggested he possessed considerable skill. Before the azure stone dragon tortoise, two guards were engaged in casual conversation. Upon noticing the arrival of Fifth Tianya and his companion, one of them remarked, "Young Master Fifth, please enter. We must report to the family head and hope you can facilitate our request." Understanding their intent, Fifth Tianya responded amicably, "Rest assured, this is my third brother. Should any issues arise, you can seek me out." With a light chuckle, "We harbor no ulterior motives. Fifth young master, please enter." Upon entering the Lu residence, one is met with a lively scene. Children of various ages congregate, engaging in spirited play, their footsteps a constant flurry. Following his elder brother, they traverse a small grove of bamboo, cross a bridge, and arrive at a somewhat secluded bamboo house. This bamboo house is quite spacious, and outside one of its rooms, two guards stand sentinel at the entrance. Upon seeing Fifth Tianya and his companion, they greet them and promptly open the door. The surprise in their eyes does not escape Fifth Tianyu's notice. They must be astonished that he is still alive. Casting aside further thoughts, he strides into the room behind his brother. Inside, an elderly man sits at a table, his brow furrowed as he scrutinizes a parchment scroll. Upon noticing the newcomers, the old man halts his examination and looks up, his expression shifting to one of astonishment. "Eldest young master, is this the third young master?" "Indeed, it is my younger brother. I encountered him in the west of the city today." "How splendid! Fifth SUSI has met the third young master before." The elderly man exclaims with enthusiasm, bowing slightly towards Fifth Tianyu. His gaze then dims slightly as he continues, "Very well, please have a seat, esteemed young masters. Let us converse." Chapter 14. Tianyu's apprenticeship. On the fifth day, Tianya and Tianyu sat down together. Tianya spoke, "Today, while I was procuring provisions at the Du family's shop in the city, I inadvertently overheard the guards discussing a matter. They mentioned that 2 years ago, the eldest son of the Du family led a group into the deadly forest to hunt beasts. At the cliffs of Doom, he encountered a beast man with fiery red eyes, possessing formidable strength, at least at the level of a sect master, accompanied by a pack of spiritual beasts. This beast man injured the eldest son, prompting the head of the Du family to become exceedingly furious. Even now, he has been relentlessly searching for this beast man." At this point, Tianya lifted his gaze. Seriousness etched upon his face. "I suspect that my father may be somehow connected to this beast man. It is merely a hunch." The second elder nodded in understanding. "I comprehend the eldest son's concern for the family head's sentiments, yet I fear this matter may not involve him at all. There seems to be no correlation between the two. This is my intuition. For many years, my father has been unreachable. Should there be even the faintest clue, I will not relent. Even if it is merely a feeling, I wish to investigate further. I hope the second elder can lend me his support." The elder replied, "I feel remorse for the family head. Concerning the eldest son, I shall offer my utmost support. However, there is additional information that you should consider before proceeding." After a brief pause, as if contemplating his words, the second elder continued, "Upon hearing this, Tianya felt a wave of hesitation. Fifth Xianlin, the eldest elder, had been at the minor sect level 4 years ago and is now preparing to enter seclusion to break through to the middle sect level. It seems he possesses great confidence in his endeavor." With these thoughts swirling in his mind, Tianya found himself engulfed in confusion, uncertain of how to proceed. At that moment, on the fifth day, you spoke. The second elder's eyes gleamed with a hint of light as he regarded the long-absent third young master with newfound respect. "What you say is indeed true, third young master. I have not considered this thoroughly. In our fifth family, we have the literary talent of the third young master and the martial prowess of the eldest young master. How can we despair of a resurgence? Let us first secure a place to settle down before we seek to develop further." After all, residing in someone else's home, though safe, subjects us to constant scrutiny. Let us proceed without delay. We shall depart today. Observing the rejuvenated spirit of the eldest young master, the second elder could hardly contain his joy, muttering to himself, "Master of the house, it was my failure to care for the family, but this time I shall use this old body to safeguard the eldest young master. For he is our beacon of hope. Before we set off, there is one more matter." Upon hearing the fifth day you speak, the industrious second elder and fifth Tianya paused their tasks and turned their attention to him. "Could we please prepare something to eat? I am nearly famished." Initially thinking it was a grave matter, they were relieved to find it was merely hunger. "Why didn't you mention it sooner? I shall prepare something for you." With that, fifth Tianya burst into laughter and exited the room. Once the eldest brother had left, the fifth day you suddenly knelt upon the ground with a thud. The second elder was taken aback, his eyes widening in astonishment as he gazed at the third young master, who wore a serious expression and, with utmost sincerity, bowed deeply 3 times towards the second elder. The second elder felt a surge of anxiety within him. What on earth was happening? The third young master, as he recalled him from 4 years ago, was a bookish youth, mischievous and proud, never one to concede defeat, let alone kneel before others. Without a second thought, he hurried over to assist the third young master, exclaiming, "What is the meaning of this, third young master? You truly humble me. Though I serve as an elder, I remain a servant to the family head. You are the most cherished son of the family head. I cannot bear this act of kneeling." That was in the past. Now, the second elder regarded me as a senior. My kneeling was an expression of gratitude for his unwavering loyalty to my father and his care for my elder brother over the years. "It is my duty," he insisted. "Please rise, third young master." Indeed, such formalities are but empty gestures. Henceforth, if the second elder requires assistance, I, Dayu Wu, shall extend my help to the best of my abilities, and for what I cannot achieve, I will endeavor with all my might. At this moment, the second elder's eyes glistened with unshed tears. The acknowledgement of being regarded as a senior warmed the heart of this man who had lived for over 80 years. Despite sharing the same surname, Wu, he belonged to a collateral branch. Through sheer determination and effort over the years, he had attained the position of second elder. This half a lifetime had been solitary, devoid of children or offspring, and at this age, he gradually felt the weight of loneliness. He recalled a time when a breakthrough in his cultivation had unleashed inner demons, resulting in a violent rampage within the clan. In a moment of rage, he had struck down the ailing family head with a single blow, violating clan rules. It was only through the intervention of the now-vanished family head, Wu Jiping, that he was subdued by force. Until now, although there have been no updates regarding the 5th season, a profound sense of gratitude towards the family head has lingered, prompting a resolute determination to protect the eldest son with one's own life. Today, upon seeing the third son, who appeared markedly different from before, a pang of longing surged within the heart of the 5th day. A desire blossomed within to have such a child and to experience the role of a guardian. Observing the tears welling in the corners of the second elder's eyes, 5th day, you found himself momentarily lost in thought. Uncertain, he inquired, "Second elder, why do you weep?" "It's nothing. Ha ha. All is well," came the enigmatic response, leaving 5th day you perplexed. When he noticed the second elder hesitating to speak, he urged, "If there is something on your mind, please share. We are not strangers." "Indeed, we are not strangers," he echoed. The second elder seemed somewhat constrained at that moment, deepening 5th day Yu's confusion. After a brief pause, the second elder appeared to regain his composure, a flicker of resolve illuminating his eyes as he spoke. "I have an unorthodox request. I am 82 years of age, with no children or grandchildren to care for me in my twilight years. I wish to find someone to see me through to my end, and I hope to take on a disciple." Upon hearing this, even the most obtuse would comprehend the implication, and 5th day Yu, who was far from foolish, recognized that the second elder wished to take him as a disciple. Reflecting on this, he realized it was indeed a fortuitous opportunity. Every practitioner requires a guide to navigate the path of cultivation, which would undoubtedly save him from numerous detours. Without a moment's hesitation, he knelt once more and proclaimed, "Disciple pays respects to the master." "Ha ha, splendid, splendid." Without hesitation, the elder, with tears glistening in his aged eyes, extended his hand to assist the fifth Chen Yu. He uttered 3 words of goodwill. Then, as if recalling something, he removed a black-red ring from his hand and offered it, saying, "Master possesses nothing of value. This is merely a trinket I stumbled upon during my wanderings in desolation. It is a spatial ring containing various odds and ends, mere clutter that serves no purpose for me. Consider it a token of our meeting." "No, I do not require it. Master, this item holds no use for me at present. It would be more fitting for you to keep it. If you refuse, I possess no other treasures." The second elder replied, his gaze dimming. Fifth Chen Yu was taken aback by the revelation that beneath the composed exterior of this elder lay such fragility. Perhaps emotions truly are the Achilles heel of humanity. Unable to bear the sorrowful look in the elder's eyes, he reached out and accepted the spatial rings, bowing once more as he expressed his gratitude. "Thank you, master." A genuine smile blossomed on the second elder's lips, a simple, childlike joy illuminating his face from every angle. Chapter 15. The Path of Cultivation. At that moment, fifth Chen Yu entered, carrying a large iron basin brimming with meat. Upon crossing the threshold, he noticed the peculiar scene with his third brother and the second elder, furrowing his brow as he inquired, "What is happening here?" "Eldest brother, I have taken the second elder as my master. Henceforth, he shall be my mentor." On the 5th day, Chen Yu laughed heartily and said, "This should have been done long ago. I have always been troubled by how to repay the second elder's kindness, but now that we are all one family, there is no need to speak of such matters." With that, he placed the large iron basin on the table, bowed to the second elder, and said, "Uncle Sure." The second elder hurriedly waved his hand and replied, "The young master is the future head of the family. I cannot accept such courtesy." The second elder's words seemed a bit distant. He paused for a moment, then smiled and nodded, saying, "Indeed, we are all one family." Very well. As dusk fell, there was much to tidy up. Once everything was organized, fifth Chen Yu devoured the meat in the iron basin with great enthusiasm, feeling pleasantly full as he stretched lazily. "Young master, oh no, Chen Yu, I know of a place that is seldom visited. Settling there should be quite agreeable. Since it is late, I propose we set off there early tomorrow morning. What do you think?" "Sounds good. I find it feasible." "Understood, master." The second elder stepped outside, and fifth Chen Yu turned to his third brother, asking, "Are you truly going to take the second elder as your master?" "Yes, I have made my decision. From now on, I will devote myself to cultivation." A broad smile spread across fifth Chen Yu's face. His third brother, who had previously detested cultivation, was now voluntarily pursuing it. In this world where strength is paramount, cultivation is indeed a commendable endeavor. Contemplating this, he spoke aloud, "Very well, but your body is no longer a celestial entity. It will be akin to that of an ordinary person, and the path of cultivation is exceedingly arduous. You must prepare yourself. Rest assured, elder brother, before my demise." I comprehended the words of our father. In this world governed by the survival of the fittest, strength is paramount. I shall strive earnestly. Observing the resolute determination in his younger brother's eyes, fifth Chen Yu felt a sense of relief and decided to refrain from further discussion on the matter. "I shall tidy my room shortly. You may rest for a while before seeking out Uncle Sure. He is currently a formidable expert in the minor sect." "Understood, elder brother." Fifth Chen Yu nodded and murmured before exiting. As he watched his elder brother depart, fifth Chen Yu inhaled deeply, a tall and imposing figure materializing in his mind, his father, fifth Chipping. Silently, he recited to himself as he removed the space ring gifted by his master. The space ring, a remarkable artifact, contains an internal space for storing items, cherished by all cultivators. With a space ring, transporting belongings becomes significantly more convenient. Its sole limitation lies in the prohibition against storing living entities, such as wild beasts or humans. Due to its widespread usage, the space ring commands a high price in the market. Furthermore, there exist alternative forms of this artifact, such as space belts and space bracelets, serving the same purpose of item storage, albeit with different appearances. The spatial ring also possesses varying degrees of quality. And gazing at its unattractive, dark exterior, Wu Tianyu could not help but let out a wry smile, realizing that the ring's grade was likely not high. Yet, despite this thought, she cherished it deeply, for it was a gift from her master, which brought her immense satisfaction. However, to store or retrieve items from the spatial ring, one must communicate with it using spiritual energy. Currently devoid of any such power, she found herself unable to utilize the ring. With another bitter smile, she carefully stowed it away, anticipating the day she would cultivate enough energy to wield it. The time her master had mentioned still lay ahead, yet her heart brimmed with impatience, eager for her training to commence. Meditation, how I long for it, Wu Tianyu murmured as she set forth, determined to seek out her master. This child, Tianyu, had always preferred the written word to the rigors of cultivation. Sighing, the elder resigned himself to the natural course of things, convinced that he would never regret his guidance of Wu Tianyu. Speaking to himself, Wu Tisi reflected, and anyone nearby would surely recognize the conflict and unease etched upon the old man's face. He feared he might fail to teach his disciple adequately, worried about jeopardizing her future. At that moment, a voice echoed from outside, "Master, are you in there? I have arrived." The elder's heart warmed at the sound. Casting aside all thoughts, he replied, "I am here, come in." "Ah, Tianyu, you have come quite early. Please, take a seat over here." "I arrived early because I know nothing of cultivation," she explained. "The early bird catches the worm, but I fear I may be intruding upon your time." A glimmer of joy appeared on the old man's face, indicating that his previous concerns were somewhat unfounded. It seemed that Tianyu had changed significantly from her earlier self. Now eager to learn. With a cheerful demeanor, he remarked, "Very well, I have ample time to spare. As long as you are willing to learn, I shall impart all that I know to you." "Thank you, master. Now, allow me to elucidate the fundamental elements of cultivation. Please pay close attention." As he spoke, he reached for his belt, and a small booklet materialized in his hand, its cover emblazoned with the prominent words, "Complete Guide for Cultivators." Upon seeing this, Tianyu's heart stirred with recognition, for she was already familiar with the contents, having received a similar guide from Uncle Long, understanding the general premise. She chose to remain silent out of respect for her master and listened intently. After unveiling the guide, the old man opened to the first page, his expression solemn as he began his explanation. In the beginning, over 20,000 years ago, Pangu separated heaven and earth, establishing the laws of existence and transforming into myriad forms. His mind then manifested as 9 fruits, known as the extraordinary fruits, while his backbone divided into 49 pieces, termed the 7 bones. He paused momentarily, smacking his lips, before continuing, "These extraordinary fruits, when consumed, bestow a natural ability. It is said that the human sovereign, Yuan Shitianzun, acquired such power after consuming one, granting him the formidable ability to command thunder and lightning. On the 5th day, you encountered a brief mention of the extraordinary fruit in a book, albeit lacking in detail." She inquired, "Master, there are only 9 of these extraordinary fruits. If someone else were to find and consume one, does that mean the particular fruit would cease to exist?" "Indeed," he replied. "However, the extraordinary fruit is not easily discovered. According to legend, only the primordial supreme being has found one, while there are no records of the other 8. No one knows whether the remaining fruits exist or have already been claimed by others." Furrowing her brow in confusion, he remarked, "I would assume that no one has found them. Otherwise, the abilities gained from consuming the extraordinary fruit would be evident." "Ah, not quite," he chuckled. "The extraordinary fruit is indeed a priceless treasure, unparalleled in value. Should someone acquire it, they would undoubtedly refine it discreetly." "Why refine it discreetly?" she asked. "Because the extraordinary fruit can be usurped." Yu's frown deepened. "Usurped?" "Precisely. If one were to slay an individual who has consumed the extraordinary fruit and subsequently strip away their essence, they would inherit the abilities bestowed by the fruit. Is that even possible? How cruel." "Indeed, it may seem cruel, but within the realm of cultivators, such actions are not regarded as inhumane. Power reigns supreme." Nodding in empathetic understanding, you listened as he continued. The extraordinary fruit is rather elusive for ordinary people like us. Encountering it is nothing short of impossible. However, there exists another entity, which, in comparison, offers a glimmer of hope. Is Master referring to the 7 bones? Indeed, it is the 7 bones. It is said that each fragment of the 7 bones serves as an exquisite material for forging divine weaponry. Should a mere iron sword be bestowed with a piece of 7 bone, it would transform into a weapon of legend. At this juncture, the fifth master forspoke with eyes brimming with envy, pausing briefly before adding, "Discussing this now holds little practical significance. We shall delve into it further in due time. For now, it suffices for you to familiarize yourself with it. Your priority should be learning the art of gathering spiritual energy." Chapter 16. Success and Failure this evening. What you must comprehend is the hierarchy of power and cultivation. The first step in cultivation is the opening of the dantian and the condensation of the spiritual Dan crystal. The levels of power and cultivation are as follows: entry level, gold level, master level, sect level, king level, divine level, immortal level, and emperor level. Achieving the condensation of the spiritual Dan crystal within the dantian signifies your entry into the entry level. For instance, upon first reaching the gold level, one is classified as a minor gold level. Fifth Master 4 continued, having observed his disciple nodding in understanding. He elaborated on the initial stage of cultivation, the opening of the dantian and the condensation of the spiritual Dan crystal. At this point, Fifth Master 4 handed over the tome titled Comprehensive Guide for Practitioners and remarked, "As for the methods of opening the dantian and condensing the spiritual Dan crystal, all the information you require is contained within this text. Please take a moment to peruse it." On the fifth day, you took the book and, upon examining its instructions, began to practice immediately. She sought the spiritual energy within her body and employed her consciousness to direct it towards her dantian. Observing her disciple's swift progress, she entered a meditative state, immersing herself in the comprehension of cultivation. A serene smile blossomed on the face of the fifth day you, akin to a blooming chrysanthemum, as she delved into her practice, undisturbed by external distractions. Once in her focused state, she followed the book's guidance, searching for spiritual energy within her. This search involved a meticulous exploration of her inner self through her consciousness. In a short while, she experienced a distinct sensation. Numerous thread-like strands of milky white energy appeared, aimlessly drifting within her. With a sudden surge of intent, her consciousness expanded like a great hand, capturing one of the wandering strands of spiritual energy firmly. Initially, the energy resisted, but upon realizing the futility of its struggle, it succumbed to tranquility. Sensing the cessation of resistance from the energy, you cautiously maneuvered her great hand, guiding the captured strand into her dantian to commence the task of opening it. At that moment, the dantian remained enveloped in darkness. As she introduced the spiritual energy into the dantian, she released her grasp, and suddenly, a sliver of white light emerged in the pitch-black void, strikingly evident. Reflecting on the book's teachings, you murmured to herself that the spiritual energy was insufficient. Determined to rectify this, she resolved to gather more energy and, without further hesitation, directed her consciousness once more to seize the white strands from other areas within her body. A thread, 100 threads, 800 threads, and 999 threads. As the energy of the 999th thread flowed into the dantian, all the spiritual energy within began to converge into a robust torrent of essence, coursing wildly through the dark confines of the dantian. According to the texts, this energy was the nascent spiritual power. A flicker of anxiety arose within. The manifestation of initial spiritual energy had reached its most critical juncture, opening up. My consciousness transformed into an invisible hand, reaching towards the nascent energy within the dantian, only to grasp at emptiness. The initial spiritual energy was as elusive as an eel, slipping through my fingers during this first attempt. On the fifth day, I found the situation intriguing and began to observe the erratic path of the nascent energy, patiently biding my time, akin to waiting for a hare by a stump. After a brief while, the nascent energy morphed into a flash of white light, racing towards me. A wave of laughter bubbled within as I anticipated this moment, silently urging myself, now? The invisible hand of my consciousness surged forth, and, unsurprisingly, this time my patience bore fruit. I captured the nascent energy within my mental grasp, which seemed to possess a will of its own, writhing and struggling futilely against my hold. Eventually, it ceased its resistance, suggesting it had submitted. Without further delay, I focused my consciousness, exerting pressure upon the nascent energy. As time passed, the energy transformed into a white sphere, though it remained oval in shape, requiring further compression to achieve a perfect circle, thus marking the successful opening. With this thought, I once again commanded my consciousness to accumulate the energy. Time, in the midst of accumulation, gradually elapses. At a certain moment, the previously dark dantian suddenly illuminates, and the source of this radiance is a white sphere held within the grasp of divine consciousness. On the fifth day, a surge of excitement courses through you as the dantian transforms from its former obscurity. The sphere has become perfectly round, signifying the successful opening of the dantian. This sphere is referred to as the spiritual elixir crystal, while the dantian is now known as the spiritual elixir dantian. At this moment, I have officially become a cultivator. Although my current cultivation level is merely that of a novice, it surpasses that of an ordinary person. Surely, a considerable amount of time has passed, and I slowly withdraw from my meditative state. As I gently open my eyes, I find an elderly man seated across from me, intently observing. This elder is none other than the second elder, fifth SUSI. A wave of joy envelopes me, and I cannot help but exclaim, "Master, I have succeeded in my cultivation." The elder appears to exhale a breath of relief, a smile gracing his countenance as he responds, "Excellent, excellent. Quickly, tell me, what shape is your spiritual elixir crystal?" "Round," I reply, and with exhilaration, I raise my hand, close my eyes, and channel my spiritual energy. The spiritual elixir crystal within the dantian acts as a source of spiritual power, continuously releasing energy. As the spiritual power flows through my body, reaching my right hand, a sudden turbulence erupts within the dantian, startling me and causing me to halt the flow of energy. In an instant, my consciousness reaches the spiritual elixir dantian, where chaos reigns as spiritual energy surges tumultuously, the spherical elixir crystal enveloped by a ring of gray aura. A sharp pain surged through the dantian, leaving one to ponder the cause of such discomfort. Why was this occurring? The fifth master observed his disciple, whose intention was to showcase the fruits of his cultivation. With a gentle smile, he patiently awaited the outcome, understanding that the initial activation of spiritual energy might feel somewhat awkward and therefore proceed at a slower pace. After an extended period of silence, the fifth Chen Yu remained motionless, his brow furrowed in concentration. Soon, an unnatural flush crept across his face, revealing the depths of his torment. Sensing that the situation was amiss and fearing for his disciple's well-being, the fifth master extended his gnarled hand and placed it upon Chen Yu's shoulder. At that moment, Chen Yu felt a tumultuous churn in his dantian, a searing heat enveloping his entire being, akin to being scorched by flames. Suddenly, a wave of refreshing coolness emanated from his shoulder, akin to a drop of dew, alleviating the intense heat. Gradually, this refreshing sensation spread, enveloping an ever-increasing area of his body. Eventually, he found himself entirely immersed in this soothing coolness, although his body still burned with heat. It was a significant improvement from before. Now free from discomfort, Chen Yu redirected his full attention to the dantian. At this moment, the circular spiritual crystal within the dantian appeared much clearer. However, as he observed more closely, a wave of trepidation washed over him. To his dismay, the once smooth and flawless surface of the spiritual crystal was now marred by a network of cracks, which gradually widened. Despair gripped Chen Yu's heart. The painstakingly gathered spiritual crystal was on the brink of shattering. If it were to break, not only would all his efforts be rendered futile, But he would also be left with lingering repercussions, possibly rendering him incapable of ever reconstituting the spiritual crystal again. Upon this reflection, despair surged within Fifth Day Yu's heart as he helplessly watched the Lingdan crystal on the verge of shattering. This sensation mirrored the powerlessness he had felt in the cave, overwhelming and bleak. Moments later, a thunderous roar erupted from his dantian. "No, please don't." Fifth Day Yu's anguished outcry bore no fruit. As the cracks widened, the crystal ultimately exploded. A wave of piercing pain radiated from his dantian, akin to the soul convulsing. Indescribable, yet causing Fifth Day Yu to sweat profusely. His consciousness began to fade, yet he gritted his teeth, striving to endure the agony, reminding himself that he must not succumb to unconsciousness. However, reality proved relentlessly cruel. As time passed, the pain intensified rather than waned. "I can't hold on any longer." Fifth Day Yu muttered helplessly within his mind, and in an instant, the agony engulfed all awareness, plunging him into darkness. Chapter 17. Overwhelming pressure. The fourth spirit of the fifth day continuously channeled immense spiritual energy into Fifth Day Yu, like a torrent. What was this little one up to? Requiring such vast reserves of energy? It had absorbed half of my spiritual power and remained unscathed. Just how expansive had this dantian become? As he marveled at this phenomenon, a formidable wave surged from Fifth Day Yu, causing his body to tilt and collapse to the ground. At that moment, an intense pressure emanated from Fifth Day Yu, startling the fourth spirit, who laid his disciple down and struggled to withstand the force, regaining composure only after a considerable duration. At the fifth hour, C sighed in relief, only to be suddenly engulfed by another wave of oppressive force emanating from the right hand of Tianyu. This time, it was even more formidable and difficult to withstand than before. C summoned all his strength, yet he found himself gasping for breath, his face flushed with a mix of fear and astonishment. What kind of powerful being could exude such overwhelming pressure? Why did Tianyu radiate such a potent force? And what had transpired? Despite his musings, he dared not let his guard down, resolutely resisting the pressure without the slightest hint of relaxation. The duration of this onslaught was longer, and C felt an ominous sense of impending collapse. Having already expended half of his spiritual energy, he was now left with little. He estimated that he could not endure for long and began to urgently contemplate countermeasures. Suddenly, the immense pressure vanished in an instant, and C exhaled deeply, feeling as if he had been reborn. Without pausing to wipe the sweat from his brow, he immediately lifted his beloved disciple. In his grasp, he felt the strange fluctuations of Tianyu's body, alternating between icy and fiery, a most peculiar sensation. Having lived a considerable portion of his life, C had never encountered such a phenomenon, causing him great distress, yet leaving him powerless to act. At that moment, hurried footsteps approached from outside, and without a word of greeting, the door was pushed open. A middle-aged man with a radiant complexion entered, clad in a black and purple robe. He was of short stature, and his eyes sparkled with keen intelligence. Upon entering, he immediately inquired, "Elder C, what has transpired? Who was the source of the pressure we just experienced?" Fifth SUSI gazed at the newcomer, who was none other than Lu Hong, the head of the Lu family. Upon hearing Lu Hong's words, he felt a stir in his heart and replied, "I am uncertain. A mysterious figure clad in black sought to assassinate my disciple. Only through my utmost effort was I able to fend off the attack. Perhaps he sensed your arrival, Lu Hong, and thus retreated." Lu Hong's keen eyes flickered with wisdom, his heart wavering between belief and skepticism. Glancing at the young man lying unconscious on the ground, he seemed to come to a tentative conclusion and remarked, "I wonder who would dare to target you, bold enough to come to my Lu family, suggesting they possess considerable prowess." Indeed, Fifth SUSI acknowledged, during this past year, residing in the Lu family has been a significant imposition, and now, with another threat looming over us, we intend to depart in a few days to avoid causing you any unnecessary trouble. The kindness you have shown us shall not be forgotten by the fifth family. After a moment of contemplation, Lu Hong responded, "From your words, I gather that you have repaid the favor of saving a life years ago. Now, Having sought refuge in my household for a year, you deem this debt settled. Perhaps you are also wary of the formidable pressure surrounding us. Hence the reluctance to indulge in pleasantries. It is only natural that one would wish to retreat. Fifth SUSI, understanding this subtle hint to take their leave, thought it reasonable and replied, "Once my disciple awakens in the next couple of days, we shall take our leave." Elder SUSI. Should you require any assistance in the future, do not hesitate to seek me out, Lu Hong. I will certainly lend a helping hand where I can. Certainly. I express my gratitude to you, Lu Hong, in advance. Very well, Since the enemy has departed, I shall not intrude any longer. Please take care on your way. Lu Hong. As Lu Hong stepped out, the fifth hour, SUSI, exhaled deeply. Although Lu Hong had obligations to both himself and the fifth family, he was a cunning and treacherous individual. Had he not been compelled, he would have preferred to remain elsewhere. Feeling his disciple's body temperature gradually returning to normal, SUSI felt a slight sense of relief, yet was suddenly overtaken by a wave of fatigue, prompting a wry smile. Alas, I am growing old. At that moment, a commotion erupted outside, followed by the voice of fifth Tianya. Uncle SUSI, it's Tianya. Are you inside? Yes, come in, SUSI replied. As Tianya entered, his face was filled with surprise and confusion. SUSI, anticipating the cause, managed a bitter smile. It was surely the overwhelming pressure emanating from Chen Yu that Tianya had sensed. He spoke first, "It's nothing." Just now, Chen Yu released a powerful aura. Lu Hong visited, and to avoid unnecessary complications, I did not speak the truth. I told him we would be leaving shortly. I see. But how could such a formidable pressure be within my third brother? SUSI replied, I am unaware of the specifics. It seems the situation is more intricate than it appears. We shall discuss it further once Chen Yu awakens. For now, tell me about the past 4 years. What has the child experienced? I suspect it is closely related to these events. Fifth Tianya gathered his thoughts and began to recount his tale. Upon hearing the term immortal realm, SUSI's eyes widened in astonishment. Surely that is a space created by certain great beings, the Long Wan Ke? I have not heard of it before. And as for the reconstruction of the physical body, that is no trivial matter. One must attain a minor divine status to reshape the body. I have also pondered this matter. It is truly uncertain whether this is a fortuitous opportunity or a calamity for the third brother. His previous physique possessed innate spiritual power. After fifth Tianya finished speaking, he suddenly added, by the way, the third brother mentioned that the one called Uncle Long bestowed upon him a dragon vertebra, which he has now adopted as the spine of his new body. The eyes of second elder fifth SUSI widened in astonishment, unable to maintain his composure any longer. The dragon vertebra, after all, is a treasure of the dragon clan. Contemplating this, he remarked, could it be that Uncle Long is a member of the dragon clan, and of considerable standing? The dragon clan? It is unknown. The third brother himself is unclear, only knowing that his surname is Long. This could explain it. Surely the pressure we felt earlier was the spiritual energy emanating from the dragon vertebra, thus creating such an imposing presence. Upon reaching this conclusion, fifth SUSI appeared to recall something and said, the experiences of Chen Yu must be kept confidential. Under no circumstances should they be mentioned to anyone. The value of the dragon vertebra transcends mere treasure. Furthermore, if he is indeed of the dragon clan, the implications are significant. It is said that 500 years ago, the human clan's Vajra celestial sovereign and the dragon clan's emperor engaged in an unprecedented cosmic battle, resulting in a lasting enmity between the human strong, led by the Vajra celestial sovereign and the beast clan, a hatred that endures to this day. Moreover, this Del Empire is affiliated with the Vajra celestial sovereign. Fifth SUSI spoke at length, and upon concluding, his gaze fixed intently upon fifth Tianya. I comprehended Uncle SUSI's intent. I had not anticipated such formidable connections impacting the safety of the third brother, and thus, I naturally resolved to maintain utmost discretion. As Chen Yu awakens, you must inform him that I will first restore my spiritual energy. I understand. You can leave the care of the third brother to me. Rest assured, Uncle Sure. Feeling the concern emanating from Uncle Sure towards the third brother, the fifth Tianya felt a surge of emotion in his heart, nodding in agreement. In the blink of an eye, 3 days passed swiftly. Once the spiritual energy of the fifth Shi was fully restored, he personally attended to his beloved disciple. While the fifth Chen Yu found himself sidelined. He couldn't help but laugh bitterly within, yet he felt joy knowing his third brother had found a good mentor. Recalling that the previous second elder was not like this. On this day, as on the preceding days, the fifth Shi sat by the bedside, gazing at the fifth Chen Yu with great delight, as if observing his own son, his eyes brimming with affection. This elderly man, who had experienced solitude for most of his life, had devoted all his thoughts to his beloved disciple ever since the day he took him under his wing. Even the slightest abnormality in his disciple could cause him deep concern for an extended period. Suddenly, the quietly unconscious fifth Chen Yu furrowed his brow. Though it was merely a fleeting moment, this small gesture did not escape the notice of the fifth Shi, who felt a surge of joy in his heart. His disciple was finally showing signs of life. Chapter 18. Special Constitution. The fifth Chen Yu, groggily opening his eyes, was met with the sight of a wrinkled old face, adorned with an unseemly grin that was slowly blossoming, warming his heart. Surely, his master had been watching over him during his unconsciousness. Master, how long have I been in a coma? You have been unconscious for 3 days. Though he had anticipated this, he still expressed his surprise. 3 days? In the span of 3 days, you may have experienced occasional fevers. Are there any physical discomforts you currently endure? As one's consciousness gradually penetrates into the spiritual core, all scenes within the core become vividly apparent, revealing the peculiarity of the core itself. At this moment, a pentagram-shaped spiritual crystal quietly hovers within the core, its entirety clear and translucent, tinged with a faint blue hue. Surrounded by a celestial aura akin to a starry river, exuding an air of mystery. Upon further contemplation, a notably powerful aura emanates from the pentagram spiritual crystal. The fifth day, Yu, was perplexed. Could it be that his spiritual crystal, upon shattering, had reformed anew? And in such an extraordinary manner, no less. With a hint of anticipation, the fifth day, Yu, awaited the unfolding of events. After a brief moment, he opened his eyes, noticing the confusion reflected in his disciple's gaze, and promptly inquired, "What is it? Is something amiss?" "Master, before I fell unconscious, the spiritual crystal shattered." The jovial expression on the face of the fifth master instantly shifted. Shock evident as he exclaimed, "What? The spiritual crystal shattered?" Observing the concern in his master's eyes, the fifth day, Yu, could not help but smile wryly. He had yet to finish his explanation, and he was taken aback by his master's intense reaction. Hastily, he clarified, "It did shatter. But it seems to have reformed into another one, and this one is pentagram-shaped." "What? Pentagram-shaped?" Witnessing his master's dramatic response, the fifth day, Yu silently lamented. His master was excessively concerned for him, reacting with alarm to the slightest piece of information. This was not the demeanor he remembered from his past experiences. Not wishing to tease his master further, he nodded and confirmed, "Indeed, it is pentagram-shaped." Fifth Shi observed his disciple nodding in affirmation, remaining silent for a considerable time before murmuring the phrase pentagram. He solemnly addressed Chen Yu, saying, "Chen Yu, I must now share something of great significance with you, and you must commit it to memory, understood?" Perceiving the gravity of her master's demeanor, Chen Yu nodded earnestly and listened intently. Fifth Shi smacked his lips and continued, "Chen Yu has conveyed to me the trials you have faced over the past 4 years. I suspect that your uncle Long belongs to the dragon clan of the divine beast lineage, and the dragon spine is a treasure of the dragon race." He elaborated on the preciousness of the dragon spine and its connection to the dragon clan and the diamond heavenly sovereign. Upon concluding, Chen Yu grasped the weight of the situation and assured, "Master, rest assured, I shall never disclose the matter of the dragon spine to anyone else." Fifth Shi nodded in acknowledgement and stated, "There is yet another matter of equal importance that you must remember. Please, Master, speak. Do you know what the pentagram-shaped elixir crystal signifies?" The disciple replied in ignorance. "As I understand it, on this continent, among the myriad peculiar physiques, There exists one known as the perfect five-star physique, and the elixir crystal of this physique takes the form of a pentagram. Noticing his disciple's attentive demeanor, Fifth SUSI took a deep breath and continued, "The perfect five-star physique is a rare constitution. Those who possess it exhibit a cultivation speed and capacity for absorbing spiritual energy that surpasses that of innate spiritual bodies by more than threefold. Legend has it that, since records began, only one individual has ever possessed the perfect five-star physique." Upon hearing this, Day 5 Yu began to comprehend the meaning behind his master's words. His physique was indeed exceptional, remarkably formidable, threefold stronger than the previous innate spiritual body. This tripling of strength was not merely a numerical representation. It was essential to recognize that every individual possessing an innate spiritual body on the continent held a celebrated reputation, let alone one with a physique 3 times stronger. While he was overwhelmed with astonishment, his gratitude towards Uncle Long deepened, as well as for Aunt Sue, who had bestowed upon him the perfect five-star physique. Yet, throughout history, there had been only one individual who possessed such a flawless five-star body. Curiosity piqued, he inquired, "Master, who else holds a perfect five-star physique? Are they of high cultivation?" In Day 5's eyes shone a glimmer of yearning as he spoke. "High cultivation? Huh. It is far beyond mere high. This person is renowned across the entire continent. An individual known to all. He is none other than the one who established the hierarchy of cultivation levels, the primordial celestial venerable." The shock within Day 5 Yu's heart was beyond expression. It was indeed the primordial celestial venerable, the true leader of humanity. Contemplating this revelation, he listened attentively as Day 5 continued. Although the primordial celestial venerable and some other celestial venerables have vanished for over 18,000 years, their influence remains unmatched. With all that said, I must emphasize that you should never disclose the existence of your perfect five-star physique to anyone, not even to your closest confidants. For it is far too precious, envied by all. Do you understand my meaning? Disciple understands, he replied. At 4 o'clock on the 5th day, he nodded and said, "Within the spatial ring I have given you, there exists a cultivation assessment stone. You may test your current level of cultivation." Upon hearing the mention of the spatial ring, a surge of excitement coursed through his heart. He had officially become a cultivator, and thus, he was now able to utilize the spatial ring. He removed the ring from his finger and, after pricking his fingertip to draw blood, let a single drop fall upon the obsidian surface of the ring. Subsequently, he channeled his spiritual energy, directing it with his consciousness toward the internal space of the ring. The purpose of the blood was to establish a master bond. Once recognized, the spatial ring, in simpler terms, became sealed by his blood, rendering it inaccessible to others. Only he, as the master, could unlock it. As his consciousness and spiritual energy entered the space, a vision unfolded in his mind, an expansive square chamber. Approximately 100 meters on each side. A wave of joy washed over him. This seemingly unattractive spatial ring possessed a staggering area of 10,000 square meters. It is worth noting that in the marketplace, rings with merely 1,000 square meters of space are exceedingly rare, let alone those with 10,000. Beyond the first 1,000, each incremental increase is not merely a numerical expansion, but rather a substantial escalation in the requirements for the space creator. He continued to scan the interior. In one corner of the internal space, he observed a row of shelves, laden with various items, most of which were trivial. However, a 3-foot-long sword lay quietly atop one of the shelves. It was unmistakably the weapon of his master. He was surprised that his master had not taken the sword out, but had instead entrusted him with the spatial ring directly. Beside the sword lay a pitch-black stone, which on the 5th day, Chen Yu recognized as the object of his search, the testing stone. With a mere thought, the stone materialized in his hand, accompanied by his master's sword. "Master, I have retrieved your sword," he said. "Ha ha, it is of no consequence. I seldom use it, so you may keep it. It will serve you well in your future travels," his master replied. "Thank you, Master," Chen Yu responded. "Now, hasten to test your cultivation," Fifth SUSI said cheerfully. his gaze fixed on the testing stone. Without delay, Chen Yu placed the stone beside his bed, closed his eyes, and summoned his spiritual energy from the elixir crystal within his dantian, pressing one hand upon the stone. After a brief moment, a faint white light flickered on the dark surface of the testing stone, gradually intensifying until it shone brilliantly. Observing this, Fifth SUSI's eyes sparkled with astonishment. The perfection of the five-star physique was indeed extraordinary. Even at the onset of his cultivation, Chen Yu's spiritual power already rivaled that of a minor gold rank. As he marveled inwardly, the stone, which glowed with a white luminescence, began to change color. Moments later, half of the stone's surface transformed into a soft blue hue. Having witnessed countless wonders, Fifth SUSI was no longer taken aback by the occurrences surrounding his disciple. He had grown accustomed to such marvels. Shortly thereafter, Chen Yu opened his eyes, his expression brimming with anticipation as he turned to his master and inquired, "Master, what level is my cultivation?" Chapter 19. 5 Spiritual Techniques. The fifth master paused for a moment and said, "Your current cultivation level is that of an advancing practitioner, yet your strength, which is to say the robustness of your spiritual energy, has already reached that of an ordinary mid-gold tier. Are you implying that I am now a practitioner of the mid-gold tier? No. First tell me how many spiritual elixirs you currently possess in your spiritual dantian." 1. Precisely. The mid-gold tier practitioners possess 2 spiritual elixirs, while those of the high-gold tier have 3. It is still too early to discuss these matters in depth. What you must understand is that although you are merely at the advancing practitioner level, you can still compete with those of the mid-gold tier in terms of spiritual energy without losing ground. Fifth Chen Yu felt a surge of surprise, and just as she was about to boast a little, the fifth master continued, "Chen Yu, the path of cultivation is exceptionally arduous. Each level, each barrier you surpass brings significant enhancement to your abilities. However, failure to overcome these challenges can lead to dire consequences. Those who falter lightly may have a chance to start anew, but those who fail gravely may find their progress stunted for a lifetime. Therefore, even if you are a perfected 5-star body, pride should have no place in your heart. You must tread carefully, step by step. Do you understand what I mean?" Upon hearing this, Fifth Chen Yu felt a newfound seriousness within her heart. She understood her master's words and replied, "Rest assured, Master, I shall certainly remember your teachings." "Good. Those few have been unconscious for a while now, and Tianya is quite worried, often coming to check on you. Now that you have awakened, go and inform Tianya, and also mention that we shall depart today." "Understood, Master. I shall make my way now." Upon acknowledging the master's nod, Fifth Chen Yu ceased his hesitation on the 5th day, stowing away the testing stone and soared into the spatial ring, which he then donned upon his right hand before rising from his bed. Exiting the bamboo hut, he exchanged nods with several guards outside and proceeded directly into Fifth Tianya's chamber. "Brother, are you inside?" "Brother? I am here. Third brother, do come in." A familiar voice resonated from within, filled with joy. Fifth Chen Yu felt elated as he opened the door and stepped in, greeted by a tall figure, none other than Fifth Tianya. "Third brother, you've awakened. When did you come to? Do you feel any discomfort?" "Haha, brother, I have delightful news to share. Would you like to hear it?" Fifth Chen Yu playfully blinked, creating a sense of suspense. "Speak quickly, you rascal. Don't keep your elder brother in suspense. Once I tell you, don't be astonished. You little brat. Hurry up, or you'll be in for it." "Haha, brother, I am now a cultivator. My master mentioned that the strength of my spiritual power is comparable to that of a mid-gold tier cultivator." "Goodness, remarkable. After years of cultivation, I have only reached the great gold tier, and yet you, an anomaly. Brother." Suddenly sensing the solemnity in his younger brother's tone, Fifth Tianya was puzzled and inquired, "What is it? If there is something to discuss, just say it." Fifth Chen Yu nodded, responding, "Brother, does second sister know about our family matters?" "Second sister is aware of father's situation, but she is uninformed about the family's upheaval." "Very well, my elder brother," the master said, "we shall embark on our journey today and depart from this place. When the time comes, you will accompany me to arrange our accommodations." I shall head to Huaijiang Academy to inform my second sister. Fifth Tianyao pondered for a moment and replied, Indeed, there is no time to waste. Let us set off at once. Take care, brother. Be cautious on the road. By the way, I have some gold coins here. Take them with you. Fifth Tianyu, not one to be overly sentimental, accepted the coins and turned to leave. His second sister, known as Fifth Yalian, held a place in Fifth Tianyu's heart that was akin to that of his elder brother. He recalled the times of his youth when he was often bullied, and how his elder brother and second sister would protect him and stand up for him. Those seemingly trivial events had left a profound impact on his soul, and as he grew older, he found himself cherishing those childhood bonds even more. He hurried to the room of Fifth SUSI, knocked on the door, and after discussing matters with the master, he set off in haste. Huaijiang Academy, situated in the heart of Huaijiang City, is the largest institution in the entire city. The principal of Huaijiang Academy is none other than the Lord of Huaijiang City, Jiushan. As Huaijiang City falls under the jurisdiction of the Del Empire, so too does Huaijiang Academy. Consequently, the students who graduate from this esteemed academy, particularly those of exceptional talent, often find themselves joining the ranks of the Empire's knights. Thus, for many students, the aspiration to become a knight of the Empire is a cherished dream. Achieving this status not only grants the possibility of nobility in land, but also offers the chance to receive guidance from the Emperor in their cultivation endeavors. The titles and lands granted to nobility are matters of great honor for one's ancestors. To be bestowed with the title of a marquis signifies the ascent into the ranks of the aristocracy, which in turn aligns one with the entire imperial royal family, a lineage that none dare to offend. Naturally, those fortunate enough to receive the guidance of the sovereign are undoubtedly the most exceptional talents and elites among their peers. Likewise, my sister harbors the ambition of becoming a knight, to serve the empire and to bring glory to our family, a dream she often expressed in her youth. My own aspiration is to challenge one of the four great sword saints, NBB, and to vanquish him. My sister is indeed a person of great ambition. With these thoughts, I made my way out of the Liu family's estate, heading towards the town's entrance. Possessing gold coins, I was able to save considerable time by summoning a horse-drawn carriage. After providing the destination, the coachman, a lean middle-aged man, cheerfully announced, "Young sir, heading to Huaijiang Academy? It's quite a distance and will cost 2 copper coins." From the spatial ring, I retrieved a pouch of gold coins bestowed by my elder brother, containing 3 gold coins, several silver coins, and numerous copper coins. I extracted 2 copper coins and tossed them to the coachman, instructing, "Make haste, travel as swiftly as you can." The coachman, his back slightly hunched, beamed with delight at my prompt payment, nodding vigorously as he replied, "Rest assured, young master, we shall reach your destination at the fastest pace." I chose to remain silent, settling into the carriage as it jolted and began its journey. The journey proved to be even longer than what Dayu had envisioned. As they set off in the morning, half a day had already passed, yet they still had not reached their destination. It was evident that the carriage was persistently moving forward, and thus, she refrained from placing undue pressure on the coachman. Time within the carriage seemed to crawl. The cacophony from outside, coupled with the jolting of the carriage, rendered any attempt at cultivation futile, and silence reigned, leading to a sense of ennui. As she pondered this, a flicker of anticipation ignited within her. Previously, she had not grasped the nuances of cultivation and had only perused a single tome she had heard of, Comprehensive Guide for Cultivators, neglecting the other secret texts. Names of various spiritual techniques began to materialize in her mind, all bestowed by Uncle Long, and she assumed they would not be lacking in merit. With this in mind, she began to delve into them. Spiritual techniques are indispensable skills for every cultivator. Possessing spiritual energy alone is insufficient without knowledge of how to wield it. The essence of these techniques lies in their ability to harness spiritual power to unleash formidable skills. The effectiveness of these techniques varies greatly. However, a crucial factor influencing their potency is the practitioner's depth of spiritual energy and comprehension of the technique. When 2 cultivators employ the same technique, the one endowed with abundant spiritual energy and profound understanding will naturally wield far greater power. Conversely, even the most exceptional technique will falter in efficacy if the practitioner lacks sufficient strength, spiritual energy, or insight. Chapter 20. The unseemly youth faced with such an array of spiritual techniques. Which one should she examine first? Yu felt a twinge of indecision. The texts bore no indication of rank, leaving her uncertain as to which would prove most advantageous. Let us first present these 2 volumes of swordsmanship techniques to my second sister. I am certain she will appreciate them. As for the remaining ones, I shall contemplate their essence alone, regardless of whether they pertain to magical or physical realms. Resolute in my decision, I began to sift through the last 3 tomes, and merely by the titles, I found myself drawn to the 3 forms of ultimate ice. The 3 forms of ultimate ice. It enables the practitioner to condense spiritual energy into ice, capable of freezing adversaries during combat, and is comprised of 3 distinct forms. The first form, ultimate ice, spirit energy transformed into ice. The second form, ultimate ice, frozen for thousands of miles. And the third form, ultimate ice, world of ice and snow. When one's spiritual energy transforms into frosty energy, the first form is grasped. With every gesture, a chilling aura emanates. And with a mere flick of the hand, all is encased in ice. When the area of freezing reaches the extent of instantly encasing thousands of miles, it signifies the understanding of the second form. At this point, 5th Tianyu's heart was in turmoil. How formidable! Just imagine if I could unleash frosty energy with a mere gesture, I would undoubtedly encase that old rogue, the great elder, in eternal ice. While lost in thought, a cacophony erupted outside the carriage, even louder than before, and the vehicle came to a halt. The voice of the coachman then resonated. Young master, we are at the outskirts of Huaijiang Academy. A journey of an hour remains to the main entrance. Would you like to disembark here? Upon hearing the coachman, 5th Tianyu lifted the carriage curtain, gazing outside. Before him lay an expansive square, thronged with thousands of young men and women, most appearing to be around 12 or 13 years of age, each radiating the vigor of youth. Dismounting from the carriage, he gestured towards the expansive grounds and inquired of the coachman, "What are all these individuals gathered here for?" "Oh, these are all students arriving to enroll at Huaijiang Academy. Today marks the day of enrollment at the academy. Surely, young master, you have come to register as well?" "Register?" The coachman, sensing 5th Tianyu's lack of awareness, elaborated, "Indeed, young master, you may not be aware, but today is the annual enrollment day at Huaijiang Academy, and it is the first day of the process. Given your tender age, should you miss this year's enrollment, you would have to wait until next year. Are there any requirements for registration? I am not entirely certain, but I do know that candidates must be under the age of 14. Anyone older than that does not meet the Academy's criteria." 5th Tianyu furrowed his brow, realizing that he had already turned 14 this year. Thus, it seemed that he would be ineligible to enroll next year. However, his purpose for today was to seek out his second sister. Noticing 5th Tianyu's indecision, the coachman remarked, "Young master, Huaijiang Academy is the largest institution in Huaijiang City, fulfilling the dreams of countless students. If only I could turn back the clock a few years, I too would seek admission. It is said that each year, the Academy welcomes tens of thousands of applicants, with many striving desperately to gain entry. However, the enrollment criteria have become increasingly stringent, and any slight inadequacy will result in rejection. Very well, I shall disembark here." The youth proceeded with deliberate steps. On the 5th day, you listened intently to the series of remarks made by the stable Anne. After much contemplation, she found herself unable to reach a definitive conclusion. Firstly, her father remained missing, and secondly, the vendetta against those who had wronged her family was yet to be avenged. Moreover, admission to Huaijiang Academy meant that only upon graduation could one attain freedom. Otherwise, the institution would impose restrictions on the students' liberties, confining their activities within a limited scope. Graduation would require 3 years, a considerable duration for her, as she had arrived with a mindset of merely observing. As she strolled into the square, she surveyed her peers, each adorned in varied attire. An odd sensation washed over her, In comparison to these contemporaries, she felt an inexplicable sense of aging. With a bittersweet smile, she acknowledged that she had strayed from the path of youth. This age was typically one filled with dreams and fervent pursuits. Yet her experiences had endowed her with a maturity that belied her years. The primary catalyst for this was the brush with death, a profound awareness that had subtly transformed her inner self, an understanding of mortality that could only be grasped through personal experience. Thus, that encounter was of immense significance to Yu. As she maneuvered through the throng, she reached the center of the square, where a stone platform measuring 10 meters in circumference stood. Upon it stood 5 individuals, 4 men and 1 woman. At the center was an elderly gentleman who, with a warm smile, addressed the young men and women gathered in the square, articulating the Academy's admission criteria. He exuded a friendly demeanor that instinctively drew people closer. To the left of the elder stood 2 youths, radiating confidence and pride, their presence imbued with an air of superiority. To the right of the elder stood a man and a woman, both quietly observing. The man, strikingly handsome in his flowing azure and white robe, exuded an extraordinary vitality. A hint of a smile graced his lips as he gazed down at the crowd of youthful admirers, many of whom were young women whose eyes sparkled with infatuation as they looked up at him. Beside this dashing youth stood a girl clad in a delicate lavender gown, her appearance pure and enchanting. Her eyes, reminiscent of serene waters, held a touch of icy aloofness, as if she could perceive the depths of one's soul. Her slender fingers were delicate, her skin smooth as jade, a flawless white tinged with a hint of rosy hue, almost as if it could yield droplets of water. At first glance, the girl captivated Chen Yu, who found her ethereal beauty unparalleled, rivaled only by SUSI and Chen Yu. The girl's demeanor bore a striking resemblance to SUSI's, radiating a chill towards outsiders. Look, do you see that handsome guy in the azure and white attire? He is a prominent figure on the Academy's leaderboard. I'm utterly smitten by him, one of the girls gushed. Oh, don't even dream about it. Someone so exceptional is beyond our reach, the other replied. I don't care. I still like him. Wow, he is so charming, and his smile is simply irresistible. Listening to the 2 girls beside her fawning over the young man, Chen Yu felt a wave of exasperation wash over her. They were standing right next to a handsome young man, yet their gazes remained fixated on the stage. Lost in thought, she suddenly felt a tug on her garment. Turning her head, she was met with the sight of a rather unfortunate-looking boy, grinning at her mischievously. Chen Yu was left speechless, pondering whether the boy was unwell, for his furtive demeanor and lecherous grin were rather unsettling. The youth chuckled for a moment, raised an eyebrow, and said, Brother, are you here to register as well? I know someone who entered the Academy last year. I'm here to enroll this year, and I have quite a good understanding of the situation here. Would you like to know more? Initially inclined to ignore this rather unsavory young man, the latter part of his speech piqued his interest. However, a saying goes, no one offers kindness without a motive, so he remained cautious and inquired, What are your intentions? The lewd young man was taken aback, quickly waving his hands in protest, and continued with an ingratiating smile. Hey, brother, do I look like a bad person? You really don't need to be so wary of me. Chen Yu found himself speechless. It wasn't that the youth resembled a villain, but rather that he certainly did not appear virtuous. Though he thought this internally, he refrained from voicing it. He frowned slightly and replied, There is no such thing as a free lunch in this world. Do tell me your purpose. Seemingly caught off guard for the first time, the lewd young man awkwardly scratched his head and confessed, Actually, I mean no harm. I am gathering a team. From what I've heard through my connections, this year's enrollment rules are different from previous years. There will be a testing phase, and teams have a greater chance of success. Thus, I am seeking out people. Observing the lewd young man's earnest demeanor, Chen Yu found himself inclined to believe him. He nodded and continued to listen. Seeing Chen Yu's assent, the lewd young man felt a surge of joy and proposed, How about this? Come with me. I'll introduce you to my other teammates, and then I can explain everything in detail. I know those people on the stage quite well. On the 5th day, you initially intended to decline, as she had not yet made up her mind about registering. However, the final remark made by the lecherous youth piqued her interest. The statement was, "I know those individuals on stage." Chapter 21. The test commences. The reason this remark compelled you to accompany the lecherous boy to take a look was due to one person, the girl on stage. An enchanting yet icy figure. You was eager to discover her name. Nodding slightly, she said, "Let us go. Tell me about those individuals on stage. Who are they?" The lecherous boy chuckled heartily and replied, "No problem, brother. Follow me." With that, he turned and led the way through the throngs of people. Along the journey, the lecherous boy introduced himself. "My name is Olaf. What about you?" "I am you," she responded. "Now, please tell me about those people. Dear heaven, do not rush. My brother, we will soon be part of the same team. It is essential for us to know each other for better communication." "All right, enough of this. I am not going. I will not join your team. I have no desire to register anyway. Come on, brother. Please join my team. I promise to share everything I know with you." Seeing you standing still, he quickly smiled and added, "Brother Chen Yu, are you curious about who that beautiful girl on stage is? Do not feel embarrassed. This is entirely normal. We are all adults, after all. Moreover, the lady in question is regarded as a goddess by many. Do you see that handsome gentleman beside her?" Olaf gestured towards the stage with his mouth. Fifth Chen Yu understood that he was referring to the young man clad in a pale blue robe, whom she had previously observed and found quite handsome. Nodding slightly, she replied, "I see. Please continue." A fleeting look of admiration crossed Olaf's face as he said, "His name is Fu Cheng, a remarkable figure on the Academy's leaderboard. And he is one of the suitors." "One of the suitors for whom?" "For Ling Xingyu." "Who is Ling Xingyu?" "She is the lady on the stage." Fifth Chen Yu felt a wave of frustration wash over her. Conversing with Olaf, this lecherous fellow, was truly exhausting. While feeling disheartened, she silently committed the name Ling Xingyu to memory. However, it appeared that Ling Xingyu's suitors were quite impressive, being figures on the leaderboard. Intrigued, she inquired, "What on earth is the leaderboard?" "Oh, that ranks all the students in the academy based on their abilities. It would be of little use to explain further. What we need to focus on now is how to pass the admission assessment." As they pushed through the crowd, listening to Olaf's incessant chatter, they finally arrived at a spot near the square. Olaf halted his steps and addressed the three young men there, saying, "Brothers, I have brought a handsome fellow with me. This time, we must strive for victory. We cannot afford to lose this wager." On the fifth day, you felt a wave of speechlessness wash over him. Listening to their intentions, it seemed that the primary reason for their fervent insistence on recruiting him was his good looks. He couldn't help but chuckle to himself. Was being handsome truly a flaw? "Brother Ao, what is this lad's name? Does he possess any cultivation?" "No cultivation. That's inconsequential. The key point is that he is handsome. Let us not be too picky, brothers. That won't do, Brother Ao. We have already faced 2 years without success in our admissions. If we fail again this year, our hopes of entering Huaijiang Academy will be extinguished. Have you all forgotten our initial agreement? Given our current circumstances, our chances of entering the academy are slim. However, we must not lose our ambition, brothers. Reflect on how Rin Xiaoqiao and her companions once humiliated us. We cannot afford to lose this bet. Come now, tell me, what holds more importance, the bet or gaining entry to the academy?" Alas, Brother Ao is right. Our chances of entering the academy appear bleak. Instead, let us preserve our dignity and not allow women to look down upon us. Indeed, Brother Ao speaks wisely. I concur. We all agree. Satisfied, Olaf nodded and declared, "Now, allow me to introduce everyone to our new brother, Fifth Dayu. Let us welcome him. Welcome, Fifth Dayu. Welcome, welcome." Observing the varied expressions of the three as they extended their greetings, along with Olaf's beaming smile, Fifth Dayu felt as though he had unwittingly boarded a pirate ship, realizing that he had become a member of this team in a rather dazed manner. Moreover, it seems that there exists a wager, and due to his striking appearance, he has successfully become a pivotal element of this bet. The thought evokes both amusement and irritation. I remarked, "Olaf, I never agreed to join your team. Your assumption of my willingness to join has been entirely presumptuous. Reflect on it. When have I ever expressed a desire to align myself with your group? Olaf's eyes darted about as if contemplating, and then he adopted a pitiable, pleading demeanor, stating, Brother Chen Yu, while you may not have said so before, you now comprehend the situation. I truly require your assistance. Simply tell me whether you will help or not. Observing Olaf's expression and tone, Chen Yu felt as though he were witnessing the performance of a prodigious actor. The portrayal was so remarkably convincing that it stirred an impulse within him to offer assistance, making it difficult to refuse. He sighed inwardly, realizing that one must not be devoid of compassion. Consider this a gesture of goodwill. I shall assist him this once. Resolving this in his mind, he replied, Very well. I shall aid you. Just tell me how I can help. Once again, Chen Yu was astounded by Olaf's theatrical prowess. No sooner had he spoken than Olaf's pitiable expression vanished, replaced by uproarious laughter. As he approached, he expressed his gratitude, arms outstretched to embrace him. Olaf stood slightly shorter than himself, approximately around 165 centimeters tall, with a somewhat plump physique. At this moment, he extended his short arms, and Chen Yu quickly pushed him away, halting the embrace. How could he offer his first hug to a man, especially a rather unsavory one? After the push, he intended to speak, yet found himself utterly speechless, as the force of his push felt akin to sliding on smooth fish scales. And Olaf's arms had already enveloped him tightly. A sudden shock coursed through him, and a thought surfaced. This Olaf was not to be underestimated. Unfazed by Chen Yu's astonishment, Olaf released his grip and, maintaining his composure, stated, Olaf, thank you, Brother Chen Yu, for your timely assistance. Should we encounter each other at the academy in the future, I hope to receive your guidance. It should be you, Brother Olaf, who provides me with guidance, he replied, but before he could continue, one of the other youths, a slender and dark-skinned boy, interjected, Olaf, the assessment is commencing. Look at Elder Jia. Chen Yu followed the direction indicated by the dark-skinned youth, and his gaze fell upon the elder upon the stage, instantly comprehending the situation. This elder must be Elder Jia. There he stood, raising both hands, emanating an invisible yet formidable pressure, causing all the young men and women in the square to cease their conversations, plunging the area into profound silence. Elder Jia smiled and nodded, seemingly quite satisfied. After a brief pause, he cleared his throat and began to speak. I am the new student mentor at Huaijiang Academy this year. You may call me Elder Jia. Now, I shall elucidate the enrollment requirements and the assessment process for this year. Upon his words, a stir arose in the square, with the young men and women displaying a myriad of expressions, some filled with anticipation, while others appeared uncertain. Elder Jia chuckled and continued. The fundamental criteria for admission remain unchanged from previous years. Candidates must be no older than 14 years of age and possess at least an intermediate cultivation level. Those who have achieved the middle golden level shall be exempt from assessments and directly admitted. As Elder Jia concluded, he intentionally paused, and indeed, another wave of commotion swept across the square. Did you hear that? Direct admission for those at the middle golden level. We might as well forget it. If you don't meet the standard, I certainly do. Another voice chimed in. Oh, come on. It's just the small golden level. Didn't Elder Jia mention that only the middle golden level qualifies? Listening to the conversation between the two beside her, Dayu felt a flicker of hope within her heart. Although she would not be entering the academy, it did not hinder her desire to observe the proceedings and witness their testing endeavors. The commotion in the audience continued for a while until Elder Jia emanated a palpable aura of authority, swiftly silencing the square. He then resumed, Next, the assessment will be divided into 3 groups. Everyone, please form an orderly queue. Chapter 22. The first heartbeat. As Elder Jia's words resonated, the young men and women in the square swiftly sprang into action, scrambling and jostling to form lines, creating a lively atmosphere. At that moment, Olaf's voice broke through the commotion. Brother Chen Yu, what are you dawdling for? Come with me. With that, he grasped the arm of Chen Yu and forged ahead, leading the way as several others followed suit, plunging into the throng. Fifth, Chen Yu felt a sense of awkwardness as he was pulled along by the imposing figure of a man. What kind of situation was this? He yearned to break free, yet the crowd's density restrained his movements, leaving him unable to escape. Silently exasperated, he resolved not to flee since he had already agreed to assist. It appeared that Olaf was concerned he might abscond. Before long, after navigating through the bustling crowd, Fifth Chen Yu and his companions arrived at a line on the left side of the square. They squeezed together and came to a halt. Olaf grinned widely and said, "Let's stand here. Everyone, don't run about. Just wait patiently. You will be pleased." Having spoken those words with a hint of significance, Olaf began to survey the surroundings. Fifth Chen Yu observed that Olaf's grin was not intentionally lecherous. Rather, it bore a naturally awkward quality that rendered even other expressions somewhat unseemly. He felt a wave of sympathy for this unfortunate-looking youth. At that moment, the square was filled with thousands of individuals, all aligned in 3 orderly lines, standing at attention as they awaited Elder Jia's forthcoming instructions. The purpose of their gathering was singular: to successfully gain entry into the academy. Thus, the words of the elder commanded utmost respect, and no one dared to disrupt the proceedings in the slightest. Elder Jia nodded in satisfaction, his resonant voice reverberating through the air. "Now, I hereby announce that the team to my left will be led by your future senior, Fu Chang, while the team to my right will be under the guidance of your future senior, Ling Xingyu. Is everyone clear on this?" As Elder Jia's words fell, a wave of exuberant cheers erupted from the square. "Wow, our team is being tested by Senior Fu Chang. How thrilling and eagerly anticipated." Yes, Senior Fu Chang, I adore him. I might faint from excitement." Hey, I say, you all should refrain from swooning, no matter how much you admire him. Senior Fu Chang is unlikely to be interested in you. Hee, I am definitely in the right team today. It's the goddess overseeing our assessment. Just thinking about it fills me with exhilaration. The square was alive with a cacophony of voices, when suddenly Olaf's voice broke through. "Brother Tianyu, do you know why I brought everyone to this team?" "I had foreseen it," Tianyu felt a twinge of confusion. His team happened to be under the cool and composed senior Ling Xingyu. Could it be that Olaf had indeed anticipated this? Or was it mere coincidence? Unable to deduce the answer, he decided to dismiss his unnecessary worries. In any case, there would be an opportunity to converse closely with Ling Xingyu during the upcoming assessment. And with that thought, anticipation blossomed within him. At the age of 14, had he been part of a traditional family, his father would have likely begun arranging his marriage by now. Regarding love, it was once merely a concept I encountered in literature. Today, however, I found myself captivated by a young woman whose age, charm, and beauty resonated with my own. An involuntary affection stirred within me, a sentiment that every spirited young man experiences, a desire to present oneself before the opposite sex, yearning for their admiration. On the 5th day, Yu was no exception, particularly when faced with such an extraordinarily alluring individual. The urge to leave a lasting impression intensified. After Elder Jia's arrangements were concluded, the young man in the azure robe, Fu Chang, approached a group of individuals, a smile gracing his lips and a testing stone appearing in his hand. His charming demeanor, coupled with his striking features, undoubtedly sent a wave of excitement through the girls in the group, who erupted into fervent cheers, while the boys appeared rather lackluster in comparison. The enchanting maiden, Ling Xingyu, also held a testing stone, her fair hands contrasting sharply with the obsidian object. She stepped forward, her delicate lips parting as she introduced herself. "I am Ling Xingyu. I will be conducting your evaluations. I hope everyone will cooperate actively during the assessment, for such collaboration will ensure a pleasant experience for all." After handing the dark testing stone to one of the registrants at the forefront, she paused momentarily, a frown creasing her brow as she reiterated, "I wish to emphasize Elder Jia's prior stipulations. Those unable to comply should leave now to avoid wasting my time and that of others." On the 5th day, you listened to the melodious voice of a young woman, her presence not too distant, prompting a careful examination. With porcelain skin and bright eyes that radiated an icy aloofness, She possessed a delicate waist that could be grasped with ease, and a certain feature that was strikingly prominent. These attributes ignited waves of fervor among the youthful souls, brimming with curiosity about the opposite sex. Within Yu's heart, a flicker of anticipation emerged as he observed the boys and girls in front of him undergoing their assessments. Some expressed joy, while others were engulfed in sorrow. Those who succeeded in their tests formed a queue on one side, while those who failed were swiftly expelled from the square. Yu felt a mix of anxiety and contemplation. Suddenly, he questioned the necessity of participating in the assessment. After all, he had no intention of entering the academy. Turning to Olaf behind him, he inquired, "What exactly do you want me to assist you with? The testers are approaching, and since I won't be entering the academy, if I choose not to test, I will surely be expelled from the square. Your requests may go unfulfilled." Olaf, a rather unscrupulous fellow, widened his eyes and began scanning the area as if searching for someone. Ultimately, he found no one, his expression tinged with irritation as he muttered under his breath, "Brother Chen Yu, you cannot abandon me like this. You are the handsome companion I invited. You must not simply walk away." After Olaf spoke, Yu considered responding, but he noticed a peculiar glint in Olaf's gaze, one that lingered on him with an almost flirtatious intent. At that moment, a fragrant breeze wafted past, accompanied by a cold and melodious voice from behind, stating, "If you do not wish to undertake the assessment, you may depart. This is your freedom." The enchanting lady was right beside him. On the 5th day, Yu, feeling rather indifferent, turned around, revealing a self-assured smile, and said, "Well, What he intended to convey was merely an inquiry about the academy's rules, hoping to engage the lady in conversation. However, before he could articulate his thoughts, a hand emerged from the side and pressed firmly onto the testing stone. It was Olaf. Anger surged within Yu as he attempted to withdraw his hand, but it was held fast, rendering his efforts futile. A glance at the lady, Ling Xingyu, revealed her impatience directed at him. This only fueled his frustration. In her eyes, if he could not even deal with the repugnant Olaf, how shameful would that be? Resolute, he summoned his spiritual energy like a tidal wave, and suddenly, the dark testing stone erupted with a brilliant white light, revealing a line of white text, 14 years old, advancement position. A sense of dread washed over Yu. This effectively meant he had completed the test. Passed the test and joined the line behind me, he thought. At that moment, Olaf released his grip, leering with a smirk. Hee, hurry along. Brother Chen Yu, I'll catch up with you over there." Yu was taken aback, feeling an overwhelming urge to strike Olaf for ruining his chance to converse with the lady. Not only had his opportunity been thwarted, but now he had inexplicably passed the test. The image of his father flashed in his mind, with vengeance unfulfilled and his father still missing. He absolutely could not enter the academy. Enveloped in a fiery resolve, he cursed under his breath, "Damn you, Olaf." With a surge of spiritual energy, he launched a flurry of punches towards Olaf. However, his strikes were deftly intercepted by a soft, smooth hand. Olaf, taken aback, exclaimed, "Brother, is this really necessary? You merely wished to converse with the lady, and I may have interfered, but there is no need for violence." As the 5th day of Yu felt the delicate and fair hand grasping his fist, the fury within him dissipated by half in an instant. Yet, Olaf's subsequent words filled him with a profound sense of embarrassment, his face reddening like a ripe apple. Chapter 23. The tale of Olaf observing the crimson hue of the 5th day of Yu's face, a rare expression, devoid of her usual cold demeanor, flickered across the beautiful woman's features. Was it surprise? Perhaps astonishment? Or was it merely the novelty of witnessing a boy blush for the first time? Only she understood the thoughts swirling within her mind. The fair maiden Ling Xingyu, releasing the 5th day of U.S. Fist, dismissed the earlier commotion as a mere farce. Unfazed, and addressed Olaf, "If you have no desire to test, then kindly leave the square." At that moment, the 5th day of Yu found a newfound tranquility within himself, reflecting on his earlier recklessness with a hint of surprise. Throughout their time together, he had sensed that, despite Olaf's unremarkable appearance and somewhat lecherous smile, his heart was not malevolent. The sudden outburst had not been his true intention. It was likely the result of his father's disappearance combined with his unwillingness to appear weak in front of a captivating girl, which had led to such impulsive actions. At this moment, Olaf's perpetual smile faded, and he cast a deep gaze at Fifth Chen Yu before turning to speak. Why not test? I came here to enter the academy. An evaluation is essential. With that, he extended his right hand and placed it upon the obsidian test stone. Observing Olaf's sudden shift to silence, Fifth Chen Yu was enveloped by an unfamiliar sensation. Was it guilt? Was it remorse? Perhaps a blend of both. A more potent feeling began to surface, an impulse akin to losing a friend, one who, despite his unappealing appearance and somewhat grotesque smile, had carved a niche in his heart, leaving a sense of unease. At that moment, a melodious voice resonated. Finally, a middle-tier gold rank has appeared. Quite commendable. Take this. Turning her attention to the icy beauty, Ling Xingyu. A smile graced her lips, reminiscent of a lotus blooming anew, enhancing her allure. As she spoke, a plaque materialized in her hand, which she extended toward Olaf. The three prominent characters inscribed upon it read middle gold rank. As Ling Xingyu's words settled, a chorus of envious murmurs rippled through the crowd. A 13-year-old middle gold rank, destined for the Imperial Knight Order upon graduation, guaranteed a position of significance. Olaf paid no heed to the envious whispers surrounding him. He accepted the plaque and walked directly toward Fifth Chen Yu. Brother Chen Yu, I, Olaf, have chosen to address you with the term brother. Perhaps it may not matter to you, but it holds significance for me. From the very first glance, I was struck by an inexplicable feeling, sensing that you are a remarkable person worthy of friendship. This was purely instinctive, and I trust my intuition, which is why I sought you out. At this point, Olaf fixed his gaze intently upon Fifth Chen Yu for a considerable duration before continuing. I have been orphaned since childhood, devoid of friends, and I spent 11 years begging on the streets. However, 2 years ago, I fortuitously stumbled upon a tome entitled The Complete Guide for Practitioners, which contain methods for cultivating spiritual energy. After 2 years of diligent study, I have progressed to the mid-golden realm of cultivation. Since acquiring spiritual energy, I have ceased my begging and occasionally ventured to the outskirts of the deadly forest to hunt wild beasts, exchanging their pelts for gold to sustain myself. One day, while wandering in the woods, I discovered a campsite where a girl caught my attention. She was surrounded by several young men, all possessing cultivation levels, likely hailing from a prominent family, perhaps out for training. She was strikingly beautiful, and I found myself drawn to her. When I inquired about her name, she coldly remarked that I was too ugly to deserve such knowledge. As I recounted this, my gaze remained fixed on her, but gradually my expression dimmed, and I found myself choking back tears, unable to articulate my feelings. Fifth Chen Yu felt a surge of guilt and regret for his earlier actions and was about to offer words of comfort. However, Olaf raised his hand and insisted, "Do not speak. Allow me to finish my tale before you respond." Having spoken, he lifted his head and wiped away the moisture from the corners of his eyes, taking a long, deep breath. After a brief pause, he continued, "Fortunately, that camp still exists, and she is still there." I was filled with excitement, having finally managed to converse with her despite the obstacles presented by others. I expressed my feelings once more, declaring my affection for her, to which she responded with a sigh, remarking that even if I donned golden attire, my ugliness would remain apparent. At that moment, my heart felt as though it were being sliced, and a wave of dizziness washed over me. In a fit of madness, I shouted uncontrollably. Perhaps my frenzy frightened her, for a group of youths surrounding her descended upon me, beating me mercilessly. I did not retaliate, and eventually, blood poured from my mouth. My body was battered and bruised, and I lost consciousness. Throughout this ordeal, she did not utter a word to intervene. When I awoke, I found myself hanging from a tree. Can you believe it? They were so fearful I might be devoured by wild beasts that they hung me from a tree. Am I not utterly useless, utterly unaccomplished? Today, I sought to forge a friendship. I, Olaf, genuinely yearned for companionship, yet once again, I am met with disappointment. Chen Yu, what is it you wish to convey to me? Speak freely. At this moment, Olaf was enveloped in silence, a stillness akin to that of a wounded wolf, lying quietly and refraining from uttering a single sound. Listening to Olaf narrate his tale, as if it were a story, Dayu felt a profound sorrow for the youth, mixed with indignation. This also imparted a valuable lesson to Dayu. One must not judge others by their appearance. Upon reflecting on the reasons behind his previous indiscretion, his father's disappearance, his mother's unknown whereabouts, and the betrayal from within the family, Olaf's face momentarily reflected a look of remorse. He spoke earnestly. "Brother Chen Yu, I have misjudged you. I had no idea you were enduring such hardships. I truly apologize for my previous behavior. It was impulsive of me. Let us refrain from further apologies. We share a mutual understanding, and from this day forth, you shall be my friend, Olaf. In the academy, we shall look out for one another and offer assistance." Chen Yu wholeheartedly agreed with Olaf's proposition, as he had harbored similar thoughts prior. With a smile, he replied, "Indeed, that sounds splendid." The two exchanged knowing glances. Just as the cold beauty, Ling Xingyu, had positioned herself towards the rear of their group, while Olaf's three companions had seemingly vanished, likely expelled from the square due to failing the assessment. Olaf then declared, "Chen Yu, please wait for me. I shall seek out my companions. I met them while begging, and now that they have not passed the test, I wish to speak with them." With a light-hearted chuckle, he added, "No worries, I have this." At that moment, Olaf seemed to have entirely forgotten the preceding events, sporting a cheerful demeanor and brandishing a card. Chen Yu suddenly realized that he had overlooked the fact that Olaf was of intermediate gold rank. Elder Jia had previously mentioned that anyone who attained the intermediate gold rank before the age of 14 was exempt from assessments. Moreover, the elder brother had not entered the academy. With him searching for their father outside, alongside oneself, it seemed to bear little significance. Only with formidable strength could one have a voice in matters. Coming to terms with this brought a lightness to the heart, and one's gaze drifted towards the icy beauty, Ling Xingyu, at the rear of the group. Ling Xingyu was eternally the focal point of attraction. At this moment, numerous young men and women encircled her. Ling Xingyu had grown accustomed to being the center of admiration, thus remaining indifferent to the fervent gazes of the surrounding youths. This meticulous observation of the beauty was a first for Fifth Chen Yu, and it was also the first time he experienced a flutter of emotions. Of course, Fifth Chen Yu was aware that this infatuation was currently one-sided. Unbeknownst to him, a subtle smile spread from the corners of his lips as he took a step towards Ling Xingyu. Chapter 24. Enduring humiliation as he approached. He found himself amidst the throng. Perhaps only now was there an opportunity to behold the object of his affection at such proximity. In the future, he might not even have the chance to see her, for this beauty was a figure on the storm ranking, not someone one could meet at will. Due to the numerous individuals gathered, those of shorter stature had to rise on their toes to catch a glimpse, while those further back could hardly see at all. Fortunately, with Fifth Chen Yu's height, he could barely manage to see by standing on tiptoe. At such a close distance, his heart wavered once more. Such a beauty, he pondered. Was she truly a masterpiece of the divine? He could not fathom what kind of man would be worthy of possessing her. Uncertain of whether there exists someone she holds dear in her heart, every gesture and smile of hers captivates the soul and invites contemplation. Before I realized it, a smile unfurled at the corners of my lips. Suddenly, a powerful force surged from behind, causing the throng of people to stir, and I found myself unable to halt my momentum, inevitably toppling forward. In that instant, I comprehended that someone had interfered, giving me a gentle shove from behind. The force was considerable, and with my thoughts entirely focused on Ling Xingyu, I was caught completely off guard. Propelled by this unexpected strength, my body lurched uncontrollably ahead, directly towards Ling Xingyu, who was testing others. A flicker of panic surged through me. Should I accidentally collide with her, it would undoubtedly result in a dreadful situation. Perhaps she would even blame me, significantly tarnishing my image in her eyes. These thoughts flitted through my mind in a mere instant, and before I could devise a countermeasure, a sharp reprimand escaped my lips. Truly, One is unaware of the heights of heaven and the depths of the earth, courting disaster. As those words fell, I felt a sudden ache in my right arm. Realizing the source of this discomfort, I hastily summoned my spiritual energy, striving to maintain my balance. As I stood firm, my gaze instinctively drifted towards the icy beauty of Ling Xingyu. As I had anticipated, her expression was colder than before, devoid of any emotion. With a slight furrow in her brow, I could discern that the message conveyed by her demeanor was unmistakable: disdain, a sentiment that resonated clearly. Standing firm, he hastily admitted his fault and said, Senior Ling Xingyu, I did not mean to do that. Someone pushed me from behind, and I. Before he could finish, a cold, emotionless voice interrupted. Do you know? Your actions are truly juvenile. Do not rely on a seemingly pleasant visage to engage in behavior that is distasteful. Actually, what else do you wish to say? Frankly, I have encountered far too many attempts at flirtation, and yours ranks among the most inadequate. Fifth Chen Yu grew anxious. He absolutely could not allow the girl he was infatuated with to harbor any misunderstandings, especially negative ones. Yet, his explanations fell on deaf ears. Just then, a melodious voice resonated again, this time tinged with a hint of warmth. Were you the one who blushed earlier? What is your name? Fifth Chen Yu was taken aback. What did this mean? Asking for his name? Had his charm captivated her? I am Fifth Chen Yu. Tian represents the heavens, and Yu signifies jade, he proclaimed with pride. However, the anticipated praise did not materialize. Instead, he was met with a derisive laugh. Fifth Chen Yu? I shall remember you. Do you harbor feelings for me? No. Are you afraid to admit it? Hearing the mockery in Ling Xingyu's tone, Fifth Chen Yu felt a surge of heat and blurted out, Yes, indeed, I like you. So what? How old are you this year? What is your cultivation level? 14. And I am at the apprenticeship stage. Hee, do you realize how amusing you are? You are nothing but a joke. At 14, you are merely at the level of a novice? What gives you the audacity? Do you truly believe you are worthy of pursuing me? A barrage of scornful questions from Ling Xingyu left Fifth Chen Yu utterly speechless and at a loss. Ling Xingyu let out a cold laugh and continued. I am 15 this year, possessing the cultivation of a master. Now tell me, what do you amount to in my presence? You are akin to a toad yearning for a swan. Once again, Ling Xingyu's relentless words compelled Fifth Chen Yu to lower his head, a wave of despondency washing over him. However, more than that, it was a profound sense of inferiority. Indeed, who was she, and who was he? How could he possibly entertain such thoughts about her? With his heart devoid of the strength to retort, just then, a familiar voice resonated, silence. The surrounding youths were nearly agape with astonishment. Who had the audacity to speak to the icy goddess in such a manner? Fifth Chen Yu's heart trembled. Wasn't that Olaf's voice? Perhaps having never been addressed in such a tone by a boy, Ling Xingyu's eyes widened in shock before quickly reverting to their usual demeanor, her expression darkening. Now imbued with a chilling coldness, she turned her head toward the source of the voice. A disheveled youth pushed through the crowd, stepping forward. Observing Ling Xingyu in her current state, Fifth Chen Yu felt an ominous premonition, fearful of what might unfold. He hastily spoke. Olaf, why are you here? Were you the one who told me to be quiet? 2 questions were posed, and 2 individuals responded. After the first inquiry by the fifth Yu, Ling Xingyu promptly interjected, her tone laced with arrogance. As Olaf entered the crowd, he disregarded the fifth Yu and addressed Ling Xingyu, saying, It was I who instructed you to remain silent. What? Do you derive some sense of superiority from speaking so harshly to a newcomer? Does your elevated cultivation make you feel exceptional? He is my friend, and one day, he shall surpass you, compelling you to look up to him. Olaf's words left everyone astounded, including Ling Xingyu. The young men and women surrounding them regarded Olaf with newfound respect. Who is this audacious individual? Is he courting disaster? He is a notable figure on the rankings. This fellow is woefully unaware of his own limitations, truly a reckless youth unafraid of the dangers ahead. Indeed, his appearance may be unappealing, perhaps indicative of a twisted psyche. Yet how could he speak so rudely to such a beautiful maiden? I find this young man commendable. Though he may lack conventional attractiveness, He possesses a strong sense of loyalty. To stand up to a prominent figure on behalf of his friend is admirable. Amidst the murmurs of the crowd, Olaf remained unfazed, observing Ling Xingyu, whose face was now flushed with anger, rendered speechless and stripped of her previous bravado. Olaf was eager to continue, but the fifth day Yu intervened. Olaf, please, refrain from speaking further. I am fine, she is correct. I acknowledge that I am but a toad yearning for a swan. I admit it and bear no resentment towards her. Can you? I must convey to you that we men ought to possess the fortitude befitting our gender. We should not allow ourselves to be looked down upon easily, especially not by women. Today's affront is intolerable. Moreover, do you believe you are a mere toad while she is a swan? Just then, a voice emanated from the rear of the crowd, imbued with a certain spiritual essence, resonating clearly for all to hear. Xingyu, have you yet to complete your assessment? I have finished mine. What has transpired? Upon the completion of his statement, the surrounding crowd instinctively parted, allowing a youth clad in pale robes to approach. A natural smile adorned his face, yet an unmistakable chill emanated from his presence. This was none other than Fu Qing, who oversaw another team's evaluation. Ah, it's nothing of consequence. I too have concluded my assessment. A minor incident occurred. Does Elder Jia have any directives? To be candid, this homely creature possesses more spirit and strength than you do. With your demeanor, you are only worthy of a toad. Having uttered this, he let out a dismissive snort and strode purposefully towards the central stone platform where Elder Jia was beckoning. Chapter 25. The four major factions. Fifth Tianyu's heart was a tumult of emotions, steeped in self-doubt. Even though Olaf's earlier remarks had a slight impact, it was ultimately negligible. Fifth Tianyu was acutely aware that, had Ling Xingyu not spoken earlier, he might have eventually forgotten the humiliation inflicted by Ling Xingyu. However, the final words of Ling Xingyu stirred an intense sense of aversion within Fifth Tianyu, a feeling that, despite her silence, was inescapably present. The youth clad in azure and white shot a fierce glance at Fifth Tianyu before hastening after Ling Xingyu towards the stone platform at the heart of the crowd. While the surrounding youths gradually dispersed, engaged in murmurs. Olaf, initially inclined to deliver some grandiloquent declaration, found himself at a loss for words upon witnessing Fifth Tianyu's current expression, reminiscent of a beast on the verge of eruption. The spark in her eyes signified ambition. Tianyu, let us proceed as well. The assembly awaits, and the subsequent tests are to follow. With your demeanor, you are only worthy of a repugnant toad. A sudden wave of confusion washed over her heart. Glancing at the carefree Olaf beside her, she inquired, Olaf, what do you think I should do? What should you do? Undoubtedly, you must prove everything through your strength, affirming your own worth, just as I strive to do. I wish to show Ren Xiaoqiao that, despite my less than favorable appearance, in this world where strength reigns supreme, I am capable of safeguarding those I cherish, even if she has overlooked me. As she considered the brilliance in Olaf's eyes and reflected on her own humiliation, she felt an inexplicable surge of emotion. Thus, she asked, Olaf, do you have dreams? Olaf's face radiated excitement as he replied, Indeed, I do. Which one would you like to hear? Ah, do you mean to say you have several dreams? Indeed, I have 3. The first one is a dream from my days of begging, when I often faced hunger and cold. My greatest aspiration was simply to have enough to eat and wear, to live like an ordinary person. Just then, the voice of Elder Jia resonated, imbued with spiritual power, making it exceptionally loud, echoing throughout the square. All those present in the square, those of mid-gold rank and above, as well as the exempted academies, gather behind me. Others, come forth and write your names here. Forming 2 orderly lines. We shall now commence the second assessment, the practical examination. Tianyu, let us proceed. We can discuss dreams later when we have the time. Now, we must focus on the practical test. Let us not be eliminated. Fifth Tianyu felt confident in her abilities. Her master had said that her cultivation level was at the advancement stage, yet her spiritual power had already reached the mid-gold level. Thus, she was filled with assurance regarding the assessment. As for Ling Xingyu's test results, which indicated an advancement stage, the reason was rather simple. Her spiritual power had retreated upon contact, as she had not exerted her full strength, leading to such a result. With a mysterious smile, she remarked, "Just wait and see. You shall be astonished." Olaf widened his eyes. Could it be that you were holding back? Fifth Chen Yu had no intention of resorting to any tricks. After writing her name, she dutifully found a position at the end of the line and quietly awaited the forthcoming examination. After a brief moment, everyone lined up in an orderly fashion. Elder Jia, casting a glance at the 8 individuals behind him, chuckled and remarked, "This year, we have quite a number of children reaching the intermediate gold level, indeed." Fu Cheng, naturally displaying a smile, responded, "Yes, there are 5 more than last year, and the quality this year surpasses that of the previous one. The number of those who remained after the first test is also greater than last year." With a light-hearted chuckle, Elder Jia announced, "Let us commence, for time is of the essence." His keen gaze swept across the 3 teams, and with a gentle smile, he began. "I shall now explain the content of the second assessment. Pay close attention. After I finish, should anyone wish to withdraw from the evaluation, please do so voluntarily." At this juncture, Elder Jia paused for a moment, cleared his throat, and continued, "The second assessment involves practical combat. Your opponents will be these 2 senior students to my left. They possess the cultivation of intermediate masters, but will restrain their strength to that of the intermediate gold level. If you can endure without defeat for 10 exchanges, you will pass. The assessment begins now." As Elder Jia's words resonated, the 2 proud young men on his left stepped forward, each selecting a team. The square erupted with excitement. Some wore furrowed brows, while others beamed with joy. Intermediate gold level? With my own cultivation at that level, I believe I can withstand at least 10 exchanges, even in my first battle. Positioned at the end of the line, the wait felt interminable, leading to a sense of boredom. My gaze inadvertently drifted to the icy beauty at the front, Ling Xingyu. At this moment, Ling Xingyu remains as frigid as ever, engaged in a hushed conversation with Fu Cheng, although the words exchanged between them escape my ears. Fu Cheng's obsequious smile suggests that he is undoubtedly trying to ingratiate himself with Ling Xingyu. Reluctant to linger on the scene, I divert my gaze to another direction, where a rather pitiable-looking youth is making exaggerated facial expressions towards me. "It's day 5, you. Feeling utterly bemused, isn't that Olaf? This fellow seems to enjoy a leisurely time standing at the forefront, free from the rigors of practical assessments." Upon closer inspection, it appears that Olaf is attempting to convey something. Why is he constantly twisting his neck? Is he experiencing discomfort? Just as I ponder this perplexity, a feminine voice breaks the silence. "Do you know that person?" Turning my gaze, I find the speaker to be a girl standing in front of me. She possesses long, raven black hair cascading naturally over her shoulders. Though her visage lacks conventional beauty, her small eyes sparkle with clarity akin to crystal waters. "Indeed, I do," I reply, pondering her unexpected compliment. How is it that someone as handsome as you knows someone with such a distinctive appearance? Caught off guard, I am uncertain whether to be pleased or not. However, I suddenly find this girl rather agreeable, possessing quite an insightful perspective. Dismissing Olaf's antics, I strike up a conversation with the girl before me. "What is your name, fair maiden? Let us befriend one another." Having more acquaintances in the academy opens up numerous pathways. Perhaps due to the fact that I am, indeed, somewhat attractive, the girl responds with a hint of shyness. "My name is Chao Nier, and what about you?" Observing her bashful demeanor, I stifle a chuckle within. How amusing. In comparison to the previously aloof Ling Xingyu, this girl's beauty may not surpass hers, nor does she exude the same air of sophistication. However, what the young girl possessed at that moment was something Ling Xingyu lacked: the unique innocence of her age and the subtle shyness she exhibited in the presence of the opposite sex. He chuckled softly, introducing himself. "I am 5th Tian Yu. Tian signifies genius, and Yu refers to jade." Chao Nier erupted into laughter, finding his self-introduction amusing. "What kind of introduction is that? You are quite entertaining. However, once we enter the academy, it seems unlikely that we will belong to the same faction." "The same faction? What does that mean?" 5th Tian Yu pondered, feeling a sense of ignorance. "Chao Nier, unfazed by his confusion, responded with a smile, "Haven't you heard any news from outside?" Most people spend a few copper coins to acquire information about the academy from various small channels. By being informed, one can increase their chances of success upon entering. Fifth Chen Yu suddenly realized, recalling that Olaf seemed to know everything. Initially, he claimed to have acquaintances within the academy, then later mentioned his humble beginnings as a beggar. In retrospect, it seemed he had been deceiving him. He must have purchased that information. Feeling somewhat speechless, he shook his head and asked, "What do you mean by the same faction?" To outsiders, Huaijiang Academy appeared as a whole, yet internally it was divided into 4 factions: the Tianba faction, the Qingshui faction, the Luyan faction, and the Wushuang faction. Chapter 26. Practical Assessment. Upon hearing Qiao Nier's words, Fifth Chen Yu instantly grasped the underlying truth. Even within the confines of Huaijiang Academy, tranquility was but an illusion. Uncertain of which faction held more merit, he inquired, "Which faction do you believe is more favorable?" "That I cannot ascertain," she replied. "Such information comes at a cost, and my family's circumstances are rather modest. What I know is already the extent of it." Fifth Chen Yu offered a somewhat awkward smile. "I apologize, Not at all," she interjected. "Compared to most, my family is less fortunate, and I seldom make friends. Yet, it matters little to me. I genuinely appreciate that you have taken the time to converse with me." Silenced by her candor, Fifth Chen Yu felt a twinge of guilt for his earlier jealousy. He had not anticipated that Qiao Nier possessed such a generous spirit. She was indeed remarkable. As he contemplated this, a voice imbued with spiritual energy resonated. "Qiao Nier, are you present? Step forward for the assessment." When her turn arrived, it was evident that Qiao Nier exhibited a hint of trepidation. Steeling herself, she patted her chest and resolutely advanced towards the front of the line. One could not afford to retreat out of fear at this juncture. Fifth Chen Yu's voice echoed from behind. "Go for it, Qiao Nier." Once she approached the tester, a haughty young man, she stood firm and declared, "I am Qiao Nier." The youth marked something in his notebook and, in a nonchalant manner, instructed, "Prepare yourself and make your move. Do not falter at the 9th strike." Joan fell silent, her expression unusually grave. A faint white glow emanated from her delicate fists as she launched a punch directly at the testing boy. Despite the near ambush, the boy, possessing formidable strength, merely sidestepped with ease, effortlessly evading her strike. Since Joan refrained from employing weapons, the tester was also unable to use any. The two figures exchanged blows, engaging in a back-and-forth combat. After 5 exchanges, it was evident that Joan was not in optimal condition. It appeared she was on the verge of collapse, and onlookers, including Dian Yu, speculated in their hearts. As anticipated, on the 7th exchange, Joan was sent flying to the ground, a trickle of blood appearing at the corner of her mouth. With a dull thud, she landed on the bluestone square, and one could only imagine the sensation of a girl's body striking the hard surface. The testing boy furrowed his brow and declared, "You have failed the assessment. Please leave." His words were cut short by a voice that interrupted, none other than the fallen Joan herself. "Wait, I can still persist." All eyes from the academy turned toward this stubborn girl. Those who had undergone the test before her had chosen to depart after falling, as they understood that hitting the ground often signified their limits. A flicker of surprise crossed the tester's gaze as he spoke in a mild tone. "You are injured. Are you certain you wish to continue?" "I am certain. I promised my mother that I would pass the assessment," Joan replied with unwavering determination. Listening to the resounding laughter echoing around her, Qiao's face flushed a bright red, resembling that of an apple. Yet, her eyes remained resolutely steadfast. Elder Jiao approached and remarked, "You possess considerable perseverance. Indeed, quite commendable. I am eager to see if you can endure the remaining 3 moves." The implication of Elder Jia's words was clear to the young test-taker, who tilted her chin towards Qiao and declared, "Proceed." With the 8th and 9th moves executed, the examiner recognized that Qiao had already exhibited sufficient spirit to pass the assessment. This formidable tenacity in refusing to yield is the true secret to a long-lasting journey in cultivation. As expected, Qiao persevered through the 10th move, but at that moment, Her condition deteriorated, her strength waned, and her body began to sway precariously. Upon the examiner announcing her successful completion, a faint smile blossomed at the corners of Qiani's lips, only for her to collapse to the ground, succumbing to unconsciousness. Elder Jia, without hesitation, was the first to rush forward, cradling Qiani in his arms as a surge of spiritual energy flowed into her being. The examiner's voice resonated once more. Next, Ren Xiaoqiao. Ren Xiaoqiao? That name struck a familiar chord. Fifth Day Yu furrowed his brow, his gaze inadvertently landing on Olaf at the forefront. At that moment, Olaf's expression bore an unsettling intensity. His eyes fixed intently on a young girl emerging from another group. In a delicate pink gown, exuding an ethereal aura, her flowing locks were playfully gathered into a ponytail resting upon her shoulder. Though her face remained obscured, one could surmise, merely from her silhouette, that her features were likely exquisite, destined to blossom into a breathtaking beauty in her maturity. Ah, could it be Ren Xiaoqiao? Was she not the one mentioned by Olaf in connection with some wager? The thought crossed my mind, and upon observing Olaf's expression, I felt a growing certainty. It was highly probable. I scrutinized her with keen interest. The figure clad in pale pink approached the examiner, and a melodious voice resonated. I am Ren Xiaoqiao. Most of the boys unabashedly displayed their fervor, yet another beauty graced our presence. If the coldness embodied the essence of Chen Yu, then Ren Xiaoqiao was the epitome of charm. The examiner, seemingly taken aback by her beauty, revealed a glimmer of admiration in his gaze, momentarily setting aside his arrogance to offer a faint smile. Are you ready, Miss Ren Xiaoqiao? With a gentle nod, she summoned her spiritual energy, and the two figures engaged in a graceful duel. Her prowess was commendable. She had likely attained the minor golden rank. This was Fifth Tianyu's conjecture, and, as anticipated, she successfully passed the assessment. Next, Fifth Tianyu. At last, it was his turn. Without hesitation, Fifth Tianyu jogged towards the examiner. I am Fifth Tianyu. This time, the examiner's demeanor was devoid of the warmth he had shown Ren Xiaoqiao. Fifth Tianyu inwardly cursed. What a bore, as the examiner's voice echoed once more. Are you prepared? If so, then. Wait. A voice interrupted the examiner's discourse. From the opposite side, a youth clad in a pale blue robe approached, a charming smile perpetually gracing his lips. However, this charm held no sway over Fifth Tianyu. The newcomer was none other than Fu Cheng. Upon nearing Fifth Tianyu, he cast a glance in her direction and addressed the examiner. I shall take responsibility for assessing the remaining candidates. You may take a rest. The examiner offered no rebuttal to the youth's words and promptly stepped aside. Observing Fu Cheng's gaze at that moment, Fifth Tianyu felt an unsettling premonition. Could it be that Fu Cheng intended to make things difficult for her due to the matter concerning Ling Xingyu? Are you Fifth Tianyu? Make your move. I will restrain my strength to the minor gold level. If you can withstand 10 of my attacks, you shall pass the assessment. His tone carried a hint of disdain, accompanied by an air of arrogance. The surrounding young men and women erupted in a flurry of excitement. What an honor it was to be personally assessed by Senior Fu Cheng. How fortunate. Why was I not graced with such luck? Moreover, the fact that Senior Fu Cheng would temper his strength to the minor gold level was a significant concession. Amidst the murmurs, Fifth Tianyu could only manage a wry smile internally, recognizing the naivety surrounding her. This was not a concession. It was clearly an act of personal vendetta, and her heart sank in an instant. What should she do? Must she truly resign herself to failure? Tianyu, you can do this. As Fifth Tianyu hesitated, Olaf's voice rang out from the crowd. Upon catching sight of Olaf's figure and expression, a phrase suddenly surfaced in her mind, with your kind of demeanor. You are only worthy of a toad. A tremor coursed through my heart. How ludicrous it was that I had momentarily entertained thoughts of retreat. Is there any meaning left in life if one chooses to withdraw? What of the kindness bestowed upon me by my benefactor, Uncle Long? How could I ever repay such a debt? How could I ever hope to catch up to Qingyi? A cascade of thoughts flooded my mind, and in that instant, my resolve solidified. Just then, Fu Cheng's voice broke through the reverie. What? Are you choosing to give up? Is it possible that my role in the assessment has shaken your confidence? Are you withdrawing? Fifth Tianyu, muster your courage. As Fu Cheng's words faded, a feminine voice chimed in. Turning, I beheld Xiao near, her expression resolute, her small fist raised in encouragement. Chapter 27. The first clash. No, I shall not retreat. You need not hold back. Fight me with your full strength at the intermediate gold level. Upon uttering these words, a wave of astonishment swept across the plaza. Had this young man lost his senses? He was openly challenging Senior Fu Cheng. It seems he seeks to draw attention to himself, merely a buffoon in the spotlight. A spectacle is about to unfold. The murmurs filled the air, and Fu Cheng's expression darkened momentarily before reverting to its usual calm. To ascend the rankings of the Fengyun list, one must possess not only strength, but also a resilient spirit. Fu Cheng, a contender on that list, is no ordinary individual. Make your move. The 3 words, delivered with an air of confidence befitting a champion, resonated. Fifth Chen Yu shut his eyes, attuning himself to the essence of the elixir within his dantian. Spiritual energy surged through his body like a tidal wave, and a brilliant white light flickered around his fist. Prepare yourself. As the words fell, the body launched forth like a cannonball, aiming squarely at the disdainful Fu Cheng. Fu Cheng's pale blue robe billowed without wind. And without hesitation, he raised his fist to meet the challenge head-on. In Fu Cheng's eyes, even with his cultivation suppressed to the minor golden level, he could effortlessly overpower the 5th-tier practitioner, Chen Yu. The 2 figures collided amidst the expectant gazes of the onlookers, and surprisingly, in this initial clash of spiritual powers, they appeared evenly matched. They exchanged blows for an extended duration, seemingly unable to gain the upper hand against one another. Elder Jia's eyes sparkled with intrigue as he nodded slightly, a faint smile gracing his lips. Fu Cheng, on the other hand, was filled with astonishment. The longer the battle continued, the more bewildered he became. Wasn't this young man supposed to be at the 5th-tier cultivation? Yet, he felt as if the level of spiritual energy was closer to that of a minor golden practitioner. Despite the youth's awkward movements, their prolonged engagement resulted in a stalemate, causing Fu Cheng to reflect on his earlier bravado in claiming to have suppressed his cultivation. This was his first experience battling with spiritual energy, and every motion felt rather unnatural. However, leveraging his abundant spiritual force allowed him to maintain his ground. As time passed, he gradually became more adept in his movements. Throughout the skirmish, the surrounding gasps of astonishment had not ceased, and the outcome of the clash had exceeded everyone's expectations. By this point, they had exchanged more than 10 blows, yet neither combatant showed any intention of halting. Elder Jia remained silent, and the crowd continued to observe in rapt attention. Fu Cheng deftly caught the fierce left punch of 5th Chen Yu, feeling a momentary sense of relief. However, he soon detected a fleeting cold smile at the corner of Chen Yu's mouth, igniting a profound sense of crisis within him. Years of combat experience informed him that something was amiss. Resolving to disregard the agreed-upon restraint of his strength at the small gold rank, he instantly elevated his aura. At that moment, a fist enveloped in a pale blue energy surged towards his chest with formidable force. Though Fu Cheng had just lifted the suppression of his energy, its restoration required a brief interval, and the approaching fist left him no time to react. He shouted stop, but the words review had barely crossed his lips when the pale blue fist struck his chest. He felt a violent churn within, stumbling back 3 paces as he struggled to regain his balance. The square fell into an eerie silence. Had the renowned Fu Cheng, a figure of the wind and cloud rankings, been defeated? At that moment, the smile vanished from Fu Cheng's lips, leaving behind an expression dark enough to drip with malice. Elder Jiao approached, chuckling as he remarked, "Ah, Fu Cheng, it seems you've learned a lesson in humility. Perhaps if you amend this flaw, you might ascend a few ranks on the wind and cloud rankings." Fu Cheng paid no heed to Elder Jia's words, turning to 5th Chen Yu and saying, "You, my friend, have concealed your depths quite well. With your cultivation at the middle gold rank, it is clear that I, at the small gold rank, am no match for you." He sighed. "Well, a loss is a loss. This young lad's cultivation is genuine. He has indeed reached the intermediate rank." Elder Jia's gentle tone captivated the attention of all present, their eyes widening in astonishment. The prowess of the advanced stage had triumphed over the formidable figures of the intermediate stage. This young man was destined for greatness. Chen Yu, you are indeed remarkable. I now comprehend the meaning behind your earlier words. It seems you had a hidden card up your sleeve. Quite impressive, ha ha ha. Fifth Chen Yu, equally astonished by the power of his own strike, had inadvertently discovered that half of the elixir crystal exhibited a pale blue hue. When he attempted to harness this azure energy, he was taken aback by its overwhelming force. Elder Jia approached with a beaming smile, stating, "Well done, Fifth Chen Yu. You are quite the little talent. Congratulations on passing the assessment. If you are interested, consider joining my Wushuang sect. There is no pressure. Take your time to decide." "Thank you, Elder Jia. I will contemplate it," Chen Yu replied. Elder Jia nodded and turned to the other assessors behind him, inquiring, "Have all the tests concluded? How many students do we have this year?" "Report, Elder Jia. 8 at the intermediate stage, 923 at the junior stage, and 1,522 at the advanced stage," one of the assessors responded. Just as Elder Jia was about to speak, a deep and resonant male voice interrupted, proclaiming, "Hee, Elder Jia, you have worked hard. Mu Bufan comes on behalf of my master to collect the candidates." All eyes, including Elder Jia's, turned towards the source of the voice, where 3 figures descended gracefully from the sky, the speaker being the central figure among them. The man appeared to be in his early 30s, clad in a flowing white robe, exuding an air of ethereal grace. Observing his complexion and the brilliance of his gaze, one could sense a profound and steadfast presence, akin to that of iron and gold. Ling Xingyu gazed at the man in white, a flicker of joy crossing her face as she called out, "Senior Brother Mu," and stepped forward. Elder Jia regarded the man in white, his brows slightly furrowed, and spoke in a measured tone, "This year, I am in charge of the assessments. It is only natural to endure hardships for the sake of the academy. Yet, you have arrived quite timely." Elder Jia's words were met with a hint of irony, as the man replied, "Indeed, before my arrival, my master instructed me to convey his regards to you." From the exchange, it was evident that despite their outward politeness, an underlying discord lingered between them. To the left of the young man in white, a woman in green interjected, "Elder Jia, I too have come on behalf of my master to greet you." Upon hearing her, Elder Jia's expression softened slightly as he replied, "I remain as I have always been, Zixuan. Has your master's health improved?" The woman, referred to as Zixuan, seemed hesitant as she replied, "My master is feeling somewhat better." With a sigh, Elder Jia chose not to press further and glanced at the man in black beside Mu Bufan, stating, "There are 8 in the middle gold rank, 923 in the minor gold rank, and 1,522 in the advanced rank. I trust your masters have discussed how we shall divide these among our 4 sections." Without hesitation, Mu Bufan interjected, "My master has instructed that we adhere to the old customs." As the words fell, a flicker of displeasure crossed Elder Jia's face. He remarked, "It matters not. However, this year I am in charge of the new student evaluations, thus the prerogative to select candidates lies with my Wushuang sect." Mu Bufan chuckled lightly, acquiescing verbally. Elder Jia, dismissing him, turned to address the 8 individuals of mid-gold rank standing aside, saying, "You 8 possess the liberty to choose your sect. I am Elder Jia of the Wushuang sect. If anyone wishes to join us, step forward." After his proclamation, his gaze bored down upon the 8. Yet for a prolonged moment, none made a move. Elder Jia's expression darkened, and at that moment, a somewhat mocking voice, tinged with sarcasm, arose. "Even though you are in charge this year, still not a single soul has chosen to join the Wushuang sect." The speaker was a shadowy figure clad in black, positioned beside Mu Bufan. Elder Jia remained unfazed, choosing to ignore the comment, and reiterated, "Whoever wishes to join the Wushuang sect, now is the time to step forward." From the arrival of Mu Bufan and his companions until now, Chen Yu had gleaned a general understanding of the situation. It appeared that Elder Jia belonged to the Wushuang sect, while the other 3 individuals hailed from different sects, all present to scout for students. Moreover, it seemed that the Wushuang sect was somewhat struggling, as not a single one of the 8 mid-gold rank individuals expressed interest in joining. Observing the ambiguous smiles on the faces of Mu Bufan and the black-clad man, Chen Yu's suspicions were nearly confirmed. Chen Yu, which sect will you choose? The voice of Olaf resonated, and instinctively, 5th Chen Yu wished to accompany Elder Jia to the Wushuang sect. However, considering the situation, it appeared that Mu Bufan's faction was the most formidable, causing a flicker of hesitation within her. Hurry up and speak. I will go with you, Olaf urged once more. Understanding Olaf's intent, 5th Chen Yu promptly declared, I will accompany Elder Jia to the Wushuang sect. Elder Jia observed the 8 individuals standing still, devoid of any inclination to venture to the Wushuang sect. The disappointment in his eyes was palpable. Just as he was about to speak, a voice emerged. I will go to the Wushuang sect. Chapter 28. Why Jiang piqued Elder Jia's heart surged with joy, and he swiftly turned around. All eyes converged upon Olaf. Elder Jia chuckled and inquired, Come forth, child. What is your name? I am called Olaf, came the reply. Olaf, splendid. Please stand behind me. Upon witnessing that someone truly intended to go to the Wushuang sect, Mu Bufan's voice, laced with a sardonic tone, rang out, Congratulations, Elder Jia, at long last. Someone is headed to the Wushuang sect, albeit this individual appears rather unfortunate. As Mu Bufan's words fell, laughter erupted throughout the gathering. With only 4 individuals remaining somber, Elder Jia, 5th Chen Yu, Xiao Nier, and lastly, Fu Cheng, whose expression had darkened ever since being rebuffed by 5th Chen Yu. Elder Jia's gaze hardened as he admonished, Mu Bufan, refrain from overstepping your bounds. Such disrespect is unwarranted. Mu Bufan paid no heed to Elder Jia's tone, continuing with a cheerful demeanor, Now, it is my turn. With that, he approached the remaining 7 mid-gold rank students and proclaimed, My name is Mu Bufan, and my master is Yuan Batian, the current leader of the Tianba sect. Our Tianba sect stands foremost among the 4 sections. Now, those wishing to join my Tianba sect, please step forward. Upon finishing his jovial invitation, 4 individuals emerged from the group of 7, 3 males and 1 female. A broad grin spread across Mu Bufan's face as he beckoned the 4 aside for a private conversation. At that moment, only 3 mid-gold rank students remained, 2 males and 1 female. Subsequently, the young woman chose the Qingshui sect and departed with Zishuan, while the 2 remaining young men were escorted away by a dark-clad man from the Luyun sect, completing the allocation of mid-gold rank students. The expressions of the 4 leaders from each sect varied considerably. The Tianba sect had unexpectedly acquired 4 mid-gold rank students, and Mu Bufan's smile had not faltered from the beginning. The remaining students were distributed among the sects according to the customary practice, leading to an equitable division among the 4 factions. Elder Jia's gaze fell upon the inconspicuous 5th Chen Yu within the crowd, and he said, Little one, come join my Wushuang sect. There was a glimmer of anticipation in Elder Jia's eyes. 5th Chen Yu had already decided his preferred destination and nodded in agreement. A brilliant light shone in Elder Jia's aged eyes as he repeatedly exclaimed excellent, tightly grasping 5th Chen Yu's hand, as if he had attained a coveted position. The joy radiating from 5th Chen Yu surpassed that of the others who had been assigned to the mid-gold ranks. As the enrollment comes to a close, the most apparent beneficiary appears to be the Tianba faction, which has directly acquired 4 students of the intermediate gold rank. Achieving this rank before the age of 14 is a testament to their extraordinary talent. The evening sky has grown dim, and under the guidance of Elder Jia, they make their way towards the campus of Huaijiang Academy, situated in the bustling heart of Huaijiang City, where a vibrant mix of individuals congregates outside the academy. Ah, Chen Yu. Did you know Olaf beforehand? Indeed, we are good friends. I see. So Olaf's arrival at my Wushuang faction was due to you, my young friend. But what led you to choose my Wushuang faction, considering that the most powerful is the Tianba faction? Intuition. Haha, what a splendid intuition. Allow me to elaborate. Our Huaijiang Academy is divided into 4 factions. The most formidable is the Tianba faction, followed by the Qingshui faction, the Luyun faction, and our Wushuang faction, which holds the least power among the 4. Although Chen Yu was aware of this hierarchy beforehand, the confirmation stirred a slight unease within her. Who wouldn't he desire to join a more powerful faction? After all, with greater strength comes enhanced benefits from the Academy's head. However, upon reflection, she reassured herself that since she had chosen Huaijiang Academy, there was no room for regret. The journey back to the academy took over half an hour on foot. Before reaching the campus, Elder Jia shared various insights about the academy, allowing Chen Yu to develop a newfound understanding of Huaijiang Academy. Firstly, although belonging to the same academy, the fierce rivalry among the four factions has reached a pinnacle. The higher echelons of the academy turn a blind eye to this contention, believing that such competition among students fosters growth, provided it does not lead to fatal consequences. Among these factions, the Tianba faction is the most formidable, maintaining a close relationship with the third-ranked Luyun faction, while the second-ranked Qingshui faction shares a good rapport with the lowest-ranked Wushuang faction. Master Jia, why is our Wushuang faction the weakest? Sighing, he replied, that is a lengthy tale. You will understand once you arrive at the academy. We must hasten our pace now. With that, Master Jia ceased his chatter and quickened his steps. Minutes later, they traversed a series of bustling streets and arrived before a highly popular edifice. Haha, we have arrived. Follow me closely and do not stray. Otherwise, you may find yourselves unable to enter the academy, and you shall not hold me accountable. Master Jia chuckled, his voice resonating. Fifth day, you looked up to behold a towering stone gate, reminiscent of a grand city entrance, standing several hundred meters high. Prominently displayed on the plaque at its center were four bold characters, Huaijiang Academy. At either side of the grand entrance stood several robust men clad in the academy's uniform, vigilantly observing the flow of youths entering and exiting. Khan had encountered Master Jia before. Ha, indeed. Judging by Master Jia's complexion, this year's harvest seems promising. Naturally, this year far surpasses the previous ones. We shall discuss it in detail later. I must enter first. Well, I shall await Elder Jia's wine, haha. The robust man greeted Elder Jia heartily, who responded with a nod, prompting the group to set forth once more towards the courtyard. Upon entering the grand stone gate of the academy, the sight within elicited a chorus of astonished gasps from the students. Fifth Chen Yu wore an expression of awe, pondering whether this was true strength. Upon crossing the threshold of the great stone gate, the assembly found themselves gazing upon a towering peak that pierced the clouds, its summit shrouded in verdant foliage. An expanse of emerald green. The apex of the peak was enveloped in swirling mists, rendering it invisible. For stout iron bridges extended from their feet, reaching out to the mountainside 1,000 meters away. Observing the astonished expressions of the students, Elder Jia chuckled with satisfaction, his voice resonating robustly. Behold, that peak is known as Huaijiang Peak, the foremost summit of our Huaijiang Academy. Our Wushuang sect resides on its eastern flank. Come, follow me. With that, he took the lead, stepping onto one of the iron bridges, and hundreds followed in unison. Chen Yu, this is the most magnificent peak I have ever beheld. Its summit is beyond sight. Now I truly understand what it means to inhabit a realm of immortals. Olaf's exclamations echoed in the air. Fifth Chen Yu's heart mirrored the same astonishment. Indeed, Huaijiang Academy was formidable, standing resolute in Huaijiang City for a millennium. One could only wonder what kind of person the Academy's president must be. Lost in admiration, she dared not falter her pace, closely trailing Elder Jia's figure as they traversed the iron bridge, which, though suspended in mid-air, swayed not in the slightest, remaining steadfast and secure. After a brief moment, the crowd arrived at the summit of Huaijiang Peak, located on the eastern side and belonging to the Wushuang sect. The view from the great stone gate of Huaijiang Peak and the experience of actually standing atop it were two entirely different sensations. The singular thought resonating in everyone's minds was one of grandeur. The mountain was simply immense. Even just the eastern side encompassed an astonishing expanse, with numerous dwellings dotting the mountainside. According to Elder Jia's introduction, this area primarily housed the disciples of the Wushuang sect. The freshmen, however, resided at the foot of the mountain. As newcomers, they were not permitted to dwell atop the peak. Instead, there was a designated area for new students. At this moment, The group found themselves in a spacious forest clearing. From this vantage point, looking down the mountain felt akin to gazing into an abyss, the depths hidden from sight. Fifth Chen Yu was once again astounded. Initially unfazed, he now pondered just how high they truly were. Before them, a sturdy iron chain formed a steep ladder that descended directly below. Elder Jia surveyed the crowd and declared, "The freshman area is just ahead. Now, everyone must descend the mountain. At the base, you will find the freshman living quarters, where dedicated instructors will guide your training. Your sole responsibility is to diligently enhance your abilities. As for everything else, you will gradually come to understand it in due time. I shall escort you no further. Good luck, young ones." Chapter 29. The Wushuang sect student camp. Upon hearing that their destination lay just beneath the iron ladder, a wave of exhilaration swept through the crowd. The vibrant essence of youth breathing life into the entire peak. Olaf and little Chen Yu, once you descend, you may encounter trials set forth by the senior students. During that time, numerous challenges will arise, as per the Academy's design. As for your survival, it ultimately rests upon your own capabilities. This is all I can share with you. Best of luck, a year from now, at the martial arts gathering hosted by the Academy. I have high hopes for both of you among the new students. Elder Jia concluded with a chuckle and turned to depart, leaving behind hundreds of newly admitted students who, as if liberated, cheered and embraced one another as they hurried down the iron ladder. Chen Yu, what occupies your thoughts? We should make our way down as well. Noticing the subtle worry etched on Fifth Chen Yu's face, Olaf inquired. I am pondering a matter. Is it related to family affairs? In a way, yes. My elder brother and my master are unaware of my entrance into the academy. I am considering how to inform them. Otherwise, they will be anxious. Observing the slight turmoil on Fifth Chen Yu's countenance, Olaf felt at a loss for how to offer comfort. Having grown up as an orphan and knowing only a life of begging for as long as he could remember, making it difficult to grasp the notion of family. Olaf's silence did not go unnoticed by Fifth Chen Yu, who, wishing to preserve the excitement of their newfound journey at the academy, remarked, Olaf, do you recall our unfinished conversation? Olaf grinned. Indeed, I was just about to share my second dream. Yes, do tell, share both your second and third dreams. Ah, the second dream. To be precise, you are already aware of it. This aspiration emerged when I first encountered Ren Xiaoqiao. My desire was simply to be with her, regardless of the activity. As long as I could gaze upon her each day. At this juncture, a figure suddenly materialized in Fifth Chen Yu's mind, Ren Xiaoqiao, adorned in a delicate pink dress with her hair tied in a ponytail, resembling a little sprite. A sense of speculation arose within him, though uncertainty lingered, prompting him to inquire, is the person you speak of named Ren Xiaoqiao? Hiki, you've discerned correctly, Olaf replied, a subtle smile playing upon his lips. Fifth Chen Yu, wishing to steer clear of discussing Olaf's past wounds, shifted the conversation, saying, now, tell me about your third dream. This third dream, however, remains a secret for the time being. You shall learn of it in due course. Fifth Chen Yu fell silent, not wishing to press further. After all, who among us is devoid of secrets? Chen Yu, speak candidly, did you truly arrive at Wushuang sect purely by intuition? Olaf's question left Fifth Chen Yu bewildered. It had indeed been a decision made on a whim. How could he articulate that as truth? Was there a deeper narrative? I assure you, it was merely a matter of instinct. I felt a certain affinity for Elder Jia Chong, and, quite frankly, the name Wushuang sect resonated with me positively. Are you familiar with the tale of Wushuang sect? A tale? Observing Olaf's earnest demeanor, Fifth Chen Yu set aside his jest and began to listen intently. Upon my arrival at Huaijiang Academy, I had prepared diligently for a considerable time, gathering information from various sources. Although I exhausted all my savings, I acquired some valuable insights. Olaf, casting furtive glances around, lowered his voice and remarked, according to the intelligence I have obtained, the decline of the Wushuang sect to the status of the last among the four sects can be traced back 500 years. The sect leader at that time, the venerable Wushuang Yuanzi, came into possession of a treasure known as the Desolate Inscription. This ancient script records a unique form of supernatural ability. While it may not compare to the powers bestowed by the fruits of extraordinary abilities, it remains an exceptionally rare spiritual technique. It is said that during his comprehension of it, Wushuang Yuanzi fell into a state of madness, and thereafter, he vanished from the annals of the Wushuang sect, leading to its eventual decline. Upon hearing this, Chen Yu felt a tumult of emotions stir within. There existed a technique referred to as a supernatural spiritual skill, a concept previously unknown to him. Moreover, it suggested that the Wushuang sect had its own intriguing tales. His curiosity piqued. He inquired, what was the strength of the Wushuang sect during the time of the venerable Wushuang Yuanzi 500 years ago? The foremost among the four sects, Olaf replied. The weight of those four simple words resonating profoundly. To be the leader among the four was a testament to immense power. Undoubtedly, Wushuang Yuanzi's cultivation must have been formidable. Though astonishment coursed through him, Chen Yu understood that his immediate priority was to survive within Huaijiang Academy. Elder Jia's caution echoed in his mind. Olaf, what is your perspective on Elder Jia's advice regarding survival? I possess no particular opinion. What are your thoughts? Well, I sense that our descent to the freshman zone today may not be entirely smooth. Something may transpire. Are you referring to the seniors mentioned by Elder Jia? Fifth Chen Yu nodded, realizing that the hour was late and that the others had already departed. Without further hesitation, he declared, let us embark as well. I am genuinely curious to discover what will unfold. Haha, indeed. If any seniors dare to bully us, we must not show any signs of weakness. Fifth Chen Yu recognized that being in Olaf's company had instilled in him a newfound courage to confront challenges head-on. Perhaps Olaf's journey from a beggar to an esteemed student at Huaijiang Academy was largely attributed to his unwavering spirit in the face of adversity. This thought ignited a sense of determination within him. There is a saying, when in Rome, do as the Romans do. His current task was to diligently cultivate his skills, so that upon graduation, he would possess the strength to pursue greater endeavors. Olaf, be cautious, do not fall. If you tumble down, you may never see the sun rise again. You should mind your own business. After all, I am at the golden core level. If I were to fall from a ladder, I might as well leap off and end it all. As the two jested, several minutes later, they reached the top of the ladder, revealing the ground below. The vantage point was relatively high, allowing them to behold an expansive arena adorned with hundreds of structures, both grand and modest. If one were to divide this vast expanse according to the cardinal directions, the east would reveal a broad avenue. To the south and north lie two opposing clusters of buildings. However, the southern cluster appears more scattered and irregular in its arrangement, with a relatively sparse number of structures compared to its northern counterpart. The west is dominated by an endless forest, which, if conjectured correctly, is none other than the infamous death forest surrounding Huaijiang City. It is surprising that the camp of the unparalleled faction is situated so close to this perilous woodland. Truly a testament to the former sect leader. New York, look over there. At that moment, Olaf's voice broke through as he gestured towards a gathering of several hundred individuals assembling in front of the northern building complex. Olaf, we are late. It seems they have already begun to assemble. Observing the expression on New York's face, Olaf felt a pang of frustration. Since we are tardy, we should hasten our descent. Why are we still standing here? New York, what are you doing? What do you mean? Are we late? Indeed, what of it? Olaf exclaimed with a dramatic sigh, prompting New York to stifle a laugh, puzzled by his reaction. Just as she was about to inquire, Olaf's booming voice erupted again. If we are late, then we ought to make our move, for heaven's sake. At that moment, New York suddenly grasped the situation, bursting into laughter as she quickened her pace downwards. Chapter 30 The Cost of Tardiness. The iron chain ladder was embedded in a square stone platform that stood 3 meters above the ground. On one side of the 3-meter-high stone, a series of steps led down. On the 5th day, Chen Yu and his companion descended the ladder without hesitation and took off running. After a few minutes of hurried strides, they beheld a throng of several hundred individuals, which was a gathering of new students ahead. At that moment, hundreds of newcomers assembled in the open area before the northern buildings. In front of them stood a rectangular stone platform, measuring several dozen meters in circumference, upon which 5 individuals, 3 men and 2 women, all seemingly around the age of 20, were positioned. Chen Yu and his companion exchanged glances, each discerning something in the other's eyes. These 5 individuals were undoubtedly the senior students mentioned by Elder Jia. Perhaps navigating this environment would prove to be quite challenging. Without further hesitation, they quickened their pace and jogged towards the crowd. Their arrival drew the attention of all, including the 5 senior students. Chen Yu, who was naturally shy, felt a rush of embarrassment and quickly moved to the back of the line. Olaf, in contrast, maintained his composure, exuding an air of indifference as he joined her. At that moment, a rather haughty voice broke the silence. "May I inquire what brings the 2 newcomers here?" The speaker, a young man positioned in the center, possessed a tone that struck a discordant note. "We are the new students, here to register," Chen Yu replied. "Ah, how bold of you. Are you not aware that you are late?" The young man retorted, a smirk playing on his lips. "Oh, no wonder you carry yourselves with such arrogance. It seems we have the only middle gold tier student from our faction here. How amusing. Never mind the one at the intermediate gold level. What about the other student who is not at that level? What is your name, and why are you late?" Upon reaching this point, 5th Chen Yu comprehended the situation. It seemed that Olaf, having attained the intermediate gold level, could afford to be late without consequence, while she, merely at the training level, would face punishment. In an instant, a plan formed in her mind, and she replied, "My name is 5th Chen Yu." "Ah, 5th Chen Yu, is it? Very well. Allow me to inform you of the repercussions of tardiness as a new student." The young man concluded his statement with a subtle flick of his finger, beckoning 5th Chen Yu to ascend the stone platform, a mischievous smile gradually spreading across his lips. The others nearby chuckled in delight, except for a girl on the far right, clad in a pale pink gown, who maintained an air of indifference, quietly observing everyone. 5th Chen Yu, already aware of what was about to unfold, likely another challenge, resolved not to retreat. She exchanged a glance with Olaf before stepping toward the stone platform. Olaf, behind her, gave a gesture of encouragement and began conversing with a nearby classmate. "Very well. 5th Chen Yu, your courage to stand here grants you the right to know my name. Listen closely, for I am Li Tsuanji, possessing the prowess of a junior master. Among the disciples of the Wushuang sect, I hold a notable rank. Today, I am responsible for arranging accommodations for you new students. Regrettably, your tardiness has provoked me. Do you grasp my meaning?" On the 5th day, Yu disregarded his inquiries, and her arrogant demeanor ignited even more ire within Li Kun's, who wore a playful smile. In front of so many fellow students, was this not a blatant humiliation? Moreover, there were numerous female students observing the scene. His anger swelled, and he declared, "Let us see how long you can maintain this arrogance. Come forth, I shall not bully you. If you can withstand 3 strikes from me, I shall overlook your tardiness today." 3 strikes? Brother Ji, you hold this fellow in too high regard. It seems his cultivation level is hardly above the minor gold rank. Lu Ming commented, "Why employ a sledgehammer to crack a nut? Allow me to entertain Brother Ji by playing with him." The 2 youths beside Li Kun's flattered him, to which he chuckled and replied, "For a freshman to arrive with such arrogance, we must show him a lesson, otherwise he may become too emboldened. Today, I shall make an example of him, thanks to this impudent 5th Chen Yu." 3 strikes? The 3 strikes of a minor master? 5th Chen Yu chuckled inwardly, realizing that such a challenge was an overestimation of his abilities, even surpassing that of Fu Cheng. Meanwhile, the new students below were abuzz with whispers, having witnessed how 5th Chen Yu had bested the renowned Fu CD on the wind and cloud rankings. Even if Fu Cheng suppressed his strength, it did not diminish the admiration some female students held for 5th Chen Yu. "Chen Yu, go for it." This voice belonged to Olaf, who stood above, glancing down at the crowd. Suddenly, a wave of cheers erupted, growing louder with each moment. With Olaf leading the charge, those admirers unabashedly shouted their support for 5th Chen Yu. On the 5th day, you felt momentarily taken aback, but soon found solace in the realization that, no matter the circumstances, surrender was not an option. "Let us see your prowess, Senior Li Tsuanji." At that moment, Li Tsunji's expression darkened considerably. He had not anticipated that this young man would possess such influence, eliciting cheers and encouragement from a multitude of girls. With a grunt, he advanced recklessly, unarmed. To his surprise, Li Tsunji indeed initiated the attack. Yu became serious, recognizing that the mastery of a mentor, regardless of its modest stature, should not be underestimated. Sensing the formidable energy emanating from Li Tsunji's fist, he understood that a direct confrontation would be futile, for his opponent's spiritual power was substantial. With a premeditated strategy in mind, he retaliated with his own punch, meeting Li Tsunji head-on. A cold smile crept across Li Tsunji's lips, as he thought to himself, "You seek your own demise." As their fists collided, it appeared that Yu was engaging in a straightforward clash. However, this was merely a ruse. Just before impact, he transformed his punch into a grasp, seizing Li Tsunji's wrist with force and pulling back, causing Li Tsunji to stumble unexpectedly due to the momentum he had generated. Utilizing the strength of the moment, all eyes were riveted on the two fighters. This initial exchange, resulting in a slight advantage for Yu, incited cheers from the new students in attendance. The color of Li Tsunji's face could aptly be likened to that of liver, as he remarked, "Not bad. You possess a sharp intellect. However, your opportunity for cunning will soon vanish. Allow me to demonstrate the distinction between a minor mentor and an advanced practitioner. Impressive as well, Senior Li Tsunji. Your fists carry considerable force. Should they land upon me, I would likely find myself bedridden for a fortnight," Yu retorted. "Now, brace yourself, young man. You shall pay dearly for your provocation." As he spoke, muttering to himself, a flicker of flame gradually intensified at the tip of his left finger. Spirit energy manifesting as a tangible force. I never anticipated that Ji Gu would resort to using the fire spirit for incineration. It appears he is truly angered, the youth known as Lu Ming remarked, while the girl in the pale pink gown gently furrowed her brow. Fifth Tian Yu naturally recognized that the manifestation of spirit energy referred to the art of spiritual techniques. This predicament was troublesome, although she possessed the secret to such techniques. She had yet to study them. What should she do? The flame in Li Tsunji's palm swelled, now extending half a meter in length. A cruel smile creeping onto his lips. "You have challenged my limits, especially in front of so many female classmates. For your scorn, you shall pay with your life," he declared with a discernible malice, palpable to all present. The new students fell silent, while a wave of intense unease surged within Fifth Tian Yu, who rapidly contemplated countermeasures. Prepare to meet your end. At this moment, Fifth Tian Yu could no longer afford the luxury of thought, for Li Tsunji's fireball was already hurtling towards her. The only recourse was to channel all her spirit energy into forming a protective shield. That was her sole option. Just then, Olaf's anxious voice rang out. "Tian Yu, get out of the way." Chapter 31. Li Tsunji's 3 strikes in an instant. A powerful force propelled her to the side. Fifth Tian Yu understood that Olaf had pushed her, intending to take the brunt of the spirit energy fireball on her behalf. In terms of the richness of spirit energy, her master's words echoed in her ears. "Tian Yu, your spiritual power has reached the standard of the mid-gold level, and your cultivation realm is at the advanced stage. Consequently, your spiritual energy is comparable to Olaf's. Neither of you can withstand the assault." Feeling a mix of gratitude and urgency, you swiftly reposition yourself beside Olaf, summoning 2 spiritual energy shields above your hands. "This is my affair. Step aside," you assert. "No, I cannot simply stand by while my friend is in danger," he retorts. With a resounding crash, the spiritual energy shield collides with the fireball, resulting in a cataclysmic explosion. The 2 figures are propelled like cannonballs, hurtling dozens of meters away, leaving a trail of blood in their wake. At this moment, the Fifth Tian Yu feels as though his body no longer belongs to him. Upon contact with the fireball, an indescribable pain radiates from his palm throughout his entire being. A metallic sweetness rises in his throat as he is launched away, and the impact of landing brutally exacerbates his suffering, leaving him with a visceral sense of agony. Raising his numb left hand to wipe the blood from his lips, he gazes at Olaf. At this instant, Olaf's eyes are tightly shut. He has fallen unconscious. Panic surges within you, disregarding the gazes of those around. As you hurriedly lift Olaf, channeling your spiritual energy into his body. Humph, there's still one more move. Shall we continue? Li Kunzia's voice echoes ominously. Already fraught with anxiety over Olaf's perilous state, having risked everything to save you, Chen Yu's mind erupts with fury at the taunting voice. Today, even if it means risking my life, I must ensure that Li Tsuanji leaves behind something of significance. Previously, my motivations were self-serving. Now, they are for Olaf. Just as I was about to respond, Olaf's faint voice emerged. Chen Yu, do not overexert yourself. This is the disparity of cultivation realms. We are no match for him. It is unnecessary to sacrifice our lives for a moment of pride. As long as the green hills remain, one need not fear the lack of firewood. Please, hold your words for a moment. How do you feel physically? Hee, I am not dead yet. We shall remember this grievance. For now, let us concede. The Academy has rules. Once we admit defeat, he cannot act against us. Fifth Chen Yu contemplated surrender, yet upon observing Olaf's condition, the words of capitulation remained lodged within her throat. Her mind raced, seeking a viable strategy. Regardless of the circumstances, she must withstand this third strike. Suddenly, a brilliant idea illuminated her thoughts, the yin-yang array. It was a technique she had recently learned at Longduan K but had not employed since, nearly forgotten. However, it was opportune now, for arrays bear a resemblance to spiritual techniques, not to mention the formidable nature of the yin-yang array. Employing the yin-yang array to counter a spiritual technique, followed by a sudden strike infused with faint blue spiritual energy. This notion was indeed precarious. Yet Fifth Chen Yu found herself with no alternative. Olaf, you lie still for a moment. I shall confront this third strike. Do not, Chen Yu, do not. It is unwise. Fifth Chen Yu had already risen, seemingly oblivious to Olaf's protests, as all eyes converged upon her. One must ponder, will Fifth Chen Yu dare to face the third strike? Li Tsuanji's singular skill rendered them both incapable of countering, and considering he is now alone, I surmise he will concede. You two should cease your baseless chatter. I firmly believe he will indeed receive the third strike. He is certainly not one to be intimidated like you timid souls. Jiang Shui, spare us your infatuation and assess the situation. If you doubt, let us wager. A wager it shall be. Who fears whom? The murmurs of the new students filled the air, while the 5 senior students exchanged puzzled glances. On the 5th day, Yu positioned herself 3 meters in front of Li Tsuanji, her voice resonating in everyone's ears. Come forth, unleash your third strike. Wow, how imposing. Go, go. The cheers from the new students grew louder, while Li Tsuanji's expression darkened. Among the other 4 senior students, 2 men and 1 woman wore displeased faces on behalf of Li Tsuanji. Only the girl in the pale pink dress furrowed her brow even more tightly. Yet she remained silent throughout. Very well, you are audacious and arrogant. My third strike will not be as simple as the second. I hope you are mentally prepared, lest you find yourself oblivious to your own demise. Li Tsuanji's menacing words had little impact on the resolute 5th day Yu, who was already channeling her spiritual energy at her fingertips, tracing the yin-yang formation in the air. It required some time, so she lingered and declared, Li Tsuanji, the Wushuang sect will witness my rise. I believe you will retreat with your tail between your legs, even though your cultivation currently surpasses mine by a slight margin. What a foolish individual. Do you even know who Zhigu is? Have you heard of Yuan Zilong, the esteemed Yuan? Yuan is none other than the cousin of Zhigu. What gives you the audacity to speak so brazenly here? As the words of the 5th Chen Yu fell, they were met with a retort from a youth named Lu Ming. Yuan Zilong? I've never heard of him. I care not whether you are affiliated with Yuan Zilong or Yuan Zimao. It is all mere drivel. Come now, man who dines off his cousin's fame. Unleash your most formidable technique. At this moment, the 5th Chen Yu aimed to buy time and employ verbal assaults to provoke the easily incensed Li Tsuanji into a fit of rage. Once enraged, an opportunity would arise for him to strike a devastating blow. Ah, but do you see? So many female students are cheering for me. What does that stir within you? Ha. Li Tsuanji was already breathing heavily in his fury, prompting the 5th Chen Yu to temper his sharp remarks. The formation of the yin-yang array was nearly complete. And should the furious Li Tsuanji lose control and act prematurely, disaster would ensue. He chose silence, gazing calmly at the now uncontrollably enraged Li Tsuanji. Fifth Tianyu. Receive my flowing mountain palm. Li Tsuanji's hands began to take on an ethereal quality, emanating a faint luminescence as they swelled in size. Prepare to perish. If gazes could kill, the fifth Tianyu would have sustained grave injuries from Li Tsuanji's glare. Alas, stares cannot slay. With a mighty shout, Li Tsuanji leaped high into the air, crashing his palms down upon the fifth Tianyu with immense force. Just a moment more. Completed. Suddenly, an enigmatic and mysterious wave emanated around the fifth Tianyu. It seemed that no one else felt this peculiar disturbance. Everyone stood, mouths agape, staring intently at fifth Tianyu, who remained motionless. Olaf's frantic voice pierced through the air. Tianyu, evade. Quickly get away. The girl in the pale pink gown subtly moved her fingers, her brow unfurling gently, and a fleeting smile graced her lips. In a tone only she could hear, she murmured, intriguing. Two ethereal handprints drew ever closer to fifth Tianyu. Li Tsuanji, in his heart, was already howling. You think you're impressive? Prepare to meet your end. As the two handprints neared their target, fifth Tianyu sprang into action. With her hands outstretched, a faint blue light curtain materialized, displaying a mystical Tai Chi symbol that appeared to both spin and remain still. This delicate blue veil met the two massive handprints in a silent confrontation. Devoid of any explosive sound, everything remained serene. The handprints and the blue curtain vanished almost simultaneously. Seizing the moment, fifth Tianyu silently urged the remnants of her spiritual energy into her fist and launched it towards Li Tsuanji, who was about to touch the ground after his leap. Despite his disbelief, the reality had unfolded, and there was no time to ponder, for a faint blue fist was swiftly approaching. In the blink of an eye, before Li Tsuanji could regain his balance upon landing, he was struck squarely by fifth Tianyu's punch, sending him hurtling off the stone platform. Chapter 32. The roommate. The unfolding events left everyone astonished, their eyes wide with disbelief, as Olaf managed to force a strained smile. Who would have thought that Tianyu had kept a trump card up his sleeve? When Li Tsuanji was sent flying, two male seniors and one female rushed over to assist the fallen Li. The girl in the pale pink gown bore no smile upon her lips, yet her eyes sparkled with joy, revealing her astonishment and perhaps a hint of delight. From defeating the esteemed Fuching during the enrollment phase to now utilizing his advanced cultivation to not only withstand 3 strikes from Li Tsuanji's junior master level, but also to push him back. It was no small feat. In the final exchange, Li unleashed his most formidable spiritual technique, the flowing mountain palm. Yet, all of this was thwarted by the youth clad in azure on the stage. To engage barehanded against such a technique was nothing short of reckless, a truly mad endeavor. Fifth Tianyu, fifth Tianyu, fifth Tianyu. As the cheers erupted from the audience, a warm sensation blossomed within Tianyu. He relished the exhilaration of such adoration. Turning to Olaf, who lay on the ground smiling at him, he gestured triumphantly before collapsing heavily to the floor. The reason for his fainting was twofold. He had already sustained injuries during the second strike, and at that moment, the spiritual crystal within his dantian had become transparent, indicating that his spiritual energy was completely depleted. Moreover, the exertion of constructing the yin-yang formation in the void had further drained his reserves. All these factors culminated in an overwhelming burden, leading to his unconsciousness. On the 5th day after you collapsed to the ground, several female trainees standing in the group, fervent admirers, disregarded the somber expression of their senior, Li Tsuanji, and rushed to the stone platform to assist her. Olaf, who had initially been anxious, felt a wave of relief wash over him, a mischievous grin spreading across his face as he attempted to rise. However, the excruciating pain coursing through his body made him grimace and draw in a sharp breath. With a bitter smile, he was about to call for help when 2 boys approached, wearing earnest smiles. "Ayo, go. Take it easy. We're here to help you." Olaf felt a pang of frustration. Here was Tianyu, surrounded by beautiful girls, while he, a talented individual in the mid-gold tier, was being assisted by boys. It felt utterly unfair. His silent lamentations remained unvoiced as he quietly sighed and, with the support of the two boys, rejoined the ranks. Meanwhile, under the guidance of a girl in a pale pink dress, 5 or 6 freshmen carried Chen Yu to the side of the venue, patiently awaiting the subsequent dormitory arrangements. Li Tsuanji, seemingly unscathed, stood atop the platform, silent, his gaze sweeping over the faces of the new students, which brought an immediate hush over the crowd. Now, everyone, listen carefully. What just transpired was merely a minor incident. I hope you do not emulate 5th Chen Yu's behavior. In this academy, you should treat your seniors as you would your own older siblings. Is that understood? Li Tsuanji, already irate, felt his temper flare to the brink of unconsciousness as he channeled his energy into his voice, shouting, "If anyone has objections to what I just said, step forward now." The arena remained enveloped in silence, with no dissenters in sight. Li Tsuanji narrowed his eyes and continued, "Additionally, allow me to elucidate the regulations of our esteemed academy. Upon entering the institution, forsake any notion of wildness. Firstly, it is imperative for you to know that the current leader of our Wushuang sect is Master Fun. Our sect comprises a total of 9 instructors. Furthermore, it is strictly prohibited for students to engage in duels unless both parties consent to the challenge. As you may be aware, our Huaijiang Academy is divided into 4 distinct factions, collectively housing hundreds of thousands of individuals. Our Wushuang sect, however, boasts a mere 5,000 students, placing us at the bottom of the 4 factions in terms of strength. Yet, in times of yore, we were once at the pinnacle of the 4. Let it be known that all factions are similar. Your focus should solely be on diligent cultivation. To encourage rigorous training, the Academy has established a ranking system known as the Fengyan List, which consists of 99 positions occupied by current students. Those who attain a place on the Fengyan List will receive rewards commensurate with their rank. Each faction also contains smaller subgroups among its students. For instance, within our Wushuang sect, the student with the highest cultivation level ranks 22nd on the Fengyan List and is known as Taisu 2, affectionately referred to as Big Brother Tai. His faction, the Tai Gang, is the most formidable student force within our sect. I am a member of the Tai Gang, and should any of you wish to join, simply seek me out for registration. As for other smaller factions, you will become acquainted with them in due course. I shall refrain from elaborating further at this juncture. As time gradually passes, the night descends, and the atmosphere remains abuzz with activity. The Wushuang sect, though the smallest among the 4 factions, still boasts over 5,000 disciples, rendering it a considerable gathering. At this moment, Olaf lies somewhat listlessly on his dormitory bed, unable to walk due to physical constraints, allowing his mind to wander aimlessly. The room accommodates 6 individuals, upon Olaf's suggestion. He shares his quarters with the 5th day SU, accompanied by the 2 youths who assist him, twins named Niu Dalong and Niu Erlang, affectionately referred to as Big Niu and Second Niu, both of whom are rather unassuming. The remaining 2 are Zhu Yi and Qin Feizhu. Zhu Yi, despite a name that suggests elegance, is rather rotund, with a round face and ears, presenting a somewhat clumsy demeanor, yet his cultivation is formidable. In contrast, Qin Feizhu is a slender, agile youth, a fervent practitioner of the art. At this juncture, apart from the unconscious 5th day you resting on the bed and Olaf lost in thought, the others have ventured out to enjoy the evening, leaving Qin Feizhu immersed in his training. When 5th day you awakens, it is already deep into the night. A luminous stone on the table radiates a brilliant glow, illuminating the dormitory, and Olaf can be seen lying on his bed, staring blankly into space. "Olaf, where's this place?" he inquires. "Haha, it's the dormitory. You've finally awakened. How does your body feel?" Upon hearing 5th day use assurance of his well-being, Olaf cannot help but feel envious. What an extraordinary constitution you possess. On the 5th day, after Chen Yu fell into a coma, Olaf recounted the events that transpired, including various regulations and details shared by Li Tsuanji about the academy. Particularly, when he mentioned Li Tsuanji's complexion resembling that of pig liver, both men erupted into hearty laughter. Their unabashed mirth roused the other residents of the dormitory. "Ah, Chen Yu, you're awake. Are you hungry? The academy has a late-night snack tonight. Would you like to join us?" I'm not hungry. Hello, I am Yu Tianyu. Hee. I'm Denyo, and this is my younger brother, Ernyo. From now on, we shall call you Tianyu Go. If anything arises, you must look after us. Denyo declared, gesturing toward Ernyo. Seemingly sensing Yu Tianyu's confusion, Olaf chuckled heartily. Tianyu, my friend, you are now a celebrity within the academy. As a freshman in an advanced program, you have triumphed over the formidable Fu Cheng, a top contender on the leaderboard, and the senior Li Tsuanji. Many female classmates regard you as an idol. Ha ha ha. As Olaf spoke, a sly grin crept onto his face, leaving Yu Tianyu speechless. He had never anticipated that arriving late and subsequently engaging in a duel would elevate him to celebrity status. It was indeed amusing. Reflecting upon it, Fu Cheng had underestimated him, as had Li Tsuanji. Of course, the efficacy of the yin-yang formation was not to be overlooked. Defeating both opponents was largely a matter of fortune. However, one must acknowledge that luck is also a component of strength. Resolving to put such thoughts aside, he decided to familiarize himself with his dormitory mates, for they were destined to coexist for 3 years, and it was imperative to cultivate a good rapport. Chapter 33. The benefits and drawbacks of joining a gang. On the 5th day, Tianyu rose from his bed and surveyed the room, inquiring, "Is everyone awake?" "I am Tianyu. Pleased to make your acquaintance." A stout, round-faced youth opened his eyes, chuckled softly, then closed them again, offering a perfunctory greeting. Meanwhile, a slender and wiry boy glanced up, nodded indifferently, and returned to his silence, ignoring Tianyu entirely. Only the jovial duo, Dainyu and Ernyu, introduced themselves with hearty laughter. Tianyu felt a twinge of annoyance, after all. Hadn't Olaf claimed he was now a figure of some renown within the academy? What was the matter with these individuals, so aloof and dismissive? He turned to Olaf, who was grinning on his bed, and a wave of irritation washed over him. He longed for a vent for his frustration. Tianyu, don't be upset. Don't be upset. Do you see that chubby fellow? His name is Zhu Yi, heir to the Zhu family of Tianhui City, and he comes from a prestigious background. The lean boy is Qin Feizhu, an absolute fanatic when it comes to cultivation. Just ignore them. Ah, so he is a young master. It is no wonder he carries himself with such arrogance. The two continued their sarcastic banter, yet the hefty Zhu Yi remained unresponsive. Olaf blinked in confusion. Something was amiss. Zhu Yi had a notoriously bad temper. He remembered their earlier confrontation over bed assignments when they first arrived at the dormitory. Why, then, was he so subdued now? Their mockery was intended to provoke a reaction, providing an excuse to teach the rotund boy a lesson, as Tianyu was genuinely displeased. However, Zhu Yi's silence rendered their attempts futile, akin to striking a fist against cotton. They exchanged glances and, in unison, shook their heads, relinquishing the notion of chastising the rotund youth that evening. Tianyu, are you aware that you have a nickname now? A nickname? What is it? It's due to your performance. Some people call you a madman. Haha. The 5th Tianyu, with a look of disbelief, pondered how he had come to be labeled as mad. Ultimately, he shrugged it off, thinking it was merely a nickname, and remarked, "It matters not, however. I have thought of a name that suits you quite well." Olaf, intrigued, gestured for him to continue. The coachman. Upon uttering those 3 words, the 5th Tianyu burst into laughter, and to his astonishment, Olaf nodded in agreement, saying, "In my past days of begging, I once worked as a coachman. I find myself rather nostalgic about it now." The 5th Tianyu ceased his jovial laughter and stated, "Very well, from now on, you shall be known as coachman." The two continued their banter until the break of dawn, at which point the 5th Tianyu suddenly remembered that his spiritual energy was completely depleted. He promptly ceased the idle chatter, settled into a meditative posture on the bed, and began to restore his spiritual energy. Following the method described in the Complete Guide to Cultivators, threads of milky white spiritual energy coursed through his body, penetrating into his spiritual core. This process was exceedingly gradual, yet he remained indifferent, tirelessly continuing his practice. Immersed in cultivation, one loses all sense of time. Such was the state of the 5th Tianyu at that moment. The following day, as a fiery sun ascended from the east, heralding the revival of all living things, the the fifth Chen Yu remained engrossed in his cultivation, with his spiritual energy nearly fully replenished. At a certain moment during noon, a crisp sound resonated from the spiritual elixir field. Fifth Chen Yu felt a jolt in her heart. The sound was all too familiar. It was indeed the sound of the spiritual elixir crystal shattering. Anxious and restless, she thought, could it have shattered again? Without further contemplation, she focused her spirit inward, gazing at the interior of the elixir field. There, a pentagram-shaped spiritual elixir crystal radiated a soft blue hue, resembling the stars in the sky, resplendent in its brilliance. Seeing the current state of the elixir crystal, Fifth Chen Yu's heart swelled with joy as a thought occurred to her. She had evidently broken through to the minor golden stage. At this moment, the elixir crystal emitted a gentle blue glow, rotating slowly, exuding an overwhelming sense of power, far greater than before. If the previous elixir crystal felt akin to a small cup of water, this new one resembled a vast chalice brimming with it. The disparity in the spiritual energy contained within the two crystals indicated a significant enhancement in potency. To her surprise, she had reached the minor golden stage so swiftly. Elated, she sought something to practice with immediately. Just then, Olaf's voice interrupted her thoughts. Chen Yu, you've awakened. Hurry, we need to gather soon. Relinquishing the joy brought by the elixir crystal, she withdrew from her meditative state and slowly opened her eyes, only to be met by Olaf's wide-eyed expression. What time is it? She inquired. It's noon. In the afternoon, we must assemble. They say all the new students will be divided into two groups, each guided by a different instructor. To her astonishment, it was indeed already noon. With a wry smile, she replied, let them divide us. What's the difference? Olaf's eyes widened in disbelief. Difference? Indeed, there are quite a few, and they are rather significant. According to the whispers I have gathered among these two teachers, there is a female instructor, rumored to be exceptionally beautiful. Upon hearing Olaf's mysterious remarks, the initial reaction of Dayu was one of speechlessness. This fellow seemed preoccupied with thoughts of beauty, as if nothing else occupied his mind. He remarked, it matters not, regardless of which teacher we are assigned to. We shall focus on our own tasks. Their beauty is of no concern to me. Olaf, somewhat disheartened, feigned indifference as he replied, this female teacher is not merely beautiful. You shall understand once you see her. Come now, let us gather. The others have already departed. Without further delay, Dayu observed Olaf, lively and energetic, and it was evident that his injuries had healed. Surprised, Dayu reflected on how just yesterday Olaf had struggled to rise, yet today he was full of vitality. It was clear that Olaf possessed an extraordinary constitution. Though these thoughts crossed his mind, he chose not to voice them. Everyone harbors their own little secrets, and the right moment for revelation would come. Shaking his head to dismiss further musings, he rose from his bed. Under Olaf's guidance, they traversed a grove of bamboo, crossed a small river, and passed over a bridge, arriving at the location from the previous day. At this moment, the area was already bustling with a crowd of youthful individuals, each adorned in various styles, creating a vibrant spectacle. Olaf glanced left and right, and upon spotting a young lady, he couldn't help but offer his astute commentary, articulating his thoughts with remarkable clarity, despite being merely a year younger than him. His insights left Chen Yu humbled. Just then, a cheerful voice broke through the conversation. Boss, you're here. I've been waiting for you for ages. Turning his head, he recognized it was the two brothers, Yu and Yu. He paused his light-hearted banter with Olaf and inquired, how old are you two this year? I'm 13, and Yu is 12. He felt a twinge of discontent at the realization that everyone he encountered seemed younger than himself. At 14, amidst these boys and girls, he felt as though he belonged to an older generation. Sighing inwardly, he remarked, Yu, please refrain from calling me boss. I hardly see myself as one. No worries. Amongst the disciples, we can form our own faction. Once we have a gang, you will indeed be the boss. I simply called you boss in advance. Yu, though seemingly simple-minded, possessed a sharp intellect. Olaf's eyes sparkled with inspiration as he responded, indeed. How did I overlook this? From now on, Chen Yu, let us not join any other factions. Instead, we shall create our own. You will be the boss, and I shall be the second in command. Haha. Chen Yu, however, had no inclination to join any other factions, as he desired freedom from constraints. Yet, the prospect of establishing their own group seemed daunting due to their limited strength. He pondered the advantages of joining a more powerful faction, realizing it could offer considerable benefits. For instance, when venturing into the mountains to hunt beasts or entering the perilous Great Forest, forming a team within the same guild fosters familiarity among its members, enabling them to assist one another in times of danger. However, most formidable guilds impose certain conditions for entry, such as a monthly financial contribution. As the saying goes, one must regard the master when dealing with a dog. Once the requisite payment is made, if one is subjected to bullying, the guild leader will seek retribution. Naturally, those who affiliate themselves with a powerful guild and declare their guild's name are generally spared from harassment, as the leaders of such guilds are often renowned figures on the leaderboard. The sole drawback is that, while a nation has its laws, a guild enforces its own rules, which all members must adhere to, as dictated by the leader. Conversely, joining a smaller guild is fraught with disadvantages. If the leader lacks sufficient strength, they cannot protect the members, leaving them vulnerable to oppression. No one desires to be bullied, hence most individuals opt to align themselves with a powerful guild. Although 5th Chen Yu harbors no intention of joining a strong guild to avoid constraints, he has never contemplated establishing one himself, especially given his current cultivation level, which has only just reached the minor gold rank. Chapter 34. Division of Students. Olaf and the duo of Chen gazed at 5th Chen Yu with eager anticipation. After a moment's reflection, 5th Chen Yu spoke. I cannot consider the intricate matters of establishing a guild. There are far too many individuals stronger than I, and I lack the capability for such an endeavor. Olaf, with a look of disbelief, retorted, why not? There is a regulation within the academy that protects newly formed guilds for 1 year. This means that for an entire year, we shall not face any bullying. Do you understand? On the 5th day, he remained blissfully unaware, a spark igniting within her as she silently contemplated the situation. Observing her reaction, Olaf continued, Chen Yu, do you still need time to ponder? In a year's time, our cultivation will have advanced significantly. Who would we need to fear then? Moreover, we could enlist the assistance of renowned experts from the wind and cloud rankings. However, as Olaf endeavored to elaborate further, he noticed E waving her hand dismissively. Enough. Let us revisit this matter when we have more leisure. With that, she proceeded directly towards the stone platform, where 3 individuals stood, presumably their instructors. Olaf felt a surge of frustration, realizing his words had been in vain. Silently exasperated, he quickened his pace, followed closely by Chen Yu and Yu. As they approached the stone platform, the figures became distinctly visible. At the center stood a middle-aged man, appearing to be in his 40s. To his left was an elderly man, his face a tapestry of wrinkles resembling that of a famished specter. On the right stood a woman of striking beauty, her lustrous black hair cascading like a waterfall. With elegantly arched brows and captivating eyes that ensnared the soul, she possessed a delicate, aquiline nose and lips akin to dew-kissed cherries. Her face, shaped like a flower, gleamed with a jade-like luster, her skin as pristine as freshly fallen snow. Her slender, graceful form exuded an ethereal charm, presenting a stark contrast to the elderly man beside her, a celestial being juxtaposed with a beggar. A thought crossed E.'s mind. Could this be the esteemed female instructor Olaf had mentioned? Indeed, her beauty was breathtaking, reminiscent of a celestial nymph. At that moment, another figure involuntarily surfaced in her memory, Ling Xingyu. On the 5th day, Yu was slightly taken aback. Ling Xingyu was the first girl to stir his heart, and also the first to humiliate him. His emotions were complex as he found himself recalling her. He could not help but smile wryly. At this moment, the beautiful teacher, compared to Ling Xingyu, embodied a different kind of beauty. The teacher exuded a mature elegance. Every gesture and movement so natural, even her serene smile evoked a realm of fantasies. In contrast, Ling Xingyu appeared somewhat naive. her cold and unapproachable demeanor standing in stark opposition to the graceful poise of the teacher. As he was lost in thought, a resonant voice broke the silence. "All newcomers, please be quiet." The speaker was a middle-aged man at the center of the gathering. With his words, the cacophony of chatter subsided, and the crowd instinctively formed an orderly line towards the stone platform. In a brief moment, a neat line of 500 or 600 individuals stood at attention. The middle-aged man cast a blank gaze over the assembly, prompting all students to cease their conversations, and the venue fell into a profound silence. After a brief pause, he spoke again. "I am the head of this sect. You may refer to me as Master Fun. From this moment forth, I acknowledge all 591 of you as my disciples. Should you encounter any difficulties that your instructors cannot resolve, or if there are any special circumstances, you may come to me. Is that understood?" "Understood." The resounding chorus of nearly 600 voices erupted like thunder, perfectly synchronized. Master Fun nodded in satisfaction, a smile emerging at the corners of his mouth. "Now, you 591 will separate and stand on either side." Master Fun, with a subtle lift of his right hand, conjured an invisible barrier that divided the assembly into two equal halves. This display elicited murmurs of admiration from the audience. Indeed, Master Fun, as the head of the faction, showcased an extraordinary feat. For him, this was merely child's play. "You are simply envious. Do you know the name of this technique?" "Of course. It is called drawing the blade to cut through water. Once you rank among the top 10 on the wind and cloud list, you will be able to cultivate this ethereal skill." Unfazed by the whispers below, Master Fun smiled gently and continued, "The two individuals on either side of me will be your instructors for the next 3 years. As the saying goes, once a teacher, always a father. While at the academy, you will not only acquire skills, but also learn the essence of being a person. Do you understand?" "Understood." To my left, we have the esteemed teacher Nyo, who will be your instructor from this side. On my right, you may refer to him as Teacher G, who will also guide you in your studies. Is that clear? Clear. A wave of laughter rippled through the crowd, indicating a fondness for Teacher G. Understanding the reason behind this amusement, Teacher G smiled gracefully, while the elderly teacher Nyo's wrinkled visage revealed no discernible expression, yet one could sense his bemusement. "How did we end up on the side of this old man?" Olaf grumbled, unable to contain his discontent, especially upon witnessing Teacher G's charming laughter. On the 5th day, a fleeting sense of disappointment flickered within Yu's heart. In an instant, it vanished. Who among women does not relish the opportunity to steal a few more glances? Observing the exuberance of the team on her right, she could not help but compare it to the despondency of her own group, which resembled wilted eggplants. Master Fun, perceptive of the varied expressions displayed by the students, wore an expression of practiced indifference. He cast a glance at Ji Mingting before shifting his gaze to the elder, addressing them in a tone audible to the three. After all, they are but children, judging by appearances. "Old Nyo, you must strive harder. I wish to see whose student excels this time." Ji Mingting stifled a laugh, her clear voice chiming. That would naturally be old Nyo. Last time, one of his students made it to the ranking of heroes. Haha, I am unworthy of such praise. Young lady, the new generation shall surpass the old. I am growing old, and this batch of students shall be my last. Master, you bear the brunt of this responsibility. I have one more thing to discuss. If you have something to say, do so quickly. You always enjoy teasing me. Master, I heard from Elder Jia that we have a student at the intermediate gold level this year. Master Fun slapped his forehead in realization, exclaiming, "How could I have forgotten about that? It has been ages since we had a student at that level." "Very well, you two shall decide on the cultivation direction. I shall take my leave." With that, Master Fun waved his hand, gracefully leaping into the air and soaring towards Huaijiang Peak. Chapter 35. Hall of Ambition. G teacher pouted lightly, remarking, "Master is always like this, a true hands-off manager." Gazing at teacher Nyo beside him, he broke into a smile and said, "Old Nyo, let us not contest any longer, shall we? I would like to have the student from the central gold position. I wish to showcase my skills to my master." All right, little girl, how could I possibly contest with you?" Here he is. His name is Olaf. You may call him, replied the teacher. The students below the stage observed the three on stage, curious about their conversation, yet unable to hear the dialogue. As they watched Master Fin ascend into the clouds, a hushed discussion began among the students. Looking at the radiant-eyed fifth Chen Yu, Olaf remarked, "Are you envious? Only those who have reached the king level can soar through the clouds. We should not even entertain such thoughts. The king level, we shall undoubtedly attain it one day. And then we can freely glide through the skies." The aspirations of his heart served as motivation, the key to progress. First, it was Master Fin's decisive move to sever the water with a knife, and then the ability to traverse the clouds. Both deeply resonated within fifth Chen Yu. Olaf, Olaf. Who is he? Step forward. A melodious voice reached Olaf's ears from the stage, and he could hardly believe what he heard, uncertainly asking, "Is the teacher calling for me?" Fifth Chen Yu mischievously replied, "Indeed, she is calling for you. You are in trouble. It cannot be anything good. Hurry up and go." Initially, Olaf thought it might be something pleasant, but upon hearing this, his heart raced with anxiety. Nevertheless, he dared not hesitate, parting the crowd and making his way to the front. "It is I am Olaf," he announced, observing the woeful appearance of the youth. Teacher Ji appeared somewhat taken aback, momentarily stunned, before a smile graced her lips as she said, "Join my team, and henceforth, I shall be your teacher." The dream that Olaf had harbored from the very beginning to be a student of the beautiful teacher Ji was now being realized, and the elation swelling within him was beyond words. In a daze, he inquired, "What did you say? Please repeat that." Suddenly aware of his rudeness, he added, "My apologies. I understood you. No need to repeat it. May I ask, can I bring my friend along?" "No, just you alone," she replied. "Then may I decline?" Olaf's words left all who heard them agape. How could one refuse the invitation of the esteemed teacher Ji? Had he lost his senses? Raising an eyebrow, teacher Ji asked, "What is your reasoning?" "I wish to be in the same team as my good companion, who is currently with teacher Nyo," he explained. Teacher Ji relaxed her furrowed brow and responded, "I understand your concerns. You may not be aware, but even if there are two teams, they do interact, and the teaching locations are not far apart." Upon hearing this, Olaf immediately comprehended and nodded, saying, "I was disrespectful earlier. I apologize, teacher Ji." "Not a problem. Join the team," she replied. Their conversation was not deliberately concealed, and thus, on the fifth day, you also overheard it, feeling a swell of happiness for Olaf, realizing that this young man had finally fulfilled a cherished wish. As for whether one can be in the same team, it makes little difference. Aside from not being in the same classroom, everything else remains shared. Next, the two teachers proceeded to record the names of their students. Scanning the crowd, a notably tall and robust figure caught the eye. Indeed, it was Zhu Yi, my roommate. Zhu Yi seemed to sense the gaze of fifth Chen Yu and turned to look back, wearing a provocative expression and raising his middle finger. Fifth Chen Yu was taken aback. What did that mean? Just last night, he appeared timid, yet now he seemed audacious. "Please write your name, age, and current cultivation level." Mr. Nyo's voice resonated as fifth Chen Yu approached. It did not take long to jot down a few words, and upon completing the task, he turned to leave, only to be met with Mr. Nyo's slightly surprised voice. "Wait, Mr. Nyo, is there a problem?" Fifth Chen Yu inquired, perplexed. A smile crept onto Mr. Nyo's aged face, a glint of brilliance flashing in his eyes as he shook his head, saying, "Hee, no problem at all. You may go." Fifth Chen Yu felt an increasing sense of confusion. How strange it was. Mr. Nyo's gaze was as if he were trying to see straight through him. Did he sense something? Or perhaps perceive the completeness of his five-star physique? The more he pondered, the more questions arose. If he had indeed discovered the entirety of his five-star physique, could it be a bad omen? As he turned away in bewilderment, Mr. Nyo's gaze shifted towards the smiling and industrious teacher Ji Mengding, and a thought surfaced in his mind. In my presence lies a true prodigy, a little one whom the esteemed elder Jia praises incessantly. Though I remain curious about what sets them apart, under the guidance of teacher Nyo, we arrived before a grand hall. Its entrance adorned with three bold characters: Hall of Ambition, This Hall of Ambition is a magnificent two-story structure, sprawling in size. With Teacher Nyo's disciples occupying the first floor and Teacher Ji's pupils on the second. It serves as a sanctuary for lectures and the cultivation of students. The first floor of the hall is astonishingly spacious. Though modest in appearance, its interior furnishings left Fifth Tianyu in awe, a fitting tribute to its former status as the sect's headquarters. In terms of dimensions, the first floor can comfortably accommodate over 1,000 individuals without feeling congested. Identical mats are meticulously arranged on the floor, with a slightly larger mat positioned at the center. This is where Teacher Nyo typically conducts his lessons, while others sit upon the surrounding mats. Chapter 36. Seeking trouble. Before me stood a rotund individual, his jowls prominent, glaring at me with an expression of malice. It became clear that this corpulent figure was seeking confrontation, having restrained himself the previous night. Surrounding the plump man were several accomplices, revealing the source of his newfound audacity. Having yet to experience the power of my position, I found his attentiveness rather considerate as he approached me, greeting, "Hello, plump one." "Oh no, I mean, young Master Zhu." On the fifth day, Tianyu was still audacious enough to provoke, a notion that had not crossed the plump fellow's mind. After all, he was not alone today. With a scoff, he remarked, "Tianyu, others say you have defeated the junior master, Li Tsuanji, but in my eyes, you merely relied on certain tools to neutralize one of his spiritual techniques. In your current state, you are truly weak." These words struck a chord with Tianyu, awakening a realization within. The plump fellow's assertion rang true. Upon reflection, it became evident that he had only countered a single technique, compounded by Li Tsuanji's own overconfidence. Had Li Tsuanji been more cautious and not underestimated him, he could have unleashed two techniques, and the outcome would have been entirely different. It was disheartening to recognize that for such a long time, he had been misled by the perceptions of others, realizing his own frailty and a sense of undue pride. This newfound clarity compelled Tianyu to approach the situation with greater caution. The companions surrounding the plump fellow were no weaklings. Even now, as a minor gold rank, he would struggle against them. He needed to devise a strategy to bide his time until Olaf arrived. Observing Tianyu's silence, the plump fellow's smile broadened, and he continued, "What's the matter? Did I hit the nail on the head? If you're afraid, just apologize and admit you're a coward, and I shall let you be." The derisive words of Zhu Yi, the plump fellow, elicited a chorus of laughter from his entourage. One among them chimed in, "Brother Zhu, this lad is merely playing the part of a pig to eat the tiger. However, I've heard he possesses a rather impressive spiritual item, in my opinion. We should demand he surrender his tools, and we shall spare him." Kaba's words held a semblance of truth. "Zhu Gu, perhaps this young man truly possesses some mystical artifact." The group, disregarding Fifth Tianyu, engaged in fervent discussion. The term coward flashed through Fifth Tianyu's mind, igniting a fierce flame within him. Without further delay, he channeled his spiritual energy into his right hand and unleashed a punch towards the rotund man's right cheek. The swiftness of his action, coupled with its unexpectedness, caught the hefty fellow off guard, resulting in a direct blow that sent him sprawling over a meter to the left, crashing heavily to the ground. The astonished followers exchanged glances, their expressions darkening as they rushed to assist Zhu Yi, who was now spitting out 3 of his teeth. "Zhu Gu, are you all right?" one of the lackeys inquired. Ignoring his companion's concern, Zhu Yi spat out a mouthful of blood-streaked saliva, fixing a piercing gaze on Fifth Tianyu and declaring, "Fifth Tianyu, the Academy has regulations against lethal force. I shall spare your life, but do not blame me for overwhelming you with numbers." With a wave of his hand, the 4 companions understood his intent and encircled Fifth Tianyu. A cruel smile spread across Zhu Yi's face as he gritted his teeth, commanding, "Make him suffer, but leave him a breath." The quartet, receiving their orders, readily prepared to unleash their spiritual energy when suddenly, a commanding voice echoed through the air. "Who dares to make a move?" The 4 halted, their gazes shifting toward the entrance, where a disheveled youth strode in, defiantly proclaiming, "I would like to see who dares to strike." Observing the figure that had entered, Fifth Tianyu felt a sense of relief. Olaf had arrived just in the nick of time. Zhu Ye's countenance fluctuated as he glared at Olaf, declaring, "You grotesque creature. It would be wise for you to vacate the premises. There will be ample opportunity for us to engage and play later." Despite being called a grotesque creature, Olaf remained unfazed. He glanced at the unscathed Wu Tianyu, and in their shared gaze, an unspoken understanding passed between them. Olaf remarked, "Zhu fatty, what has happened to your teeth? Have they fallen out? Given your ample size, one would presume you are well nourished. Your teeth should be sprouting forth swiftly. Worry not." Olaf, oblivious to the delicate situation, had struck a nerve, as Zhu Ye's expression darkened to an unprecedented degree. Zhu retorted, "No need for your concern, Zhu fatty. Are we going to fight today or not? Count me in." Zhu Yi sought trouble primarily because he perceived Wu Tianyu as an isolated figure. With Olaf present, and given his own trio of junior members and 2 advanced ones, he realized that any confrontation would be decidedly disadvantageous. Thus, without further hesitation, he declared, "Wu Tianyu, Olaf, I shall remember both of you. We shall see what unfolds." With that, he strode purposefully towards the exit, followed closely by his 4 subordinates. "Tianyu, are you all right?" one of them inquired. "I'm fine. If you had arrived a moment later, I might have sustained some injuries," Wu Tianyu replied. "Haha, as long as you're fine. How did you manage to knock Zhu Fatty's teeth out? Have you 2 already crossed swords?" Olaf's concern made Wu Tianyu feel a sense of camaraderie in this place, prompting him to recount the events that had transpired. "What? You've ascended to the junior level?" Olaf exclaimed, leaping in astonishment. "Indeed. Is it truly necessary for you to be so surprised? I didn't impede your progress. Indeed, have you reached the great golden position? This marks the 5th day?" And Yue Ying's mouth gaped in astonishment, her voice significantly raised. Olaf, somewhat exasperated, shot her a glance and remarked, "I haven't finished speaking. I mentioned that I am not far from the great golden position, not that I have attained it." After Olaf's words, he seemed to recollect something and continued, "Tianyu, the item you used to neutralize Li Tsuanji that day, was it a spiritual artifact?" Spiritual artifacts, akin to WQ, come in diverse varieties and forms. They can enhance one's strength, much like divine weapons boost a person's combat prowess. However, spiritual artifacts typically require charging. In contrast, divine weapons do not necessitate such energy. Strictly speaking, spiritual artifacts fall under the category of divine weapons. I have perused this information in texts. No, what I used was a formation technique, Tianyu clarified. Olaf nodded in understanding, exclaiming, "Ah, indeed. You possess a spiritual technique. Meanwhile, I do not have even a single one. It is said that these techniques require insight. Some individuals spend their entire lives grasping just one. I have faith in you. Keep striving, Olaf. When your strength is sufficient, you must lend me a hand. Whatever the task, I shall assist you. You are my esteemed companion." Chapter 37. Classification of Spirit Beast Strength Levels. A warmth enveloped my heart as I sensed the sincerity in Olaf's tone when he spoke. I thought to myself that when the time came for his assistance, he would undoubtedly be there for me. I shall remember this. Do not attempt to decline when the moment arrives. How could I? Though I hail from humble beginnings, I possess the fundamental decency of a person. Rest assured, Tianyu. Oh. By the way, do you know how to locate the older students? Olaf furrowed his brow, inquiring with curiosity. Locate the older students? For what purpose? I replied, my sister enrolled in the academy last year, and I wish to find her to discuss matters concerning our family. However, I currently have no leads, and do not even know which faction she belongs to. I am unsure, but the academy organizes training exercises, and the locations for these are in the Deadly Forest. Perhaps you might encounter her there, though the odds are slim given the multitude of students. However, during the 4 factions martial assembly next year, all members will gather at Huaijiang Peak, and you may see her then. Is there no other way? None that I can think of. You have a year ahead of you. Strive diligently, Tianyu. If you manage to secure first place and attract attention, your sister may notice you. If you remain inconspicuous, it is likely that no one will pay you any heed. Attracting attention? I wonder what level of cultivation my second sister has attained now. If she were to learn that I am still alive and have been training, how delighted she would be, I mused, a smile involuntarily gracing my lips. Olaf, what motivates your cultivation at present? Hee. Naturally, it is to settle some scores. Rin Xiaoqiao's words resonated as if they had transpired just yesterday, vivid and clear. When I become sufficiently powerful, I wish to encounter someone I cherish. To protect her as we wander the world together. Olaf's gaze shifted from dimness to determination, culminating in a glimmer of yearning in his eyes. On the 5th day, Chen Yu chose not to dwell on this topic any longer and inquired, "Do you have any plans for tomorrow, Team 2? Indeed, came the reply. Teacher Ji mentioned that tomorrow we will learn a basic spiritual technique. Perhaps it had been preordained, for the tasks of the morrow were identical. Chen Yu, I wish to practice in the Hall of Ambition. It is relatively tranquil there, free from disturbances. Will you accompany me? I prefer to remain in the dormitory to cultivate." She responded. From Olaf's expression, Chen Yu discerned a seriousness that was somewhat unsettling, for throughout these days, Olaf had maintained a cheerful demeanor, and this newfound earnestness was a stark contrast. With that thought, she inhaled deeply, settled cross-legged upon her bed, and gradually closed her eyes, entering a meditative state. The image of a spiritual technique, Extreme Ice 3 forms, surfaced in her mind. During her journey to Huaijiang Academy, she had resolved to comprehend this technique, yet subsequent events had delayed her studies. Aware of the significance of mastering spiritual techniques, she commenced her understanding. The first form of Extreme Ice, spiritual power transformed into ice. To grasp the first form, one must transform their spiritual energy into frost-like power, summoning a chill with every gesture, freezing all that it touches. The prerequisites for practice dictate that one's spiritual energy must reach at least the great gold level. Otherwise, an insufficient reservoir of power may result in self-inflicted frostbite. In a simple introduction, by the 5th day, you had already gained an understanding of the spiritual power level of the great gold rank. This was a prerequisite that he had to meet, for during his advancement, his spiritual power had already reached the intermediate gold rank. Now, with his cultivation at the lesser gold rank, it was inevitable that his spiritual power had ascended to the great gold rank. Logically, this was the case. However, to be certain, he decided to conduct a test. With that thought, he reached for the spatial ring on his hand, and a dark stone materialized. Indeed, it was the cultivation assessment stone. Since there was no one else in the room, he felt no need for discretion. He pressed his right hand against the assessment stone, and waves of spiritual power surged toward it. Gradually, the color of the stone began to change. A faint white glow illuminated it, which then slowly transformed into a pale blue. 3 large characters emerged, Great Gold Rank. A smile spread across his lips. As expected, it was just as he had anticipated. Reflecting on the assessment stone that Ling Xingyu had used during the Academy's evaluation, which could even gauge age, he felt that his own assessment stone was rather outdated. With a wry smile, he dismissed the thought. After all, assessment stones came in varying grades. Had he used the highest grade stone at this moment, it would have displayed his age, cultivation level, and spiritual power, such as 14 years old, lesser gold rank, great gold rank spiritual power. He placed the dark assessment stone back into the spatial ring, feeling reassured. Since he had met the conditions for comprehension, he no longer hesitated and began to contemplate the first form of the Extreme Ice technique. The required auxiliary materials for the transformation of spiritual power into ice are as follows: a Millennium Cold Jade Bed, Fire Crystal, Cold Spirit Paste, and a Beast Crystal of wood attribute graded 5 or above. The assortment of auxiliary materials left 5th Chen Yu in a state of bewilderment. Despite his extensive reading, he found himself unfamiliar with all but the 5th level wood attribute beast crystals among them, encountering these items for the very first time. Beast crystals serve as the reservoir of spiritual energy for spirit beasts, akin to the human dantian. Powerful spirit beasts possess these crystals, which are categorized by strength. The weakest, devoid of spiritual energy, are referred to as wild beasts, classified as first-level beasts, comparable to a human's foundational cultivation level. Second-level wild beasts equate to the human golden cultivation realm. Upon reaching third level and above, they transcend into spirit beasts. A third-level spirit beast strength parallels a human's master-level cultivation. Fourth-level spirit beasts correspond to the human sec-level cultivation, while fifth-level spirit beasts align with the royal cultivation realm. The notion of acquiring a beast crystal from such a formidable spirit beast felt insurmountable to fifth Chen Yu, who was engulfed in despair akin to that of a bitter gourd. How could he possibly gather these materials? Resigned to his circumstances, he abandoned the cultivation of the ice extreme technique, despite its promising potential, recognizing the demanding prerequisites. He silently committed the names of these materials to memory, relinquishing his understanding of spiritual techniques to focus on cultivating his spiritual energy. Within the confines of the room, fifth Chen Yu sat cross-legged upon the bed, his eyes firmly shut, immersed in his training. Meanwhile, Dainyu and Erniyu engaged in an animated whisper, each wielding a hammer. A sight previously unseen. Chapter 38. Encountering the fire spirit again the following day, as dawn broke in the east, the fiery sun ascended gradually, heralding yet another splendid day. As the fifth day dawned, Yu exhaled the lingering impurities from a night of cultivation, gradually opening his eyes. After a night of dedicated practice, a diminutive spiritual crystal had formed beside the spiritual elixir in his dantian. Although small in size, its existence was unmistakable, a phenomenon previously absent. A flicker of joy ignited in his heart. This marked the emergence of the second spiritual elixir. As the spiritual energy continued to accumulate, the crystal would grow larger, and once it reached a size comparable to the first, he would successfully advance to the mid-golden stage. The process of absorbing the world's spiritual energy to condense the elixir was known as cultivation. His gaze naturally drifted to Olaf's bed, where Olaf sat cross-legged with eyes firmly shut. A bitter smile crossed his lips. Despite his habit of rising early, today Olaf remained engrossed in his practice. Just as you contemplated whether to rouse him, a cacophony erupted from outside, followed by the forceful swinging open of the door. The wooden door crashed against the wall with a resounding thud. The commotion abruptly disrupted Olaf's meditative state, causing his spiritual energy to surge chaotically, resulting in a trickle of blood from the corner of his mouth. Yu's heart ignited with fury upon witnessing the blood at the corner of Olaf's lips. This was intolerable. At that moment, a portly youth with a jovial grin entered, fixated on the blood at Olaf's mouth. It was Chen Yu. "Hello there, gentlemen. I've come to chat with you," he announced, his tone dripping with arrogance and mockery, an affront too egregious to endure. Yu's anger boiled over, and he exclaimed, "Zhu Yi, you are truly courting death." On the fifth day, Yu's anger surged, and with a sharp exclamation, she leapt from her bed. Her fists enveloped in a swirl of energy as she launched a powerful strike. Today, she would not allow anyone to be arrogant. A foreign voice interjected, and in an instant, a formidable fist intercepted Yu's fierce blow. The voice and the fist belonged to the same individual, and it was then that Yu noticed a tall, slender youth standing beside Zhu Yi, who wore a disdainful smile as he regarded her. In a flurry of thoughts, Yu quickly assessed the situation. The youth had effortlessly blocked her attack, indicating a considerable level of cultivation. Moreover, given that Zhu Yi had previously suffered a setback, it was clear that this time he had come fully prepared and brimming with confidence. Olaf wiped the blood that trickled from the corner of his mouth and tugged at Yu's arm, saying, "Chen Yu, he is a senior." Understanding dawned upon her. No wonder the youth possessed such formidable skills. Since Zhu Yi was the young master of the Zhu family in Tianhui City, it was only natural that he would have connections with seniors. The tall, slender youth smirked ominously and remarked, "You have some discernment. Since you recognize me as a senior and see me here with Zhu Yi, you must understand the purpose of my presence." At this, Zhu Yi chimed in, "Wang Chuyang. Since my brother has called upon you for assistance, I hope you can handle this matter adeptly, just these two individuals." The youth, known as Wang Chaoyang, scoffed lightly and replied, "Rest assured, since you are Hao's brother and he has given me instructions, you need not worry. With my level of cultivation as a mid-tier disciple, Surely I can manage 2 freshmen without difficulty. I hope you won't be careless. These 2 are thorns, so I'll leave this to you. I'm off to class." After Zhu Yi concluded, she cast a fierce glare at the duo, spat contemptuously at their feet, and turned away with an exceptionally arrogant demeanor. Upon witnessing the spitting, Olaf could no longer contain himself. Channeling his spiritual energy, he advanced towards the rotund figure. However, he was stopped after only a couple of steps. "You 2 are up against me. Do not scatter. Let us engage together. One-on-one is rather dull." The disdainful tone was unmistakable. At that moment, Olaf's fury reached its zenith, and he ceased to exchange words, launching directly into combat with Wang Chaoyang. Their figures intertwined, revealing that Wang Chaoyang was not exerting his full strength. Nevertheless, Olaf began to exhibit signs of defeat. Since the moment Wang Chaoyang proclaimed his cultivation level, 5th Chen Yu had been calculating in secret. The mid-master level he possessed was marginally superior to that of Li Tsuanji at the time. With his own strength at the great gold level, and considering Olaf's mid-gold prowess, it became evident that a head-on confrontation was the only option. Resolving himself, he retrieved the long sword gifted by his master from his spatial ring and charged forth. Seeing 5th Chen Yu wielding a weapon, a glint of coldness flashed in Wang Chaoyang's eyes. With a powerful palm strike, he repelled Olaf and declared, "What of your sword? In my eyes, regardless of the weapon you wield, you are but mere ants." 5th Chen Yu thrust his long sword towards Wang Chaoyang, his words flowing just as fiercely. "You shall soon discover whether we are mere ants." On the 5th day, Yulong's cold words left Wang Zhaoyang no opportunity to breathe. Although he possessed no spiritual techniques, the power of his spiritual energy channeled through his sword was formidable. Faced with the blade, Wang Zhaoyang dared not be careless. After all, his cultivation at the intermediate master level did not grant him immunity to ordinary weaponry. As anticipated, his first strike missed its target, but the advantage of his cultivation rendered Wang Zhaoyang exceptionally agile. Yuling showed no mercy, following up the miss with a second and then a third thrust. Their figures intertwined in a perilous dance, and as the battle prolonged, Wang Zhaoyang found himself astonished at being pushed into such a precarious situation. Frustrated and eager to end it swiftly, he decided to unleash his full strength, a sinister smile gracing his lips as he proclaimed, "Let us see my fire spirit burn." Before long, a fireball began to coalesce in his palm, growing larger by the moment. An ominous feeling stirred within Yulong, for she recalled how Li Tsuanji had previously wielded fire spirit burn to inflict grave injuries upon both himself and Olaf. Its power was indeed formidable, and her anxiety deepened. Olaf's expression shifted dramatically as he summoned his spiritual energy like a tidal wave, declaring, "Chen Yu, together. It matters not if you combine your strength. I am utilizing 70% of my power in this spiritual technique. You shall not perish, merely languish in bed for a month or 2. Wang Zhaoyang's emotionless words echoed. As the 2 merged their spiritual forces, a luminous shield materialized before them, just when an aged voice resounded, commanding, "Cease this at once." With those words, a shadow darted through the doorway. Teacher Nyo had arrived, and Wang Zhaoyang's countenance paled in shock. Before one could react, Teacher Nyo firmly grasped the fireball in Wang Chaoyang's hand. With a dismissive snort, the fireball vanished, effortlessly dispelling a spiritual technique that even the formidable 5th Chen Yu duo could hardly withstand. "Teacher Nyo, what brings you here? Are you not aware of the Academy's rules? Within the confines of the Academy, without a formal challenge, seasoned students must not lay hands on newcomers. Do you not understand?" His tone was stern, and a flicker of gloom passed through Wang Chaoyang's eyes. Yet, he dared not act defiantly in front of Teacher Nyo, responding, "I was merely sparring with the junior students. I was teaching them fire spirit incineration. Please, show your support with collections and votes. Thank you all." Chapter 39, Jiang Xuan Naturally. Teacher Nyo was not swayed by Wang Chaoyang's explanation. "Is that so? Then, how well are you teaching them?" Wang Chaoyang was taken aback by the unexpected leniency and smiled. "Well, if that's the case." He turned to leave, but a faint voice called out behind him, "Wait, is there something else?" "Indeed, there is. You claim to be teaching them fire spirit incineration. Now, reveal the secrets of this technique to prove your honesty. Otherwise, what you did today would be considered a violation of Academy rules. Wang Chaoyang's mind raced as the weight of the Academy regulations loomed before him. Such rules were not to be trifled with. He recalled that fire spirit incineration was a technique imparted by the esteemed Tai Laoda, exclusively for the understanding of his faction's members. Had it not been for the influential support of Brother Zhu Hao, he would never have had the opportunity to comprehend it. To divulge it to outsiders now would mean breaching the faction's code. A dilemma swiftly extinguished the initially arrogant demeanor of Wang Xiaoyang. After much contemplation, he found himself unwilling to bear the consequences of either the Academy's regulations or the Gang's rules. Just as he was preparing to beseech Teacher Nyo for leniency, he glanced up to observe the teacher's countenance, instantly realizing that such a plea would be in vain. The expression on Teacher Nyo's face indicated that the two individuals involved were evidently his favored disciples, and having wronged them would undoubtedly incur some form of retribution. Cursing silently under his breath, he weighed his options and ultimately resolved to accept the Gang's rules, as they seemed relatively less severe. Moreover, with Zhu Hao interceding on his behalf, he hoped for further mitigation of the consequences. He then declared, "Very well, to demonstrate my sincerity, I shall reveal the spiritual technique of fire spirit burn. However, upon sharing it, does that imply I may take my leave?" Teacher Nyo's face broke into a smile, akin to a blooming chrysanthemum, as he cast a glance at Fifth Tianyu and nodded affirmatively, stating, "Reciting the fire spirit burn technique is indeed sufficient proof." Fifth Tianyu comprehended Teacher Nyo's intent with that glance, and promptly nudged Olaf, as the two attentively listened. The spiritual technique, known as fire spirit burn, was a profound method of understanding and practicing spiritual skills originally acquired by Tai Su, the leader of the Iron Gang, during his ventures. It was subsequently passed down within the gang, offering exceptional contributions to its members who demonstrated merit. Teacher Nyo's implication was clear. He expected Fifth Tianyu and Olaf to master this attribute-laden spiritual technique, which should elevate their abilities to the spiritual tier. Those who wielded fire spirit burn were individuals thriving within the Iron Gang. How had they found themselves entangled with such a figure? "It was he who instigated this conflict with us," Olaf remarked. "Regardless, I shall remember this debt, and I am grateful to Teacher Nyo for his intervention today." On the fifth day, you spoke as she and Olaf slightly bowed towards Teacher Nyo. With a smile illuminating his face, Teacher Nyo shook his head and said, "All right. Go to class. If today's lesson weren't so significant, I wouldn't have come to find you myself. You two have been rather tardy. Today marks the first official day of class, haha." Exchanging a glance, you and Olaf bowed once more, expressing their gratitude to Teacher Nyo before turning to dash toward the Hall of Ambition. Behind them, Teacher Nyo observed their retreating figures, nodding gently to himself. So, the person Olaf intended to take away that day was this lad. Thankfully, G didn't agree. As his words faded, his figure ascended into the air, swiftly vanishing from sight. Upon reaching the entrance, they plunged straight in. The sight that greeted them was a sea of students. Their abrupt entrance, devoid of greetings or knocks, along with their breathless and flustered demeanor, drew the attention of all present. Olaf remained unfazed, disregarding the stairs, and proceeded through the crowd toward the second floor. You, typically shy, felt a burning embarrassment in that moment. Noticing that the cushions nearest to the center were already occupied, she made her way to the edges instead. Finding an unoccupied cushion, she settled down, suddenly realizing something. Looking up, she saw Teacher Nyo seated at the very center's edge, gazing at her. She was taken aback. She had arrived first, yet Teacher Nyo was already there. Clearing his throat, his aged voice resonated through the room. "Now, all the students have gathered, and we have already delayed long enough. I hope those who arrived late will refrain from such tardiness in the future. What lies ahead for everyone is to comprehend the spiritual techniques." As Teacher Nyo's words fell, a ripple of hushed discussions erupted among the students. "Fifth Tianyu, do you know any spiritual techniques?" Fifth Tianyu was still catching her breath when a delicate voice, unmistakably feminine, reached her ears. Turning her head, she found indeed a beautiful girl, clad in simple attire, with bright eyes and slightly parted lips, exuding an innocent charm. With a light chuckle, she replied, "No, but Teacher Chen Yu will teach us shortly." "Oh, so the way you dispelled Senior Li Tsuenji's spiritual technique was through a spiritual object, right?" This was a question Olaf had also posed, leaving her momentarily speechless. Naturally, she would not speak the truth and instead said, "Indeed, but alas, that spiritual object could only be used once and is now rendered useless. My name is Jiang Shui." Suddenly, Fifth Chen Yu realized something and quickly smiled. "Huh, I was just about to ask your name. Jiang Shui is a beautiful name, and you are as pure as snow." Her self-introduction clearly indicated a desire for friendship, and Fifth Chen Yu, not wishing to miss the opportunity, effortlessly offered a string of compliments. Unbeknownst to her, Jiang Shui's slightly naive face flushed a delicate shade of crimson as she lowered her gaze, lost in her thoughts. At that moment, the aged voice resonated once more. "I believe everyone is familiar with the knowledge of spiritual techniques, so I shall not elaborate further. What I wish to discuss now is the spiritual technique, congealing object technique. The condensation technique is a spiritual skill devoid of any inherent attributes. The nature of the items you manifest corresponds directly to your own attributes. When discussing attributes, it is essential to note that individuals possess varying physical constitutions, leading to distinct spiritual power attributes. While a select few might be born with certain attributes, the majority must cultivate them through diligent practice. This concept may seem distant and abstract, so I shall refrain from elaborating further on how to attain such attributes. The most prevalent attributes include fire, ice, earth, wood, among others. For instance, if one possesses fire attribute spiritual power, the items conjured through the condensation technique will inherently carry fiery offensive capabilities. Is this clear to everyone? Clear. Chapter 40. The Genius Student. As for what can be produced through the condensation technique, it largely depends on your level of comprehension. Dispersed spiritual energy, when harnessed through the condensation technique, will enhance its offensive potency. The same amount of spiritual energy, when not utilizing the technique, may merely displace stones, but when applied, it can shatter them. This is the principle at play. Now, pay close attention to the spiritual technique. I urge those with poor memory to focus even more intently. As Teacher Neo concluded his statement, he recited a lengthy and complex incantation. I recall, in my childhood, my elder brother often sought my assistance in clarifying certain obscure aspects of spiritual techniques. For reasons unbeknownst to me, I possessed an innate understanding of these skills, grasping their essence effortlessly. Thus, there is no need for deliberate memorization. Simply listen and contemplate as Teacher Neo concludes his lecture. On the fifth day, Chen Yu had nearly comprehended the essence of the technique, and the content of the spiritual decision was deeply etched in his mind. Observing that all the students had entered a state of enlightenment, Teacher Neo remained silent, casting a glance around the room, his gaze inevitably settling on Chen Yu. This sight elicited a profound sense of admiration within him. Before him, a slender, diminutive needle materialized, shimmering with a faint blue hue, slightly translucent, and formed from the condensation of spiritual energy. Remarkably, this comprehension ability was astonishing. It was known that the Academy's former prodigies had taken a full 5 hours to grasp the condensation technique during their initial attempts. Alongside this revelation, an overwhelming joy surged within him. The rankings were about to change. With his eyes closed, Chen Yu endeavored to replicate the method described in the spiritual decision, visualizing a needle in his mind. Spiritual energy emanated from the elixir crystal, converging in his palm, ultimately manifesting as a needle approximately an inch in length. This outcome had been anticipated, for the technique was surprisingly straightforward to grasp. As he directed his consciousness, the spiritual needle transformed into pure energy, vanishing into his palm. Having preliminarily mastered the condensation technique, he surveyed his surroundings. Others were absorbed in their meditative states, with occasional surges of spiritual energy in their hands. Yet they struggled to solidify any objects. Perplexed by their sluggishness, He closed his eyes once more, attempting to condense something else. Moments later, a short sword of spiritual energy emerged in his palm, and to his astonishment, it exceeded a foot in length. Had Teacher Chen Yu witnessed this, the extent of his surprise would have been beyond measure. As the size of the material condensed increases, the energy required to control spiritual power escalates, rendering the task increasingly challenging. Achieving such a degree of mastery on the first attempt is undoubtedly a remarkable first for Huaizheng Academy. While each individual was engrossed in their own comprehension, no one noticed the fifth Yu, who effortlessly transformed various weapons, a sword, a dagger, a hammer, a staff, without any difficulty. The pinnacle of this endeavor was the creation of a sword measuring 1 foot in length. Any larger, and I would find myself lacking in strength and unable to sustain the spiritual energy. The weapons formed from this condensed spiritual energy are comparable to ordinary swords. Yet those forged from solid materials, combined with the exceptional skill of the craftsman, yield blades far superior to their ethereal counterparts. These are constants in the equation, while the variable lies in the wielder's cultivation. Irrespective of whether wielding a spiritual sword or a physical one, a strong practitioner can effortlessly overcome lesser opponents. One notable advantage of weapons transformed from spiritual energy is their ability to be thrown and detonated, resulting in a formidable explosion of spiritual power. Suddenly, a flash of inspiration struck my mind. Needles. Indeed, needles can serve as weapons. Their small size allows for rapid condensation, making them ideal for unexpected deployment in critical moments. In this manner, even when faced with an opponent's spiritual techniques, I could counter with needles. With this idea, a flicker of joy blossomed in my heart. If that were the case, then upon encountering fire spirit burning once more, I would not be limited to mere defensive maneuvers. The mastery of spiritual techniques depends solely on one's individual comprehension. The teacher can offer little assistance. At this moment, the students had been contemplating for an entire morning, and some began to stir restlessly, their hushed discussions gradually escalating. Cultivation is a tedious endeavor, and comprehension often yields no immediate rewards. Thus, throughout history, while many have pursued cultivation, only a handful have achieved lasting greatness. Teacher Nyo, accustomed to such phenomena, understood that they were merely children. He then announced, "For today's lesson, if anyone has questions regarding cultivation, feel free to approach me. Class is dismissed now. Those who wish to continue their practice here may do so, while those desiring to venture out for experience may leave. The next class will commence in 7 days. Is that understood?" The students responded in unison, and upon receiving a nod from Teacher Nyo, they surged towards the exit. Jiang Shui, observing the stillness of fifth Tianyu, who remained motionless on the meditation mat, felt an urge to speak but refrained, fearing she might disrupt his practice. As most of the students had already departed, the hall grew increasingly vacant. Unable to hold back any longer, she called out softly twice, "Hey, fifth Tianyu, fifth Tianyu, is something the matter?" Noticing the puzzled expression on fifth Tianyu's face, Jiang Shui felt a twinge of embarrassment and gently shook her head, saying, "It's nothing. I just wanted to let you know that you can go out and have some fun." On the 5th day, you lightly tugged at the corners of her mouth, managing a forced smile as she said, "I do not wish to go outside just yet. Cultivating here is far superior to the dormitory, and I shall not be disturbed." Chapter 41. The requirements of cultivation. As she watched Jiang Shui depart, a swirl of complex emotions surged within you. She mused, "I understand your feelings. I am older and possess greater understanding. I, too, have once fervently admired those of pleasing appearance, yet that was merely superficial. Little you, if you have no pressing matters this afternoon, do come visit me." This voice was unmistakable to you. It belonged to Teacher Nyo. Upon opening her eyes and scanning her surroundings, she found no sign of him. A thought struck her. Could this be the legendary sound transmission over 1,000 miles? Yet, what could Teacher Nyo want with her? You pondered this, recalling that Teacher Nyo's demeanor was that of an ordinary elder, slightly more rigid compared to her enrollment mentor, Elder Jia. Nevertheless, the events of the morning indicated that Teacher Nyo was quite fond of her. With this in mind, She resolved not to hesitate any longer. Her previous worry, that teacher Nyo might seek her out due to her exceptional 5-star physique and that it might lead to her detriment, was merely speculative. How could she leap to conclusions without evidence? Moreover, as a young man, one should not cower in the face of opportunity. Thus, she wasted no time and set off directly toward teacher Nyo's residence, which she knew well, located to the west, near the perilous Death Forest, requiring a walk of over 2 hours. Along the journey, I encountered numerous individuals, predominantly youthful lads and lasses, not lacking in charming beauties and handsome youths. The treacherous Great Forest of Despair encompasses the entire region surrounding Huaijiang City, stretching 1,000 miles in circumference. However, most individuals only venture along the periphery for their training, as formidable spirit beasts occasionally roam the depths. Encountering such powerful creatures could very well be a matter of life and death. Contemplating this, the heart of the 5th-day Jade began to stir with excitement. According to my understanding, there exists a designated area for students to undertake tasks, which are classified by levels. Higher levels yield greater rewards. Naturally, the majority of these tasks are situated in the Great Forest of Despair, which is what teacher Nyo referred to as training. My mind was incessantly occupied with thoughts, and the occasional sighting of enchanting maidens rendered the 2-hour journey far from tedious. Soon, I arrived at my destination. A modest bamboo cottage came into view. Although the cottage appeared somewhat dilapidated, it emanated a sense of sturdiness, coupled with an odd feeling that this seemingly worn structure could withstand even a strike of fire spirit from Wang Choyang. With a wry smile, I dismissed the comical thoughts and approached the cottage. Inside, there was an unsettling silence, and nothing could be heard from the outside. Reflecting on this, I surmised that teacher Nyo might not be present, so I found a stone to sit upon while I waited. No sooner had I settled down than an aged voice emerged from within the cottage. "Is that you, little Tianyu? Come inside." 5th-day Jade mused to herself, realizing that she was indeed at home. Without hesitation, she pushed open the bamboo door and entered. From the outside, the house appears modest, yet upon entering, one discovers it is quite spacious. At this moment, teacher Nyo is seated upon a bamboo chair, engrossed in a book. "Teacher Nyo, you called for me." "Yes. Please take a seat. I have matters to discuss with you," he replies gently, setting aside his book. On the 5th day, you feel somewhat constrained. Yet as teacher Nyo has invited him, he refrains from being overly modest and sits comfortably beside him. "Do you know why I summoned you?" "I do not. Please enlighten me, teacher Nyo." "I understand. Today, your perceptiveness has been commendable. This perceptiveness is indeed linked to one's constitution. Can you share with me your constitution?" 2 words emerge in Yu's mind. As expected, yet confusion soon follows. Could it be that teacher Nyo has not discerned his constitution? As he contemplates whether to speak candidly, teacher Nyo's voice resounds once more. "This is your personal matter. I have no right to pry. Everyone harbors their secrets. The purpose of our meeting today is to convey some good news." Yu exhales quietly, pondering what this good news might be, and listens intently. "Your perceptiveness is remarkably high. The faction leader has learned of this and wishes to cultivate your talents. Should you require anything, do not hesitate to inform me. I will assist you to the best of my abilities, and for matters beyond my reach, I shall report to the faction leader, who will find ways to support you. However, there is one condition." At this juncture, teacher Nyo pauses, observing Yu's reaction. In the preceding discourse on the 5th day, Yu comprehended the situation and felt a sense of joy. However, there was a prerequisite that shadowed her thoughts. On this 5th day, her heart was stirred. For it is a truth that genuine selfless dedication is a rarity in this world. The Master's intention to cultivate her with particular focus stemmed from an acknowledgement of her potential. Such dedicated cultivation demands the expenditure of invaluable resources, and naturally, after such an investment, the sect leader would expect to receive something in return, rendering it a matter of equivalent exchange. At that moment, a hint of nervousness washed over her, her eager gaze meeting that of teacher Nyo's. With a gentle chuckle, teacher Nyo remarked, "Your disposition is commendable. This premise bears no binding constraints. Should you aspire to ascend to the celestial realm in the future, the sect leader may request your assistance in a singular endeavor. Regardless of its outcome, thereafter, all accounts shall be settled. The celestial realm, a domain reserved for true powerhouses, where one can alter the very fabric of existence with a mere gesture, a realm that embodies the aspirations of countless souls. Yet, throughout history, how many have truly attained it? With a bittersweet smile, she mused, the sect leader indeed holds me in high regard. But what if I fail to reach the celestial realm? Fail to reach it? Then so be it. The accounts shall still be settled, he replied nonchalantly. Yu was momentarily taken aback, realizing this implied an unrequited cultivation. Moreover, the tasks reserved for those who have attained the celestial realm are undoubtedly formidable. The chasm between her current self and that lofty ambition felt insurmountable, and she chose not to dwell on it, simply stating, I accept. A radiant smile blossomed on Teacher Nyo's face as he responded, Ah, splendid. A young person should possess such audacity. Even if your current cultivation is modest, it doesn't imply you won't progress in the future. Here, take this. As Teacher Nyo spoke, a circular jade piece emerged in his dry and calloused palm. At first glance, it appeared unremarkable, yet upon closer inspection, one could sense a faint ripple of spiritual energy emanating from it. Reaching out to take the jade piece, a puzzled expression crossed Fifth Tianyu's face as he looked at Teacher Nyo. With a chuckle, Teacher Nyo instructed, keep this safe. It is the transmission talisman from Master Fun. In times of dire peril, shatter the jade with your spiritual energy, and Master Fun will come to your aid. Remember, it is to be used only once. A surge of joy filled Fifth Tianyu's heart. This was akin to an extra life, indeed a precious item. The transmission talisman from Master Fun was invaluable, and one could only imagine the mastery of a being capable of becoming a sect leader. Chapter 42. Required materials. Teacher Nyo discerned the flicker of delight in Fifth Tianyu's eyes and nodded gently. Now, if there is anything you require assistance with, do not hesitate to express it. At that moment, Fifth Tianyu felt an inexplicable warmth towards Teacher Nyo, who, despite his usually stern demeanor, appeared increasingly amiable and appealing. Eagerly, Fifth Tianyu began to articulate his concerns. As Fifth Tianyu rambled on, Teacher Nyo's expression transformed, shifting from intrigue to appreciation. Finally, he remarked, what you have shared may not be of help, as it surpasses the realm of assistance I can provide. I had neglected to mention earlier that my aid is limited to matters concerning cultivation. Instantly, Fifth Tianyu's countenance dimmed, and he murmured to himself, so, it seems that help is not forthcoming. There have been numerous instances of individuals, in their pursuit of cultivation, becoming estranged from their kin, even resorting to the heinous acts of slaying their mentors and destroying their families. While deep emotional ties may render one vulnerable, they are, paradoxically, essential for the forging of true strength. If assistance can be rendered, how could it not be? I am more than willing to help. Please provide me with the addresses of your elder brother and your master, and I shall make a visit in due course. Additionally, I will gather intelligence regarding your father and keep you informed of any leads that arise. What say you? Do you doubt my intentions, young one? Observing the contemplative expression on Fifth Tianyu's face, Teacher Nyo jested. Fifth Tianyu quickly waved his hands, exclaiming, No. It's just that I find myself pondering how I might repay your kindness, Teacher Nyo. Ah, worry not. My assistance is entirely voluntary, and no repayment is necessary. If you have any further requests or needs concerning your cultivation, please voice them now. As for cultivation requests, Fifth Tianyu found himself at a loss, for he lacked nothing in terms of spiritual techniques. However, upon recalling the materials required for the practice of the extreme ice 3 forms, he candidly stated, I require several materials. Oh, do share. I may very well possess what you seek. A surge of excitement coursed through Fifth Tianyu as he pondered the materials necessary for the first technique, extreme ice, spiritual power transformation into ice, and gradually articulated his needs. A millennium-old cold jade bed, fire crystal, cold spirit paste, and a level 5 would attribute beast crystal. Upon hearing these 4 items, Teacher Nyo's expression became notably intriguing as he remarked, "These materials are either extraordinarily cold or extremely hot, both of which are rather rare. As for the level 5 wood attribute beast crystal, it is somewhat common. What purpose do you have for these materials?" In the words of Master Nyo, on the 5th day, you had come to comprehend the rarity and preciousness of the materials. If she were to search alone, it might take an eternity to gather them. With a hint of anticipation, she remarked, "These are for cultivating spiritual techniques. I wonder if these few items can suffice." "Rest assured," he replied, "though precious, they are not exceedingly rare. As the former leader of the Wushuang sect, I do possess a modest collection." Upon hearing this, Yu's heart leapt with joy, her excitement indescribable, her lips curving into a smile that would not fade. "Very well, I shall seek out Master Fen at once and bring them to you tomorrow." Upon entering the academy, she also learned much that she had previously been unaware of, particularly regarding spiritual techniques. She had not known how to discern the quality of these techniques. Now she had a vague understanding that those imbued with attributes were of the highest caliber, referred to as divine-level techniques. The lowest tier consisted of ordinary techniques, which required no supplementary materials and possessed no attributes. There existed another category in between, known as spirit-level techniques. For instance, the technique she had thoroughly comprehended, condensation technique, fell under the ordinary category, while flame incineration, which bore the fire attribute, was of moderate strength, thus barely qualifying as a spirit-level technique. Reflecting on the third form of extreme ice 3 styles, the ice seal of 1,000 miles, and comparing it to flame incineration, the disparity was striking. One soared in the heavens while the other languished below. This exemplified the absolute power of divine-level techniques. She had not anticipated that the tomes gifted by Uncle Long were all divine-level techniques, and she surmised that the others were likely of no lesser caliber. On the way back to the dormitory, buoyed by a pleasant mood, I scarcely noticed the passage of time until I arrived. As twilight descended, I imagined Olaf must already be in the dorm. Quickening my pace, I jogged towards our residence. From a distance, through the window, I beheld the dorm illuminated by the glow of night stones, accompanied by a lively commotion within. Clearly, it was quite a bustling scene. With this thought, I pushed open the door and stepped inside. Upon entering, Olaf, seated by the bedside, playfully threw a punch in my direction, exclaiming, "Chen Yu, where have you been? Chen and Ernie said you were training. I see you're not in the Xiongxin Hall. Surely you haven't gone off to meet some lovely lady?" "Enough of that. I was engaged in something significant," I replied. Olaf's jest failed to elicit a hearty laugh from me, leaving him somewhat puzzled. My demeanor suggested I was preoccupied with a serious matter. He promptly wiped the playful smirk from his face and inquired, "What significant matter? Do tell." At that moment, Chen and Ernie joined us, pressing for details. "What is this important news, boss? Share it with us." Suddenly, Olaf noticed the faintest hint of a smile at the corner of my lips. With a shout, he exclaimed, "Damn it, you're showing off again. Come on, let us spar a bit. I want to see how much you've grasped today." Unfazed by his teasing, I laughed heartily and replied, "Are you afraid? Bring it on." Having spoken, a translucent, pale blue pin materialized above his right hand, measuring a little over 3 inches. Olaf's eyes widened as he glanced once more at the similarly sized spiritual pin in his own hand, feeling a mix of amusement and exasperation. He had initially thought to flaunt his achievement, only to discover that Chen Yu had accomplished the same feat with no desire to compete further. He declared, "No need to compare. It's a tie." Upon saying this, his spiritual pen vanished. Chen Yu chuckled softly and also retracted his spiritual pen, leaving Nyo and Nyo with their mouths agape. Were they even human? Unable to conjure even an egg, they were astonished to see these two anomalies in their dormitory materialize 3-inch pins effortlessly, though they felt envy. The nature of the two prevented any jealousy as they approached to call out to their leader, Olaf, engaging in idle chatter. Chapter 43. The blooming of flowers in the apricot grove. Becoming a cultivator allows one to forego food and sleep, for spiritual energy can substitute for sustenance. Providing the necessary vitality for the human form, and keeping the mind in a state of unparalleled clarity. In the dormitory of Chen Yu, the number of occupants had dwindled from 6 to 4. Zhu Yi had already moved out, and Qin Feizhu was tirelessly honing his skills in the Xiongtai Hall, living up to the title of a cultivation fanatic. He was nearing the closed-door training state that many others had already embraced. Everyone had grown accustomed to this. After exchanging greetings with Olaf, they observed him returning to his training, prompting them to resume their own practice. Having nearly grasped the essence of fire spirit burn in the morning before being interrupted, he now continued his exploration. As the next class was but 7 days away, there was no need to fret about the passage of time. In this moment of realization, 3 days swiftly slipped by. On the 5th day of his enlightenment regarding the fire spirit's embrace, Wei suddenly opened his eyes, a smile gradually spreading across his lips as he murmured, "I have succeeded." With that, he raised his right hand, and after a brief moment, a fireball the size of a fist coalesced before him, radiating the unique warmth of flames. Gradually, the fireball expanded, and beads of perspiration began to form on Wei's brow. At this moment, the fireball had grown to the size of a human head, emanating a formidable wave of energy, rivaling that of Li Tsunji's manifestation of the fire spirit's embrace in both size and intensity. Perhaps sensing the surge of flames, Olaf opened his eyes wide, fixating intently on the fireball. "Tian Wei, you rascal, you've grasped the fire spirit's embrace in just 3 days. I truly admire you. It seems I can never catch up to your pace, you anomaly." "Huh? Not too shabby, huh? I can hardly wait to test its power. Care to join me for some practice?" Olaf quickly waved his hands in refusal, exclaiming, "What are you joking about? This is a spirit-level technique. Just the energy emanating from it is already formidable. I can only condense objects. There's no way I could withstand that." He grimaced and added, "You should find someone else to spar with. I'd rather not bear that burden, but if Zhu Yi were here, I could let off some steam." "I certainly haven't forgotten the spit he hurled at me." In a tone filled with menace, Olaf expressed his frustration, while on the 5th day, you could only manage a wry smile. "We are all just competitive youths," he mused, shaking his head. "This is merely a trivial matter. Right now, I wish to undertake a mission and seek some experience. Do you have any plans to join me?" Olaf's eyes brightened at the suggestion. "I've long harbored this desire. Let us set off at once." With that, they departed without hesitation, making their way to the task exchange point of the Wushuang sect. This location, a small square adjacent to the Ambition Hall, was bustling with activity, teeming with people. The center of attention was a gathering of youths, a veritable throng. A circle had formed around a group of boys and girls, their loud voices suggesting a dispute of some sort. It was evident that this assembly was merely a spectacle for onlookers. Olaf, a man who relished excitement, was immediately drawn to the scene. Casting aside his earlier thoughts of undertaking a mission, with a mischievous glint in his eye, he grinned and pushed his way through the crowd. Resigned. The 5th day you followed suit. As they drew closer, it became apparent that the commotion stemmed from 2 opposing factions. To the left stood a group led by a striking young woman clad in a fiery red gown that accentuated her curvaceous figure, her alabaster neck drawing the fervent gazes of the surrounding boys. Beside this captivating beauty stood a handsome youth whose attire and demeanor exuded an innate arrogance, undoubtedly a scion of a prominent family. Confronting the girl in the fiery red dress were several other young ladies, dressed in relatively ordinary attire. Among them, one was known to 5th Tianyu, Jiang Shui. At this moment, the 2 groups were engaged in a heated debate, their words sharp and incisive. At this juncture, Olaf whispered, "Wow. It turns out to be Yan Xinglin, the most stunning goddess among the new students of our faction." He marveled that Olaf's recognition of beauty was indeed discerning. Yan Xinglin, though not very old in appearance, was clad in mature attire that exuded a certain charm. As she grew older, she would undoubtedly become an enchanting beauty. The adage that good looks attract admiration from the opposite sex was perfectly embodied by Yan Xinglin. Beside her stood a handsome youth, a member of the same cohort, also a student of teacher Niu, and a prominent figure among the newcomers. 5th Tianyu had never been interested in gossip, so he was unaware of the young man's name. However, Various signs indicated that he was either a scion of a prestigious family or had some formidable backing. After listening for a while, Fifth Chen Yu grasped the situation. Jiang Shui's team had set their sights on a particular task, which coincidentally had also attracted Yin Xinglin's interest, leading to their dispute. Yin Xinglin's beauty had earned her a reputation as a flower among the crowd, thus attracting many admirers, the handsome youth being one of them. Consequently, the standoff had persisted for some time, and the atmosphere was now charged with palpable tension. Before Jiang Shui stood a young girl whose expression fluctuated between various emotions. Yin Xinglin, this task was first discovered by us and chosen by us. What right do you have to snatch it away? Oh, as for tasks, you may have chosen it, but you have not accepted it. How can you claim it as theft? At this moment, Yin Xinglin appeared remarkably composed, a smile adorning her face, her voice imbued with a seductive softness that could easily ensnare the hearts of all the young men present. The few girls from Jiang Shui's team were fuming, stamping their feet in frustration, yet they felt powerless against the overwhelming presence of Yin Xinglin, their expressions darkening. At this juncture, a handsome youth spoke up. You must be Jiang Shui. We are all students of Teacher Niu, and you should be familiar with me. I, Wan Qianxiu, declare here today that I will take this task. Inform your misguided teammates to step back, lest we find ourselves in an unfortunate conflict. Wan Qianxiu's words deepened the pallor of Jiang Shui's face, and a sense of helplessness washed over the once innocent girl. She glanced at her teammates and remarked, Sister Fong, he is not to be trifled with. He has connections. Those simple words from Jiang Shui's lips elicited a smile from Wan Qianxiu, who cast a disdainful glance at the voluptuous Yin Xinglin beside him, secretly reveling in the opportunity provided by these girls. Such a display would surely attract the attention of the new students. Onlookers whispered among themselves, with most merely enjoying the spectacle, while a small number felt indignation on behalf of Jiang Shui and her companions, though they dared not voice their sentiments, due to the renowned reputation of Wan Qianxiu, who among the inhabitants of Huaijiang City is unaware of him. The esteemed guest elder of the Lian family, Wan Shilao, holds his beloved son, Wan Qianxiu, in the highest regard. Chapter 44. A gathering of celebrities. Upon hearing Jiang Shui's words, the girl known as Sister Fong, though gritting her teeth in frustration, restrained her emotions considerably. What could she do about her dissatisfaction? After all, she had connections and support. Yin Xinglin observed the expressions of Jiang Shui and her companions, her own satisfaction evident as she calmly remarked, So, Lu Fong, why not hand over the task token? Let us avoid any unpleasantness. All gazes turned towards the leader of Jiang Shui's group, the girl referred to as Lu Fong. The conclusion was apparent to everyone, in the face of Wan Qianxiu's pressure. Who would dare to resist? At this juncture, a thought emerged in the mind of Wu Tianyu, to assist Jiang Shui. Given Jiang Shui's slight affection for her, how could she remain indifferent? Even if she were to confront Wan Qianxiu, what was there to fear? This was the academy, after all. As anticipated, a black wooden token appeared in Lu Fong's hand. After a brief hesitation, she hurled the token towards Yin Xinglin. Suddenly, a figure darted into the crowd, deftly seizing the wooden token destined for Yin Xinglin. Yin Xinglin frowned slightly, while Wan Qianxiu's expression darkened further. How audacious it was for someone to disrupt him. Disregarding his status, he bellowed, You dare to snatch something from me, Wan Qianxiu? You must be courting death. No, I still wish to live. Wu Tianyu. Jiang Shui gasped in surprise, and Lu Fong and the others wore expressions of astonishment. They naturally recognized Fifth Tianyu, who had been a prominent star upon entering the academy. Who wouldn't know him? Not only was he strikingly handsome, but he also possessed considerable talent, and he was, after all, Jiang Shui's youthful infatuation. Sensing Fifth Tianyu's provocation, Wan Qianxiu's gaze darkened, filled with malevolence. In front of the flower, if this matter were not handled well, how could they proceed with their plans regarding Yin Xinglin? Without further ado, he commanded those behind him, attack. Instantly, the four youths surrounding Wan Qianxiu sprang into action, encircling Fifth Tianyu, while the onlooking students instinctively cleared a space. Facing the four who had surrounded him, Fifth Tianyu remained unperturbed, they struck him as exceedingly feeble. Attack! Wan Qianxiu issued his order once more, and the four brandished their weapons, rushing forward. Olaf stood by, utterly relaxed, watching the spectacle with a mischievous grin, thinking it was quite the jest. Chen Yu had only wished to hone his skills upon stepping out, and these individuals were indeed considerate. As the four charged at him, Fifth Chen Yu remained calm, placing the wooden plaque into his spatial ring. In an instant, four spirit needles appeared in his hand. Slightly bending forward, he flicked his wrist with force, a subtle voice escaping his lips. "Please forgive my initial display." As his words fell, the advancing four halted abruptly, their eyes filled with terror and disbelief. Each of them crouched down, clutching their legs stained with blood, wailing in agony from the pain surging through them. The onlookers widened their mouths and opened their eyes in disbelief, astonished that a single move had incapacitated 3 mid-level opponents and 1 low-level adversary. Fifth Chen Yu was quite pleased with the outcome. During his initial strike, he had been cautious not to seriously injure his opponent, utilizing only 70% of his strength and targeting the legs rather than the vital areas such as the dantian or heart. Wan Qianxiu's eyes were shrouded in darkness, and behind him, several individuals emerged to assist the fallen four, moving them aside. Yan Xinglin, previously composed, now wore a more restrained expression, her eyes casting a profound glance at Fifth Chen Yu, revealing no clear indication of joy or sorrow. Sensing the silence from Yan Xinglin, Wan Qianxiu let out a scoff and declared, "Fifth Chen Yu? Excellent. You have performed admirably. I shall remember your name." With gritted teeth, he flicked his sleeve and pushed through the crowd, departing swiftly. Fifth Chen Yu remained unfazed. Had he been fearful of Wan Qianxiu, he would not have acted. Turning to the silent Yan Xinglin, he inquired, "Miss Yin, do you still wish to claim this task?" Yan Xinglin smiled enchantingly, her beguiling voice resonating. "If you are willing to offer it to me, I may consider accompanying you on this task. Just the two of us should suffice." Fifth Chen Yu was taken aback, inwardly cursing her as a temptress, and replied, "However, I have no intention of giving it to you. You should depart. This task will not include you." "Oh, are you uncertain whether there is a place for me?" A delicate, androgynous voice emerged, prompting Di Wu Tianyu to furrow his brow as he followed the sound, his gaze landing upon a youth whose striking features eclipsed those of most women. Accompanying the young man were 3 individuals. Since the youth's arrival, the fervent whispers around them grew increasingly raucous. "Wow, what's happening today? Even celebrities have come. Indeed, they are all so handsome. I feel faint." The expressions and words of the newcomers hinted at their ill intentions. Di Wu Tianyu, wishing to avoid unnecessary enmity, replied, "Hee. There are numerous tasks at the transfer point. You may choose at will. This task, however, I have already claimed, and my team is set. I apologize." "Yet," the young man responded, "but I have my eye on the task you hold. What shall we do about that?" With such a declaration, any retreat on Di Wu Tianyu's part would signify weakness. He let out a cold laugh and declared, "The task card is in my possession. No one shall take it from me, not even Li Zhiyong." Just as he was about to dismiss the notion, Olaf seized Di Wu Tianyu's arm and whispered urgently, "You mustn't provoke him. Li Zhiyong is closely associated with Tai Su Tu, a student of our Team 2's teacher Ji. He is notoriously arrogant, and, with Tai Su Tu's backing, he walks through the Wu Shuang sect with impunity. We cannot afford to confront him." Olaf's warning illuminated the situation for Di Wu Tianyu. In the past, he might have acquiesced in such circumstances, but not now. A sardonic smile curled at the corners of his mouth as he shook his head at the grinning Li Zhiyong, stating, "I'm sorry, but that is not possible." A gasp of astonishment echoed around as few dared to resist the menace posed by Li Zhiyong. Yet, Daiyu was bold enough to stand her ground. Some deemed her audacious, others considered her reckless, while a few admired her fortitude. Ignoring the counsel of others, she chose to confront the situation head-on. This was precisely what Olaf had anticipated, though he felt a twinge of apprehension. After all, this was Li Zhiyong. However, retreat was no longer an option. Regardless, he resolved to support Diyu and silently positioned himself to the side. Chapter 45. A worthy opponent, Li Jiong maintained his inscrutable smile, chuckling lightly at those beside him before turning his gaze upon Dai Wu. He enunciated each word deliberately. Are you certain? Indeed, I am certain. Others may fear you, Li Jiong, due to the powerful allies you command, but I, Dai Wu, am unafraid. At this moment, Li Jiong's smile faded, and he replied, Is that so? I do not require my associates to deal with you. Having just ascended to the middle gold rank, I am in need of a sparring partner. Are you courageous enough to exchange a few blows with me? A one-on-one duel? Olaf felt a weight lift from his chest as he exchanged a knowing glance with Dai Wu and stepped aside. However, I have one condition. You must not employ your spiritual artifacts or any weaponry. At the mention of this stipulation, Dai Wu nearly burst into laughter. Spiritual artifacts? She possessed none. Amused, she replied, Very well. In the eyes of most rational students, when they first entered the academy, Fifth Tianya had merely relied on a spirit artifact to withstand Li Kunz's spiritual technique before launching a sudden attack that ultimately felled Li Kunz's. One might ponder how formidable Li Kunz's might have been had he not utilized the spirit artifact. In contrast, Li Jiong ascended to the mid-gold rank merely days after entering the academy. Although he had a powerful patron, he himself was a prodigy, being only 12 years of age, slightly surpassing Olaf, who was 13. Let us not dwell on your inferior cultivation level. Instead, let us compare spiritual techniques. I shall employ the condensation technique just taught by our teacher to earn your respect, he declared. Unfazed by Li Jiong's contempt, Fifth Tianyu merely sneered, thinking that the more arrogant he became, the more disgraceful his downfall would be. Make your move, she retorted, preparing herself as well. Li Jiong chuckled, raising his palm, as spiritual energy surged within it, slowly forming a short sword of about 4 inches. The onlooking students erupted in cheers, and with their applause, Li Jiong's smile grew ever more radiant. Casting a glance at Fifth Tianyu, who was concealing something in her hands, he noted the absence of anything visible and wondered if she was incapable of condensing a technique. With a cold laugh, he warned, Prepare to receive a small lesson. Do not overestimate your abilities, for there will be consequences. With that, he flung the spiritual sword towards Fifth Tianyu, its trajectory unwavering. Seeing Fifth Tianyu standing motionless, Jiang Shui could not contain herself and shouted, Fifth Tianyu, move. Get out of the way. It was clear that she could not evade it. The practitioner could control the trajectory of the spiritual technique. Lu Fang's voice softly resonated, while Jiang Shui, in a state of anxious agitation, was stamping her feet. In this moment, the only individual unperturbed was Olaf, for he alone comprehended the actions of the Fifth Tianyu at that very instant, as well as what he was concealing in his grasp. The spiritual energy sword drew ever closer to the Fifth Tianyu. Li Jiong appeared remarkably composed, as if he could foresee the unfolding events without the need for observation. Suddenly, the Fifth Tianyu spread his hands, revealing what he had been concealing. A fireball emerged into the sight of all present. The fireball expanded instantaneously, and a cold smirk flickered across the lips of the Fifth Tianyu as he gently propelled the fireball forward. At that moment, Li Jiong's eyes were filled with astonishment and disbelief. 3 words echoed in his mind. Fire spirit burn. The subsequent scene defied the expectations of everyone, save for Olaf. The fireball collided with the spiritual energy short sword, and in an instant, the sword was obliterated, dissipating into nothingness. The fireball, undeterred, surged directly toward Li Jiong. Having witnessed others invoke the fire spirit burn, even fireballs of greater magnitude had not exhibited such formidable power, a miscalculation indeed. Yet, confronted with the ferocious onslaught of the fireball and caught unprepared, he hastily conjured a rudimentary shield in his flustered state. When the fireball struck Li Jiong's spiritual energy shield, it sent him hurtling backward, crashing to the ground with a resounding thud. As he rose from the earth, he beheld the Fifth Tianyu, who stood unwaveringly still, a smile increasingly broadening upon his face. This time, it was the Fifth Tianyu who appeared astonished. Could it be that he had lost his wits? Should not every adversary vanquished by his hand wear a grim visage and utter fierce words, especially one as formidable as Li Jiong, who had powerful backing? After Li Jiong stood up, he placed his hand on his chest and smiled for a moment before speaking. Young man, impressive indeed. Your spiritual technique possesses a power that rivals that of someone at the minor master level. Today, I, Li Jiong, concede without regret. Only through combat can one truly understand depth. Rumors are often exaggerated. Should the opportunity arise, we shall spar again. With that, he departed, accompanied by his 3 followers, leaving the onlookers in astonishment. Fifth Chen Yu remained silent, gently shaking his head with a smile, surprised by Li Jiong's considerable magnanimity. At that moment, Olaf approached and playfully punched Fifth Chen Yu's shoulder. Well done, you certainly stole the show today. What are your plans regarding the task token? Upon hearing the mention of the task token, Fifth Chen Yu retrieved it from his spatial ring and replied, naturally, it shall be returned to its rightful owner. He then turned towards Jiang Shui's team, who appeared somewhat anxious. Here you go. Don't let anyone else snatch it away. Next time, I may not be able to assist you. As he presented the task token to the young lady before him, Jiang Shui, she found herself momentarily paralyzed, forgetting to extend her hand to accept it. Her mind was racing. Did he act because of me? Why is he offering the task token? Noticing Jiang Shui's dazed expression, Fifth Chen Yu felt a slight headache. I hope this doesn't complicate matters further. My assistance is merely a gesture of gratitude, not to create unintended consequences. The atmosphere grew somewhat awkward. He scratched his head and glanced at the grinning Olaf beside him before handing the task token to Lu Fang and turning to leave, feeling embarrassed under the watchful eyes of the crowd. As Lu Fang took the task token, she hurriedly called out, "Wait a moment. Is there something else? As the organizer of the task, I find myself in need of a few more individuals and extend an invitation to you to join us." Upon closer inspection, Lu Fang is quite an appealing girl. Her features are well defined, and her complexion is smooth and fair. Compared to other girls, she is merely a bit on the larger side. Just as I was about to decline with a slight smile, Olaf eagerly interjected, "Absolutely. Count me in. Tian Yu and I were just planning to seek out a task for some practical experience." Lu Fang, perceptive as she is, noticed Olaf's rather unsavory demeanor when he previously confronted Li Jiong, yet here he stood confidently beside Fifth Tian Yu, indicating a significant bond between them. She readily nodded in agreement, stating, "I could not have asked for more. With the participation of both of you, the task will proceed much more smoothly." Olaf was overjoyed, for Lu Fang's team consisted entirely of female students. Although their attire was more modest compared to Yin Xinglin's, and they appeared youthful and innocent, lacking the allure of the more glamorous girls, their simplicity and lack of guile made them ideal companions for the task at hand. Moreover, the fact that they were female teammates filled him with delight. Chapter 46. Materials acquired ignoring whether Fifth Tian Yu had acquiesced. Olaf was already engrossed in a discussion with Lu Fang about the task requirements, the distribution of rewards upon completion, and the personnel involved. Meanwhile, the onlookers had begun to disperse, and news of Fifth Tian Yu's remarkable achievements spread like wildfire. Boss. From a distance, the voice of Daniel resonated. On the 5th day, you realized he was calling for himself. He looked up to see 2 plump figures rushing toward him, breathlessly shouting, "Boss." As they came to a halt, panting heavily, Daniel and Ernio appeared flustered. You, confused, inquired, "Daniel, what is it?" "Nyo, teacher Nyo." Daniel struggled to catch his breath, unable to articulate his thoughts. As a mere observer, you felt a surge of anxiety. Could it be that teacher Nyo had news regarding the materials he was gathering? His heart leapt with joy. "Is teacher Nyo looking for me?" No, Daniel replied, handing over a small, cloth-like pouch. You accepted it, noting its diminutive size, smaller than a clenched fist. The fabric felt peculiar, smooth yet sturdy. Upon channeling his spiritual energy, he understood it was a spatial pouch, akin to his own spatial ring. He surmised that this pouch contained the materials he had anticipated. Excitement coursed through him. If not for the throngs of onlookers, he would have eagerly examined the rare materials within, eager to discern their nature and further his studies. However, he ultimately subdued his impatience, for Olaf and Lu Fang had already finalized the timing and personnel for their mission. This was their inaugural trial, and he could not afford to be distracted. He had to devote himself entirely. Did Teacher Nyo say anything? Nothing much, just to give you this pouch. However, we heard on our way here that you defeated Li Zhiyou. Is it true? Boss, I admire you so much. On the 5th day, Yu Yeren found herself taken aback by how swiftly the news had spread. She neither nodded nor shook her head, contemplating how to feign indifference when Olaf's voice interrupted her thoughts. Chen Yu, Lu Fang and I are heading out to procure some essentials. Please wait for us at Nandao Ko. With that, a mischievous grin crept across his face as he eagerly followed Lu Fang towards the college's exchange area for miscellaneous items. Boss, we're off to the exchange area too. There are treasures to be found. Dainyu and Erniu bid their mysterious farewell and departed as well. Left standing awkwardly, Tianyu felt a surge of unease. With everyone gone, what was she to do now? A strong sense of foreboding washed over her, as if Jiang Shui and her companions were watching her. With no one else around, avoiding them would come off as impolite and disdainful. Thus, Tianyu resolved to turn around, bracing herself for the encounter. At that moment, Jiang Shui's voice rang out. Tianyu, shall we set off as well? I would like to introduce you to my 3 dear friends. This is Linger, this is Xiao Qing, and this is Yu Fan. As Jiang Shui made the introductions, Tianyu greeted each one in turn. It was well known among the group that Jiang Shui harbored feelings for Tianyu, and perhaps for this reason. The 3 young women maintained a respectful distance, honoring their friend's sentiments. Once the pleasantries were exchanged, a silence enveloped them, leaving no one with much to say. At that moment, Tianyu felt somewhat constrained. Her understanding of emotions was utterly lacking. While she could sense Jiang Shui's affection, she hesitated to embrace it, knowing she had many matters to attend to and grappling with the uncertainty of her own feelings for Jiang Shui. Thus, one can only sigh repeatedly in their heart. At this moment, Jiang Shui also finds her palms slick with perspiration. Walking alongside the one she admires, her concern breeds a multitude of thoughts, leading to a palpable tension. However, silence is utterly unacceptable. Thus, after a brief pause, she takes the initiative to shatter the stillness. Have you mastered the fire spirit technique? Have you joined the Iron Gang? No, I acquired this skill by chance. An awkward silence ensues, and Jiang Shui internally laments, sensing that Diwu Tianyu is intentionally distancing himself from her. Does he harbor any aversion towards me? The journey, which should have taken merely half an hour, feels interminably prolonged in silence, laden with an unusual and oppressive atmosphere. Finally, they arrive at the agreed rendezvous point, South Daoku. This is the sole entrance for Wushuang sect disciples to enter the deadly forest. At the entrance, a throng of people bustle about, likely those undertaking trials and tasks. As she surveys the scene, a familiar figure catches her eye. Lean, somewhat short, and with a slightly dark complexion, it is her roommate, Qin Feizhu, whom she has not seen for several days. Perplexed, she wonders why this fervent cultivator is here instead of immersed in training. Quickening her pace, she approaches Qin Feizhu, who is standing before a small stall, seemingly engaged in a discussion with the vendor. Judging by their expressions, the exchange appears to be somewhat contentious, leaving her curious about the situation. Arriving beside him, she gently taps Qin Feizhu on the shoulder and inquires, Qin Feizhu, what is the matter? Are you facing any difficulties? Qin Feizhu turned around, astonished to discover it was 5th Tianyu. Although they shared the same dormitory, their interactions had been minimal. He replied, no. Yet the hint of helplessness in his eyes was perceptibly captured by 5th Tianyu, who remarked, if you face any difficulties, feel free to express them. As fellow roommates, I will assist you in any way I can. Qin Feizhu nodded in silence. When the young vendor interjected, you are his roommate, aren't you? Please adjudicate this matter. This item was a treasure acquired during my trials in the deadly forest, and today I brought it out to sell, only for him to shatter it. Do you not think he should compensate me? 5th Tianyu was aware that the academy had regulations allowing students to sell various items, such as skills, swords, and unique materials. In the miscellaneous exchange area, the young vendor had set up his stall at the southern entrance, which was not against the rules, as several others were also vending there. Listening to the vendor's words, Chen Feiju felt a flush of embarrassment and retorted, "You speak falsely. This jade piece was clearly broken before. It was already in pieces when I picked it up. I did not break it, so do not accuse me unjustly." As the two argued, Fifth Chen Yu began to comprehend the situation, glancing at the cloth in front of the vendor that displayed 3 fragments, suggesting it had once been a single piece, now shattered into 3. Chapter 47. The revitalizing elixir. The jade pieces appeared slightly tarnished, exuding an aura of antiquity. Upon closer inspection, however, no discernible details emerged. A suspicion began to form in my mind. Perhaps this was merely a scheme to extort. With the intention of assisting Chen Feiju, I inquired, "What value does this hold? I shall compensate." Hearing this, the young vendor's eyes brightened with delight. He turned to me and retorted, "What? Why not simply rob someone?" As soon as the words left his lips, Chen Feiju countered vehemently. Due to their substantial utility, all cultivators carried such items with them for immediate necessity. Moreover, what Olaf and Lu Feng sought to procure were various medicinal elixirs and the like. Reflecting on the journey to the academy, I recalled the carriage ride, such a long distance. And the coachman was overjoyed with just 3 copper coins. This clearly illustrated the worth of medicinal elixirs. As I pondered, my gaze scrutinized the young vendor, failing to detect any trace of the cunning typically associated with extortionists. Was it possible that this was not an attempted scam after all? I reached down and picked up one of the jade pieces, examining it closely. It appeared to have been cleaned, and though it was coated in dust, rubbing it with my fingers yielded no residue, an indication of its age. Yet, this was its only remarkable feature. Elsewhere, nothing extraordinary was evident. I gathered the remaining 2 pieces, aligning them according to their original fracture patterns. Suddenly, a wave of energy emanated from them. Startled, I turned to see the young vendor and Chen Feiju fixated on me. At this moment, the 2 individuals appeared remarkably composed, seemingly oblivious to their surroundings, yet internally they were engulfed in perplexity. A singular thought surged powerfully within them. This is indeed a remarkable artifact. It resembled nothing more than an utterly commonplace jade. The youth, in a state of urgency, exclaimed, "Impossible. This item was guarded by a formidable spirit beast. It cannot merely be an ordinary jade. Regardless, if you do not compensate today, you shall not leave this place." Upon uttering these words, an aura emanated from him, surprisingly reaching the level of a master. Chen Feiju and the others, including Jiang Shui, stepped back, while only Fifth Chen Yu remained firmly in place. The youth's expression shifted tumultuously as he declared, 8 pieces is my limit." Fifth Chen Yu's voice took on a resolute tone. After considerable hesitation, the youth nodded and said, "Give me the elixirs." "Chen Yu, thank you for your assistance today," Chen Feiju expressed earnestly, conveying his gratitude to Fifth Chen Yu. In that brief moment, Fifth Chen Yu discerned that Chen Feiju was rather honest for his age, as evidenced by his flushed cheeks, revealing his sincerity. Moreover, in comparison to others, he displayed a certain maturity, albeit with a hint of aloofness. Fifth Chen Yu found Chen Feiju's current demeanor quite agreeable, prompting a desire to forge a friendship. After placing the jade fragment into her spatial ring, she waved her hand dismissively and said, "It's merely a trifling matter. As dormitory mates, it is only natural to assist one another. Please, do not hesitate. If you ever require help in the future, just let me know." At that moment, Olaf's voice echoed, bidding farewell to Chen Feiju, and joined Olaf to embark on their journey to the perilous Great Forest, commencing their first trial of experience. Whenever Olaf was in the company of the opposite sex, he would disregard Fifth Yu, who could only silently curse him for prioritizing romance over friendship. While her thoughts wandered aimlessly in solitude, an aloof figure materialized in her mind, Ling Xingyu. "Someone like you is only worthy of a toad." "What did you say? A toad?" Fifth Yu's thoughts drifted far away, and she unconsciously murmured aloud. Jiang Shui, who was always attentive to Fifth Yu, quickly inquired. "It's nothing, just thinking of someone," she replied. Jiang Shui seemed particularly perceptive, asking, "Someone? Is it someone you like?" Fifth Day Yu's silence caused Jiang Shui's heart to sink gradually. It turned out he had someone he cherished. No wonder he was so exceptional. I should have anticipated this. I liked someone, but that was in the past. Fifth Day Yu's voice was tinged with deep nostalgia. However, Jiang Shui's mood instantly brightened. Since it was in the past, it meant he no longer held affection for that person. She remarked, "Your past must have been quite remarkable. I can sense that you've experienced things that most people have not. You seem truly unique." As Fifth Day Yu listened to Jiang Shui's praise, her mind conjured images of the events that unfolded after being drawn into the vortex of the barrier, teetering on the brink of death. Indeed, experiences unlike any other. With a bitter smile, I ceased my unfounded musings and shifted the conversation, inquiring, "What exactly is our task?" Jiang Shui chuckled softly and replied, "Our mission is to acquire 3 beast crystals from third-tier spirit beasts, with a reward of 50 Tianyuan pills." The mention of third-tier spirit beast crystals startled Fifth Tianyu. This task was no trifling matter. However, the reward was undeniably enticing. Third-tier spirit beasts were equivalent to cultivators of the master stage, and the most formidable among them could even possess the strength of a grandmaster. Tianyuan pills, on the other hand, are a type of elixir crafted from medicinal herbs rich in spiritual energy. Each Tianyuan pill serves to enhance one's spiritual power. Even when one's spirit reservoir is already brimming, the Tianyuan pill will further augment this energy, with the excess being stored within the spirit reservoir. Once this storage reaches a certain threshold, a breakthrough to the next realm becomes possible. Chapter 48. Adult Elephant Bull. Reflecting on this, I found myself coveting the Tianyuan pills and asked, "What cultivation levels do your sisters possess?" Sister Fong seems to have just broken through to the middle gold stage, while the rest of us are at the small gold stage. We only accepted this mission because Sister Fong had her breakthrough. Otherwise, our inadequate strength would render us incapable of fulfilling the task. Fifth Tianyu nodded in agreement. It was quite normal. Every mission presented its challenges. Yet, it was precisely these challenges that offered invaluable experience and growth. Jiang Shui playfully remarked, "This time, we shall rely on you to triumph over Li Jiong from Zhongjin with a single move. Your cultivation." Fifth Tianyu, aware that Jiang Shui was jesting, smiled and replied, "My cultivation is rather modest. Together, our strength will be formidable. It suffices to select the weaker among the third-tier spirit beasts, and I believe we shall encounter no difficulties." After approximately an hour's journey from their departure to entering the forest, they encountered a few groups of individuals along the way. They maintained a vigilant demeanor as they passed each other, for in this place, incidents of ambush and theft were not unheard of. At this moment, the trees grew increasingly dense, and they occasionally stumbled upon small tents, likely belonging to adventurers camping on the forest's edge, or perhaps even students from the academy. "Tianyu, what are you two doing back there? Hurry up and join us. We shall take a moment to rest and finalize our mission plan." Upon hearing Olaf's call, Fifth Tianyu and her companion quickened their pace to catch up. The group paused briefly under a grand tree, where Lu Fong stated, "Olaf and I have conferred on the mission plan during our journey. I shall now outline it. Please voice any opinions you may have." The group nodded in acknowledgement, and Lu Fong continued, "Our task is to acquire 3 spirit beast crystals of the 3rd tier. There are no stipulations regarding the type of spirit beasts or the attributes of the crystals, so we should opt for the weaker ones. This way, we shall have a greater assurance of success. Do any of you have suggestions?" As the crowd shook their heads, Lu Fong continued, "Well, Olaf and I have discussed it on the way. Given our current capabilities, if we exert ourselves fully, we should be able to handle ordinary level 3 spirit beasts. Among the level 3s, the Heavenly Eye Wolf is relatively weaker. If we encounter one, we shall engage it. However, if we face a more formidable spirit beast, our safety must take precedence." Lu Fong spoke with clarity and reason. Fifth Tianyu observed that although Lu Fong had a more robust physique, her mind was sharp and her arguments compelling. Moreover, her tone and demeanor exuded a certain leadership quality. Quietly approving her, Fifth Chen Yu felt a sense of admiration. After Lu Fang finished speaking, her gaze shifted to Fifth Chen Yu, and with a radiant smile, she said, "Chen Yu, although I am unaware of your cultivation level, I sense that you are the strongest among us. Please do not slack off when the time comes." Hearing Lu Fang's playful banter, Fifth Chen Yu waved his hand and replied, "Haha, we are a team now, and we will surely give our all. However, if we encounter a spirit beast that is too powerful to handle, I shall make my exit." Laughter erupted among the group, as everyone could tell that Fifth Chen Yu was jesting. Lu Fang delicately moved her fingertips, and a scroll-like object appeared in her hand, unfurling before everyone to reveal a map. She pointed to the outskirts of a forest depicted on the map, stating, "Our approximate location is here. This area is on the periphery, where wild beasts are unlikely to appear, and spirit beasts are even more improbable. We need to advance to this point, where spirit beasts will emerge. Everyone, be cautious when we arrive. It should take us about 2 hours of travel. Let us set forth now." Lu Fang gestured at the map while observing the eyes of her companions. All agreed without hesitation, and after rolling up the map, the 7-member team embarked once more. The Heavenly Eye Wolf is a creature evolved from an ordinary wolf, distinguished not only by its formidable strength, but also by its appearance. Possessing 3 eyes. According to the literature, spirit beasts are classified into levels, and the objective of their expedition was to seek out the ordinary lower-tier Heavenly Eye Wolf, which possesses strength comparable to that of a novice human cultivator. As the group ventured deeper into the forest, encounters with others dwindled, and they could now occasionally hear the roars of beasts. Olaf was no stranger to the deadly forest. However, his previous explorations had taken him to the opposite side. Several days' journey from their current location, for the deadly forest is indeed vast. Though he had not traversed this particular area, his past experiences lent him insight. Upon hearing a beast's roar, Olaf quietly urged, "Everyone, stay alert. Wild beasts may appear at any moment, so be cautious of ambushes." After Olaf's warning, Lu Fang echoed his sentiments. "Yes, everyone, stay close and be mindful of your surroundings." As soon as the words left her lips, the 5th day you shouted a warning. "Be careful." Without hesitation, she leaped forward and pushed Xiaoqing aside just in time. While a ferocious beast with crimson eyes and 4 legs landed in the very spot Xiaoqing had occupied moments before. Heart racing with lingering fear, Xiaoqing cast a grateful glance at the 5th Dayu. There was no time for words of thanks as the group dispersed, encircling the beast in the center. The creature was a deep brown and black, measuring over 2 meters in length and towering above 1 meter in height. Its powerful legs supported a corpulent body, while its disproportionately small head imparted an almost comical appearance, creating an odd dissonance between its head and physique. Atop its head, 2 formidable, spiraled horns emanated a sense of danger, and its large, bell-like eyes surveyed the crowd with suspicion, emitting low, guttural sounds. It was an elephant bull, a Tier 3 spirit beast, and given its size, it could be classified as an intermediate among its kind. Olaf's voice resonated, followed closely by Lu Fang's slightly anxious tone. "Everyone, gather cautiously," she urged. "The elephant bull is too powerful. We must not scatter. If it chooses to leave, let it go. We are not its match." As a high Tier 3 spirit beast, regardless of the species, its strength could rival that of a human master. Given the current strength of their party, they truly stood no chance. The 5th Dayu nodded first, moving closer to Jiang Shui. The others also began to carefully shift, regrouping and ceasing their encirclement of the elephant bull, allowing it an avenue for escape. Chapter 49. The disturbance of the 5th Dayu. At that moment, a subtle realization stirred within 5th Dayu, prompting him to exclaim, "Everyone, hold on a moment." The crowd gazed at him in bewilderment, and with a confident smirk, 5th Dayu declared, "This beast is injured. I have decided to keep it." Without waiting for a response from the others, he summoned a fireball that gradually took shape in his palm. The elephant-like creature sensed the impending danger and anxiously stomped its front feet against the ground. 5th Dayu was already in motion, and the onlookers, no longer skeptical, held their breath and fixed their gaze on the creature, prepared for the imminent confrontation. Typically, such actions from an elephant-like creature indicated it was selecting a target, and once it had made its choice, it would charge forward. This time, however, Fifth Day you had no intention of holding back. The fireball in his hand grew larger, reaching its full potency. With a thunderous roar, the elephant-like creature bellowed at Olaf, propelling itself forward with a powerful thrust of its hind legs. Olaf cursed inwardly, questioning the creature's choice to target him. Without hesitation, he channeled his spiritual energy and threw a punch directly at the charging beast. The crowd gasped, despite the elephant's injury. Its strength was not to be underestimated. Olaf, a mid-gold level practitioner, was foolish to confront it head-on. In a moment of urgency, Lu Fang and the others also summoned their spiritual energy to strike at the creature. At that critical juncture, Olaf's furious punch collided with the creature's forehead, resulting in a sharp crack of breaking bones. Olaf was sent sprawling several meters away, lying on the ground, gritting his teeth and clutching his right hand. Olaf refrained from uttering a single cry. Nevertheless, the bystanders could palpably sense his agony. The gathered energies of Lu Fang and others unleashed their assaults upon the robust elephant, whose thick skin appeared impervious to pain. After shifting a few steps to the side, the elephant steadied itself and let out a thunderous roar, charging once more towards the fallen Olaf. At that moment, Olaf yearned to rise and evade, but his arm lacked strength, leaving him only able to shift his body slightly. Yet, that minimal distance was still insufficient to escape the elephant's wrath. Lu Fang and her companions, inexperienced in such dire circumstances, succumbed to panic, rendered motionless except for their gaping mouths. In peril, the Fifth Day of you, eyes ablaze with determination, bellowed fiercely, "Beast, come and take my life." Strangely, the very moment his voice echoed, the charging elephant abruptly halted, pivoted, and fixed its terrified gaze upon the Fifth Day of you. At that instant, the elephant seemed to possess a semblance of intelligence, its eyes betraying fear as it retreated, as though confronted by a formidable adversary. Unfazed by the elephant's trepidation, the Fifth Day of you unleashed a fireball he had meticulously gathered, hurling it with great force. The fireball hurtled fiercely, striking the elephant at the base of its neck, releasing a heart-wrenching cry that reverberated through the forest and traveled far beyond. The elephant's massive body was propelled backward, crashing to the ground with a resounding thud. Following the fireball's release, the Fifth Day of you summoned his sword in an instant and charged towards the fallen elephant, offering it no respite whatsoever. Upon the pale, frigid blade glimmered a faint azure light as it pierced the neck of the elephant-like creature before the astonished eyes of the onlookers. It withdrew and struck again, repeating this sequence numerous times. In that moment, the Fifth Day you seemed to have succumbed to madness, mercilessly slaughtering the lifeless form of the elephant, which lay motionless. None noticed the blood-red fury that filled Yu's eyes. "You cease. It is already dead." Olaf's urgent cry finally halted the relentless assault. In an instant, her eyes returned to normal as she trotted over to Olaf, who inquired, "How do you feel?" With a pained smile, Olaf replied, "I am fine. This wound is nothing. But you, my dear, were exceedingly ruthless. Are you all right, you?" questioned Jiang Shui, her usually gentle demeanor shaken by the brutality you had just displayed, which had imparted a chilling aura. Ignoring the gazes of others, she crouched down and grasped the dazed Yu's hand. "I am pondering the matter at hand," Yu responded. "I am curious as to how this elephant sustained such injuries. It is rather peculiar, especially since this area is typically devoid of such formidable spirit beasts." Yu's reasoning resonated with the group, leading them to engage in thoughtful discussions. However, only Olaf's eyes glimmered with suspicion. He knew Yu too well. She would not simply be lost in thought, and when she had shouted moments ago, it had stirred a tremor deep within his soul. "Olaf, what are you daydreaming about? How is your hand? Is it broken? How could that be?" "You underestimate me," Olaf replied, raising his right hand to demonstrate that he was indeed fine and uninjured. On the fifth day, you no longer harbored doubts and remarked, "I distinctly heard the sound of bones shattering." Suddenly, a thought struck her mind, and she cast a questioning glance at Olaf, who cheerfully nodded, confirming her suspicions. Surprise coursed through the Fifth Dayu, She had underestimated Olaf. The sound of breaking bones must have belonged to the colossal bull. Although Olaf had indeed shattered the bull's skull, he had also been jolted by the force of the impact, rendering him temporarily incapacitated. Olaf's injury was minor, and the others were unscathed. However, the bull lay lifeless. A gratifying outcome. After a brief moment, Olaf erupted into laughter, rising to his feet and waving his arm. The pain had subsided significantly, and his spirits soared as he declared, "Next, we should reap the fruits of our victory." With that, he strode towards the colossal bull a few meters away, brandishing a gleaming knife and gesturing to the others behind him, signaling that he would take action. Chapter 50. Different storage tools. The fifth day, Yu and her companions followed suit. Although the colossal bull was on the brink of death, it still exuded an air of heaviness. Lu Fang pointed towards the neck of the ox-like creature and remarked, "Chen Yu's fiery technique has already severed a significant portion of its neck. Even if a few more strikes follow, it shall not survive." Behind her, the trio of Shao Qing nodded eagerly, their admiration for the fifth Chen Yu evident in their eyes. The expressions of the sisters did not escape the keen observation of Jiang Shui, who, with a tilt of her chin, asserted, "Indeed, Chen Yu is the most formidable." Olaf, holding a blade and searching for the beast crystal atop the creature's head, sensed a shift in tone. Turning to catch a glimpse of Jiang Shui's expression, he instantly understood and, with a mischievous grin, chimed in, Yes, Chen Yu is indeed the most powerful." Jiang Shui, unsurprisingly, blushed deeply. While the fifth Chen Yu felt a tinge of awkwardness. In matters of affection, he was entirely inexperienced, so he chose to disregard it and drew forth his sword, commencing the task of butchering the ox-like beast. Every part of a spirit beast is utilitarian. The meat is consumable and can also be sold, while the beast crystal is of considerable value. "Found it." Olaf's voice rang out with delight as he held a bloodied hand, revealing a gray-black crystal nestled within, roughly the size of a dragon's eye, appearing remarkably smooth. A glimmer of joy graced each face as they secured one crystal, still needing two more. At this moment, the forest had grown dark, the dense foliage shielding them from the sun's relentless rays, rendering this place perpetually dimmer than the outside world. Lu Fang and her companions observed the swift actions of the fifth Chen Yu and Olaf, settling down to discuss their forthcoming journey. After several minutes of processing, an entire elephant bull had been divided into large pieces of meat by the fifth day of Yui. The soft and warm hide of the elephant could fetch a handsome price. Thus it was all stored within the spatial ring. Observing the stark skeleton in the pool of blood, a few of the young women felt somewhat uneasy, wrinkling their noses in dismay. Lu Fang remarked, "Chen Yu, this elephant bull can be said to be the result of your and Olaf's efforts, so every part of it rightfully belongs to you. Additionally, you may receive a larger share of the rewards after the task concludes, as a matter of fairness." Though Lu Fang had a robust physique, her delicate features shone with a playful smile that was quite charming at that moment. The fifth day of Yui chuckled lightly, finding no need for formality, and inquired, "Have you all deliberated on our upcoming itinerary?" Upon mentioning the journey, Olaf also joined the conversation, and the group gathered together. Lu Fang proposed, "Traveling through the forest at night is quite perilous. I suggest we venture a bit further out to the periphery and rest there. We can re-enter at dawn to complete our task." Indeed, for most spirit beasts accustomed to the dark, the night posed no significant challenge compared to daylight. They could perceive everything in the gloom, rendering it quite unsafe. No one voiced any objections, and without hesitation, the group, having walked for a considerable time, began retracing their steps. Along the way, they engaged in light-hearted banter, gradually becoming more familiar with each other, especially as the young women began to warm up to the fifth day of Yui, appreciating his amiable demeanor from their previous encounters. There were only words of praise, and Olaf remained unusually quiet, seemingly lost in thought. At this moment, the group arrived at the foot of a small hill, where the underbrush flourished, and the night insects frolicked in the grass, producing a cacophony of sounds. In a hollow at the base of the mountain, a clear stream trickled forth. "This will do nicely," Lu Fang remarked, With the mountain for shelter and the water nearby, we can set up camp here." A chorus of cheerful exclamations erupted from the weary girls, their buoyant spirits contagious. "There are 2 tents, one for the 2 of you, and one for the 5 of us," Lu Feng continued, retrieving a tent from her storage supplies and tossing it to Olaf. Fifth Chen Yu, still surveying the terrain, noted that her extensive reading allowed her to perceive aspects of the mountain that others might overlook. Olaf, respecting her contemplation, busied himself with erecting the tent alone. Fifth Chen Yu's curiosity deepened. Something about the mountain felt amiss, yet she could not pinpoint what it was. After much contemplation, she sighed, perhaps attributing her unease to mere overthinking. She retrieved several sizable chunks of meat resembling beef from her spatial ring and tossed them to Olaf, who caught on and laughed heartily, declaring, "Just wait to taste my culinary skills. Grilling meat is my specialty." With that, he headed towards the girl's tent, likely to boast about his prowess. Once Fifth Chen Yu entered her tent, she produced a luminous stone from her spatial ring, illuminating the space instantly. She surveyed the ground cover and promptly sat down with a thud. The reason for entrusting the task of grilling to Olaf was that, at this moment, Fifth Chen Yu had an important matter to attend to, and impatience had begun to creep in. This matter involved comprehending and practicing the spiritual technique known as the Extreme Ice Triad. Before embarking on this endeavor, Dainyu had provided the necessary materials. Although he had refrained from inspecting them, he could easily surmise that they were indeed materials supplied by his mentor. With a gentle smile gracing his lips, he retrieved a spatial pouch from his belongings, silently remarking to himself on the extravagance of the gift. The spatial pouch was a more advanced type of storage artifact compared to spatial rings, with its superiority evident in the method of activation. To utilize a brand new Chinquan pouch, one must first perform a blood oath of ownership, regardless of its size. In contrast, only high-grade spatial rings required such a ritual. Artifacts that have undergone a blood oath truly belong to their owner, rendering them inaccessible to others. For instance, the spatial capacity of the pouch currently employed by Fifth Chen Yu was an impressive 10,000 square meters, a level of sophistication that necessitated the blood oath. In contrast, spatial rings with a capacity of 1,000 square meters or less do not require such a rite. One can simply communicate with the spiritual energy to retrieve or store items. With a gentle bite of his fingertip, a droplet of blood fell upon the entrance of the Chinquan pouch. The blood vanished in an instant, and soon after, an enigmatic sensation of connection enveloped Fifth Chen Yu's heart, filling him with joy at the successful bond. Now that the Chinquan pouch had been claimed, he could freely access its contents without any hindrance. Without further hesitation, he extracted all the items within and laid them out upon the ground: a white jade, 2 square boxes, and a slab of jade. Chapter 51. Despair. With the emergence of these items, a breath both frigid and fervent intertwined and emanated, rendering one exceedingly uncomfortable. The jade slab resembled a block of ice, somewhat translucent, emanating wisps of chilling air, causing Di Wuya to involuntarily shiver. This must indeed be the Millennium Cold Jade Bed. Without further hesitation, he seated himself upon it. In his mind, the first form of the Extreme Ice 3 technique surfaced. The first form, Extreme Ice, Spirit Power Transmutation to Ice. Prior to cultivation, one must first place oneself in an environment of extreme cold. The Millennium Cold Jade Bed could serve as a substitute. Then, a fiery crystal must be placed atop the crown chakra, followed by the consumption of cold spirit essence. Subsequently, as dictated by the technique, one would condense the frost spirit power within the spiritual dantian. Upon reaching a certain threshold, the spirit crystal could be transformed into a frost spirit crystal. Once a spirit crystal has been fully transmuted, one may absorb the wood spirit energy from a level 5 wood attribute beast crystal, using the absorbed energy to nourish the spiritual dantian and various meridians. Initially, sitting upon the Millennium Cold Jade Bed did not elicit an extraordinary sensation of cold. However, as time passed, waves of piercing cold seeped from his legs to various parts of his body. Without further hesitation, he opened one of the square boxes. and a wave of heat surged forth, dispelling the isolation of the box. The fiery crystal's intense heat radiated freely. At this moment, his hands felt somewhat numb from the cold, yet undeterred by the temperature of the spirit crystal, he grasped it barehanded and placed it atop his crown chakra, which slightly alleviated his body's chill. On the 5th day, you finally comprehended the purpose of the fire crystal, which was to safeguard the consciousness of the brain from the encroaching chill. Feeling the temperature on her head, she once again grasped the icy jade vessel, which must contain the cold spirit essence. As she removed the stopper, a wave of frigid air, even colder than a millennium-old ice bed, surged forth. You felt a shiver run through her, and unease began to stir within her heart. Such an icy temperature, would consuming it not lead to death? Contemplating this, she hesitated. The chilling emanation from the small opening of the jade vessel was unlike anything she had ever encountered, threatening to freeze her very awareness. Fortunately, the fire crystal provided a semblance of warmth, yet you found herself ensnared in a tumultuous internal struggle, unwilling to risk her life and increasingly reluctant to drink. Just then, images of certain individuals flashed through her mind, a towering figure, her father, Long Shu, Qing Yi, and the one who had humiliated her, Ling Xingyu. It was as if courage surged within her. Her gaze grew resolute, and she let out a fierce growl. I cannot afford to fail. With determination, she opened her mouth and poured the cold spirit essence from the jade vessel into her mouth. The sensation of freezing gripped her tongue and throat, heightening her anxiety. Drawing upon her spiritual energy, she summoned it fiercely to counteract the icy grip. With the protection of her spiritual power, the freezing sensation lessened slightly. However, it remained intensely cold. Externally, Yu's complexion turned pale, veins protruding from her neck, while a thin layer of ice spread across her body, leaving only her head untouched. On the 5th day, Yu attempted to lift her arm, only to discover that it was utterly unresponsive, rigid, and immobile. The panic regarding the unknown had escalated to a peak, her body teetering on the brink of collapse, while her consciousness dulled. What to do? In her frantic state, she had forgotten the profound technique of the extreme ice trinity, allowing a droplet of the cold spirit essence to descend her throat. As it coursed through her, an excruciating chill enveloped her, akin to her very soul being wrenched away, accompanied by waves of dizziness. Failure was not an option. A flicker of determination resonated deep within her mind, momentarily restoring a semblance of clarity. Sensing the current position of the cold spirit essence, she promptly summoned her sluggish spiritual energy to envelop it once more. According to the technique's guidance, she was to use the cold spirit essence as a catalyst to condense the frost spirit pill crystal within her spiritual core. The flow of her spiritual energy was slow and laborious, yet despite the difficulties, Yu resolutely maintained her mental acuity, dragging the cold spirit essence into her core. Incessantly praying, she could not fail, she must not fail. At this moment, the cold spirit essence had reached her spiritual core, and instantly, the energy within it crystallized as if frozen. No matter how she attempted to manipulate it, not a single fragment could be stirred. If you had felt trepidation before, she was now teetering on the edge of despair. Unable to mobilize her spiritual energy meant she could not control the cold spirit essence, which would then unleash its frigid essence to ravage her spiritual core unchecked. Upon reflection, a profound despondency enveloped my heart, rendering me incapable of devising any countermeasures. Gradually, my consciousness began to wane, yet the despair of the 5th day remained unyielding. No matter how fervently I struggled, my efforts proved futile, and slowly, darkness consumed my entire awareness. Thus, I succumbed to unconsciousness. At that moment, my exterior resembled a statue of ice. Even the area above my head, where the fire spirit stone resided, was encased in a layer of frost, albeit slightly thinner than in other regions. Curiously, the 5 fingers of my right hand remained unfrozen, radiating an intensely penetrating chill. Suddenly, the 5 fingers stirred, as if imbued with consciousness, and 5 streams of spiritual energy surged forth, impervious to the frigid cold. After a brief tumult, These energies navigated through my meridians, hastening towards the spiritual dantian. Upon reaching the dantian, the energies circled around the frozen pentagram spirit pill before swiftly plunging into its crystalline form. Outside the tent, a fire blazed, with chunks of meat sizzling over the flames, producing a delightful crackling sound. Olaf sat nearby, while Lu Fang and several other young women gathered around the fire, engaging in spirited conversation and laughter that resonated in the cool air. Jiang Shui, tightening her arms across her chest, furrowed her brow and remarked, "Have you all noticed that it has suddenly grown a bit chilly?" Upon hearing Jiang Shui's words, Lu Fang was momentarily taken aback and remarked. The other girls also began to chatter excitedly. Olaf chuckled heartily, boasting, "You all are unaware of this, I presume. Since this is your first visit to the deadly great forest, it is understandable. The forest at night is indeed much colder than during the day. After all, it is merely trees and mountains here. Do you think it wouldn't be chilly beneath the trees and at the foot of the mountains?" As Olaf shared this insight, the group suddenly understood, nodding in agreement. "Wow, it smells increasingly delicious. I wonder when it will be ready," exclaimed Xiaoqing, her voice brimming with excitement as she licked her lips. Receiving compliments, especially from the girls, sent Olaf's spirits soaring, and with a smile, he responded, "It will be ready soon. Once Chen Yu comes out, the meat will be done." Chapter 52. The Wise Olaf. After Olaf spoke, Jiang Shui chimed in. Given that the group had been conversing for quite a while, upon hearing the name of the fifth Chen Yu, it was always Jiang Shui who initiated the next line of conversation. Everyone understood this, frequently teasing her, causing her cheeks to flush multiple times. "Olaf, what do you think he is doing? Why is he taking so long to come out? Why don't you go check on him?" Jiang Shui's inquiry was clear to everyone. She was expressing her own desire to see. Naturally, Olaf understood this as well. With a mischievous grin, he replied, "All right, I will go take a look." Jiang Shui, feeling anxious, quickly interjected, Wait. If you're busy, I can go instead. You still have the meat to grill." As Olaf and the others burst into laughter, Jiang Shui finally understood that they were teasing her on purpose. Her face flushed crimson once more, and with a huff, she made her way towards Fifth Tianyu's tent. Upon reaching the entrance, the chilling air intensified, as though the closer she drew to the tent, the colder it became. Although a sense of confusion lingered in her heart, she dismissed it, as her mind was occupied with sweet thoughts of how to greet Fifth Tianyu. After hesitating at the entrance for a moment, her emotions tangled like a ball of yarn. She glanced at her attire and made a slight adjustment. Resolutely, she lifted the tent flap with an air of confidence and stepped inside. For reasons unknown, it felt as if something was lodged in her heart, and tears began to cascade down her cheeks. In a rush, she lunged forward, disregarding the biting cold, calling out loudly for Tianyu to awaken. Jiang Shui's intentions were straightforward. She merely wished to melt the ice. Perhaps it was due to her limited cultivation and weak spiritual power, or perhaps the ice was too solid. Her typical spiritual energy was ineffective against it. At that moment, her efforts resulted in naught. What's wrong? Hearing Jiang Shui's heart-wrenching cries, Olaf and the others rushed in, their voices preceding their entrance. As they burst into the room, Olaf, upon seeing Fifth Tianyu encased in ice, felt an urgency surpassing all others. His eyes filled with worry and desperation, akin to the dread Fifth Tianyu would experience upon perceiving a threat. Without regard for Jiang Shui's gender, he swiftly pulled her aside and began to assess the situation with careful scrutiny. The wisdom and composure he exhibited at that moment caused Lu Fang to glance at him in surprise. Was this truly the same Olaf who was usually lascivious and lewd? How chilling! In hushed tones, Xiaoqing and her companions conversed, while Olaf furrowed his brow and said, "You all should leave. The chill here is bone-chilling, and your cultivation cannot withstand it." Lu Fang pondered for a moment and replied, "Xiaoqing, take Xiao Shui and the others outside. Your cultivation is too low to endure this icy atmosphere." Xiaoqing and the others nodded in agreement, gently pulling the sobbing Jiang Shui along as they made their way out. However, Jiang Shui broke free from Xiaoqing's grasp, her persistent voice ringing out. "You all go. I want to keep an eye on him." Xiao Qing and her companions exchanged glances, their hearts heavy with helplessness as they felt the penetrating cold within the tent. They eventually stepped outside, leaving only Olaf, Lu Fang, Jiang Shui, and the frozen figure of the fifth Chen Yu inside. The reason Olaf did not immediately use his spiritual power to melt the ice encasing Chen Yu was due to his uncertainty about the origin of this frost. After careful observation, he noted the small jade pieces on the ground, the box that had contained the fire spirit stone, and the jade slab beneath Chen Yu, which continually emitted a frigid aura. His brow furrowed deeper as he concluded that the possibility of someone plotting against Chen Yu could be dismissed. Instead, it appeared that the icy slab's chill was being harnessed for cultivation purposes. This likelihood was quite substantial. In this vast world, the extraordinary often unfolded. Stories of controlling ice, fire, and lightning were not uncommon. If he was not mistaken, this young man Chen Yu was likely practicing a spiritual technique related to frost. However, this remained mere speculation, just a possibility, so he continued to observe. Olaf uttered softly, as Lu Fang approached him and inquired, "What is the matter?" Olaf furrowed his brow slightly and replied, "Didn't I tell you to leave? Why are you still here?" A flicker of displeasure crossed Lu Fang's face as she huffed. "You cannot remain here alone." With little inclination for jest at that moment, Olaf chose to disregard her and muttered to himself, "Are my hands not frozen?" He reached out and pinched the 5 fingers of Wu Tianyu, which were not encased in ice. They felt warm, indicating that Wu Tianyu was temporarily unharmed. He sighed in relief, realizing that he could only wait. "How is he?" Jiang Shui's voice retained a melancholic tone. Olaf managed to muster a faint smile for Jiang Shui, assuring her, "Rest assured, he is fine for now. I suspect Chen Yu is in the midst of cultivation. Let us not disturb him. Let us go outside and wait for him to awaken." Jiang Shui believed wholeheartedly in Olaf's words, for the bond between Olaf and Wu Tianyu was evident to all. Though they referred to each other as comrades, their friendship surpassed that of siblings in the eyes of others. She nodded, lifting her somewhat stiff arm. And with Lu Fang's assistance, she stepped outside. Olaf's amiability towards Jiang Shui stemmed from the genuine concern reflected in her expression moments ago. It was an authentic manifestation of care from the heart. At this moment, only Olaf remained in the room, gazing foolishly at the frozen Chen Yu of the 5th day. He chuckled softly and remarked, "Chen Yu, you truly are fortunate. You effortlessly captured the heart of a beauty. I am genuinely happy for you. When you awaken, you shall be together. I shall take charge of that." With these words, a tear appeared at the corner of his eye. He exhaled deeply, wiped away the moisture, and stepped outside, uncertain whether his tears were born of joy or overwhelming happiness. Upon exiting the tent, he noticed that Xiao Qing and Lu Fang were not by the fire. They were likely inside the tent. By the fire, a few individuals were engaged in hushed discussions, and upon seeing Olaf emerge, they promptly fell silent. A flicker of displeasure crossed Olaf's eyes, yet he uttered no words and entered Lu Fang's tent, intent on checking if Jiang Shui had sustained any injuries. The chill was so intense that even he, of a mid-gold rank, found it somewhat unbearable. Chapter 53, The 2 Celestial Wolves Inside the Tent. Jiang Shui sat cross-legged with her eyes closed, while Lu Fang stood behind her, channeling her spiritual energy into Jiang Shui's body. Observing this scene, Olaf's heart sank. It seemed Jiang Shui was gravely injured. He spoke softly, "How is she?" Lu Fang understood that Olaf's inquiry was directed at Jiang Shui and replied, "She fainted shortly after we exited. Before we entered, all of Xiao Xue's spiritual energy was expended to melt the ice, leaving her entirely unguarded during that time." Upon hearing this, Olaf was taken aback. He recalled that when he rushed in, Jiang Shui's hand had indeed rested upon the icy surface. Reflecting on his own recklessness in discarding her aside, he felt a twinge of embarrassment. Reflecting on the bone-chilling cold, how could one remain so unguarded for an extended period, devoid of any obsession? It appears that Jiang Shui's profound affection for Chen Yu surpasses my initial assumptions. With a silent sigh, I commenced to channel my spiritual energy into Jiang Shui's body without any reservation. After a considerable duration, Jiang Shui, whose eyes had been tightly shut, finally opened them, coughing violently twice. She seemed to awaken briefly, attempting to speak, yet no words emerged. Her body continued to writhe in distress. Olaf and his companion ceased the transfer of energy, with Lu Fang gently supporting Jiang Shui, offering soft reassurances. It's all right, don't think of anything. Don't think of anything. Tianyu is safe. Upon hearing that fifth Tianyu is unharmed, Jiang Shui ceased her struggles, closed her eyes, and unexpectedly fainted once more. Olaf and his companion let out a deep sigh, while the enticing aroma of food wafted in from outside, yet their appetites had vanished. After a moment of contemplation, Lu Fang inquired, "Do you think Tianyu is cultivating a divine-level spiritual technique?" Olaf frowned and replied, "I do not wish for anyone to speculate about my companion." In response to his succinct statement, Lu Fang felt a surge of indignation. Usually so eager to curry favor, now he displayed a different demeanor. With a huff, she retorted, "I will take care of Xiao Shui. You tend to your companion." Concerned for the safety of fifth Tianyu, she had no desire to engage in trivial conversation with Lu Fang. At this moment, Olaf's sole focus was to remain vigilant regarding fifth Tianyu's condition, ready to offer assistance at the slightest indication of a response. Upon examining the temperature of fifth Dayu's fingers, Olaf found it to be quite normal, which brought him a modicum of relief. He then settled cross-legged in a corner to meditate. Despite the frigid temperature inside the tent, which pierced to the bone, Olaf resolutely chose to practice within its confines. The night passed quietly, and when Olaf opened his eyes once more, he checked the temperature of fifth Dayu's fingers again. It remained stable, allowing him to exhale in relief. However, fifth Dayu showed no signs of awakening, leaving Olaf with a twinge of anxiety. Yet he had no recourse but to wait. After fifth Dayu fell into a stupor, 5 strands of spiritual energy penetrated the spiritual elixir crystal. Throughout the night, the frozen elixir crystal gradually thawed, releasing a chill-laden aura of spiritual energy that aimlessly drifted within the spiritual field. At a certain moment, the frost on the elixir crystal completely melted away, and the pentacle-shaped elixir crystal emitted a powerful essence, beginning to rotate slowly. As the crystal spun, a single droplet of cold spiritual essence fragmented into countless tiny points, which also began to twirl in unison. Unbeknownst to fifth Dayu, who remained unconscious and entirely unaware, the events unfolding within the spiritual field were beyond his perception. As time progressed, the elixir crystal spun ever faster, causing the spiritual energy within the field to churn tumultuously. Eventually, within fifth Dayu's spiritual field, a second elixir crystal began to take shape gradually. By now, it was midday, and Olaf lifted the tent flap, entering with practiced ease to carry out the familiar task of checking fifth Dayu's hands. 5 fingers, with a complexion that appeared normal and a temperature that was unremarkable. Yet the expression on the face of the frozen Tianyu had undergone a transformation by the 5th day. Initially, her brow was furrowed in apparent agony, but now it had relaxed, presenting a visage of tranquility. It seemed that it would not be long before Tianyu would awaken. Olaf sighed in relief and addressed the encased Tianyu, saying, "I have conferred with the others, and we shall wait for you today. Tomorrow we will venture into the forest for our tasks." With that, he settled down, resuming his cultivation as he had the previous night. As dusk approached, the anxious shouts of Lu Fang from outside the tent roused Olaf from his meditative state, prompting him to stride out. Upon exiting, he was met with the sight of Lu Fang, her brow knitted in concern, alongside Jiang Shui and 2 others. Perplexed, Olaf inquired, "What has transpired?" Lu Fang, her gaze fixed upon a thicket, replied, "Sky-Eye Wolf." Sky-Eye Wolf. Olaf was taken aback. Could it be that a Sky-Eye Wolf was nearby? This was indeed a stroke of fortune, as their mission was to confront the weakest of the Tier 3 spirit beasts, the Sky-Eye Wolf. Hearing Lu Fang's words, he felt a surge of delight. Since it had come to them, they need not venture out in search. Comprehending this, he observed the tense expressions of the others and remarked, "With our collective strength and cultivation, dealing with a single sky-eye wolf should pose no challenge. What are you all so anxious about? Lu Fang let out a dismissive huff and retorted, a single? You are quite mistaken. As Lu Fang finished speaking, a deep, resonant howl erupted from the thicket, followed by the emergence of a pitch-black sky-eye wolf, nearly 2 meters in length. Shortly thereafter, another one trailed behind, stepping out of the underbrush. At this moment, the hearts of several girls raced wildly, their expressions reflecting their alarm. Only Lu Fang maintained a semblance of composure. Olaf, his face devoid of emotion, fixed his gaze upon the sky-eye wolves as they emerged from the foliage, a sense of urgency compelling him to devise a strategy to mitigate the threat they posed. The presence of 2 sky-eye wolves was sufficient to overpower the group. After a lengthy contemplation, a rather precarious idea surfaced in his mind. Time was of the essence, and he whispered, "We cannot hope to fight them. I will divert their attention. Your sole responsibility is to safeguard Chen Yu. Remember to remain vigilant to her movements." With a bold declaration, "You beasts, your grandfather is here. Come to me." He turned and sprinted away. Perhaps the wolves understood Olaf's taunts, or his arrogance incited their wrath. Without hesitation, they both unleashed a furious growl and pursued him. Aware of the peril in Olaf's actions, Lu Fang stamped her foot and instructed, "Xiao Xue, you stay here to watch over Chen Yu. The rest of you follow me." As Lu Fang's words echoed, she dashed towards the direction Olaf had vanished, while Xiaoqing and the others exchanged glances, hesitating momentarily before deciding to follow suit. Only Jiang Shui remained in the place, her heart fluttering with secret delight at the prospect of spending a moment alone with the 5th Chen Yu. An inexplicable excitement surged within her. Entering the tent, she was met with a biting chill that sent a shiver down her spine, yet she paid it no heed, striding directly towards the frost-encased figure of the 5th Chen Yu. Crouching down, she extended her delicate, snow-white hand, gently grasping one of his fingers that remained unfrozen, staring blankly for a long while. Through the icy barrier, she was captivated by his visage, a profound longing stirring within her. Though their acquaintance was brief, it seemed as if fate had woven their paths long before. From the very first glance, he had etched himself into her memory. His handsome features, shrouded in an enigmatic strength, bore no notable background. Yet he dared to challenge formidable figures like Li Jiao. The occasional smile gracing his lips exuded such confidence and cheerfulness. As these thoughts coursed through her mind, a sweet smile blossomed at the corners of Jiang Shui's lips, gradually widening as she softly murmured, "5th Chen Yu, do you know? I like you. But it is not solely because of your remarkable prowess or your striking appearance. There exists an inexplicable allure about you." At this juncture, she gently furrowed her brows, a shadow of melancholy appearing between them, her gaze dimming slightly. "Yet, you do not reciprocate my feelings. I can sense it. Perhaps someone as exceptional as you is only meant for a beauty like Yan Xinglin." With these thoughts, Jiang Shui fell into a contemplative silence, her mind a whirlpool of unspoken reflections, enveloped in the stillness of the tent. Meanwhile, within the spiritual core of the 5th Chen Yu, the turbulent spiritual energy settled, giving rise to a smaller, square-shaped spiritual crystal, which materialized beside the previously formed pentagonal spiritual crystal. The quadrilateral spirit crystal, pale white in hue, emanated waves of chilling energy. At a certain moment, the unconscious Chen Yu's mind was pierced by a sharp pain, and gradually, consciousness began to return. He attempted to raise his hand to massage his throbbing temples, but discovered that his arm remained immobile, as if his body did not belong to him. With focused intent, he sensed that something had seemingly frozen him in place. He longed to open his eyes and see, yet they remained stubbornly shut, forcing him to relinquish his struggle and ponder anxiously. Since he was not dead, had the extreme ice 3 styles been successfully cultivated? Why was he still alive? As his immobile body wrestled with these questions, his consciousness delved into the spirit core. To his astonishment, he found that prior to his fainting, the spirit core had been encased in ice, yet now there was not a trace of frost. Instead, it resembled a resplendent galaxy, dazzling and profound. 2 spirit crystals floated serenely within, one large, shaped like a pentagram, and the other small and quadrilateral. The chilling energy that swirled around the quadrilateral crystal was exceptionally frigid. Yet he felt no discomfort. Rather, a sense of tranquility and comfort enveloped him. Although Chen Yu was unaware of the events that transpired during his unconsciousness, the current outcome was undoubtedly the most favorable conclusion. He attempted to harness the spiritual energy within the crystal, which surged forth like a torrential flow, coursing through his meridians. Suddenly, a piercing pain shot through him. Anxiety swelled within her, yet she found herself bereft of any feasible solution. The desire to cry out for help lingered on her lips, but the words eluded her, and her spiritual energy remained dormant. What should she do? After much contemplation, she realized there was little she could do but await Olaf's rescue, believing wholeheartedly that he would exert every effort to save her upon discovering her plight. With this thought, she settled into a cross-legged meditation, focusing on the square-shaped spirit pill, which was tantalizingly close to transforming into a pentagram. Once successful, she would ascend to the intermediate gold rank. The 5th day of Yu Yu's unconsciousness had passed, and she remained unaware of how long she had been in this state. Nor did she comprehend that she was encased in ice. Even more, she did not know that Jiang Shui was nearby, separated from her by a layer of ice that completely isolated her from the outside world. Ice cocoon would be a more fitting description than merely frozen. Jiang Shui, in silence, shivered once more, sensing that her body had reached its limit in resisting the frigid cold. With a lingering gaze at the ice-encased Yu Yu, she stepped out of the tent. The night had deepened, and the small mountain, along with the surrounding trees, obscured the moonlight, allowing only a faint glimmer to seep through. The luminous stone within Yu Yu's tent emitted a soft, white glow, casting an ethereal light in the otherwise serene forest. Jiang Shui glanced around, speaking to herself. I wonder how Feng Jie and Olaf are faring. As soon as she uttered these words, her brow furrowed. She seemed to hear the faint sound of voices. Straining to listen, a smile broke across her face as she recognized Lu Feng's voice. Before long, 5 figures emerged before her, with Olaf appearing bloodied and pale, and Lu Feng's clothes stained with large splotches of blood, while the other 3 seemed relatively unscathed. Jiang Shui naively assumed that the bloodstains on several individuals were those of the Heavenly Eye Wolf, concluding that it must have been slain by the group. This belief stemmed from the overwhelming amount of blood on Olaf, who appeared almost like a figure drenched in crimson. If a person were to lose such a quantity of blood, they would have long since succumbed to death. Yet, despite Olaf's evident limp, he seemed to be relatively unscathed. He managed to smile and remarked. Lu Feng did not respond, and the atmosphere grew somewhat heavy. Olaf then inquired, "How is Chen Yu?" His voice was slightly hoarse. "There hasn't been any movement. I just emerged from the tent." Olaf nodded and turned to Lu Feng, saying, "There is one last piece left, reserved for you. Hand it over." Lu Feng replied succinctly, extending her blood-stained hand. She seemed poised to say more, but Olaf's gaze silenced her. With a sigh, she tossed a small jade token, saying, "If you need assistance, just call for me." With that, she turned and headed toward the tent, followed closely by Shao Qing and the others. Jiang Shui had already wiped the smile from her face. The somber atmosphere suggested that the situation was far from simple. Observing the group as they approached the 2 tents, she remarked, "Olaf." Upon entering the tent, the first sight was that of the frozen youth. A pang of bitterness surged within her, and she forced a smile. As she spoke, she grimaced and sat on the ground, tearing open her shirt at the waist to reveal a deep, jagged wound that appeared grotesquely vivid under the glow of the nightstone. Chapter 55. Buick. The wound appeared as if inflicted by a blade, having long ceased to bleed. The dried blood upon it indicated significant loss of vitality. A gentle touch elicited a piercing pain, almost unbearable. Gritting his teeth, he shut his eyes, and when he reopened them, a fierce determination emerged. "Buick, I shall remember this transgression." Outside, Lu Feng's expression was one of turmoil. He yearned to enter, but found himself paralyzed by indecision. After a prolonged moment, he shook his head and muttered softly, "His fate is of no concern to me," before turning away. The following day, a fiery orb ascended from the east, heralding new hope with the dawn. The trees, having slumbered through the night, began to awaken with vibrant life. Olaf, too, opened his eyes, which had been tightly shut throughout the night. He glanced towards the frozen Chen Yu, drawn by the chilling aura that now enveloped her. A smile graced his lips. Any sign of life was welcome. Unable to endure the biting cold any longer, he stepped out of the tent. The morning air was saturated with the essence of the earth and sky, ideal for cultivating spiritual power. However, the clarity of thought that accompanied the morning also made it a splendid time for comprehending spiritual techniques. The surrounding woods were lush and vibrant. Everything appeared so enchanting. Taking a deep breath of the fresh air, he felt his wound healing more swiftly. With a chuckle, he made his way towards Lu Fang and the others by the water's edge. Truly, they are a persistent presence, Lu Fang muttered, his face darkened with displeasure. As he fixed his gaze upon the approaching figures, 5 individuals accompanied by a young howling wolf, a group comprising 4 men and 1 woman, approached. They appeared to be in their 20s. The leader of the ensemble was a handsome youth, his smile radiating warmth, akin to a gentle spring breeze. Beside him stood a young woman clad in fitted attire that accentuated her curvaceous figure, also smiling amiably at Olaf and his companions. Trailing behind were 3 young men, presumably followers. "Ah, you certainly run swiftly," the youth remarked with a chuckle. "I've had quite the difficulty in tracking you down. Were it not for my howling wolf's keen sense of smell, you might have eluded me entirely." He advanced towards Olaf and his group, maintaining his smile as he affectionately patted the young wolf's head. Olaf's expression darkened, and he chose not to respond, while the girl named Xiaoqing murmured softly behind him, "I warned you to leave last night, but you insisted on staying. Now look, even if you wish to depart, it seems you cannot." Jiang Shui's voice interjected in retort, "Olaf is gravely injured, and Dayu has yet to awaken. We cannot leave." Lu Fang spoke up to quell the rising tensions. "Enough of this bickering. At worst, we can offer them beast crystals. We are a unified front. We must not allow discord to disrupt our ranks." As Lu Fang's words settled, the spirited young woman in fitted attire let out a light-hearted laugh, her lips parting to reveal a soft voice. "Oh, is there dissent among you? Yet, you dare to engage us in a game of hide-and-seek. Relying solely on beast crystals to ensure your survival seems rather insufficient, does it not?" After the girl finished speaking, a short, dark-skinned boy chimed in, saying, the words of the slender youth deepened Olaf's already somber expression. His voice, low and slightly hoarse, resonated with a warning. "Beck, do not push your luck. Even a cornered rabbit will bite, and I am no mere rabbit." The leader, Beck, maintained his cheerful demeanor, exuding an air of composure and confidence, seemingly indifferent to Olaf's words, bursting into exaggerated laughter. "Huh, a rabbit? You are certainly not a rabbit. You are even inferior to one. Your mid-gold cultivation is truly feeble in my presence." Anticipating Beck's scorn, Olaf was not surprised. After all, the strength of his adversary was evident, formidable, and unwavering. The disdainful tone of Beck and his companions hinted at an impending confrontation. Rapidly contemplating his options, Olaf declared, "We can provide you with beast crystals, but we lack spiritual techniques." His meaning was clear. He was willing to yield, albeit this was his limit. Upon hearing this, the handsome leader Beck made a gesture of resignation, poised to respond, when suddenly, the howling sky wolf began to sniff the ground and darted toward the tent of the 5th day SU. Beck's eyes lit up, and he followed suit. Concerned for the safety of you, Olaf hastily rushed to the tent entrance, positioning himself to block both the howling sky wolf and Beck. The fiery-haired girl smiled brightly and remarked, "Beck, this tent emanates a chilling aura. Given their anxious demeanor, what do you suppose lies within?" Beck's handsome visage momentarily revealed a flicker of greed, which swiftly vanished, transforming into a serene smile as he remarked, "The emanating chill is palpable even from such a distance. It truly qualifies as a treasure of heaven and earth." Olaf, eavesdropping on the dialogue between Beck and his companion, felt his heart plummet into an abyss. At this moment, Tian Yu was engrossed in his cultivation and must not be disturbed. Otherwise, the consequences would be dire. Lu Fang, I implore you to assist me and aid Tian Yu. He cannot afford any interruptions at this time. Lu Fang understood Olaf's intent. This team was merely a makeshift assembly, convened for the sake of a mission, devoid of any binding commitments. With imminent danger looming and the possibility of life-threatening circumstances, it would be entirely justifiable for the group to withdraw, especially considering their tenuous connection to the fifth Tian Yu. Why should they risk their lives for him? It became clear that they were not a unified entity. Very well. Let us keep the beast crystal. Those who wish to depart may do so now. Upon uttering these words, Lu Fang's side erupted in a flurry of reactions, with Xiaoqing being the first to speak up. Sister Fang, my cultivation is insufficient. I cannot be of much assistance. Just give him the beast crystal. Shortly thereafter, Linger and Yufan echoed her sentiments. Indeed, Sister Fang, let us give it to him. We are no match for them. At that moment, Olaf displayed no particular expression. Such is human nature, selfish when confronted with life and death. Beck and his companions offered no interruption, merely watching with amused expressions as Lu Fang's team began to unravel. This outcome seemed to have been anticipated by Lu Fang, who let out a bitter laugh. In her hand appeared two beast crystals, one black and the other red, both of similar size, which she tossed towards Buick. Buick caught them with ease, a radiant smile spreading across his face as he remarked, "Now, anyone who wishes to depart should do so swiftly, before I change my mind." Chapter 56. The fierce battle. As Buick's words hung in the air, Xiaoqing bowed slightly towards Lu Fang and stated, "Under my lead, Linger and Yufan bid farewell to you." Lu Fang, announcing their withdrawal from the mission. Sister Fang, would you and Xiao Shui care to join us in leaving? One must adapt in the face of formidable foes, especially Xiao Shui. It is evident to everyone that he harbors no fondness for you. There is no need for you to. Before Xiaoqing could finish her counsel, she was interrupted by Jiang Shui. If you wish to leave, then depart. This is not your fault. I will not leave, nor will Sister Fang. With that, she turned her back on Xiaoqing and the others. In a moment of life and death, the decision made by Xiaoqing and her companions might have been prudent, yet it bore a certain ruthlessness. Not to mention, Fifth Tian Yu had once saved Xiaoqing. Had it not been for that critical push, she might have already succumbed beneath the hooves of the formidable beast. With their pleas falling on deaf ears, Xiaoqing and her companions chose not to linger any longer, turning away and vanishing into the depths of the forest. At this moment, Olaf's mood was utterly dismal, resolute in his determination. He vowed to protect Fifth Tian Yu with all his might, even if everyone else chose to leave. However, the outcome was slightly better than his worst fears. Lu Fang and Jiang Shui remained behind. While Jiang Shui's choice was understandable, Olaf silently registered the favor Lu Fang had shown by staying. Time was too precious to ponder further, for Buick had already retracted his smile, his expression turning somewhat grim. So, are those of you remaining prepared to fight to the death? I must commend your courage, albeit tinged with folly. However, there remains a chance for survival. If you willingly surrender your treasures, I shall consider your fate. We possess no such treasures, came the retort. No, no, my howling wolf would never lead me astray. Truly, there are no treasures to surrender, but I can offer you spiritual techniques. At this moment, Olaf's voice carried a low growl, as he decided to unleash the fire spirit's technique to fend off Buick and his companions. Buick, wearing an impassive expression, gently shook his head, uttering through clenched teeth, "It seems you prefer punishment over a friendly drink." With that, a formidable aura emanated from him, showcasing the prowess of his junior rank. The fiery young woman and her three companions swiftly gathered their spiritual energy, their presence formidable. Sensing the overwhelming pressure, Olaf's heart sank once more, and he bellowed, "Jiang Shui, please take Tian Yu and leave. I will hold them off with Lu Fang for a while." Jiang Shui nodded, casting a deep glance at Olaf before dashing toward the tent. A contemptuous smile crept onto Buick's lips as he remarked, "Now, there's no escaping." As he spoke, the fiery young woman surged forward toward the tent. Olaf attempted to intervene, but was unable to divert his focus, for Buick's energy-formed sword had already soared toward him, leaving him no choice but to defend. Meanwhile, Lu Fang was ensnared by the three followers, rendering her equally helpless. The resounding echoes of collisions reverberated throughout the air as Olaf and his adversaries clashed, their spiritual energies igniting with explosive force. It was evident that Beak was unleashing lethal strikes upon Olaf, effortlessly cornering him into perilous predicaments. At that moment, the voluptuous young woman and Jiang Shui surged into the tent almost simultaneously. Faced with the frozen figure of the fifth day, Jiang Shui's mind raced with one pressing question: how to act. Meanwhile, the curvaceous girl, upon entering, wore an expression of astonishment. Was that a sculpture of ice? No. It was a person. Ignoring Jiang Shui's presence, she strode directly toward the encased figure, her brow slightly furrowed, a captivating smile gracing her lips. What a handsome fellow! Jiang Shui's face reflected a mix of displeasure and anxiety as she urgently exclaimed, "You mustn't touch him." "Oh, little sister, and why should I refrain?" With a thunderous boom, another explosion of spiritual energy erupted as a heavy object crashed onto the tent, causing it to collapse with a deafening roar. Upon closer inspection, it was revealed that Olaf had been hurled by Beak, landing atop the tent. The immense force bore down upon the structure, leading to its instantaneous collapse. In that moment, Olaf grimaced, attempting to rise, but struggling futilely to shift even an inch. Blood flowed relentlessly from the corner of his mouth as he pressed a hand against an old wound at his waist, crimson seeping through his fingers. As the tent crumbled, everything within was laid bare. Jiang Shui, witnessing Olaf's dire state, felt her heart spiral into chaos as she hurried over to assist the bloodied Olaf, who was blowing bubbles of blood from his mouth. Beak, it appeared, was devoid of celestial treasures, yet there was something peculiar about this fellow. The ice was indeed chilling. The girl with the stunning figure approached Buick, reporting her findings regarding the frozen fifth Dayu. Buick responded with a nonchalant stating that ice does not form without reason and that careful observation is required. With that, he scrutinized the encased fifth Dayu. Jiang Shui, fearing Buick might cause damage, wished to intervene but found herself unable to do so, as Olaf's condition was dire. He had likely lost too much blood and had collapsed into unconsciousness. Meanwhile, Lu Fang was surrounded by several young men, whose playful attacks rendered her frantic attempts at defense futile. Despite her desperate cries for Olaf, she ultimately exhausted herself, collapsing to the ground in tears. A faint smile appeared on Buick's lips as he touched the transparent jade slab upon which fifth Dayu sat, remarking, "Hee hee, could this be the cold jade bed?" Though Buick seemed to be speaking to himself, the curvaceous girl interjected, "The cold jade bed? If that is the case, it could explain everything, though I wonder how many years it has existed. To possess such a degree of coldness, it must be at least a millennium old." A millennium, indeed. A treasure of great worth. According to the classification of rare materials, it would be considered a medium-grade treasure, exceedingly precious. Thus, when Buick uttered the word millennium, it elicited gasps of astonishment from the others, accompanied by the laughter of his three companions, who felt they had stumbled upon a treasure today. The voluptuous girl chuckled lightly, adding, "There is still another person on this cold jade bed." Buick's expression was slightly displeased as he said, "Song Xiang, you are renowned as a beauty of the Tianba sect. Have you taken a liking to him?" The voluptuous beauty, Song Xiang, swayed her slender waist and smiled gently, replying, "What is wrong with that?" At that moment, Buick's countenance deteriorated further, his smile vanished entirely. With a scoff, he stated, "You can see for yourself that the cold ice bed and that fellow are encased in ice together. To obtain the cold jade bed, one must shatter the ice layer. Injuries are inevitable," Song Xiang suggested. "Then use it to melt rather than shatter. Do not harm anyone. The cold ice bed shall be yours, for I hold no interest in a frigid bed." Chapter 57. The ice layer shatters. Song Xiang's implication was clear to Jiang Shui, leaving her uncertain whether to feel joy or sorrow. The joy stemmed from the prospect of melting the ice, ensuring that the fifth Dayu would remain unharmed. If shattered, Anything within the ice would inevitably suffer damage. The sorrow arose from the realization that yet another person harbored feelings for the fifth Dayu. Song Xiang's intentions were unmistakable, and with her alluring beauty and formidable prowess, Jiang Shui felt a tumult of emotions, leaning against Olaf, lost in thought. In the face of Song Xiang's suggestion to melt the ice, Bake harbored reservations, for this ice was no ordinary substance. The effort required to dissolve it would undoubtedly demand considerable spiritual energy. However, for the sake of the Millennium Cold Jade Bed, he suppressed his discontent and instructed Lu Quan. You three come here and combine your efforts to melt the ice. Be cautious not to harm the person within. The trio of diminutive, slender youths responded affirmatively, channeling their spiritual energy without paying heed to Lu Feng, who sat despondently on the ground, and proceeded towards the icy layer. Melting ice does not necessarily require fire. Such a formidable ice cannot be dissolved by mere ordinary flames. Spiritual energy, being the essence of all things, is capable of achieving this feat as well. Though the potency of one's energy determines the effectiveness against various types of ice. Lu Quan, possessing the cultivation of a great gold rank, alongside the other two, both at the intermediate gold rank, found their combined efforts somewhat effective, yet the progress was painfully slow. At this moment, Bake, preoccupied with the Millennium Cold Jade Bed, wished to minimize delays. Step aside, I shall take over. The others gazed intently at the flickering flame in Bake's hand, and Song Xiang remarked, Ah, you have mastered the art of pure fire, and with your junior master rank, you truly are a remarkable talent among the new disciples of the Tianba sect. Humph, I cannot accept such praise, Bake retorted coolly, directing the flame towards the legs of the fifth Tianyu, where it met the chilling ice. Initially, the frigid layer showed no sign of reaction, but after a brief moment, it began to visibly dissolve at an astonishing rate. Upon witnessing this from fifth Tianyu's perspective, seeing the flame in Bake's hand, she felt an urgent pang and shouted out in distress, Stop! At the same time, she rose and summoned her meager spiritual energy to strike at Buick. Buick merely cast a disdainful glance, his voice dark and imposing. Block her and teach her a lesson. The three lackeys complied with a cruel smile. Though Jiang Shui possessed decent looks, her ordinary attire rendered her utterly unremarkable. While they might have shown mercy towards a beauty, Jiang Shui's current state bore no resemblance to one, and since their leader had given the order, they would not hold back. As Jiang Shui's anguished cries echoed nearby, Song Xiang furrowed her brow lightly, lamenting, You have no understanding of cherishing beauty. The trio from Lu Quan seemed oblivious to Song Xiang's words. Since their leader had not spoken, they felt no need to heed her. With a crisp crack, the sound of ice shattering resonated. Buick's previously grim expression transformed into a smile, indicating a significant improvement in his mood. You three, cease your actions. The trio from Lu Quan tossed aside the bloodied and tear-filled Jiang Shui and approached, their eyes eagerly fixed on the thinning layer of ice surrounding Diwu Tianyu, which was steadily melting under Buick's fiery gaze. At this moment, the ice layer from Diwu Tianyu's waist down, extending from her feet to her waist, had grown exceedingly fragile. In a short while, it would inevitably shatter, severing her connection to the 1,000-year-old cold jade bed. Shielded by the ice, Diwu Tianyu remained unaware of the unfolding events outside, lost in a fervent state of cultivation as she endeavored to break through to the grand golden rank. Since the moment of consciousness, it took but a brief period for the quadrilateral elixir crystal to be cultivated into a pentagram by the fifth Tianyu, successfully breaking through to the intermediate gold level. However, even after this breakthrough, the anticipated rescue from Olaf had not yet arrived. Thus, the cultivation resumed, during which an anomaly was discovered that brought immense joy to the fifth Tianyu. The speed of spiritual energy condensation was astonishingly rapid. Although the reason behind this phenomenon remained unclear, it did not dampen Tianyu's excitement. Seizing the opportunity, he tirelessly condensed the energy. Due to a sharp pain in his meridians, he was unable to direct the spiritual energy to other parts of his body, and thus, he could only continue to accumulate it within the elixir field. At one moment, it seemed that a small amount of spiritual energy could circulate through the leg's meridians. This discovery filled the fifth Chen Yu with elation as he cautiously controlled the energy, allowing it to gradually traverse through the leg's channels. Slowly, a sense of comfort emerged, accompanied by a faint warmth in the legs. He was close. Beads of sweat began to form on Beak's forehead, indicating that melting the ice was indeed a laborious task. All eyes were fixated on the impending shattering of the icy layer, within which the onlookers glimpsed a small jade figurine and two diminutive square boxes. At that moment, a tiny, 1-inch-long object flew towards Beak's mind. While unnoticed by others, this lethal sensation was distinctly perceived by Beak. Without a moment to ponder, I thrust the flames in my hand towards the frozen fifth Chen Yu, causing myself to stagger backward just in time to evade the ethereal hand formed by spiritual energy. The frozen fifth Chen Yu, however, succumbed to the force of the flames and collapsed with a resounding crack of shattering ice. With part of the ice layer already melted, a breach formed, leading to the complete fracturing of the remaining ice encasing him. At this moment, Beak's expression darkened. He turned his head to glance at the barely breathing Jiang Shui, his visage so grim it seemed on the verge of dripping with despair, as he cursed vehemently. "Wretched woman, how dare you plot against me?" As he raged, his right hand surged with spiritual energy, ready to unleash an attack on Jiang Shui. "Boss, look! This is a beast crystal of the 5th level," Lu Quan exclaimed with delight, having inspected the small jade and 2 boxes. He retrieved a vibrant green beast crystal from one of the boxes, and upon reading the label on a small cloth within, which confirmed it as a 5th-level wood attribute beast crystal, he could hardly contain his excitement. Hearing the mention of the 5th level, Beak halted his impending assault on Jiang Shui, his expression transforming from a dark scowl to a broad smile, which soon erupted into laughter. "Ha ha ha! Who would have thought that in such a modest team, we would uncover such treasures, a cold jade bed and a 5th-level beast crystal? Ha ha ha!" Chapter 58. The Clash. Beak, with a hint of disdain in his eyes, supported the fallen 5th Chen Yu, silently observing the frenzied laughter of Beak, who seemed utterly oblivious to his own appearance. On the 5th day, Yu, a living being, instinctively sensed the unusual sensation of his body collapsing. Soon after, his senses returned, and he slowly opened his eyes. Before him lay 2 unfamiliar peaks, beyond which appeared a visage of exquisite beauty, radiating a subtle allure. To his surprise, he found himself cradled in the arms of this unfamiliar woman, a wave of discomfort washing over him as he attempted to turn away, yet found his body unresponsive and rigid, unable to obey his will. While his body lay stiff, his mind was far from frozen, the echoes of maniacal laughter, the presence of the mysterious woman, and the disarray of a tent all flooded his vision, the tent seemingly having been ransacked. Jiang Shui? His heart skipped a beat as he caught sight of Jiang Shui, her lips stained with blood and a haunting smile etched across her face. Their eyes locked, causing Yu's heart to race with urgency, yet his body remained immobilized, akin to an ant on a hot skillet. At that moment, a gentle voice broke through the chaos. "Do not move. Your body has been affected by the icy chill of the cold bed, and your cultivation is insufficient to resist it. The cold has obstructed your meridians. Allow me to assist you." With those words, a wave of soft spiritual energy flowed into Yu's body, meandering through his meridians. Initially, it faced resistance, but as it continued, his meridians began to open up significantly. He expressed his gratitude to the unfamiliar woman and bolted towards Jiang Shui. "Are you all right? What has happened?" Olaf, drenched in blood, lay motionless on the ground, resembling a lifeless corpse. Beside him, Lu Fang's head rested upon his chest, leaving one to ponder whether she was deceased or merely unconscious. Upon witnessing this grim scene, Dee felt a wave of dizziness wash over her. "Olaf!" She cried out desperately, rushing to his side. But her shout failed to rouse him. A faint voice echoed, "I killed them all. They are surely dead by now." Ignoring the taunting words, Dee placed a finger beneath Olaf's nose, detecting a faint breath, which eased her heart somewhat. Turning her attention to Lu Fang, She found her breathing considerably steadier than Olaf's. With a slight sense of relief, her gaze shifted to the unfamiliar woman, and she spoke. Beck, initially ready to express his anger at De's disregard for him, found himself rendered speechless, his mouth agape at the display of extraordinary skill. Astonishment enveloped everyone present, including Song Xiang. However, from the moment De rose, every action and expression she exhibited resonated deeply within Song Xiang's soul. What manner of man was he? Witnessing De seek assistance, without a moment's hesitation, Song Xiang responded. As she spoke, a small jade vial appeared in her delicate hands. De, unperturbed, reached out to accept it, pouring out 3 pills, one for Olaf, one for Lu Feng, and the last for the tear-streaked Jiang Shui. With a long exhale, her gaze locked onto the boastful Beck, her eyes suffused with a crimson hue, gradually transforming into an eerie glimmer. Beck furrowed his brow, retracting the smile from his face, and said, "Come on, they are not dead at this moment. It is my fault, but such a fault shall not befall you." "Beck, try laying a finger on him," he added gravely. After Beck's harsh words, a warning voice from Song Xiang, tinged with mild anger, echoed. On the 5th day, you remained silent, yet his spiritual energy quietly surged. Beck's countenance darkened ominously as he declared, "Song Xiang, even with your esteemed status, you are still no match for me." Upon finishing his words, Beck was momentarily speechless, snorting in frustration before addressing the 5th day. "Kid, if you seek revenge, come forth. Do not hide behind a woman." "As you wish," came the response from the 5th day, his words squeezed through clenched teeth, revealing his seething fury. With that, a chilling aura emanated from him, and a long sword of spiritual energy materialized in his hand. The sword shone an ethereal white, composed entirely of ice attribute spiritual energy. This outcome was anticipated by the 5th day, and thus he did not flinch in the face of Beck's formidable presence. Beck narrowed his eyes, acknowledging, "Indeed, you possess some skill." Without daring to underestimate the situation, he summoned his own spiritual energy, conjuring a long sword that charged directly toward his opponent. In comparison, both swords were of similar length, just over 3 feet, yet Beck's sword appeared somewhat transparent and illusory, while the 5th day's weapon seemed tangible. Indeed, it was tangible, transforming from the ethereal to the concrete, easily graspable. Moreover, imbued with attributes, the luminous energy long sword unmistakably bestowed upon the 5th Tianyu an overwhelming advantage. However, discerning the aura emanating from both individuals revealed that Beck held a slight edge over 5th Tianyu. Their figures intertwined in a dazzling display, engaging in a fierce exchange. After an extensive battle, 5th Tianyu discerned Beck's capabilities, estimating them to be at the level of a minor master. As for himself, he was on the verge of stepping into the greater golden tier, with his spiritual energy exceeding that standard, certainly at least at the minor master level. Yet, being a novice in wielding ice attribute spiritual energy, he lacked the finesse to unleash its full potential. It was no wonder that Beck grew increasingly alarmed as the battle progressed. In his perception, his opponent's cultivation was inferior, yet no matter how he attacked, 5th Tianyu consistently managed to counteract his efforts. Now, after enduring a prolonged clash, Beck's frustration mounted, and with a disdainful huff, he declared, "I shall see whether your ice is sufficiently frigid or my fire sufficiently fervent." With that, leveraging the momentum of their conflict, he leaped aside, and flames erupted from his hands, rapidly coalescing into a formidable blaze. Beck, grinning slyly, shaped the flames into small fireballs. As Beck retreated, 5th Tianyu's frost-long sword transformed into spiritual energy, vanishing from his grasp, only to be replaced by a series of ice spiritual needles that began to form. Beck, quick to gather his fireballs, aimed to deny 5th Tianyu even a moment's respite, hurling the small orbs of flame directly towards him. In the face of the oncoming fireballs, 5th Tianyu remained unperturbed, casting a dismissive glance before launching an ice needle to intercept the attack. Chapter 59. Ice Flame Sphere Under the Gaze of All. A fireball and an ice needle, two manifestations of spiritual energy collided in the air, producing a crisp sound before both dissipated simultaneously. For Beak, the outcome was somewhat unexpected. Yet it was merely a minor setback, for he still possessed a total of 9 fireballs. A hint of malevolence crept across his face as he swiftly launched 3 of them. In Beak's estimation, this represented his most formidable spiritual technique. Typically, only those at least of the great gold level could withstand 5 of his fireballs, while his opponent's cultivation level was still beneath that threshold. Moreover, to ensure his dominance, he unleashed 3 fireballs right from the outset. Song Xiang had intended to assist 5th Chen, but upon witnessing the calm determination in 5th Tianyu's eyes, he abandoned the thought. Perhaps the youth possessed not only a striking exterior, but also considerable strength. Just as Song Xiang surmised, 5th Tianyu was indeed more than mere appearances. Confronted by the aggressive trio of fireballs, he flicked his right hand, sending 3 ice needles soaring forth. As all eyes were keenly fixed upon the unfolding scene, the 3 ice needles collided with the 3 fireballs, yet there was no thunderous explosion of spiritual energy. Both entities quietly vanished into the ether. At that moment, Beak's expression was utterly remarkable, akin to having swallowed a fly that lodged uncomfortably in his throat. A cold smirk flickered across 5th Tianyu's lips as he leapt into the air, soaring 5 meters high. Suspended aloft, he crossed his arms and hurled silver-white ice needles towards Beak with great velocity. Having injured his companion, 5th Tianyu's retribution was only just beginning. Others may miscount the number of ice needles, yet the adept Buick will not be mistaken. There are precisely 8. Each ice needle possesses the capacity to counter a fireball. And conversely, a single fireball can indeed neutralize an ice needle. However, I am left with merely 6 fireballs. The remaining 2 must be countered with bare hands. As the moment arrives, the 8 ice needles surge forth, and 6 fireballs are hastily launched, coalescing in a fleeting instant to form a rudimentary spiritual shield. 5th Tianyu, in midair, valiantly sends forth the 8 ice needles. Upon landing, her spiritual energy begins to swirl vigorously. In her heart, the ice needles are not intended to claim Buick's life. Indeed, they cannot achieve such a feat. Thus, an ice sphere, radiating intense heat, gradually takes shape. The sphere is enveloped in flickering white flames, appearing to be an icy fragment yet possessing the searing heat characteristic of fire. The dancing flames, though seemingly fiery, shimmer in a chilling white hue. This is the essence of fire spirit, but 5th Tianyu now wields ice attribute spiritual energy, transforming what should have formed as a fireball into an ice sphere. The icy flame sphere emanates an aura that is profoundly formidable to all present, and Buick is acutely aware of this presence. As anticipated, Buick's 6 fireballs and 6 ice needles cancel each other out. However, 2 ice needles continue their relentless trajectory, colliding fiercely against the rudimentary shield Buick has conjured. The thunderous sound of the spiritual energy explosion resonates in the ears of all witnesses. The ice needle appears diminutive and delicate, yet conceals formidable power. Buick staggered backwards several paces before regaining his footing, 2 deep grooves etched into the ground beneath him. He wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth, his countenance reflecting a profound pallor. For a more potent strike than the ice needle had already taken form in the hands of 5th Tianyu. It was a blazing ice flame sphere radiating intense heat. Buick's brow twitched as a facade of calmness flickered across his face. I am aware that you belong to the unparalleled sect. Should you dare to kill me today, at the martial assembly of the 4 sects a year from now, neither you, your comrades, nor your friends shall survive, unless you eradicate every one of us here, including Song Xiang. As Buick spoke, his eyes widened, and he bellowed, pointing at Song Xiang. It was then that 5th Tianyu realized that the stranger who had come to her aid was named Song Xiang. After a moment's contemplation, a resolution formed within her. Since she could not kill him, perhaps maiming him would suffice. A cruel smile crept upon her lips as she entertained the thought. Buick had never anticipated that his intimidation would bear no fruit. The murderous intent in 5th Tianyu's gaze was unmistakable. He shouted, "Lu Quan, how long are you going to watch this unfold?" Fifth Tianyu's ferocity had already instilled fear in Lu Quan and his companions. They had no intention of intervening, but upon their leader's command, they had no choice but to brace themselves. Fifth Tianyu discreetly withdrew 1/3 of the spiritual energy from the ice flame sphere, poised to unleash it and send them sprawling. Just then, Song Xiang's voice rang out, "You cannot kill him. What he says is true. His brother-in-law is the leader of the Hao gang and a prominent figure on the wind and cloud rankings. You cannot afford to provoke him." In the voice of Song Xiang, there was no longer the enchanting calmness, only worry and pleading remained. She was unwilling to let the boy who had touched her soul offend such powerful figures. On the 5th day, Yu paused, and seeing the opportunity, Beak continued. "Have you heard of Hao Shitian? Do you understand the significance of being 7th on the Fengyan ranking?" Immediately, amidst the astonished gazes of Beak and his companions, the ice flame ball shot forth rapidly from the hands of the 5th day Yu. Though he had considered abandoning the attack, not wishing to provoke a formidable enemy, the tragic fate of his comrades gripped his heart intensely, especially that of the unconscious Olaf. Thus, he resolutely chose vengeance. Even in the face of the formidable individual ranked 7th on the Fengyan list, he would avenge his fallen comrades. "With all my strength," Beak shouted, channeling the last vestiges of his spiritual energy. The 4 of them combined their power to form a protective shield of spiritual energy. Then the ice flame ball crashed violently against the shimmering barrier, with a thunderous roar of spiritual energy erupting, this time accompanied by several cries of agony. The bodies of Beak and his companions were propelled like kites severed from their strings, hurtling through the air, toppling a few trees before they landed amidst the underbrush. Now silent, Song Xiang gently covered her gaping mouth with her delicate hand. Her eyes filled with disbelief as she gazed at the youth who had unleashed the ice flame ball and approached his comrades. A peculiar feeling arose within her heart. Jiang Shui had long ceased her tears, having witnessed the entire process of her beloved taking action. A sense of joyous exhilaration filled her. She rejoiced for him and for her comrades. In that moment, even though her body was in pain, her heart felt sweet, for these injuries were borne for him. Chapter 60. 3 dead, 1 severely wounded. Revenge has been exacted. Take the medicinal pills and focus on your recovery, came a warm, resonant voice that enveloped Jiang Shui in a cocoon of reassurance. It was a blissful sensation, akin to being cherished by a beloved, rendering her injuries inconsequential. In the presence of such care, it felt as if no amount of healing elixirs could compare. She gently parted her lips and remarked, "Leave the pills for the 2 of them. My injuries are not severe, and I have already taken one. I feel much better now. You should go check on them. Olaf was wounded last night, and today he has been valiantly protecting you despite his injuries." Perhaps sensing the stirrings nearby, Lu Fang slowly opened her eyes. The scene before her was one of devastation. She glanced at the unconscious Olaf and then at the ever-watchful Di Wu Tianyu beside her, and she cried out urgently, "Hurry, hurry, save Olaf. He is in trouble." The urgency in Lu Fang's eyes elicited a comforting smile from Di Wu Tianyu. "Do not worry, Olaf is not dead. As long as I am here, he shall not perish." Lu Fang, still dazed from her recent awakening, nodded slightly after a moment of contemplation and murmured, "When I rescued Olaf, I exhausted all my spiritual energy and fainted. Are you all right? What has transpired?" As Di Wu Tianyu spoke, he handed a small jade piece to Lu Fang, then rose and made his way toward Beak. As he entered the thicket, he discovered Beak, whose chest was marred by a large stain of blood, continually spewing forth crimson from his mouth. The sight was somewhat horrifying. Yet the fact that Beak was still moving suggested he was not yet beyond salvation. With a measured stride, he approached the trembling Buick. Unsure of what to articulate in that moment of uncertainty, silently, he emerged from the thicket, positioning the Buick before the collapsed tent, and then re-entered the underbrush in search of the other 3. Before long, Song Xiang's face was etched with worry as he exited the foliage, standing before the fallen tent. Just as the enigmatic 5th Tianyu approached, from the very first glance, an inexplicable notion stirred within him. This youth possessed an air of uniqueness, a certain distinction. Now, as their paths converged, both were at a loss for words. Within 5th Tianyu, a sense of gratitude towards Song Xiang blossomed, prompting him to speak first. Your voice, imbued with a magnetic quality and sincere tone, resonates with me. Song Xiang forced a strained smile, retorting, at this moment, I question whether rescuing you was the right decision. Considering you have taken the lives of Lu Quan and his companions, and the Buick is gravely injured, you are in quite a predicament. Indeed, some troubles are inescapable. Regardless, you saved my life, and I shall remember this kindness. 5th Tianyu replied, his expression earnest. Song Xiang gently shook his head, his demeanor turning grave. I speak with utmost sincerity. You are in real trouble. I cannot assist you with this. All I can convey is that the Buick is one of the finest among the new recruits of the Tianba faction. Both its familial lineage and the support from the academy are formidable. Song Xiang's warning was laced with genuine concern, yet 5th Tianyu appeared oblivious to this sentiment, shaking his head dismissively. Sensing the futility of his efforts, Song Xiang sighed. Well, take care of yourself. Having spoken, he turned to leave, but seemingly recalled something and said, do you possess a level 5 beast crystal? Do you need it? Upon hearing the mention of the beast crystal, 5th Tianyu suddenly realized that at this moment, his spiritual dantian and meridians were experiencing a sensation of swelling and pain. The first technique of the extreme ice 3 forms required a beast crystal of level 5 or higher with attributes to nourish the spiritual dantian and meridians. No wonder he felt a dull ache. Yes, I urgently need it. It is of great significance. The beast crystal was with Beak. Wait for me. I shall retrieve it for you. With that, he turned to the fallen Beak and said, hand over the belongings of others. Otherwise, we shall not be able to leave. At that moment, Beak appeared rather pitiful, his eyes squinting in pain, injuries scattered across his body, seemingly unable to utter a word. After a moment of stammering, he fell silent. Song Xiang grew anxious, realizing the gravity of the situation, and urged, hurry and produce it. Before she could finish her sentence, a chilling aura enveloped them, sending a shiver down her spine. 5th Tianyu was about to take action. Beak, startled, swiftly produced 3 beast crystals along with the cold jade bed. Song Xiang breathed a sigh of relief. Her concern was not for Beak's safety, but rather for the peril that would befall him should 5th Tianyu lose his temper. If that happened, Beak would surely meet his demise, leaving 5th Tianyu with no escape. Seeing the items now, she felt somewhat reassured. 5th Tianyu crouched down, collected the ancient cold jade bed and the 3 beast crystals, casting a grateful glance at Song Xiang. He expressed his gratitude once more and, with a hint of worry reflected in Song Xiang's eyes, turned to depart. Beak was gravely injured, and Song Xiang did not linger any longer, assisting Beak as they made their way out of the forest. On the 5th day of turning, you felt the pulsations emanating from the 3 beast crystals in his hand. He managed to force a smile, noting that the slightly larger green crystal was indeed a level 5 attribute crystal. The black and red crystals, with the red one representing fire and the black one being attribute-less, appeared to be level 3 based on their vibrations. At that moment, Jiang Shui had risen, swaying slightly as she approached Lu Fang. The two were attending to Olaf, and upon seeing the approaching Yu, they exchanged bittersweet smiles. Lu Fang spoke first, expressing a sense of relief, saying, Olaf's condition has stabilized, so there's no need for concern. Please recount what transpired while I was unconscious, and how Beck ended up in such a state. There was a note of satisfaction in Lu Fang's tone. Yu chuckled softly. He had little to say about it. Feeling calm, he had merely defeated Beck. Had his meridians been fully restored, the victory would have come even more easily. Jiang Shui had observed the entire event, her lips curling into a proud smile, as if she had herself triumphed over Beck. Can you now wield ice attribute spiritual energy? She inquired, directing the question at you. Without hesitation, you responded to both Lu Fang and Jiang Shui. I can harness a bit of it, but I kindly ask you to keep this confidential. It is my secret weapon. With that, he closed his eyes, beginning to absorb the level 5 attribute beast crystal. Chapter 61. On emotions the following day. After a day and night of recuperation, Lu Fang had completely recovered, returning to her former self. On the 5th day, you also absorbed the quintessence of a 5th-level wood attribute beast crystal, achieving a breakthrough to the Great Gold position. The piercing pain in his meridians and spiritual dantian was entirely healed under the restorative influence of wood attribute spiritual energy. In contrast, Jiang Shui remained exceptionally weak. Finding it arduous to rise, wincing with every slight movement, Lu Fang noted that Jiang Shui was covered in bruises and had sustained severe internal injuries. Given Jiang Shui's minor gold-level cultivation, it was estimated that she would require over a month of nurturing to fully recover. Olaf remained in a deep slumber. As they conversed, Lu Fang recounted the events that transpired after Yu's unconsciousness. After Olaf had lured away 2 eye wolves, I grew concerned for his safety and entrusted Jiang Shui to look after you. Along with Xiao Qing, we hastened after him, eventually catching up to Olaf by a pond nestled within the woods. There, Olaf was engaged in a fierce battle with an eye wolf. Despite Olaf's intermediate gold-level cultivation, he had been fighting the 3rd-level adult eye wolf for quite some time without succumbing. Meanwhile, Bake and the others effortlessly dealt with the other eye wolf, merely spectating the skirmish. At that moment, Bake and his companions emerged from the forest, claiming the fire-tailed fox as their quarry, asserting that they had severely wounded it and demanding that Olaf return the beast crystal. Given Olaf's character, he would never relinquish the acquired crystal, leading to a conflict. As Olaf clashed with Bake, he quickly found himself at a disadvantage. To my astonishment, Bake possessed the cultivation of a minor master. In a desperate move, Olaf used his body as bait, enduring a strike from Bake to escape the range of attack. And thus we embarked on our flight. The following morning, Buick and his companions discovered our location. With Olaf injured and you preoccupied with your training, our escape seemed futile. Subsequently, Buick proposed a condition. If we surrendered the beast crystal, we would be permitted to leave. I complied and handed over the crystal, after which Xiao Qing and her companions departed. Olaf resolutely insisted on protecting you, vowing never to abandon you, while Jiang Shui, concerned for your well-being, chose to remain. Naturally, I could not leave either, as Olaf had requested my assistance. On the 5th day, you learned of these events, chuckling softly. He refrained from commenting on the departure of Xiao Qing and her friends, instead cherishing all the more those who chose to stay, regardless of their motives. Olaf was akin to family. In a family, one does not speak in a formal manner. Jiang Shui's actions stirred ripples in Yu's heart. He was taken aback by how such a seemingly fragile and ordinary girl had done so much for him. Her strength stemmed from the deep concern she harbored within. Through our interactions over time, his bond with Lu Fang had blossomed into a profound friendship, marked by open communication. You discovered that Lu Fang was astute, sensible, and remarkably genuine, her delicate features complemented by a robust physique. As for his feelings for Jiang Shui, he found himself at a loss. He mused, Jiang Shui has done so much for me, and I increasingly struggle to confront my emotions towards her. I had never felt a stir of affection before. What has changed now? At present, the emotions within me are rather perplexing. Lu Fang gazed into the sky, her expression deep and contemplative, as if speaking to herself. The clamor and brilliance of the world, the fleeting joys and happiness of the mundane, resemble a clear stream, flowing gently in the breeze before my eyes, warm and effervescent like spring water. I harbor no extravagant desires. All I wish for is his happiness, devoid of sorrow. As Lu Fang's words echoed in the heart of Wu Tianyu, his thoughts began to drift, involuntarily conjuring images of figures in his mind. Qing Yi, Ling Xingyu, Jiang Shui, and the oddly gazing Song Xiang. Contemplating these memories, he realized that he had yet to grasp the essence of love. The intricacies of emotions are indeed more challenging to comprehend than the mastery of spiritual techniques. Lu Fang chuckled softly and remarked, It's not as difficult as you presume. Simply let things unfold naturally. I am different from you. When I like someone, I strive to express it, yearning to be with the one I adore. Wu Tianyu felt a jolt of realization. Indeed, Lu Fang's myriad of behaviors signified her inner sentiments. With a light laugh, he ventured, in truth, Olaf harbors feelings for you as well. Lu Fang's face bore no extraordinary expression, as if she had anticipated this revelation. She replied softly, I know. I have always known. But why does he not voice it? Why does he not tell me? There was a palpable sense of yearning and perhaps heartache in her tone, emotions that Wu Tianyu struggled to comprehend. He responded, I am unsure how to assist you. But I can share something you may not be aware of. Lu Fang raised an eyebrow, brushing a stray lock of hair from her forehead, and listened intently. Do not be deceived by Olaf's usual jovial demeanor. Deep within, he harbors a profound sense of insecurity, particularly concerning his appearance. Hence, it is my belief that he refrained from confiding in you out of fear of rejection, which would only exacerbate his self-doubt. Lu Fang, touched by this insight, nodded in agreement. At that moment, Olaf lay upon his dormitory bed, his eyes tightly shut. Suddenly, a fleeting expression of anguish crossed his tranquil face, followed by a deep furrowing of his brow. Protect Tianyu. These mere 4 words brought a welling of emotion to the corners of Fifth Tianyu's eyes, prompting him to cease his cultivation and approach Olaf's bedside. As he gazed upon Olaf's face, memories of their initial days at the academy flooded his mind, accompanied by a smile that spread from the corners of his lips. Perhaps this is what literature refers to as a man's emotions. Indeed, he felt fortunate to have encountered such a brother-in-arms. After a moment, Olaf slowly opened his eyes, his gaze somewhat vacant as he stared intently at himself. Fifth Tianyu understood that Olaf had just awakened, his mind still in disarray, struggling to process the influx of information that required time to assimilate. After an extended silence, a peculiar sound resembling a quacking duck echoed through the room. Tianyu, are you all right? I am fine. The one in need of concern is you. With a sudden burst of energy, Olaf sprang from his bed, leaping straight through the door with an astonishing bound of over 6 meters, followed by another quack-like exclamation. I am also fine. I have fully recovered. Fifth Tianyu felt a surge of happiness within, having formed a judgment regarding Olaf's cultivation prowess. It was evident that this fellow had reached at least the golden rank. The ensuing conversation between the two was a light-hearted exchange, during which Olaf learned from the Fifth Dayu about the events that transpired after his unconsciousness. Conversely, the Fifth Dayu was reminded of matters concerning Jiang Shui through Olaf's words. As the weight of these feelings bore down upon her, she found herself at a loss as to how to repay them. Olaf, counting the number of spirit pills within his spiritual core, seemed to have an epiphany, exclaiming in excitement, I've attained the grand golden position. Oh my, the grand golden position. With unwavering resolve, he had sustained grievous injuries to save her, refusing to abandon her in the face of death. A decision crystallized in the heart of the Fifth Dayu, for such a companion as Olaf. She could not hold back. As thoughts of 5 spirit techniques surfaced in her mind, she closely examined the descriptions of the remaining 2. The first, titled Chaos Decision, comprised 9 stages, enabling the cultivation of dark attribute spiritual power. Upon comprehending the 9th stage, one could immerse the world in darkness, proclaiming, in a realm of shadows, I alone remain luminous. Mastery of the first stage allowed the severing of spiritual energy, an ethereal force invisible to the naked eye, akin to the spiritual essence that permeates the air, intangible yet undeniably real. Furthermore, the myriad transformations of spiritual energy rendered one impervious to the elements of water, fire, and lightning. The dominance of the first stage was evident. After a prolonged moment of contemplation, the Fifth Dayu felt a surge of exhilaration, realizing the magnitude of her experience with such divine techniques. Opening her eyes, she turned to the merrily grinning Olaf and declared, I now possess 2 divine spirit techniques, the first of which enables the cultivation of dark attribute spiritual power. The second tome fails to cultivate attributes, yet it possesses the capability to refine a unique form of spiritual energy, one that can annihilate the spiritual forces of others. As I spoke, I noticed Olaf's mouth agape, his gaze becoming somewhat vacant, eventually transforming from a stupor into sheer delight. Once I, Fifth Tianyu, concluded my explanation on the 5th day, Olaf exclaimed in astonishment, Where did you acquire such an abundance of divine spiritual techniques? Is the ice attribute energy you are cultivating also of divine caliber? Overlooking the rarity of divine techniques. Olaf's astonishment at that moment was remarkably composed. After all, a singular divine technique could unleash a tempest of bloodshed over a vast expanse. Don't concern yourself with where it came from. Simply tell me which one you favor, he implored. It must be the dark attribute. Oh my goodness, divine. I found myself at a loss for words at Olaf's relentless exclamations. Retrieving paper and ink from the spatial ring, I began to write. Olaf opted for the chaotic decision. Thus it was imperative for me to inscribe the spiritual decree pertaining to this technique. After a brief interlude, the spiritual decree for the chaotic decision was duly penned, divided into 3 sections. The decree was succinct. The first section offered a straightforward introduction and guidance on condensing dark attribute energy, while the subsequent segments were cryptically convoluted, leaving even me, Chen Yu, feeling mentally overwhelmed. Holding the written decree of the chaotic decision, Olaf's eyes shimmered with unmistakable excitement. The gift bestowed upon him by me, a divine technique, represented an extraordinary gesture of generosity. Though he uttered not a single word, Olaf silently engraved in his heart this bond of friendship, surpassing even familial ties. He understood that since Chen Yu was willing to bestow upon him the divine skill, it would be futile to decline, as it would only create a sense of estrangement. After the initial astonishment, he cautiously stored away the second and third techniques into his storage device. Olaf's storage artifact resembled a lion's head, a rather rudimentary item with a modest space of roughly 10 square meters. Eager to delve into understanding, Olaf opened his eyes upon hearing Chen Yu's voice. Before him, she held a cloth bag, and in that instant, realization dawned upon him, igniting a fresh wave of joy. Is this a spatial bag? He exclaimed. Chen Yu smiled and nodded. Although Olaf hailed from humble beginnings, his experiences during his wanderings had exposed him to a myriad of sights and sounds, allowing him to grasp the significance swiftly. After the thrill subsided, Olaf waved his hand and said, "A spatial bag is far too precious. You should keep it for yourself. I possess a spatial stone with nearly 100 square meters of space, which is quite ample." Chen Yu chuckled softly. Only 100 square meters? I possess a spatial ring that offers 10,000 square meters of space, and this bag also boasts 10,000 square meters. Take it, after all. Can this bag be more valuable than a divine skill? Can it surpass the worth of our friendship? Olaf stood in stunned silence, a sly smile spreading across his face as he reached for the spatial pouch, beginning the ritual of blood acknowledgement. Prior to gifting it to Olaf, the 5th day of Yu had already severed her connection to the pouch, rendering it ownerless. Thus, as a droplet of his blood fell at the entrance of the pouch, Olaf's smile gradually widened. Ah, by the way, during your unconsciousness, Lu Fang frequently visited you. Would you like to inform her of your recovery? Upon hearing this, Olaf suddenly slapped his forehead, exclaiming, "Indeed, you were unaware that, in that life and death moment, Lu Fang and Jiang Shui resolutely stayed behind. I must express my gratitude to her. And you should also sincerely thank Jiang Shui. Her feelings for you are genuine. You, my friend, must cherish this." Olaf's words were imbued with seriousness, prompting the 5th day of Yu to fall into deep contemplation. Chapter 63, The Establishment of the Yu Gang in response to Olaf's remarks. The 5th day of Yu could only let out a long sigh, truly uncertain about how to choose. At present, he had not given much thought to romantic entanglements, partly because he had numerous matters to attend to. Moreover, his feelings towards Jiang Shui did not seem to have evolved to that level. He perceived her devotion with a sense of gratitude, viewing her more like a younger sister, devoid of the stirring emotions he experienced in the presence of Ling Xingyu. However, the affection that Jiang Shui harbors can only be reciprocated in an alternative manner. Olaf, too, lapsed into silence as both individuals pondered deeply within their hearts. After a brief moment, Olaf raised his head and remarked, "Chen Yu, regardless of your thoughts, I stand by you. However, should you harbor no feelings for her, it is imperative to be forthright. As gentlemen, we must not linger in ambiguity, for we must not inflict harm upon others." Olaf's words were indeed wise, and clarity was essential. Nodding in agreement, he continued, Now that you have recovered, let us embark on our journey. As they strolled along the path, Fifth Chen Yu and Olaf soon realized that their mutual understanding was limited to the fact that they resided in the same dormitory, yet they remained oblivious to its precise location. Frustrated, they abandoned the notion of searching for others. Boss, you finally decided to bask in the sunlight. Just in time, I need your assistance with something. The newcomers were the twin brothers Chen and Chen Yu. Due to Olaf's prolonged unconsciousness over the past few days, Fifth Chen Yu had refrained from venturing outside. Thus she paid no heed to Chen Yu's words. What is it? What trouble have you stirred? Chen Yu chuckled and replied, Boss, your words are amusing. Who would dare cause trouble while following you? I came to show you something. Look, boss, this is the emblem I designed for our team. Though it remains a work in progress. Please take a look. Upon hearing the mention of establishing a guild, Olaf's eyes sparkled with enthusiasm. He gave Chen Yu a thumbs up and remarked, Chen Yu, you have done well in this matter. Chen Yu, it is high time we formed a guild. Once established, we shall undertake our missions as a cohesive unit, ensuring greater reliability. Surely, you have not forgotten the lessons learned from our previous task. The chaos of unrestrained departures is truly vexing. Flattered by Olaf's praise, Chen Yu scratched his head and chuckled, awaiting Chen Yu's decision. To be candid, deep within her heart, Chen Yu had developed an interest in the idea of forming a guild and recognized its necessity. Yet, she remained apprehensive, feeling that her own cultivation was insufficient to safeguard others. However, upon reflection, she realized that a newly formed guild would be protected by the Academy's regulations for its first year, rendering the decision a perplexing dilemma. 1 year, neither excessively long nor painfully short, would determine how far she could progress. Without a solid foundation, would she be able to survive the pressures exerted by the senior students once that year had elapsed? Chen Yu, if you are contemplating your lack of cultivation, allow me to offer you some counsel. You must understand this truth. On the path of cultivation, we cannot lack passion. We must be bold and daring. Nothing is ever guaranteed, and we must not shrink back in fear. Regardless of what transpires within the guild, remember that you are not alone. We shall all contribute our efforts. Olaf's words were like a revelation, awakening Chen Yu to clarity. Indeed, the establishment of a guild represented a collective endeavor. It was amusing to realize that she had been ensnared in a fallacy. To establish a faction, a leader must protect the members within. Indeed, once a faction is formed, unity becomes paramount. While the leader holds significant importance, it is the collective strength of the group that truly empowers them. Enlightened by this realization, I gazed upon the emblem designed by Chen Yu, finding it increasingly captivating. Though still a work in progress, it bore the essence of something extraordinary. I declared, very well. Let us establish our faction. On the 5th day, Yu's affirmation ignited cheers from Olaf and his companions. Yu, I have awaited this decision for far too long. At Huizhong Academy, we shall forge our own power. Our goal is to dominate the entire academy and become the foremost faction among the 4 clans. Olaf's impassioned words stirred Yu's fervor, while Chen Yu and Chen Yu leapt with excitement. Olaf articulated what resided in Yu's heart. If a faction is to be formed, it must be done with determination. A faction of ours cannot be weak or anonymous. The 3 essential elements of establishing a faction are: first, naming it; second, formulating regulations; and third, designing the faction emblem. The name must exude authority while reflecting our unique style. After much contemplation, I proposed, let us collaboratively devise a name for our faction. Chen Yu chuckled, Boss, I have already pondered a name. Let it be called the Supreme Faction of the World. Chen Yu's earnest suggestion elicited Olaf's playful retort. How kitsch. In my view, the faction Yu establishes should naturally bear her name. It ought to be Yu Faction. That would be even simpler as Yu Faction, clear and straightforward. The fervent discussion among Olaf and the others was quite animated, while 5th day Yu remained somewhat speechless, unable to contribute, thus opting to be a silent listener. After a considerable time, the group reached a consensus and invited Yu to assist. Having no objections, they ultimately decided to name it Yu Gang. The next matter at hand was the establishment of rules. Suddenly, fifth day you felt a pang of regret, finding the process rather tedious. Why were Yu and the others so enthusiastic about such a cumbersome task? Nevertheless, he chose to leave it to them to formulate the guidelines. When the topic of the emblem arose, Yu and Yu became quite talkative, brimming with excitement. Just as Yu finished speaking, a chilling aura swept through the air, and upon turning to look, he gasped in astonishment. In fifth Yu's hands were 12 ice needles, perfectly aligned, emanating a palpable coldness. Could this be considered a symbol? Indeed. Boss, I am in awe of you. This is ice attribute magic, right? My goodness, boss. My boss. Yu, appearing quite simple-minded, now struck a pose of exaggerated admiration, which came across as somewhat awkward. Fifth Yu retracted the ice needles, and Olaf's eyes brightened as he exclaimed, before abruptly pulling Yu along and turning to leave. Observing the enthusiastic departure of the group, fifth Yu could only smile wryly and shake his head. It seemed that his burdens had indeed grown heavier. Chapter 64. Lu Fang and Jiang Shui joined the gang since his spiritual energy had transformed into the ice attribute. The power of the condensed ice needles had significantly increased. Moreover, with the addition of the fire spirit's flames, their potency had become somewhat terrifying. A fiery spirit emerged from the forest, shattering the defenses of the Buick Quartet and gravely wounding one of them, while the other 3 perished instantly, illustrating the sheer terror of its power. After 2 days of research, on the 5th day, you discerned the shortcomings of the ice attribute. Within his spiritual dantian, there existed only a single ice attribute spirit crystal. The other 2 were merely ordinary spiritual energy, a pale blue hue. This signified that once the spiritual energy within the ice attribute crystal was depleted, he could only continue to wield ice attribute powers by replenishing the energy of that particular crystal. Conversely, should the energy of the ice attribute crystal be exhausted, he would be unable to utilize ice attribute powers. Perhaps, in time, as his comprehension of the extreme Ice 3 styles deepened, the other spirit crystals would transform into ice attributes as well. With this thought, he found solace, deciding to relinquish any lingering doubts and devote himself to his cultivation. Suddenly, he pondered, where was Olaf? Just as he entered a meditative state, Lu Fang's voice reached his ears, accompanied by the sound of approaching footsteps. Fifth Yu, feeling a twinge of exasperation, emerged from his state of cultivation and opened his eyes. Indeed, Lu Fang and Jiang Shui were gazing at him. With a wry smile, he recalled that they always visited at this time of day. He chuckled softly and said, Olaf has gone to attend to some matters. He has fully recovered, so you need not worry. Upon hearing that Olaf had healed, Lu Fang's subtle concerns dissipated, replaced by a hint of melancholy as she inquired, that is good to hear. But where is he? Fifth Yu explained that Olaf had gone to create the guild emblem. Lu Fang and Jiang Shui exchanged glances, their expressions clouded with worry as they remarked, this matter may not be as simple as it seems. Not so simple? On the 5th day, Chen Yu furrowed her brow as she observed Lu Fang's grave expression. Is there something that cannot be done? She inquired. It's just that you have never ventured outside, so you are unaware of the current state of affairs. The situation out there is rather chaotic. Our cohort of newcomers consists of nearly 600 individuals, and 2 factions have already formed, one of which is led by your roommate. Oh, Zhu Yi? Lu Fang nodded and continued. Although the factions established by freshmen are granted protection by the academy for a year, you must understand that some individuals possess considerable backgrounds. Lu Fang's implication was clear to Chen Yu, who, with a light-hearted smile, thought, so what if they have backgrounds? I am no pushover, and besides, I am not alone. Jiang Shui had remained silent since her arrival, leaving Chen Yu uncertain of what to say. However, noticing Jiang Shui's improved complexion, she presumed that her injuries were healing well. How is your recovery, Jiang Shui? Are you experiencing any discomfort? Jiang Shui gently shook her head, a smile blossoming on her face. Much better. I utilized the celestial essence pill from my task rewards and successfully broke through to the intermediate gold rank, so my injuries have healed quicker than anticipated. Seeing the joy radiating from Jiang Shue's brow eased Chen Yu's heart, and the three began to engage in light conversation. Lu Fang was the first to speak, and upon seeing Olaf, her face lit up with genuine delight. "What's the matter? Chen Yu, didn't you say you were going to design the faction emblem? Why do you still look so upset?" "In the blacksmith's forge, by mere coincidence, I encountered that rascal Zhu Yi, who, as fate would have it, was also there to acquire a guild emblem. However, that scoundrel was accompanied by several senior students, and emboldened by their presence, he unleashed a barrage of derisive remarks aimed at our guild. Yet, I did not allow our guild to be shamed and decisively dealt him a blow." At this juncture, Olaf retrieved a guild emblem from his spatial pouch and tossed it to Fifth Chen Yu, continuing his narrative. "Despite having bested Zhu Yi, I harbored concerns regarding his entourage, which, although seemingly weak, could pose a threat for retaliation. Boss, I must express my dissent towards Brother Ao's perspective. You cannot fathom how arrogant Zhu Yi is. At the inception of our guild, we must not show weakness. I believe Brother Ao should have dealt with him decisively. If we yield now, who would dare approach our guild in the future?" As the two engaged in conversation, Fifth Chen Yu grasped the situation, realizing that Olaf's displeasure stemmed from this very incident. With a chuckle, he reassured, "Olaf, do not overthink it. You acted rightly. What Big Nyo said holds true. We must stand firm, and even if he has powerful allies, we cannot falter." With Fifth Chen Yu's resolute affirmation, Olaf's countenance brightened, as he too had the guild's best interests at heart. The subsequent discussion revolved around the expansion of their ranks. When it came to recruiting, Olaf set his sights on Lu Fang. After some persuasive dialogue, Lu Fang reluctantly agreed to join the Yu Guild, along with Jiang Shui. In truth, Lu Fang would have joined regardless, her initial reluctance merely a ploy to prompt Olaf to extend his invitation a few more times. Currently, the entirety of the Yu Bond comprises 6 individuals: Dainyu, Erniyu, Lu Fang, Jiang Shui, Olaf, and the esteemed Dayu. Upon the establishment of Yu Bond, the paramount task became the expansion of its ranks, a responsibility aptly entrusted to Olaf, with Dainyu and Erniyu in tow. The name of Dayu resonates profoundly among the newcomers. Thus, when Yubon seeks to recruit, it is only fitting that Dayu's name is invoked, serving as a compelling draw for potential members. The following day, Olaf rose early and set forth, his destination being the bustling goods exchange area, a hub teeming with activity, where various students set up stalls, formed teams, and engaged in myriad endeavors. Olaf chose a strategic location at the entrance of this vibrant exchange zone, a prime spot, as all who wish to enter must pass through this threshold. In his possession was a flag emblazoned with the bold proclamation, Yubon Recruiting, alongside the inscription, Leader, Dayu. Observing the ebb and flow of the crowd, Olaf settled in with a sense of calm, while Dainyu and Ernia executed their support duties with commendable diligence, holding a rather substantial ledger for name registration. As time progressed, the onlookers began to accumulate. Olaf maintained an upright posture, refraining from uttering any promotional words, should inquiries arise. Dainyu and Ernie were well equipped to provide answers. "Pray tell, what regulations govern Yubon?" inquired a slender figure who emerged from the throng, addressing Dainyu. "We, at Yubon, have only recently been established, and our regulations are still being refined. However, one principle has been firmly established. Upon joining our yoga association, those at the intermediate level are required to submit merely 3 celestial yuan pills each month, while those at advanced levels need only contribute 2. The words of the esteemed elder sparked a flurry of whispers among the onlookers. "Only 2 for those at advanced levels? The Tunglong Association demands 3. This seems rather appealing. We cannot judge solely based on this. We remain unaware of the other benefits. Indeed, the 5th-day yoga is formidable. The perks must be commendable." "Not necessarily. It is rumored that the 5th-day yoga has a long-standing rivalry with Chief Zhu, so the situation remains uncertain." The murmurs were duly noted by Olaf, who had previously conferred with others about the preliminary regulations and benefits of their association before embarking on their journey. Rising to his feet, Olaf's resonant voice filled the air. "I, Olaf, stand as the second in command of the Yoga Association, and I shall now delineate the benefits we offer. First, any member of our association encountering life's difficulties shall receive assistance from our leader, the fifth-day yoga. Second, should any member be wronged outside, the entire Yoga Association shall stand as your steadfast support, provided you are in the right. Third, for members who achieve breakthroughs to the Grand Gold level, the association shall bestow 10 Celestial Yuan pills as a congratulatory gift. Fourth, members who render exceptional contributions to our association shall gain the opportunity to comprehend the spiritual level technique, Fire Spirit Incineration. Of course, there are myriad other benefits to be unveiled in time. We warmly welcome everyone to join our Yoga Association. Olaf proclaimed a series of benefits, eliciting waves of cheer from the crowd. Such advantages were typically reserved for the senior members of the guild. The final offering, the spiritual skill of Fire Spirit Burn, was the true source of excitement. For it was well known that Fire Spirit Burn was the prized spiritual skill of the Iron Guild. Moreover, it was endowed with elemental attributes, representing the aspirations of many students lacking influential backgrounds. I wish to join the guild. I wish to join the guild. The fervent cries echoed chaotically, and a broad smile spread across Olaf's face. All of this was conceived by Lu Feng, and he never anticipated such a remarkable outcome. Both Daniel and Ernyo beamed with delight, vociferously urging others to join. Form a line to register here with me, one at a time, please do not rush. As noon approached, Olaf surveyed the now cleared space, a look of undeniable joy gracing his features. Daniel and Ernyo's smiles remained unwavering. Olaf, there are hardly any people left. Shall we conclude today's recruitment and resume tomorrow? Olaf nodded with an air of authority, stating, within the Hall of Ambition, Qin Feizhu slowly opened his eyes, withdrawing from his meditative state, while several individuals nearby engaged in discussions regarding the recruitment information of the Yu Gang. In another dormitory, Li Zhiyong's hands were enveloped in swirling spiritual energy, the potent fluctuations causing his robe to billow without wind. A young girl entered the room, articulating the recruitment message of the Yu Gang. In the old students' dormitory, within a multi-storied building, two portly youths were conversing, one of whom was Zhu Yi. Suddenly, a young boy rushed in, delivering news about the Yu Gang's recruitment. Inside the dormitory, on the fifth day, Yu scrutinized the densely packed names and personal information in the booklet, his brow twitching repeatedly. Almost 200 individuals had signed up, while the total number of new students was barely 600, with nearly 200 recruited in just one morning. This was an astonishing pace. Zhu Yi, relying on his older brother among the upperclassmen, had managed to gather only 100 individuals, despite having established his faction earlier. The newly formed Yu Gang had attracted such a significant number of recruits, partially due to the benefits offered by the gang, and partly due to the esteemed reputation of Fifth Day Yu. Now that the Yu Gang is gradually taking shape, we must manage it diligently. With so many joining, we should select a location to serve as our gang's base. Olaf expressed his thoughts, which he had already deliberated with Daniel and Ernyu during their journey. Fifth Day Yu furrowed his brow, acknowledging that while it was easy to speak of such plans, the actual acquisition of territory would require considerable force. Moreover, although the current Wushuang faction is not as formidable as it once was, with a significant reduction in numbers, the territories of the Wushuang faction remain firmly grasped by the scattered veteran students, leaving no available lands to claim. The few remaining veterans will assert their dominance over a particular area, constructing their private abodes therein. Hence, the only option for claiming territory lies in wresting it from these veterans. The necessity of selecting a territory is undeniable. Yet the challenge lies in determining which locations are suitable for occupation. Regarding the concerns of the fifth Tianyu, Olaf had already contemplated the matter and stated, the entirety of our faction's region is occupied, which poses a dilemma. However, the student dormitory addresses remain unclaimed. Fifth Tianyu offered a wry smile, for the academy has strict regulations prohibiting any alterations to the dormitory area, thus rendering it an unlikely target for attention. Unable to conceive of an alternative location for their guild's base, the group fell into silence. After a brief pause, Fifth Tianyu's gaze hardened with resolve. and 3 simple words escaped his lips: seize the territory. Boss, one cannot simply snatch territory at will. If we happen to encroach upon a powerful individual's domain, it would be tantamount to courting disaster. Denyo's warning was duly noted by 5th Chen Yu, who replied, I am aware of that. This afternoon, we must thoroughly survey the entire territory of the Wushuang faction and then filter out the more favorable areas that we can feasibly occupy. Summoning Lu Fang and Jiang Shui, the plan was articulated, and the 6 individuals delineated their respective tasks, preparing to set forth. At that moment, a slender, dark-skinned youth entered the dormitory, raising his voice as he exclaimed, Chen Yu, I heard you've established a gang. Count me in. The newcomer was none other than their roommate, Qin Feizhu. 5th Chen Yu greeted him with a smile, saying, This is where you are mistaken, since you have agreed to join. How can I embark on the search for territory without your involvement? I wish to contribute as well. 5th Chen Yu noted the transformation in Qin Feizhu, who had previously been reticent, solely devoted to his training, yet now seemed more loquacious, even indulging in jest. This delighted Chen Yu, as it suggested that his assistance on that fateful day had thawed Qin Feizhu's aloof demeanor and fostered a sense of camaraderie. With a smile, the 7 set off. 5th Chen Yu partnered with Qin Feizhu, while Olaf teamed up with Lu Fang and Jiang Shui, and the duo of Denyo and Ernyo formed another group. Chapter 66. Selecting territory. The entirety of the Wushuang sect can be broadly divided into 4 cardinal directions. To the east lies a major thoroughfare leading into Huaijiang City. The south is occupied by the old student dormitories, the north by the new student residential area. And to the west, the perilous deadly forest awaits. This division is rather general. A more nuanced classification reveals that beyond the new student zone lies a vast square. Beyond the square is the location for classes, the Hall of Ambition. Not far from the Hall of Ambition is the task exchange point, adjacent to which lies the miscellaneous goods trading area. Rather than a mere area, the trading zone resembles an entire street, extending all the way to the vicinity of the western deadly forest. According to the area designated for miscellaneous exchanges, there exists a southern passage, beyond which lies the entrance to the treacherous Great Forest. Numerous buildings of varying sizes serve as bases for small factions among the trainees. As night fell on the 5th day, the 7 members of the group gradually gathered. After exchanging the information they had gathered about their respective regions, they settled on a target, a desolate area to the east, near Huaijiang Peak. This location was quite spacious, surrounded by a grove of bamboo, and approximately half an hour's journey from the Ambition Hall. With the location chosen, one problem was resolved, only to give rise to another. This territory was undoubtedly under the control of an upperclassman. This upperclassman was none other than Ding Mok, the 3rd in command of the Iron Gang, who claimed this area as his private residence. When the time came to establish a new base, they could conveniently utilize the bamboo to construct bamboo houses. However, the paramount challenge they faced was how to acquire this territory. To become the 3rd in command of the Iron Gang, one's strength and capabilities were beyond question. Resorting to force seemed unlikely to yield success, and purchasing it with money or medicinal pills was out of the question, as they lacked funds. Thus, the 7 fell into deep contemplation. After deliberating, they concluded that rather than overthinking, it would be more prudent to visit Ding Mok the following day and discuss how he might be persuaded to relinquish the territory. Lu Fang swept her hair back from her forehead and remarked, Qin Feizhu is right. Speculating like this is futile. We should go and see him tomorrow and have a conversation. Olaf and the others nodded in agreement, their gazes converging on the face of 5th Day Yu, eagerly awaiting his perspective on this decision. On the 5th day, it became evident that without incurring some cost, it would be impossible for others to relinquish their territory. Yet, amidst this realization, a flicker of hope emerged within everyone. What if, ultimately, under the gaze of the crowd, the 5th day of Yu nodded in affirmation, finalizing the team for departure the following day? The members would be the 5th day of Yu, Lu Fang, and Qin Feizhu, while Jiang Shui would await news, and Olaf, along with Danyu and Ernyu, would be responsible for continuing recruitment. As dawn broke on the next day, the 5th day of Yu opened his eyes, a smile gracing his lips after a night of cultivation. At this pace, it would not be long before he could aspire to the rank of a junior master. The remarkable efficacy of the 5-star body and cultivation truly ignited his anticipation. Since joining the Yu gang, Qin Feizhu had ceased his training at the Xiongxin Hall and opted to remain in the dormitory. At this moment, as the 5th day of Yu opened his eyes, he found Qin Feizhu absent, prompting his curiosity. Just then, the door swung open, and a slender figure entered. It was none other than Qin Feizhu. "Boss, just in time. Lu Feng has been waiting outside. Shall we set off?" Surprised by Lu Feng's enthusiasm, he chuckled lightly and agreed to depart. Upon exiting the room, indeed, Lu Feng was quietly awaiting near a stone by the entrance. Since they were all comrades, there was no need for formalities. Once the trio gathered, they stepped forth. "Boss, from what I've gathered, Ding Mo's cultivation has stagnated at the rank of a junior master for over a year. We must tread carefully." Yesterday, during his time with Olaf, Qin Feizhu had learned of the 5th day of Yu's competitive nature, prompting him to issue continual caution throughout their journey. On the 5th day, Yu was unaware of how many times Qin Feizhu had mentioned it, each time met with a mere smile, dismissing the words of the mid-level master with a chuckle. He contemplated, tightening his grip, his eyes brimming with fervor. Lu Feng, casting a glance at Yu, silently concurred with Qin Feizhu's sentiments. Yet, for reasons unbeknownst to her, an odd sensation lingered within her, an inexplicable belief that Yu could indeed hold his own against Ding Mosai. Shaking her head gently to dispel her somewhat childish thoughts. After all, Ding had been a mid-level master for over a year, while Yu had only recently joined the academy. She spoke up, "Rest assured, I know my limits. You two need not worry. Since you have decided to establish a faction as its leader, I cannot afford to waver." Exchanging glances, Lu Feng and Qin Feizhu shared a bittersweet smile, apprehensive that this visit might not proceed smoothly, at the very least. It was clear that Yu would not be easily deterred. Soon, the trio navigated through winding paths, arriving at their chosen territory, which was relatively sparse in population, seldom frequented by others due to the absence of public venues or attractive features. However, Yu had his eyes set on the advantageous terrain, nestled between mountains and water. It was undoubtedly a prime location, one that must be secured. With renewed determination, he strode forward without hesitation. As they traversed the bamboo forest, a quaint 2-story bamboo house came into view. "Ah, we have arrived," he murmured. At the entrance of the first floor, 2 young boys lay sprawled on a long bench, their snores thunderous. The trio made no delay in approaching. Qin Feizhu jogged a few steps ahead, rousing the two with a gentle shake. "We have come to pay a visit to the Ding family. May I inquire if they are in?" During yesterday's reconnaissance for suitable territory, Qin Feizhu meticulously gathered all available information on Ding Motsai. A significant detail was Ding Motsai's preference for being addressed as Master Ding. Given the man's formidable power and cultivation, Qin Feizhu adopted a deferential tone. Perhaps due to the infrequency of visitors, the 2 youths, roused from their slumber, stared with bewildered expressions. Qin Feizhu reiterated, "We are new initiates, here to pay respects to Master Ding. We were wondering if Master Ding is upstairs." Upon hearing that they were new initiates, the 2 youths subtly straightened their postures. One of them inquired, "The 3rd master is quite occupied. What business do you have with him?" Lu Feng stepped forward, stating, "We seek an audience with Master Ding to discuss a matter of commerce." Lu Feng deliberately used the term commerce because the information she had gleaned indicated that Ding Motsai, in addition to being the 3rd master of the Iron Gang, frequently engaged in mercantile activities, such as trading in beast crystals and rare materials. "Very well, very well. The 3rd master is upstairs. I shall inform him." Chapter 67. A visit to Ding Motsai. Although Lu Feng felt irritated by the scrutiny of the 2 youths, she refrained from showing it. Under these circumstances, it was prudent to adopt a humble demeanor. Shortly thereafter, the youth who had ascended to deliver the message descended the stairs, his countenance marred by displeasure. "He refuses to see anyone?" This development was unforeseen by the group. Judging by the youth's aggrieved expression, he had likely been subjected to harsh treatment. indicating that Ding Motsai was indeed in a foul mood and disinclined to receive visitors. This presented a predicament. They could not afford to have made the journey in vain. While another attempt was not out of the question, they lacked insight into Ding Motsai's disposition, rendering a subsequent visit potentially futile. Today, we must ascertain a definitive answer before proceeding with any other plans. We cannot afford to delay. The number of people in our circle is steadily increasing, and we must have a solid foundation. As the fifth Chen Yu mentioned, both Lu Fang and Qin Feizhu understood the weight of the situation and found themselves in a quandary. The two youths observed the trio of fifth Chen Yu who remained, and one of the aggrieved boys spoke up. "If you have matters to discuss, please return another day, when the third master is in a foul mood. Interruptions can lead to violence." Fifth Tian nodded and replied, "Go upstairs and inform Ding Mo that there is someone challenging him." Upon hearing this, Lu Fang and Qin Feizhu were momentarily taken aback, their mouths agape, overwhelmed by the audacity of their leader. The prowess of the third master was widely recognized. His position within the Iron Gang attested to his extraordinary capabilities. "Are you certain?" the troubled boy asked, uncertainty lacing his voice. Lu Fang hesitated, ready to decline. But fifth Tian Yu interjected, "I am certain. Go summon him down. I intend to defeat him." The boy squinted his eyes slightly and turned to ascend the stairs once more. Fifth Tian Yu then glanced at the bewildered Lu Fang and Qin Feizhu, reassuring them, "Rest assured, I know what I am doing. Now that the challenge has been issued, let us hope for my victory." The confident smile playing at the corners of fifth Tian Yu's mouth gradually eased the anxiety in Lu Fang and Qin Feizhu's hearts. Indeed, the only course of action now was to pray for fifth Tian Yu's triumph. Moments later, a burly man with a scruffy beard and disheveled hair stomped down from the bamboo loft, bellowing, "Who dares to challenge me?" Step forward. Observing the formidable physique and the subtle ripples emanating from the burly man, Day 5U's lips twitched in determination as he stepped forward solemnly. "I, as a representative of the Yu Gang, shall defeat you here today." "Yu Gang? What on earth is that? I have never heard of it. But if I am not mistaken, you are a newcomer, correct? What's this? Are you afraid of a rookie's challenge? Ha ha ha, what a joke. I am quite enraged. You shall pay the price for your audacity." As he spoke, Ding Motsai exuded a powerful aura, unmistakably revealing his mid-level mastery. Although Day 5U felt the weight of the situation, he remained composed. From the moment Ding Motsai descended the stairs, he had been preparing his spiritual energy. At the very instant Ding Motsai released his spiritual fluctuations, 12 ice needles materialized in Day 5U's grasp. In an instant, a chilling aura enveloped Day 5U, causing Lu Fang and another individual to shiver, retreating a few steps. A glimmer flashed in Ding Motsai's eyes beneath his thick hair as he remarked, "No wonder you dare to be so brazen. It seems you have some backing. However, your mastery at the gold level is somewhat lacking." While Ding Motsai spoke, his hands were not idle. His spiritual energy surged restlessly. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. 3 ice needles shot forth, slicing through the air with a piercing sound. Day 5U would not afford his more powerful opponent any time to prepare. At that moment, Ding Motsai intended to unleash a formidable spiritual technique to defeat his adversary, but Day 5U's preemptive strike completely disrupted Ding Motsai's plans. Feeling the formidable power of the incoming ice needles, Ding Mo's lips curled into a cold smirk. He chose not to conjure a protective shield and instead met the assault with a punch. His disdain for fifth Tian Yu was entirely justified, as his strength and cultivation were evident. Fifth Tian Yu, unconcerned, harbored a faint smile of triumph in her heart. Her objective had been achieved. As the 3 ice needles collided with Ding Mo's energy-encased fist, a sharp sound resonated, and the needles shattered into fragments, vanishing into the air. Was this the extent of their power? Too weak. In Ding Mo's perception, although fifth Tian Yu's attack appeared formidable, it was merely a display without substantial might. He effortlessly neutralized it, while Lu Fang and Qin Feizhu grew increasingly anxious, sensing a significant disparity in strength. Fifth Tian Yu's expression betrayed surprise. Yet she swiftly launched another 4 ice needles. Confident in his understanding of their potency, Ding Mo launched another punch, and as expected, even this new volley was easily dispelled. To onlookers, Fifth Tianyu's countenance seemed grim and brooding, yet internally, she was secretly delighted. After releasing the 4 ice needles, Fifth Tianyu, her mood darkened by frustration. Send out yet another 4. Ding Mo furrowed his brow, recognizing her stubbornness. Understanding the limitations of the ice needles, he felt no threat, thus he lowered his defenses, allowing only his fist to be enveloped in energy. Fifth Tianyu felt a surge of elation. She had deliberately reduced the power of the ice needles by 30%, repeatedly to disorient her opponent, and it had proven successful. Ding Mocha had just lowered his defenses, and the smile on his face, which had tugged at his thick beard, transformed into a straight line. At that moment, Fifth Tianyu, filled with rage, leaped forward, closing the distance between them to a mere 2 meters. A glimmer of cold light silently shot from the palm of Fifth Tianyu's hand. It was the final ice needle, infused with all her strength. Facing the advancing Fifth Tianyu, Ding Mocha remained unfazed, declaring, "The power of your spirit technique is inadequate. In close combat, you are still no match for me." With that, he redirected his fist. Having neutralized 4 ice needles, and struck directly at Fifth Tianyu. Suddenly, another wave of chilling energy emerged. As the ice needle released by Fifth Tianyu was captured in Ding Mocha's gaze. This trick again. Even at such close proximity, if the power is weak. Before he could finish his thought, an unusual flush surged across Ding Mocha's face, and he let out a pained cry as his body staggered backward. Everything was calculated, and Fifth Tianyu would not let such a golden opportunity slip away. After releasing the final ice needle, she began to prepare the fire spirit's wrath. At this moment, an even more formidable aura of coldness enveloped Fifth Tianyu, and she held a perfectly round ice flame ball in her hands. Her eyes were devoid of emotion as she controlled the ice flame ball, hurling it directly towards Ding Mocha. Chapter 68. Resolution. The instant Fifth Tianyu emanated her powerful aura, Ding Mocha's heart constricted, and his expression darkened further. Caught in a cunning trap, blood oozing from his right hand, a wave of numbness surged through Ding Mo, nearly driving him to madness. Just as he steadied himself, he was compelled to confront an even more formidable strike from Fifth Tianyu. It was evident that Ding Mo, having ascended to the role of the 3rd leader, possessed considerable prowess and substantial combat experience. In the face of this unforeseen circumstance, after a fleeting moment of rage, he instinctively initiated a defensive maneuver. In a hasty motion, a milky white energy shield materialized, the most potent defense he could conjure against the oncoming ice flame sphere. In days gone by, this very technique had shattered a shield formed by Buick and 3 other mid-gold tier opponents, grievously wounding Buick while the other 3 perished in shock. Fifth Tianyu was acutely aware of its potency. Moreover, at that time, Ding Mo had yet to transcend to the great gold tier, now wielding such mastery. The ice flame sphere would undoubtedly be far more powerful than before. This strike represented Fifth Tianyu's utmost effort, a gamble on the outcome of their clash. With a thunderous explosion of spiritual energy, the 2 onlookers, Lu Feng and the 2 youths, were left in sheer terror as Ding Mo's entire left arm was severed and his body was propelled like a released arrow, crashing into the bamboo structure. It shattered the bamboo walls, continuing its relentless momentum, an arm drenched in blood falling to the ground. The bamboo house creaked ominously, tilting slowly before collapsing with a resounding crash. The force exceeded Fifth Tianyu's expectations. Although he had anticipated a formidable response, he had still underestimated the impact. Given the circumstances, it appeared that Ding Mo was in grave peril. If a murder were to occur within the academy, particularly involving a fellow student, it would undoubtedly lead to dire consequences, as the academy's regulations would come into play. After utilizing the ice flame ball, Fifth Tianyu felt a significant depletion of spiritual energy from the ice spirit pill crystal, causing his lips to twitch slightly. The power unleashed was considerable, and the consumption was equally substantial. Indeed, such formidable strength stemmed from the predominance of the ice attribute, showcasing the immense power of ice-based spiritual energy, a testament to the might of divine-level spiritual techniques. Confronted by the wary gazes of Lu Feng and another, Fifth Tianyu shrugged nonchalantly, his expression conveying innocence, as if to imply that he bore no responsibility for the situation. Lu Feng, visibly irritated, remarked, "Chen Yu, that was rather ruthless. Given the current circumstances, the Iron Gang will not let this slide. If it escalates to the loss of life, we will face the Academy's regulations." "Indeed, boss. You are extraordinary. My admiration for you knows no bounds." Fifth Chen Yu waved his hand dismissively, stating, "If I have the audacity to act thus, I shall also confront the ensuing consequences." At that moment, two youths emerged from the ruins, dragging a bloodied figure, Ding Motsai, who was now missing an arm. The sight of Ding Motsai in such a dire state caused Lu Feng and the other to gasp in horror. His eyes were tightly shut, suggesting he was either on the brink of death or had lost consciousness, his body drenched in blood, with his severed arm a grim detail. The two youths laid Ding Motsai on the ground and regarded Fifth Chen Yu with palpable trepidation. Concerned for Ding Motsai's fate, Fifth Chen Yu approached the scene, with Lu Feng and the other trailing closely behind. As the distance closed, one could discern the faint rise and fall of Ding Motsai's bloodied chest, indicating that he was still alive. Fifth Chen Yu breathed a quiet sigh of relief on the fifth day, but wished to confirm once more, inquiring, "He is not dead, is he?" This question was naturally directed at the two young men, who dared not exhibit any hint of negligence. They promptly responded, "Third Master still clings to life. He will not perish." Fifth Chen Yu nodded and continued, "The reason I have come here is to lay claim to this territory. Once Ding Motsai regains consciousness, convey this message to him. I am Fifth Chen Yu, a subordinate of the Yu Gang. In 3 days, I shall return to take possession of the territory." Fifth Chen Yu, subordinate of the Yu Gang. The two young men echoed, nodding in acknowledgement. In their gaze towards Fifth Chen Yu, alongside trepidation, there flickered a fleeting glimmer of coldness. As astute individuals, they refrained from revealing any feelings that might provoke animosity, for such a display could invite peril upon themselves. The chill in their eyes did not escape Fifth Chen Yu's keen observation. However, he remained unconcerned, recognizing that the two were merely aides and that he was not a tyrant who would impose harm upon them. With no reason to linger, he turned and departed, having accomplished his objective. On the way, Lu Feng and Qin Feizhu engaged in a discussion regarding their forthcoming challenges, contemplating the retribution they might face from the Iron Gang, their minds burdened with worry. In contrast, Fifth Chen Yu appeared indifferent, seemingly unaffected by the unfolding events. Lu Feng and the others could not help but admire the character of Fifth Yu. They ceased their discussions, for as Fifth Yu aptly put it, "When the cart reaches the mountain, there will surely be a way." Overthinking at this juncture would only serve to trouble the mind of the ordinary. Lu Feng then recounted the events to the long-awaited Jiang Shui, who listened in a daze, exclaiming repeatedly how impressive it was. The reason being that not only had they failed to recruit anyone today, but many who had registered yesterday wished to withdraw their assistance. In the end, only 8 remained. "Oh, Brother Ao, do not blame yourself. This is not your fault. Did you not notice that those who withdrew were all of lower cultivation? The 8 who stayed are all at a mid-gold level. Did they not remain?" Denyo and Ernyo had already consoled Ao along the way, while Olaf remained silent, lost in thought. At this moment, he raised his gaze towards the nearby dormitory, his eyes filled with shame, quickening his pace. Lu Feng and Jiang Shui seemed to have an endless stream of conversation, moving from one topic to another, their mouths never resting. Lu Feng's eyes were fixed on the doorway, declaring, "No one." Denyo and Ernyo remained quiet, the dormitory enveloped in silence, the atmosphere somewhat oppressive. With a soft exhale, Fifth Yu slowly opened his eyes, his spiritual energy fully restored. Chapter 69. The Visit of Li Jiao. Everyone was present, yet silence reigned, the oppressive atmosphere palpable. Fifth Yu sensed this and began to speculate. Could it be that the Iron Gang had come to stir trouble? Have the members of the Iron Gang arrived? On the 5th day, the tranquil atmosphere was shattered, and all eyes converged upon Olaf's countenance. With a heavy sigh, Olaf lamented, "Chen Yu, I have made a grave error." Lu Feng, Jiang Shui, and Qin Feizhu, unaware of the circumstances, leaned in attentively, eager to hear what Olaf had to say. Chen Yu was equally bewildered. What have you messed up? Please, speak slowly. I attempted to recruit today, yet not only did I fail to bring anyone on board, but even those I managed to recruit yesterday have all withdrawn. Now, we are left with merely 8 individuals. Upon hearing this, Chen and Chen, who were in the know, exhibited no reaction, while the others gazed in astonishment, their eyes wide with disbelief. Chen Yu paused for a moment, then regained composure. Looking at the dejected Olaf, she reassured him, "Do not blame yourself. There is something amiss here, and the fault does not lie with you. I am responsible for the recruitment, and with this predicament arising, I shall provide an explanation to you." Her tone was resolute, and after speaking, she rose and made her way toward the door, with Chen and Chen hastily following her. Lu Feng, filled with anxiety, remarked, "To have over 100 individuals withdraw, the hidden hand behind this must be malevolent. Will Olaf be safe?" Chen Yu smiled faintly and replied, "I have faith in Olaf. If anyone dares to lay a hand on him, they shall face my wrath." Her declaration of trust left Lu Feng momentarily speechless. The words she intended to express caught in her throat. Indeed, perhaps it was this very trust that solidified the bond between Chen Yu and Olaf, rendering it more steadfast than that of brothers. At that moment, a delicate voice drifted in from outside the door. "Is 5th Chen Yu here? Li Xiong has come to pay a visit." Li Xiong? What could he want? 5th Chen Yu was not unfamiliar with this individual, having previously bested him. And now he emerged as a prominent figure backed by a powerful patron. Uncertain of his true intentions, 5th Chen Yu remained silent, while all eyes were fixed on Li Xiong. As he stepped inside, he was accompanied by a man and a woman, both of whom were his aides. Li Xiong surveyed the room and remarked, "Oh, so many people. Are they all members of the Yu clan?" 5th Chen Yu felt a twinge of resistance towards those who wielded influence. Even though Li Xiong had never relied on his connections, it did not diminish 5th Chen Yu's aversion to such individuals. Whether they are members of the Yu clan is of no concern to you, young Master Li. I gather you have business with me today? Unfazed by the cold reception, Li Xiong chuckled lightly. Indeed, I do have matters to discuss, and they are of great importance. I heard yesterday that you established the Yu clan and are recruiting members. I have come to express my desire to join and hope to become part of your esteemed organization. Join. A figure of his stature would seek to align with an obscure faction? 5th Chen Yu's immediate reaction was one of disbelief, leading him into a contemplative silence. 2 possibilities emerged. Either he genuinely wished to join the Yu clan, or he was here to stir trouble. The former had already been dismissed by 5th Chen Yu, leaving only the latter option. Li Xiong smiled gently and shook his head, saying, "Brother Chen Yu, you harbor a bias against me. It's because of the rumors that I have a powerful backing, isn't it?" 5th Chen Yu, recognizing the truth in the statement, neither nodded nor shook his head, remaining silent. Li Xiong chuckled and continued, "Those are merely rumors. While it is true that I have a rather formidable sister, I have never resorted to using that connection to intimidate others. Of course, when I do assert myself, it is based solely on my own capabilities. I have no ulterior motives. I genuinely wish to join the Yu gang. In my eyes, Brother Chen Yu, you are no ordinary person. To put it plainly, I seek a great tree under which to find solace. Coincidentally, this tree has yet to mature and requires protection, and I have come to safeguard it. Once it grows, I shall bask in its shade." Li Xiong's words deeply impressed 5th Chen Yu. Firstly, the fact that he does not rely on his connections to bully others is indeed commendable. Secondly, his willingness to candidly express his intentions is even rarer, causing Chen Yu's resolve to waver. Such a person is forthright and honorable. Reflecting on his previous understanding of Li Xiong, Chen Yu realized how superficial it had been, based solely on rumors and Li Xiong's soft-spoken demeanor, leading him to a misguided judgment of the man as ill-intentioned. Upon closer consideration, he recognized he had made a grave error by allowing preconceived notions to cloud his perception, overlooking the truth of the matter and the true character of the individual before him. A smile spread across 5th Chen Yu's face as he extended his right hand, saying, "Welcome to the team, Li Xiong." Before his arrival, Li Xiong had conducted some research on Diwu Chen Yu. However, Engaging in a calm conversation at this moment offered him a different perspective. He sensed an intangible aura emanating from Di Wu Tianyu, an aura that invoked a desire to draw closer and forge a connection. Most strikingly, Di Wu Tianyu radiated a subtle yet powerful presence, causing Li Zhiyong's spiritual energy to fluctuate. His initial confidence about joining the Yu gang began to wane, replaced by an unsettling apprehension. He was astonished to realize that Di Wu Tianyu's cultivation level likely surpassed his own. At that moment, as Di Wu Tianyu extended his hand, Li Zhiyong felt a surge of long-forgotten excitement within him. Indeed, he came from a well-off family, lacking for nothing, and had only experienced such exhilaration a few times before, once when he caught a fleeting glimpse of a young lady's beauty. Now, this was a second occasion, a rare feeling. He firmly grasped Di Wu Tianyu's right hand, their eyes locking in mutual understanding, as they discreetly channeled their spiritual energies in an unspoken competition, unbeknownst to those around them. After a considerable time, they released their hands and both erupted into laughter. Di Wu Tianyu remarked, "You just broke through to the great gold level, didn't you?" Li Zhiyong nodded in agreement, replying, "You didn't advance much earlier than I did." The inexplicable exchange left those nearby bewildered. Thus, the renowned figure of the new generation, known as the Yinyang Young Master Li Zhiyong, officially joined the Yu gang. This was indeed a matter worthy of celebration, yet a piece of news incited Fifth Tianyu's fury, igniting his wrath like a blazing inferno. In Chapter 70, titled Master's Position, within the confines of Fifth Tianyu's dormitory, Lu Feng and Jiang Shui were seated, while Qin Feizhu stood beside Fifth Tianyu's bed, and Li Zhiyong remained standing nearby, creating an atmosphere laden with tension. "Boss, that scoundrel Zhu Yi is far too oppressive. What should we do now?" "Naturally, we must rescue him." Fifth Tianyu grit his teeth and uttered these words, causing the temperature in the room to drop perceptibly. "Tianyu, do not act rashly. They are numerous and formidable," Lu Feng urged with a furrowed brow. Li Zhiyong interjected, "Brother Tianyu, or rather, boss, perhaps I should consult my sister. Alas, this is the first time. If it were not absolutely necessary, I would not wish to resort to seeking assistance." Fifth Tianyu waved his hand dismissively, declaring, "There is no need. My comrades, I shall rescue him myself. Even if it means venturing into the depths of peril, I shall press on. Besides, the Tenglong gang is neither a den of dragons nor a lair of tigers. Excellent spirit. I, Li Zhiyong, have not chosen the wrong ally. Count me in," he affirmed. Lu Feng echoed his sentiment, "I shall join as well." Qin Feizhu clenched his teeth and added, "Such matters cannot exclude me, even though my cultivation is but at the mid-gold level." Jiang Shui chimed in, "Count me in as well." Seeing everyone filled with fervor, Fifth Tianyu felt a surge of joy within him. Although the Tenglong gang was not a den of dragons or a lair of tigers, it was still not to be underestimated. Regardless of the circumstances, it is indeed a form of assistance, especially considering that Zhu Yi, the leader of the Tenglong gang, possesses formidable backing. At this moment, the Tenglong gang undoubtedly harbors numerous seasoned members. It is stated that the academy has established prior regulations. Thus, while this venture may not result in the loss of life, the likelihood of severe injury remains. "Tianyu, cease your words. You are aware that Olaf is in trouble, and I cannot afford to ignore it." Lu Feng's tone was imbued with unwavering determination. Fifth Tianyu nodded in understanding. Acknowledging this resolve, Qin Feizhu remained silent, gripping his mysterious iron blade firmly, signaling his necessity to join as well. "Let it be thus, Lu Feng, Qin Feizhu, and I shall proceed, while Brother Li and Jiang Shui will remain here." Li Zhiyong, with a glare, retorted, "Do you look down on me? Am I to remain here as a mere bystander? I refuse to accept that." "Very well, then Jiang Shui shall stay behind. The impending mission is fraught with peril, and I may not be able to ensure your safety." Jiang Shui, in response to Fifth Tianyu's words, was entirely compliant, agreeing to whatever he proposed. Without delay, they confirmed their personnel. Fifth Tianyu, Lu Feng, Qin Feizhu, and Li Zhiyong prepared to embark on their journey. Not long after the clandestine contest between Fifth Tianyu and Li Zhiyong, a messenger arrived bearing a note which read, Olaf is in my possession. If you wish to rescue him, come to the Tinglong gang." A mere string of words ignited 5th Tianyu's wrath, as they had resorted to overwhelming numbers to capture Olaf, leading to the earlier confrontation. The location of the Tinglong gang could easily be discerned along the way, and soon, the four arrived before an expansive edifice. The area was stark and spacious, with several bamboo structures standing tall at the rear, surrounded by a bustling crowd. Upon arrival, the four individuals strode purposefully towards the buildings. Just as they were about to enter a 10-meter radius, they were intercepted by two youths who said, "Wait here. 5th Tianyu. The boss has been waiting for you for quite some time." 5th Tianyu and his companions halted, obediently waiting. Before long, a portly boy named Zhu Yi approached, flanked by a throng of admirers. He stopped before 5th Tianyu and, with a provocative smile, remarked, "Ah, 5th Tianyu, it seems you are quite well. Last time, Wang Chaoyang failed to eliminate you, and instead, you acquired the fire spirit. I later heard you nearly perished in the deadly forest, yet here you are, alive and kicking. You truly are fortunate." Zhu Yi's audacious taunts were backed by confidence, for as he and his entourage approached, 5th Tianyu discreetly observed. On either side of Zhu Yi stood two youths, their demeanor exuding arrogance, radiating a formidable presence that suggested they were at least of the junior master rank. In that moment of contemplation, 5th Tianyu's primary concern was the safety of Olaf. He inquired, "Where is Olaf?" "Oh, Olaf? He is not dead yet. Bring him here," Zhu Yi commanded, and a voice from behind acknowledged the order. Soon, 3 bloodied individuals were brought forth. To 5th Tianyu's horror, among them was Olaf, alongside Daniel and Ernio. It was evident that Olaf had endured inhumane torment, now rendered incapable of standing, while Daniel and Ernio appeared somewhat better off. Rage surged in an instant, a chilling and ominous aura emanating from 5th Tianyu. Lu Feng, well acquainted with 5th Tianyu, gently placed a hand on her shoulder, signaling her to remain calm. The frigid atmosphere was also perceived by Zhu Yi, who raised an eyebrow, his expression shifting dramatically as a feeble voice broke the tension. Tianyu, what brings you here? There is a master here, along with 2 junior disciples. Leave quickly and do not concern yourself with me. This torment is bearable. The academy has regulations, and they would not dare take my life." The words spoken by Olaf, baring his teeth, ignited 5th Tianyu's fury. "Oh, very well. You can have him. Let us see how you manage to leave today," Zhu Yi coldly retorted, gesturing for the 2 youths holding Olaf to release him. Olaf and his companions were unceremoniously kicked before 5th Tianyu, who hastily helped Olaf to his feet. Zhu's voice rang out once more. "Isn't this young Master Liang? I did not expect you to meddle in this affair. If you were to leave now, we might even become good friends." Li Zhiyang chuckled lightly, replying, "I apologize, but I cannot be friends with someone like you." "How unfortunate," Ji remarked with feigned regret. The injuries sustained by Olaf and his companions were not severe, mere superficial wounds, and while they were less serious than before, standing and moving proved somewhat challenging. 5th Tianyu's countenance darkened further. Lu Feng spoke softly, "5th Tianyu, I understand." The trio assisted Olaf, Daniel, and Ernio, turning to depart as Zhu Yi's ominous voice echoed behind them. "Since you have arrived, leave something behind." As the words fell, dozens surrounded 5th Tianyu and his companions. Zhu Yi chuckled, addressing a young man to his right. "Gugu, can you handle this?" The youth called Gugu curved his lips into a smile and replied, "Rest assured that Wang Chaoyang is inept. I have no desire to bear the consequences of his misdeeds. Besides, given my connection with Hao Ge, this task is now entrusted to me." With that, the young man stepped forward, exuding a formidable aura. 5th Tianyu's brow twitched. Indeed, a master rank. Chapter 71. The master duel. "Take care of Olaf and the others," he instructed. Immediately, a chilling and sinister energy emerged, indicating the presence of a golden rank. Zhu Yi narrowed his eyes, feeling a mix of astonishment and envy at 5th Tianyu's rapid advancement in cultivation. He remarked, "Gugu, it would be ideal if that brat 5th Tianyu were to lose an arm or a leg. That would be splendid." The youth known as Gugu laughed heartily and waved his hand dismissively, saying, "You overestimate the golden rank. To me, he is as insignificant as an ant. I can choose whether he loses a leg or an arm at will." With a grin, he approached 5th Dayu, declaring, "I am Tengu. Remember my name." Facing an opponent of the master rank was a first for 5th Dayu, filling him with an unprecedented sense of gravity. As their gazes locked, the atmosphere felt as though it had solidified, and without superfluous words, the intensity of their energies grew ever more potent. There exists a saying that the early bird catches the worm. In a fleeting moment, 12 ice needles materialized, and with swift resolve, 5 were launched forth, darting through the air like streaks of white light. A carefree smile graced Tengu's face as he deftly gestured in the air, summoning a transparent sphere of spiritual energy that spun rapidly, colliding with the 5 ice needles. Then, under the watchful gaze of the onlookers, the needles vanished silently as if submerged in the depths of an ocean. The trial had become futile, and without hesitation, the remaining 7 ice needles were directed towards a group of nearby youths, accompanied by the shout, "Everyone, run!" 5th Tianyu unexpectedly shifted her target of attack, a move unforeseen by all, striking with surprising swiftness. The surrounding youths, possessing uniformly limited prowess, were ill-equipped to evade 5th Tianyu's ice needles. The air was pierced by the whoosh of flying projectiles and the anguished cries that followed, as a breach formed in the encircled group. Li Zhiyong, Lu Feng, and Qin Feizhu, not lacking in wit, immediately grasped 5th Tianyu's intent and channeled their spiritual energy to charge forward. Zhu Ye's countenance turned ashen. She had not anticipated that the rising star among the newcomers would resort to retreat. In a moment of urgency, she cried out, "Let the others escape, but capture 5th Tianyu." Tengu's expression mirrored her concern, remaining silent as he directed the sphere of spiritual energy toward 5th Tianyu with precise control. As the 7 ice needles were propelled forth, 5th Tianyu had already begun to prepare the fire spirit's incineration. Sensing an imminent danger approaching, she recognized it to be Tengu's assault. With unwavering determination, the icy flame sphere rapidly expanded and was hurled towards the approaching translucent spiritual energy orb. Recognizing the extraordinary caliber of the adversary, 5th Tianyu summoned every ounce of his spiritual power, resulting in a gratifying display. The ice flame sphere, infused with his full strength, emanated a potency that even Tengu could not ignore. A thunderous collision ensued, the explosive resonance of their encounter reverberating through the air. 5th Tianyu retreated a step, while Tengu was forced back by 3, a consequence of his reliance on the rudimentary technique of material cohesion, which paled in comparison to 5th Tianyu's formidable ice-based fire spirit techniques. Seizing the moment of Tengu's retreat, 5th Tianyu shouted, "Run! Don't worry about me. I have a way to escape." Li Zhiyong and Qin Feizhu paused momentarily, but Lu Feng urgently implored, "We must go. Staying will only hinder Tianyu. Trust in him." Her conviction stemmed from witnessing 5th Tianyu triumph over opponents of higher ranks on 2 occasions, leading her to believe that even against a master-level foe, his escape was assured. As a decisive individual, she made the most prudent choice in this moment. 5th Tianyu let out a sigh of relief. His greatest concern had been the possibility of hesitation during a critical juncture, which would have compelled him to hold back. Now, he thought with a smirk, it was time to collect some interest for Olaf and the others. After dashing a couple of steps, he halted, and a playful smile graced Tengu's face as he remarked, "Not planning to flee?" 5th Tianyu raised a finger and shook it at Tengu, declaring, "You are not yet worthy of instilling fear in me." "Is that so? If you don't flee, that would indeed be splendid. Let's see how long you can maintain that bravado. Oh, by the way, perhaps your mouth is not as resilient as your bones. Come, then, give it a try. Prepare yourself, for I shall seize your 2 legs." As Tengu's words fell, a sharp surge of spiritual energy enveloped his fingers. With a sudden burst of strength in his legs, he closed the distance to 5th Tianyu in the blink of an eye. His fist, shrouded in spiritual energy and brimming with formidable power, hurtled towards 5th Tianyu with relentless force. 5th Tianyu's eyes narrowed. The speed was rather astonishing. How could he possibly defeat him? While pondering this, he dared not slacken his efforts, employing all his might to evade and defend. The two figures intertwined, occasionally clashing with bursts of spiritual energy that reverberated like explosions. Nearby, another senior student observed the fierce exchange with an increasingly amused smile. He pointed at fifth Chen Yu and said to Zhu Yi, "Little Yi, do you see? That seemingly insignificant fellow you underestimated has not even had a chance to retaliate against Gugu. In less than 10 moves, the outcome will be unmistakable." The somber expression on Zhu Yi's face had long since vanished, replaced by a delightful smile. "Higi, that's splendid. Once I capture this brat, I shall thoroughly torment him," making him wish he were never born. After a lengthy skirmish, fifth Chen Yu remained vigilant, fully committed to evasion and defense. He refrained from striking back, intent on discerning the intricacies of his opponent's mastery. At that moment, he had begun to grasp the essence of Tang Gu's techniques. As I pondered a counterattack, an overwhelming sense of danger suddenly engulfed me. Instinctively, I stepped to the left, narrowly avoiding a powerful punch from Tang Gu. Had that blow connected, my right arm would have surely been severed. I silently counted my lucky stars as I heard Tang Gu's triumphant voice echo, expressing disdain for opponents who, while facing me, still had the luxury of idle thoughts. As he spoke, another punch came hurtling towards me, the force of his fist more formidable than before. A wave of dread washed over me. I had only just regained my footing, and there was no evading this strike. It seemed I had no choice but to withstand it. I summoned an ice attribute spiritual energy sphere, a hasty maneuver since I had no time for fire techniques. Utilizing my condensed object technique, I formed the most potent energy sphere I could muster. I hurled it directly at Tang Gu's fist. With a resounding boom, the energy sphere exploded, dimming the spiritual energy enveloping Tang Gu's fist. He momentarily paused, a sinister glint flashing in his eyes as he raised his other fist, preparing to strike me with ferocity. When the energy detonated, a metallic sweetness filled my throat, and my complexion flushed a deep crimson. I coughed violently, spewing a mouthful of blood as I was propelled several meters away. Chapter 72. Frenzy as I beheld Tang Gu's fist advancing once more. There was no time to dwell on the heaviness in my chest. In a frantic effort, I conjured a spiritual energy shield, which collided with Tang Gu's punch in a fierce clash. With a resounding thud, Day 5U was propelled through the air like a bolt released from a bow once more on the 5th day. Tang Gu's astonishing speed was remarkable. Before Day 5U could even touch the ground, Tang Gu was already upon him, spiraling with spiritual energy. His right foot delivered a forceful kick to Day 5U's back, generating another dull sound upon impact, sending Day 5U soaring into the air once again. A glint of madness flickered in Tang Gu's eyes as he bent his legs slightly, exerting a tremendous force that launched him 6 meters into the air, where he unleashed another powerful kick towards Day 5U's body. With a thud, Day 5U plummeted from the height of 6 meters, crashing to the ground and stirring up a cloud of dust, rendering him motionless. Tang Gu executed a graceful twist as he landed effortlessly. Casting a glance at the dust-shrouded Day 5U, a sly smile curling at the corners of his mouth, while a frenzy of cheers erupted around him. "Brother Gu, magnificent! Brother Gu, magnificent!" At that moment, amidst the swirling dust, Day 5U, acutely aware of the pain radiating throughout his body, began to cough violently, expelling clots of black blood onto the ground, his appearance a pitiful sight. After a brief interval, as the dust settled, all eyes turned towards the coughing figure of Day 5U, whose dire condition elicited gasps of shock from the onlookers. Zhu Yi furrowed his brow and remarked, "Brother Gu, was that a bit too harsh?" Another senior student chimed in, "Harsh? This is nothing. The academy rules are in place, so Brother Gu has shown restraint. Otherwise, he would have already met his demise. Those who dare to act recklessly before Brother Gu seldom have a favorable outcome." Zhu Yi nodded and said, "Since we have incapacitated him, let us release him. The anger has been vented, and the lesson has been imparted. In the future, I believe his Yu gang will not dare to brazenly compete with my Tenglong gang for members. Given the current state of their leader, it is possible that Yu gang may even disband." The elder youth beside Zhu Yi spoke, and Tang Gu exclaimed, "Interesting." Before them, The severely injured Wu Tianyu, who was coughing on the ground, wobbled as he managed to rise to his feet. No one could comprehend how he, so gravely wounded, found the strength to stand. Nor could anyone fathom why Wu Tianyu chose to do so. To rise was to signify resilience, to indicate a readiness to continue the fight. He attempted to stand several times, each surge of pain resonating through him, as if his very soul trembled. Yet, he gritted his teeth and persevered. Suddenly, a wave of warmth surged from his back and coursed through his entire being, significantly alleviating the pain. Wu Tianyu surmised it must be the influence of the dragon spine. His body, enhanced by this mystical force, surged with an explosive energy, a feeling that demanded release. He felt as though he would burst if he did not vent it. Standing tall, he let out a mighty roar towards the heavens, his eyes ablaze with fervor, his breath heavy and labored. As he beckoned Tengu with a gesture of his finger, the arena fell into silence. Some admired Wu Tianyu's courage, while others deemed his actions foolish. Opinions varied, and a flicker of malevolence crossed Tengu's brow as he stepped forward, approaching Wu Tianyu. Those familiar with Tengu are well aware that at this moment, he is stirred by a fury that has crossed his limits. As he strides forward, he meticulously observes the fifth Tianyu. Despite sensing a hint of peculiarity, he reflects that his opponent is merely a great golden rank, and thus speaks, "You truly are tenacious. With your great golden rank cultivation, you dare to provoke me time and again. If I do not teach you a painful lesson, others might think Tengu is easily trifled with." As he speaks, a fireball swiftly takes shape in his hand, emanating a powerful wave of energy. Meanwhile, the fifth Tianyu's hands are enveloped in swirling milky white spiritual energy, culminating in the formation of an ice sphere ignited by ghostly flames. Both utilize the fire spirit's technique. Yet the distinction lies in the fact that Tianyu's spiritual power is of the ice attribute, thus manifesting as an ice flame ball. Previously, fifth Tianyu had triumphed over two opponents of the master rank with this very technique. This time, however, the challenge is of a higher caliber, an opponent of the Grandmaster rank. Defeating a master rank opponent does not guarantee victory against a Grandmaster. Hence, fifth Tianyu does not harbor the illusion that the ice flame ball alone will suffice to vanquish Tengu. Perhaps to others, it may appear as though Tianyu is merely coughing blood while on the ground, yet he understands that his strategy has come to fruition. The aura released from Tengu's Grandmaster cultivation is formidable and, fueled by intense anger, his fire spirit technique is unleashed at its full potential, aimed solely at eliminating this resilient and irritating adversary. Feeling the formidable ice flame ball in the hands of fifth Tianyu on the fifth day, Tengu charged forward without hesitation. As the fireball was released from a distance of 3 meters from fifth Tianyu, a fierce glint flashed in his eyes. As if he were speaking to himself, one's own misdeeds lead to one's own demise. Anticipating the outcome, after casting the fireball, he turned to walk towards Zhu Yi and the others, fully aware that this strike, a culmination of his strength, could never be withstood by the golden rank. Unbeknownst to Tengu, at the moment he turned, a similar fierce glint flickered in fifth Tianyu's eyes. He then took 2 steps back and uttered a soft command, "Rise." In an instant, a beam of white light erupted from where fifth Tianyu had originally stood. As Tengu's fireball passed through this white light, it dissipated quietly, almost peacefully. In that fleeting moment of dispersion, fifth Tianyu's gaze turned icy as he observed Tengu's back from 3 meters away, and the ice flame ball he had gathered surged forth at breakneck speed. With a resounding thud, the ice flame ball penetrated Tengu's defenses, striking him squarely in the chest. A muffled sound escaped Tengu's lips as he coughed up a mouthful of blood, his body propelled backward. In a swift motion, a sword materialized in fifth Tianyu's hand, and he vanished, appearing at the spot where Tengu landed. With each rise and fall of the sword, Tengu offered no resistance. Under the relentless strikes from fifth Tianyu, he let out a final cry before succumbing to unconsciousness. A gasp echoed through the crowd, followed by an eerie silence. No one noticed that as fifth Tianyu wielded his sword, his eyes were bloodshot, and a low growl emanated from his throat, resembling a beastly roar, akin to that of a madman. On the fifth day, Yu was certainly not insane. On the contrary, he was fully aware of his actions. His mind remarkably clear. The rules of the academy dictated that regardless of past grievances, one must not resort to violence. Thus, Yu's strike merely incapacitated Tang Gu by severing his legs. Stop! With a sharp command, an aura of danger approached gradually. Yu swiftly rolled aside, sword in hand, revealing the presence of an upperclassman beside Ji. Chapter 73. Tidying up the aftermath. Upon witnessing Tang Gu lying on the ground, legless, Ji shuddered, acknowledging the severity of the situation. Turning to the upperclassman, she remarked, "Yang Ming." Yang Ming, the upperclassman, waved dismissively. "He won't die just yet. Keep an eye on him. That lad is a cornered beast now. I shall deal with him." At that moment, Yu, having expended his spiritual energy to barely form a yin-yang formation on the ground, using his blood to counteract Tang Gu's fiery assault, felt the toll of his efforts. The ice attribute spiritual elixirs were now depleted, and the remaining elixirs contained little energy. A wave of dizziness washed over him as he glanced up at Yang Ming approaching. A bitter smile crossed his face, realizing he could not escape his fate. He then closed his eyes and collapsed to the ground. Just as Yang Ming was about to reach Yu, he abruptly halted, his gaze fixated on the three figures, a man and two women, rushing toward them, a frown creasing his brow. In a matter of seconds, the newcomers arrived before the fifth day of Yu, their vigilant gazes fixed upon Yang Ming. One among them lifted the fifth day of Yu and turned to leave, while Yang Ming merely observed, refraining from intervening. The visitors were Li Jiong, Lu Feng, and an unfamiliar young woman, whose presence elicited a palpable wariness in Yang Ming's eyes. On the third day, the unconscious fifth day of Yu gradually opened her eyes. Surveying her surroundings, she found herself in a dormitory, lying on her own bed, devoid of any company. She reached up to rub her throbbing forehead, uncertain of how long she had been in a state of unconsciousness. Attempting to rise, she was met with a sharp pain coursing through her body, and a bitter smile crossed her lips. It seemed her injuries were quite severe. Fortunately, her physique was robust enough. After enduring a series of relentless strikes from Tang Gu, her body had been on the brink of collapse. At a critical moment, a gentle warmth emanating from her back enabled the fifth day of Yu to regain her footing. With a wry smile, she acknowledged that she had survived, thanks in no small part to the dragon spine provided by Uncle Long. She resolved to first restore a measure of spiritual energy to mend her wounds, and with that thought, she closed her eyes. Meanwhile, Olaf, Big Bull, and Second Bull crouched at the entrance of the miscellaneous exchange area, where a banner stood to assist you in gathering people. At that moment, Olaf appeared somewhat listless, and Big Bull and Second Bull lacked their usual vivacity, indicating that the trio's injuries had not yet fully healed. The reason for their premature return to recruit despite their lingering wounds lay in Olaf's unwavering determination. He had promised to provide you with an explanation, prompting him to arrive early. As Olaf and his companions were surrounded by a throng of people, listening to their discussions, he felt a wave of satisfaction wash over him as he closed his eyes to meditate. "Ah, have you heard about the incident involving the fifth day of Yu gang? Surely, such a sensational event cannot go unnoticed. Indeed, a newcomer has vanquished the second and third leaders of the Iron Gang. What audacity that displays. Enough of idle chatter. Have you made your decision regarding which gang to join? Naturally, I am here to join Yu gang. With figures like Li Jiong joining Yu gang, there is a saying, it is pleasant to take shelter beneath a great tree. Dinyo and Ernyo are currently preoccupied. Ever since the news of the fifth day of Yu gang spread, it has awakened everyone's senses like a gust of wind. Thus, Olaf has come today to recruit. And there is no need to mention the rules and benefits of the gang. Everyone is eager to join Yu gang. Meanwhile, Lu Feng, Qin Feizhu, and Li Jiong have arrived at the chosen gang base, which was originally the private territory of Ding Makai, the third leader of the Iron Gang. After being defeated by the fifth day of Yu gang, today marks the time for the territory transfer. Li Jiong calmly surveyed the surroundings, nodding as he spoke. "See, Ding Makai has moved out. From now on, this will be our Yu gang's territory." Lu Feng, her furrowed brow relaxing, wore a serious expression as she clasped her fists toward Li Zhiyong, saying, "Thank you for your assistance. Without your sister's intervention, it would not have been so easy for us to take over this territory." Li Zhiyong feigned displeasure, replying, "What are you saying? I am also a part of you gang." Lu Fang smiled and nodded, saying, "Moreover, if it weren't for your sister's intervention this time, our Yu gang would likely have disbanded. After all, the retaliation from the Iron Gang is no mere skirmish among novices. Indeed, my sister merely held off Taisu. And a year from now, without the Academy's protective regulations for newcomers, that will be the true test of our endurance." After Li Zhiyong spoke, he gazed up at the sky, and the three of them sighed in unison. At that time, Yu gang may indeed find itself in peril. Firstly, without the Academy's safeguarding rules, gangs can challenge each other freely, and the Iron Gang will undoubtedly seek revenge. At that moment, the sun hung high in the sky, and before they knew it, noon had arrived. After surveying the terrain and formulating plans to rebuild their base, they turned to leave. On the fifth day, Yu awakened from his meditative state, exhaling a breath of stale air as he slowly opened his eyes. Sensing the newfound strength coursing through his body, a faint smile graced his lips, replenished by the return of his spiritual energy. Glancing around the dormitory, he found it still devoid of any presence. Just as he pondered this solitude, a figure entered through the door, barely managing to turn and look towards the entrance. "Chen Yu, you're awake. How do you feel?" "I've been awake for quite some time, but with no one around, it grew rather stifling." "Hiki, it was meant to be stifling. You were in a coma for nearly 3 days. Look, I brought healing medicine." Upon seeing Yu awaken, Jiang Shui's mood visibly brightened, and with a smile, she retrieved a jade vial and a packet of medicinal herbs from her storage device. While Yu felt a surge of gratitude, a shadow of melancholy crept into his heart as Olaf's words resurfaced clearly in his mind. As men, we must be decisive and straightforward. If we do not harbor feelings for someone, we should express it clearly without beating around the bush. Taking a moment to collect his thoughts and clear his throat, he solemnly stated, "There is something I must share with you. I can sense your affection for me, and I am honored. However, when it comes to matters of the heart, I am not yet ready to contemplate." On the fifth day, you directly addressed the crux of the matter. Jiang Shui's initial reaction was one of astonishment, clearly unprepared for Yu's candid admission. Yet, as the conversation progressed, her expression calmed, and a smile gradually spread across her lips. "I understand. It is good that you can feel it. My kindness towards you is my own choice. As long as you do not resent it, I will continue to treat you well. Your indifference does not bother me." This time, it was Yu who was taken aback, a bittersweet sensation washing over him. Could this be the essence of love? Chapter 74, The Man in Black? With the words now spoken, a sense of relief enveloped him. You felt an unexpected tranquility, free from any reservations towards Jiang Shui, as they had laid everything bare. The two engaged in lively conversation until Olaf appeared at the doorway. Their eyes met, and they spoke in unison. "Have you recovered from your injuries?" They shared a smile as Olaf recounted the day's achievements. Having recruited a total of 365 individuals, including 2 at the Grand Gold level, 222 at the Medium Gold level, and the rest at the Minor Gold level. The outcome was exceedingly gratifying, and a sudden realization struck Yu, his eyes widening in astonishment. "What did you say? 2 at the Grand Gold level?" It was no wonder Yu was taken aback. After all, he himself was the leader of the Yu gang at the Grand Gold level. A hint of pride flickered across Olaf's face as he remarked, "These 2 individuals are quite renowned among the newcomers. One is named Yin Xinglin and the other, Zhizhong." Yin Xinglin, a name that Fifth Tianyu recalled vaguely, prompted her to ponder. "Isn't that the one associated with the flower?" Olaf nodded with a cheerful smile, which he soon retracted, adopting a contemplative expression as he continued. "From our brief interaction today during the recruitment, I sense that this Zhizhong is remarkable. Despite his name suggesting otherwise, he is anything but foolish." Jiang Shui pouted and said, "Among the newcomers, who isn't extraordinary?" Indeed. Just then, Lu Fang's voice echoed from outside, followed closely by Li Zhiyong and Qin Feizhu as they entered. With everyone present, they began discussing matters pertaining to the guild's base, reaching a consensus that during 5th Tianyu's recovery period, they would commence preparations for the construction of the base. However, when the topic of building houses arose, the enthusiasm among the group waned, revealing a disheartening truth. None possessed any knowledge of architecture. A palpable silence fell over the room, as constructing a building was indeed a profound art, especially for a guild stronghold, and 5th Tianyu held high expectations. Just as they were at a loss, a figure clad in a black robe entered, standing approximately 5 feet 6 inches tall. The robe obscured their face, making it impossible to discern their identity. Upon the arrival of this mysterious individual, 5th Tianyu furrowed her brow, sensing an inexplicable familiarity in the aura that surrounded them, though she could not place it. The cloaked figure spoke first, stating, "I wish to see the leader of the Yu gang." The voice was magnetic, tinged with a hint of age, and an aura of restraint enveloped him, devoid of any discernible fluctuations of spiritual energy. 5th Tianyu felt a weight of gravity in his heart as he spoke. "I am." The figure in the black robe turned, his eyes scrutinizing 5th Tianyu for a brief span of 3 seconds before he inquired, "Are you called 5th Tianyu?" "Indeed." "What brings you to seek me?" 5th Tianyu responded. "From where do you hail?" The cloaked stranger posed a question that seemed to evade the original inquiry. This left not only 5th Tianyu astonished, but everyone present. If the intent was to provoke, such a question about lineage seemed unnecessary. With that, the figure stepped out of the dormitory, leaving others perplexed by his motives. Given that 5th Tianyu had not yet fully recovered from his injuries, everyone protested against his departure. "Tianyu, although this man exhibits no signs of spiritual energy, I sense an unsettling intuition. He is far from ordinary." "You cannot go out," Olaf stated firmly, and his companions nodded in agreement. Lu Feng added, "Olaf makes a valid point. If you must venture out, we should accompany you. You cannot go alone." 5th Tianyu smiled reassuringly. "Do not worry. I understand the gravity of the situation and am confident in ensuring my safety. Trust me, I do not perceive this man as a malicious entity." With that, he smiled gently, rose from his bed, and walked towards the door. As he exited, a jade piece emerged from his spatial ring, revealing Master Fin's teleportation token, an essential tool for critical moments. After a journey of over 10 minutes, he arrived at an alley within the freshman's residence area and came to a halt. Throughout this passage, 5th Tianyu discreetly observed the figure in black, who, in turn, scrutinized him with equal intensity. Thus, after walking for so long, on the 5th day, Tianyu had formed a preliminary judgment in her heart. The figure in the black robe was a woman, and the elderly voice she had heard earlier was a deliberate disguise. This revelation deepened Tianyu's confusion. At that moment, she halted her steps and ventured to inquire, "Are you a woman? Did you know me before?" The figure in the black robe seemed momentarily taken aback. No longer concealing her voice, she replied. As Tianyu listened to the sound of her speech, her brow furrowed once more. It was undeniably familiar. Yet, what did her subsequent words mean? Suddenly, a spark illuminated her mind. Indeed, how could this voice not be familiar? It was unmistakably the voice of her second sister. With this realization, the excitement in her heart became ineffable, and she found herself uttering 2 words in a daze, "second sister." The figure in the black robe reacted as if electrified, an intense wave of emotion radiating from her being, revealing the turbulence within. "Third brother, it truly is you. You are alive. How wonderful, how wonderful." The trembling voice was laced with profound joy. The 2 figures embraced tightly, although their faces remained unseen. This did not hinder Tianyu's sense of their blood connection. The figure in the black robe was indeed Tianyu's second sister, Yalian. After a considerable time, as Yalian's emotional turmoil subsided, the 2 figures parted. Tianyu succinctly recounted the events that had transpired after being swept away by the vortex of the barrier, along with matters concerning their family and how she had fortuitously arrived at the academy. After a prolonged silence, 5th Yaluan finally spoke, letting out a long sigh. Just then, an overwhelming aura of menace surged forth, causing 5th Tianyu to feel as though his heartbeat had slowed, panic gripping his heart. "Second sister, you must remove the black cloak." I cannot see your face. Fifth Yaluan's body stiffened, and after several seconds, the killing intent around her subsided. In a somewhat muted voice, she remarked, "Just remember the way I looked before. As for now, do not look." Fifth Chen Yu, possessing keen intelligence, was adept at discerning emotions, and the gravity of his sister's words sent waves of unease through him, igniting a sense of foreboding. "What has transpired? We are siblings. Is there anything you cannot share with me?" Upon hearing the term siblings, Fifth Yaluan's body once again tensed. With a deep sigh, she slowly removed the hood of her black cloak from her head. Chapter 75. Conversation. As Fifth Yaluan gradually unveiled her face, it came into clear view for Fifth Chen Yu, whose expression grew increasingly grim. At that moment, her visage resembled that of someone scorched by fire. Her skin was wrinkled and her features twisted, with her eyes misaligned, one higher than the other, creating a stark asymmetry. Fifth Chen Yu's eyes were now bloodshot, and he growled in anguish. This profound concern triggered tears to cascade down from Fifth Yaluan's uneven eyes. The sensation of being cared for moved this girl, often referred to as the Black Widow, to tears. "Sister is fine. Third brother, do not overthink it. I am fine." The two figures embraced once more, their heartbeats intertwined, inflicting upon the Fifth Chen Yu a pain as sharp as a knife, rendering her nearly breathless. For a young girl, how immense must the burden of sorrow be? It is a torment far more difficult to bear than the loss of life itself. After a considerable time, the Fifth Yaluan ceased her weeping, regaining her composure. This girl, who had endured countless trials, had long since mastered the art of confronting harsh realities. Otherwise, she would not have survived to this day. At this moment, the Fifth Chen Yu exhibited a chilling calmness, so composed it felt oppressive, imbued with an undeniable air of authority that resembled a command, an unspoken order that one felt compelled to obey. The eyes of the Fifth Yaluan widened with astonishment as she inquired, "An aura?" The Fifth Chen Yu furrowed her brow slightly and reiterated the question. The Fifth Yaluan smiled serenely, as if her spirits had lifted considerably, and gently replied, "I faced off against a being with fire attributes spiritual power and suffered defeat, thus paying the price." The seemingly light-hearted words of the Fifth Yaluan echoed in the Fifth Chen Yu's mind, stirring a tempest of thoughts. Fire attributes spiritual power. What is his name? This. I won't tell you, but if you wish to avenge me, you must first strengthen your own abilities. Your current cultivation is still insufficient. Upon the mention of cultivation, the Fifth Chen Yu felt a surge of confidence and did not wish to remain enveloped in sorrow. Secretly noting the crucial clue of fire attributes spiritual power, she broke into a smile and asked, "Can my second sister discern my cultivation level?" Fifth Yaluan donned her black robe and hat once more, a smile gracing her lips as she remarked, "The fluctuations of spiritual energy you inadvertently released just now suggest you are approximately at the minor master level, correct?" She continued, "Indeed, my current cultivation realm is at the grand golden level, yet my spiritual energy has likely reached the minor master level long ago. And what of you? What is your current cultivation level?" With a mysterious smile, Fifth Yaluan added, "If I were to encounter Fifth Xianlin, I am confident I could vanquish him." Her words elicited a sigh of admiration from Fifth Chen Yu, who reflected that Fifth Xianlin had probably ascended to the middle sect level by now. It was hard to fathom how much hardship his second sister had endured over the past year. Delighted by her strength, Fifth Chen Yu promptly retrieved 2 meticulously prepared volumes of spiritual techniques from his spatial ring and handed them over, 9 Lotus Sword Technique and Phantom Sword Art. As Fifth Yaluan held the 2 booklets, she softly recited their titles, her brow furrowing in concentration. Suddenly, her hands trembled violently as she exclaimed, "These 2 techniques are divine level. Third brother, your Uncle Long is certainly no ordinary man." Fifth Chen Yu, equally astonished, responded, "I never claimed they were divine level techniques. How did you ascertain that? Are you not familiar with the illustrious names of 9 Lotus Sword Technique and Phantom Sword Art?" Fifth Yaluan inquired, somewhat exasperated. Fifth Chen Yu shook his head, prompting Fifth Yaluan to patiently elucidate. The 9 Lotus Sword Technique and Phantom Sword Art are the lifelong works of Jean Mantion, one of the 4 great sword saints, serving as a paragon of swordsmanship. Goodness, They are utterly perfect for me. On the 5th day, Yu was blissfully unaware of these matters. Due to her ignorance, the impact was minimal, leaving her with little sensation. Observing her beloved second sister, she once again uttered a name. What? You have it too? There was a hint of anticipation and anxiety in the voice of Yalian. The 5th sister. You nodded in affirmation. That is a sword technique capable of vanquishing all in the world. My heavens! How precious this is! Without further ado, Yu retrieved a small booklet from her spatial ring and began to write. Half an hour passed, and upon completion, Yalian trembled as she picked it up. Third brother, I shall accept these 3 spiritual techniques, though I have nothing of worth to offer you in return. Here are 10,000 Tianyuan pills. Take them and make use of them. While the spiritual techniques were originally intended for her second sister, Yu generously bestowed them without hesitation. However, the figure of 10,000 Tianyuan pills was indeed staggering. As she was about to decline, an unsettling wave of discontent washed over her, prompting her to set aside her reluctance and graciously accept the storage item from her sister's hand. Upon releasing her spiritual energy to sense it, Yu discovered the item was filled with an abundance of small jade pills, igniting a sudden sense of opulence within her. Observing the smile on her third brother's face, reminiscent of their childhood, Yalian nodded with joy and said, each jade pill contains 10 units. While utilizing Tianyuan pills offers a swift and convenient breakthrough, it must be used judiciously. It is best to employ them for a significant advancement in rank, never exceeding that limit. Otherwise, the foundation of one's cultivation may become unstable, leading to a drifting of spiritual energy and potentially shattering the spiritual core. On the 5th day following second sister's warning, Tian Yu was well aware that the function of the Tianyuan Dan was to restore spiritual energy. When the spirit pill field was abundant, the spiritual energy from consuming the Tianyuan Dan would accumulate within it. Upon reaching a certain threshold, a breakthrough would occur. Fifilian raised her hand and, after pressing a ring on her finger for a moment, the fluctuations ceased. With an air of urgency, she said, Third brother, I must take my leave. Gaining entry into the Wushuang sect was solely due to Elder Nyo's efforts. I cannot linger here. Do not worry about me. We shall meet again at the Four Sects Martial Assembly in a year. I am off now. Strive to cultivate diligently. I know where mother is. As second sister departed, a fleeting sense of reluctance crossed her mind, yet her final words resonated deeply with 5th Tian Yu. Strive to cultivate diligently. I know where mother is. Mother. That hazy figure in his memories had not been seen for many, many years. Since he began his cultivation journey, though seldom thought of, she remained ever present in his heart. Chapter 76. Ice glass. Upon returning to the dormitory, amidst the concerned gazes of his peers, 5th Tian Yu smiled and waved his hand to signal that he was unharmed, which eased their worries. With no one possessing knowledge of architecture, they sought out those who did. As they dispersed, Olaf, the errand runner, took Nyo and Nyo to the location where they recruited daily. However, this time, there was a stipulation for the recruits. They must be knowledgeable in architecture. Once everyone had scattered, only 5th Tian Yu and Chen Yu remained in the room. During this youthful and spirited phase, few were willing to invest their time in the tediousness of cultivation. The majority opted for play, indulging until they had their fill, relegating everything else to mere trifles. Chen Yu, a fervent practitioner, like 5th Tian Yu, has chosen the path of cultivation. Is this the minor master rank or the major golden rank? Nevertheless, the ascent to the minor master rank has only been pursued in recent days. Truly remarkable, considering it has not been long since he reached the major golden rank. 5th Tian Yu waved his hand dismissively. This time, it was reliant on the Tianyuan pill. By the way, convey a message to Olaf. I intend to enter the deathly forest for seclusion to strive for the minor master rank. Should any matters arise, you all can discuss among yourselves. Chen Yu nodded absent-mindedly in agreement, while 5th Tian Yu's figure had already vanished from sight. The condition of his second sister, the mysterious disappearance of his father, the family's affairs, and his promise to Uncle Long all urged 5th Tian Yu onward, for his strength was still insufficient. After several hours of travel, fifth Chen Yu found himself at the edge of the deathly forest in a canyon area. The dim light within the forest made it seem as if nightfall was imminent. With the might of the major golden rank, fifth Chen Yu felt somewhat emboldened, allowing him to traverse the underbrush without fear, as the beasts encountered in this peripheral zone posed no threat. Occasionally, the echoes of beastly roars reached his ears, yet he pressed on without pause, having yet to discover an optimal environment for seclusion. A clear beastly roar, Yuo, pierced fifth Chen Yu's ears, sounding not far off. He furrowed his brow slightly, halted in his tracks, and held his breath to listen intently. Yuo, Yuo. The consecutive roars were suffused with palpable anger. It was evident that someone was engaged in combat with a spiritual beast, and the creature had become incensed. In the perilous depths of the forest, encountering such events is quite common and typically warrants little attention. However, given the profoundness of this particular area, it is reasonable to assume that the spirit beast here possesses considerable strength. Thus, I resolved to investigate further. With determination, I quietly made my way towards the source of the sound, intending merely to observe and then depart. Navigating through the dense underbrush, I gently parted the thickets before me, revealing a rather spacious clearing. At the center of this gathering stood a unicorn, emitting a deep, throaty roar as it warily regarded the surrounding humans. Among the 5 individuals, 3 men and 2 women, who appeared to be of a similar age to myself, they likely hailed from Huaijiang Academy. The unicorn measured 3 meters in length, its coat a brilliant white, and its sturdy limbs exuded a sense of power. It bore a single horn atop its head, and its round eyes resembled gleaming copper bells. In contrast, its tail and ears seemed disproportionately small, creating an odd aesthetic. This creature was identified as an ice leery. In my mind, I pondered the implications of its size and the aura it radiated. It was evident that this ice leery was an adult specimen. Classified as a level 3 intermediate spirit beast, its strength was comparable to that of a human adept at the master level. Assessing the spiritual energy fluctuations emanating from the 5 individuals, I discerned that the most formidable among them was a strikingly handsome youth clad in a black and purple robe, possessing an estimated cultivation level akin to that of a minor master. The others appeared to be of varying ranks, 2 at the major gold level and 2 at the intermediate gold level. Presently, the ice leery was marred by numerous wounds, with a particularly deep gash adorning its waist. Meanwhile, the 5 surrounding it exhibited signs of fatigue, their energies distinctly disordered, indicating a significant expenditure of strength. Driven by curiosity about the outcome of this encounter, I quietly ascended a nearby large tree to observe the unfolding events from a concealed vantage point. According to the premonitions in their hearts, these 5 individuals were unlikely to be a match for Bingley. With a low growl, Bingley cast her gaze, her large, bell-like eyes scanning the surroundings before settling on a young boy in blue wielding a sword. The boy muttered a curse under his breath, his spiritual energy surging wildly as he prepared his defenses, bracing for an imminent attack from Bingley. Suddenly, the already injured Bingley surged forward, her powerful limbs propelling her corpulent body toward the blue-clad youth. The boy's face turned ashen, and he cursed, striking out with his sword. At that moment, the boy in the black-purple robe's expression changed dramatically as he shouted anxiously, "Looney, do not confront it head-on. Get out of the way." Just as his words fell, Looney's full-force strike collided with Bingley's horn, producing a resounding clang of steel. In an instant, Looney was sent flying like a cannonball, accompanied by a scream of pain. Before one could blink, as Looney's body soared through the air, the boy in the black-purple robe unleashed his spiritual technique, a blazing fireball. The fireball twisted and rolled before crashing into Bingley's head, its scorching heat singeing the fur atop her skull. With a furious roar, Bingley staggered back, violently shaking her head. Casting a glance at Looney, who lay on the ground, gritting his teeth and clutching his chest, the purple-robed youth called out to his companions, "Do not obstruct her. Let her pass. Looney is injured." It was evident that the purple-robed boy was the leader of the group, and as his voice echoed, the other 3 cautiously began to withdraw from Bingley's vicinity. The injuries sustained by Bingley drove it into a frenzy, rendering it exceedingly difficult to confront. In this critical moment, The young man in the purple robe made the wisest decision to avoid a direct encounter with Bingley and retreat with his companions. Enraged, Bingley let out a couple of roars, disregarding the fleeing humans, and chose a direction to dash away. A girl in a pink dress fixed her gaze upon Looney, her brow furrowed, and remarked, "Tian-gu. Looney's hand is severely injured. It's likely she cannot partake in the mission." The young man known as Tian-gu wore an unusually grim expression as he replied, "Bingley is gravely wounded. We cannot abandon this pursuit. You all stay here to tend to Looney, while Ren Xiao and I track it down. It must seek a place to rest." Fifth Tian Yu had intended to leave, but suddenly halted. Ren Xiao? That name struck a familiar chord. Then, a flash of realization ignited in his mind. Ren Xiao, the initial object of Olaf's affections, also a newcomer, had joined the Tianba sect. A cascade of information about Ren Xiao surged into his consciousness. As insights about Ren Xiao filled his mind, Fifth Tian Yu's gaze pierced through the thicket, fixating on the girl in the pink dress who had spoken earlier. Upon closer inspection, it was indeed her. How would Olaf react if he were present at this moment? While they were acquainted, Fifth Tian Yu had no intention of approaching a woman who had dishonored his brother, regardless of her breathtaking beauty. Wishing to avoid lingering, he resolved to depart promptly. As he adjusted his position on the tree, preparing to descend, he noticed the voices of the others growing louder. Turning his head, he realized with dismay that a remaining male and female were approaching with Looney in tow. A sudden tension gripped his heart, but he soon regained his composure. On the fifth day, you felt a surge of confidence. There was no way they had discovered him. He decided to remain still and observe the unfolding situation. If he revealed himself now, it would only invite unnecessary trouble. Once they passed, he would descend from the tree and depart. Resolute in his decision, he retracted his aura and sat quietly upon the branch, completely motionless. Beneath the great tree where you perched, a young man, carrying Lu and I on his back, gently leaned her against the trunk. He turned to the girl beside him, saying, "Tian Mei, let us rest here for a moment. First, use your spiritual energy to help Lu and I recover from her injuries. We have strayed too far. If Su Lao cannot find us, who knows how furious he might become." You cursed inwardly, lamenting their ill-chosen location. Just then, a deep, resonant roar echoed through the air. His gaze shifted towards the source of the sound, settling on a thicket to the north, where he beheld a gray beast. Its eyes fixated on the three beneath the tree. More precisely, it was drawn to the blood-staining Luni's form. This creature, known as the Crimson Bloodmang, possessed 4 legs and a slender, elongated body. In its juvenile stage, the Crimson Bloodmang was classified as a level 3 high-grade spirit beast. Its smooth skin capable of deflecting basic spiritual techniques, boasting remarkable defensive capabilities and rarity, comparable to the previous ice glass. At that moment, an ominous premonition enveloped the hearts of the 3 beneath the tree, their pulses racing uncontrollably. Lu and I, barely clinging to life, whispered faintly, "Lin Chao? Take Tian Mei and leave. Do not concern yourselves with me. I am the one who has burdened you all. You must hurry and escape." Lin Chao was indeed a tall youth, and at this moment, his expression was exceptionally grim. As he beheld the slowly advancing bloodthirsty beast, he gritted his teeth and spoke. "Brother Lu and I apologize, but if we remain, we shall surely perish. Therefore, it's all right, you should leave. I owe you my life from our last mission. I have already gained more than I could ask for. Please, go quickly. I will confront this beast." With those words, he shakily rose to his feet, the iron sword in his hand glinting ominously. No longer hesitating, Lin Chao clasped his fists together and exchanged a knowing glance with Tian Mei before the two of them stealthily departed. Left behind, Lu and I held no hope of survival, thus completely relinquishing any desire to escape. With that resignation, fear lost its grip on him. Channeling the scant remnants of his spiritual energy, he bellowed, "Beast, do you scent the blood upon me? Come forth, I offer it to you." At this juncture, the bloodthirsty beast was merely 3 meters away from Lu and I, its elongated form exuding an overwhelming sense of pressure. Blood oozed from the wound on his chest, and sweat beaded upon his forehead. Gradually, his brow furrowed in confusion as he noticed the beast halt its advance, remaining motionless at the 3-meter mark. One of its 4 feet restlessly pounded the ground, producing a series of low, rumbling growls. Though puzzled, Lu and I recognized the truth. The bloodthirsty beast dared not approach. Surveying his surroundings, he found no signs of anyone or anything nearby. Regardless, who would wish for death when life remains? Quietly, Lu and I began to retreat, the process agonizingly slow, akin to a tortoise's crawl, hindered by his injuries. Merely standing was a feat. Walking was an extraordinary challenge. Qi Xuanmeng merely cast a fleeting glance at Lu and I before raising his head to gaze at the treetops. A shiver coursed down Lu Ni's spine. Could there be something even more terrifying above? Straining to look up, he found his view obscured by branches and leaves, rendering everything invisible. 5th Tianyu, concealed within the tree, felt a wave of bitterness. Though unnoticed by others, he had been detected by this beast, which showed no signs of departing. Remaining hidden any longer would only waste precious time. Suddenly, a young man clad in green descended from the tree. As he landed, his legs bent slightly, skillfully absorbing the force of his fall, an aura of immense power emanating from him. Upon realizing it was a person, Lu and I exhaled in relief. Yet the pain coursing through his body became unbearable, causing him to collapse onto the ground, his anxious gaze fixated on the young man in green. After landing, 5th Tianyu's attention was riveted to Qi Xuanmeng, a 3rd-level advanced spirit beast. He knew that if he wished to leave, Qi Xuanmeng would be powerless to stop him. However, a wounded soul lay nearby, and he could not turn a blind eye to suffering, despite their unfamiliarity. With a cultivation level of a golden position, 5th Tianyu possessed spiritual power comparable to that of most mid-level practitioners. He focused intently on Qi Xuanmeng, his icy needles poised for action, disregarding the beast's current state of inertia. Without hesitation, he released 4 ice needles directly towards it. Qi Xuanmeng stood still, neither dodging nor taking any defensive action, allowing the needles to pierce his body. A low whimper escaped him, and his eyes appeared somewhat misty. 5th Tianyu furrowed his brow deeply, a million questions swirling in his mind. Could it be that Qi Xuanmeng was unhinged? As the Crimson Blood Marsh did not launch an attack, the 5th Dayu dispersed the remaining 8 ice needles in her hand, casting a puzzled glance around. Meanwhile, the Crimson Blood Marsh lay on the ground, lowering its head to lick the wounds left by the ice needles, whimpering softly, evoking a sense of pity. If it were not for its fierce appearance, one might truly feel sympathy for it. It was submitting. A voice from behind interrupted Lu and I, causing the 5th Dayu to furrow her brow even tighter. Submitting? In the eyes of a mindless spirit beast, humans are the natural enemies. Thus, to compel a mindless spirit beast to submit, one must either possess overwhelming strength to conquer or evoke something that instills fear in the spirit beast's subconscious. Typically, those who submit without any resistance are influenced by their bloodline. Realizing this, the 5th Dayu experienced an epiphany. It must be due to the dragon spine within her body. As her strength increased, the influence of the dragon spine manifested more frequently. Previously, she had little awareness of the dragon spine, but upon reflection, it was indeed quite domineering. She could hardly fathom what materials Uncle Long had utilized when crafting her physique. Disregarding the complete 5-star body, the dragon spine alone was already a treasure of the dragon clan, second only to the dragon pearl, the essence of the dragon. Oh. Wait a moment. The 5th Dayu furrowed her brows once more, her gaze fixated intensely on the head of the Luo Na bear. A small discovery caused her eyes to widen in astonishment. Chapter 78. The Fisherman Benefits. The 5th Dayu's pupils constricted sharply. Upon closer inspection, she observed a small protrusion between the 2 horns on the head of the Crimson Blood Marsh, which was hardly noticeable at first glance. It was precisely due to this small protruding area that on the 5th day, you overturned all previous conjectures. This was not the blood-red marsh, but rather the triangular long worm. This revelation left you gasping in astonishment, as the descriptions of the triangular long worm surged through his mind. The triangular long worm, also known as the triangular jiao, is classified as a rare spiritual beast. A triangular long worm with a pure bloodline possesses the potential to transform into a deity, at which point it is referred to as the triangular jiao dragon. Sharing similarities with the noble divine beast, the dragon, an adult, deified triangular long worm boasts power comparable to that of an adult dragon, making them nearly indistinguishable in strength. From the moment it is born, a triangular long worm possesses the strength equivalent to that of a high-level spiritual beast at Tier 3. Furthermore, the juvenile triangular long worm bears an almost identical appearance to that of the blood-red marsh, making differentiation exceedingly difficult. The sole distinction lies in the top of the head. The juvenile triangular long worm has 2 horns with a slight protrusion between them, while the blood-red marsh lacks such a feature, making it hard to discern without careful observation. As its strength increases and reaches Tier 5, the triangular long worm will develop a 3rd horn. Upon reaching this point, you swiftly piece together his thoughts. No wonder. Strictly speaking, the triangular long worm is indeed related to dragons, which explains why he could sense the dragon vertebra energy within himself. Enlightened by this realization, a joyful expression emerged on his face. With this idea blossoming within him, he felt a surge of excitement. Though he deemed it prudent to conceal its head to avoid recognition, for the triangular long worm is a rare and precious spiritual beast. Paying no mind to Lu Ni behind him, he strode directly towards the triangular long worm, carefully observing it as he approached, his heart already convinced of its submission. The spirit beasts possess not the intricate machinations of humanity. They choose submission, entwined in life and death, devoid of cunning. Thus, 5th Chen Yu entirely lowered his guard and waved at the triangular long worm. The creature emitted a soft hum and trotted over to him, coming to a halt before him. Closing its eyes and nudging its head against 5th Chen Yu's calf, appearing extraordinarily docile. 5th Chen Yu slightly bent down, extending his hand to caress the creature's head, which made no attempt to shy away, allowing him to stroke it freely. Observing the dimming light in the forest, he decided not to linger any longer. Took note of his bearings, and set forth, with the triangular long worm trailing closely behind, accompanied by Lu Ni's astonished gaze. With Lu Ni now devoid of danger, 5th Chen Yu made no pause. There was no need for greetings with an unfamiliar face, as he had other matters at hand. His act of saving was merely a matter of convenience. After departing, 5th Chen Yu navigated through the thickets of the forest, the triangular long worm steadfastly following him, never straying an inch. Suddenly, the running 5th Chen Yu came to a halt and darted into a nearby thicket, concealing himself, with the triangular long worm closely in tow. After a brief moment, sounds began to emerge from ahead, footfalls and the roars of beasts. 5th Chen Yu cautiously suppressed all his presence, focusing intently on the source of the noise. Before long, a severely injured ice crystal beast limped into view, followed closely by 2 figures, the boy in a black and purple long robe, known as Tian Ge, and Ren Xiao. In an instant, the realization dawned upon them. They had been relentlessly pursuing the ice spirit. At this moment, the ice spirit was gravely injured, and their own strength was nearly depleted. From the arm of the youth clad in a dark purple robe, it was evident that he too bore wounds. Suddenly, as the ice spirit stumbled, its head plunged towards the ground, tumbling over. Seizing this opportunity, the dark-clad youth accelerated, positioning himself before the ice spirit. Behind him, Ren Xiao found her path obstructed at both ends, while dense thickets flanked her sides. Frustrated, the ice spirit opened its mouth wide, revealing exceptionally sharp fangs, and let out a fierce roar as it charged towards Ren Xiao. 5th Chen Yu was taken aback. Ice spirits were relatively common among 3rd-tier spirit beasts and lacked intelligence. The choice of a relatively weaker target raised questions of chance or intent. At this moment, Ren Xiao wore a look of astonishment. While anger simmered within her, she infused her sword with spiritual energy and swung it forth, unleashing a pale white blade of energy that sliced through the air. The ice spirit twisted its neck, bracing itself against the strike, yet its momentum remained unyielding. A flash of white light erupted from its horn as it aimed directly at the approaching Ren Xiao. At that moment, having just released her sword energy. Ren Xiaoqiao found herself unprepared for defense. In her haste, she could not muster any means of counteraction. As the ice spirit's formidable horn bore down upon her, her mind momentarily blanked, leaving her frozen in place. The youth in the dark purple robe wore a grim expression. Ren Xiaoqiao's life hung in the balance. With spiritual energy surging wildly, he summoned his most powerful technique, striking decisively at the neck of the ice spirit in a split second. Bing-Li emitted a mournful cry as her entire body flipped over, while the young man in the black-purple robe staggered back several steps. Pressing a hand against his chest and spitting out a mouthful of blood, clearly at the end of his strength. "Su Jingtian, how are you?" On the other side, after being struck and sent flying, Bing-Li found herself spinning in place, her neck twisted and unable to turn. Fifth Tian, you couldn't help but chuckle inwardly. Given the situation, they no longer had the strength to deal with Bing-Li, and she quickly calculated their next move. Lying on the ground, Su Jingtian struggled to maintain consciousness and said, "Xiao, you and I, help me up quickly, we need to leave. I am gravely injured, and it is perilous in the forest. We must find everyone and seek refuge to recuperate." "What about Bing-Li?" "There is no time to worry about that. This beast is wounded, bleeding profusely, and is likely to attract other spiritual beasts. We must depart swiftly." Fifth Tian Yu fixed her gaze on Bing-Li, pondering deeply. Suddenly, a figure darted past like the wind, and Fifth Tian Yu instinctively tensed, turning to see that it was the triangular long insect bursting forth from the thicket. Fifth Tian Yu relaxed somewhat, observing the triangular long insect with curiosity. The agile creature, though elongated, nearly 2 feet long with a tail exceeding 2 feet and standing half a meter tall, was undeterred in its speed. Once it emerged, it charged directly towards Bing-Li. When it was nearly 3 meters away from her, it leapt up suddenly, its sharp foreclaws aimed at the black mane on her neck.